Sword God Chapter 355 to Chapter 406. My monthly votes have increased by 5, 30 votes left before I can add more. My ranking has dropped by 1, and I'm now in 9th place. End of news broadcast. The late autumn sun seemed dry, but in the afternoon, when the breeze blew, it would be a little more refreshing. The procession of people and horses slowly moved along the wide road. In the distance, a white figure seemed to be walking over in a leisurely manner. However, every step he took was over 10 meters away. He appeared to be slow but was actually fast. He was like a phantom as he slid past the procession like flowing water under everyone's gazes. Smooth as flowing water. What an amazing movement technique. His breath is hidden. I don't know what his cultivation is, but his body movement is really amazing. There were many real martial realm experts in the group of people. They all exclaimed and then guessed the person's body movement. This person was Xianxia, who had left the Unhindered Sword sect. After obtaining the Golden Jade Bone skill, Xianxia found it difficult to improve. Then, he reported to the sect master and went down the mountain to travel in Xianxia Prefecture. Traveling could broaden one's mind, increase one's knowledge, and increase one's accumulation. Perhaps one could have a flash of inspiration and understand something. It was inevitable to encounter danger in the process. If one was afraid of danger, it was better not to practice martial arts in the first place. The Unhindered Sword sect had never been a coward. Moreover, the Unhindered Sword sect was one of the 4 sects in Xianxia Prefecture. It was the most powerful sect. If its disciples went out to practice, most people would give them face if they revealed their identity. Xianxia Prefecture was vast and rich in resources. In terms of area, it was not inferior to the Cloud Dragon dynasty. There were many cities, but the largest and oldest one was Xianxia City, which was also the center of Xianxia Prefecture. Although it was his first trip, Xianxia had another purpose. That was to go to Xianxia City to buy some elixirs that could help with body refining. Of course, there were alchemists in the Zhongheng Sword sect. As a core disciple and the sword son of the sect, Xianxia was entitled to receive special training from the sect. Unfortunately, the alchemists in the Zhongheng Sword sect were not proficient in refining body refining pills. Even if they were able to refine body refining pills, they would only refine low-level pills which were not suitable for Xianxia to consume. After all, the Zhongheng Sword sect did not have any high-level body refining techniques. As the largest city in Xianxia Prefecture, Xianxia City's commerce was extremely developed. Perhaps he would be able to find the body refinement pills he needed there. From Tianheng Mountain to Xianxia City, Xianxia's speed was astonishing. Even so, it still took him more than half a month. Xianxia City stood tall and majestic, much more magnificent than the imperial city of the Cloud Dragon dynasty. The lord of Xianxia Prefecture also lived in Xianxia City. He was also the lord of Xianxia City, making the security of the city extremely good. No one dared to use force without authorization. Otherwise, it would be regarded as a violation of the laws of the dynasty. The lightest punishment would be arrest and imprisonment for a period of time. The heaviest punishment would be capital punishment or even beheading on the street. There were once people who did not believe in heresy. In the end, they used their own lives and blood to prove it to the world. In this region, the dynasty was the most respected. Even the 4 middle-rank sect did not dare to go against the Longtu dynasty, let alone others. At the gate of Xianxia City, there were 4 Xianxia guards in total. Each of them had a cultivation of LV7 true martial realm. Their eyes were as cold as a blade. Although they tried to restrain their aura, there was still a trace of it leaking out. If one looked carefully, it would be very shocking. Although there was no need to pay to enter Xianxia City, the 4 Xianxia guards would still sweep their eyes over everyone's face. Once they found anyone suspicious, they would first take control of them and investigate their identity. Following the crowd, Xianxia stepped into the city gate. As he passed through the 10-meter-long passage, he saw some large notices on the walls on both sides. Each notice was accompanied by a lifelike portrait. There were a total of 9 portraits. There were men, women, old people, and young people. Some looked ferocious, some looked sinister, and some looked as beautiful as flowers. There was also one that looked like a harmless scholar. However, Qinzong was keenly aware that the eyes of each portrait seemed to be staring at him with a kind of indifference. Qinzong's eyesight was very powerful. With a glance, not only did he clearly see and remember the appearances of the 9 portraits, he also clearly saw the words below each portrait. Assassin du Shorin, LV7 True Martial Realm, once slaughtered 132 people of the Li family in one night. Lady Poison Flower, LV6 True Martial Realm. After reading the content clearly, Qinzong realized that the people in the portraits were villains wanted by the Tianjiang prefecture. Their hands were stained with a lot of blood. They had killed at least hundreds or even more. As a martial artist, it was impossible not to kill on the road. However, it depended on who they killed. How to kill? Killing people indiscriminately was definitely not allowed. They would be wanted. This was the law of the dynasty. After passing through the passage, they officially entered Tianjiang City. The wide street was paved with large gray stone slabs. It looked very neat and could accommodate 10 horses running at the same time. On both sides of the street, there was a dazzling array of shops, big and small. The doors of some shops were full of carvings of flowers, birds, insects, and fish. Some were full of sachets. Steamed buns, freshly made steamed meat buns, thin skin and lots of stuffing. Come and have a taste. Along with a long and loud shout, the aroma of freshly made steamed buns filled the air. Qinzong saw that the steamer in front of a small shop on the left not far away had been opened, and white steam was rising in spirals. Through the white steam, Qinzong could clearly see each and every palm-sized, milky white, chubby meat bun, looking very attractive. I haven't eaten steamed buns for a long time. Qinzong secretly thought. He strode over and asked for 2 big meat buns. The skin was thin, the stuffing was soft, and the soup was rich. It tasted delicious. In a few bites, the 2 big meat buns were in Qinzong's stomach. Nowadays, food like steamed buns could at most satisfy one's cravings. It couldn't bring any benefits. The food that was really helpful to the cultivation of the true martial realm had to be at least the flesh of a LV6 demon beast. Excuse me, where can I find the most complete set of medicinal pills? Qinzong stopped a passerby and asked. Medicinal pills. It's the Earth Elixir Dispensary and Dayu Trading Company. After the passerby answered, he continued to explain, the Earth Elixir Dispensary only sells medicinal pills and is particular about quality. Dayu Trading Company not only sells medicinal pills but also other things. They are particular about a lot of things. Thank you. Seeing that the passerby wanted to continue, Qinzong cupped his fists and thanked him before walking around. Hey, wait, I'm not done yet. That person hurriedly reached out to grab Qinzong. Unexpectedly, he missed. Qinzong's figure flashed in front of him and quickly disappeared. Only then did the person realize that the other party was a powerful martial artist. His whole body trembled. My bad habit of talking too much is acting up again. Fortunately, the Earth Elixir Dispensary and Dayu Trading Company, one is for quality, the other is for gambling. There was no conclusion as to which one was better. I'll go to whichever is closest first. Qinzong thought to himself as he walked along the wide street. Move, move. All of you move aside. You can't afford to offend the young mansion master. The rude and unreasonable shouts continued, and the crowd was separated to 2 sides. A middle-aged guard in armor was in the lead, waving his long whip and driving the crowd in front of him away with a cold and arrogant expression. A few meters behind him was an old man in a short gray robe who was holding the reins. On the other end of the reins was a strong demonic beast that was bigger than a big yellow ox. It was covered in golden circular scales, and its appearance was similar to a deer but also a horse. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth, which showed that it was not to be trifled with. Its 4 limbs were slender and strong, and its hard hooves made drum beats as they stepped on the grayish-white stone slabs. Golden scale beast. Qinzong's pupils shrank slightly. This was a LV7 demonic beast, which was generally lower LV7, which was equivalent to LV4 genuine martial realm. It was said that it had a trace of the bloodline of the dragon scale beast, and the ancestor of the dragon scale beast was the sacred beast Qilin. Lower LV7 was not a big deal. The main thing was that this kind of golden scale beast was rare, and it was not easy to domesticate. Its price was frighteningly high. Being able to use a golden scale beast as a mount showed that one's extraordinary status. However, what really attracted the crowd was not the golden scale beast, but the person on its back. He had a golden feather crown on his head, and his face was like jade. His eyebrows were slanted to his temples, and they seemed to have a trace of sharpness. His eyes were deep and bright like stars, and he was wearing a golden robe with dragon patterns all over it. Not only did he look gorgeous, but he also had an indescribable nobility. A pair of golden battle shoes with dragon patterns half exposed outside of the golden robe made him look even more domineering. Young master, could he be the son of the Tianjiang prefecture's lord? Chen Zong thought to himself. Suddenly, Chen Zong felt a sharp gaze across the sky and landed on his face. It became hot and carried a trace of hidden killing intent. Long Zhangji. Chen Zong was stunned. He did not expect to see Long Zhangji in this place. Long Zhangji was following beside the golden scale beast, as if he was the so-called young master's bodyguard. Others did not have the ability to conceal their aura like Chen Zong. Therefore, Chen Zong immediately felt the fluctuation of Long Zhangji's aura. He was at the early stage of LV4 true martial realm. He could not help but be surprised. Long Zhangji's talent was probably above Yan Hua and Xiao Jinpeng's. However, Yan Hua and Xiao Jinpeng's cultivation had not yet reached LV3 true martial realm. However, Long Zhangji had reached the early stage of LV4 true martial realm. Being able to cultivate to this level was not only because of his talent, but also because of other reasons. Long Zhangji also did not expect to see Chen Zong here. When he failed to compete for the position of Sword Son of the Unhindered Sword Sect, Long Zhangji harbored a grudge in his heart. He secretly swore that one day, he would take revenge on the Unhindered Sword Sect, especially on Chen Zong, who had won the position of Sword Son. After leaving the Unhindered Sword Sect, he was lucky to meet the young master of Tianjiang Prefecture. The young master saw that he was talented and had the surname Long, so he followed him and gave him elixirs, cultivation methods, and so on. He was also lucky enough to awaken a trace of his bloodline. Although his strength did not increase, it allowed his cultivation to increase rapidly. He reached the early stage of LV4 true martial realm, and ordinary LV5 true martial realm martial artists were no match for him. It was a pity that he could not awaken more of his bloodline power. Otherwise, his cultivation would have increased by leaps and bounds for the second time. However, he was already satisfied with reaching this step. Long Zhangji's lips curled into a sneer, and an ominous glint flashed in his eyes. Since he had met Chen Zong here, it was time to settle the score. Monthly votes, monthly votes, monthly votes, to get on the list, get on the list, get on the list. Chen Zong clearly saw the murderous intent in Long Zhangji's eyes, but he was not afraid. So what if he was at the early stage of LV4 genuine martial realm? So what if he was related to the young mansion master? Was he going to be scared and leave in a hurry? No, my will is like a sword, and my sword is unstoppable. No matter how many thorns there are in front of you, I will cut through them with my two swords and clear a path. After the young mansion master left, the crowd returned to normal, and Chen Zong continued to move forward. The signboard of Dayu Trading Firm fluttered in the wind. Dayu Trading Firm's business was mainly concentrated in Tianjiang Prefecture, and it was rarely involved in the other 7 prefectures. After all, there were other trading firms in the dynasty, and the competition between them was fierce. Other trading firms who wanted to enter Tianjiang Prefecture were often rejected by Dayu Trading Firm. For the same reason, it was difficult for Dayu Trading Firm to enter the other 7 prefectures. However, not being able to enter did not mean that their business was cut off. They could always take a roundabout way and cooperate with other trading firms in other prefectures. Therefore, Dayu Trading Firm was known as the place with the most complete range of goods. If they could not buy it here, they could ask Dayu Trading Firm to buy it. As soon as Chen Zong stepped into Dayu Trading Firm, someone immediately greeted him. "Sir, what can I do for you?" It was a young woman. She bowed slightly with a smile on her face and spoke clearly. Her eyes were as clear as water. "I want to buy some body refining elixirs." Chen Zong directly stated his purpose of visit. Body refining elixirs. The waitress was slightly surprised. She had received professional training, so of course she knew what body refining elixirs were. She was surprised because there were not many people who bought them. "Yes, sir." Please have a seat. I'll get the elixirs list for you to check. The waitress quickly hid her surprised expression and smiled gently. After taking Chenzong to the guest seat, she first served him tea, then went to get the elixirs list, and turned to the section about body-refining elixirs. Chenzong read it carefully. Medicinal pills and Dan pills were of the same origin, but they were superior to Dan pills. In other words, Dan pills were a simplified version of Dan pills. Among the same level, Dan pills could not be compared to Dan pills in all aspects. The grades of elixirs were divided into human grade, earth grade, and heaven grade. Similar to martial arts, they corresponded to a martial artist's chi and blood realm, chi refining realm, and true martial realm. The body refining pills on this list ranged from human level to heaven level, but there weren't many of them. Altogether, there were only 8 kinds. There were 3 types of mortal grade pills, 3 types of earth grade pills, and only 2 types of heaven grade pills. Earth beast body tempering pill, tiger dragon body tempering pill, whether it was human class, earth class, or heaven class elixirs, they were all divided into low, middle, and high grades. The earth beast body refining elixir was a heaven class low grade elixir, while the tiger dragon body refining elixir was a heaven class mid grade elixir. I have already mastered the first layer of the mystic jade golden bone technique. The second layer is very difficult to master. Without the help of medicinal pills, I can only rely on painstaking effort. Chenzong thought to himself, with the first level of my mystic jade golden bone skill, the effect of a heaven level low class pill is very ordinary. I want 20 tiger dragon body refining elixirs, Chenzong said. 20. The waitress was surprised again. A tiger dragon body refining elixir was worth 300 spirit shells. 10 elixirs would be 3,000 spirit shells. 20 elixirs would be 6,000 spirit shells. It was a huge sum of money. Although surprised, the waitress was quite discerning. She quickly went to fetch the elixirs. Soon, the waitress came back again with an antique black wooden box in her hand. She walked behind a middle-aged man respectfully. "Sir, do you want to buy 20 tiger dragon body refining elixirs?" The middle-aged man asked with a smile. His voice was like a gentle breeze. Chenzong nodded. The waitress put the box in front of Chenzong and opened it. Immediately, a strong fragrance filled the air. It was a little pungent. 20 snow-white elixirs covered with blood lay quietly in the box. The blood vessels intertwined. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be the shape of a demonic beast. Chenzong took out his mustard seed bag and poured it out. A pile of snow-white spirit shells appeared on the table. There were exactly 6,000 of them. Mustard seed bag. The middle-aged man's eyes did not fall on the spirit shells. Instead, he stared at the mustard seed bag. His eyes flashed and he smiled. "Sir, this is the iron feather token of our Dayu Trading Company. Anyone who has the iron feather token can enjoy a 10% discount when buying anything in our Dayu Trading Company." The waitress was surprised. She clearly remembered that only by spending 10,000 spirit shells in one time in Dayu Trading Company could one be qualified to get the iron feather token. This young man spent 6,000 spirit shells, which was indeed a lot, but it was less than 10,000. How could he get the iron feather token? She did not understand. This was one of the differences between a deacon and a waitress. Chenzong did not know the rules of Dayu Trading Company, so he accepted the iron feather token. "My surname is Yang, and I'm a deacon of Dayu Trading Company. How should I address you?" The smile on the middle-aged man's face deepened. "Chenzong." Chenzong smiled. "Chenzong." Deacon Yang took a deep look at Chenzong and then asked, "What a good name. You have the same name as the current sword son of the unhindered swordsmanship sect." Chenzong only smiled when he heard that. He didn't say yes or no. Deacon Yang didn't continue to ask about it. With the iron feather token, he could enjoy a 10% discount. Therefore, Chenzong only needed to pay 5,400 spirit shells for 20 tiger dragon body enhancing pills. "Sir, our trading company will hold an auction in 5 days. A treasure useful for body enhancing will appear in the auction. You can come and participate. At that time, you only need to show the iron feather token to enter the VIP room to participate in the auction." Deacon Yang said as he sent Chenzong out of the trading company. Okay, I'll come. Chenzong was slightly surprised and nodded. A treasure useful for body enhancing was indeed worth participating in. Maybe there would be other gains. Deacon Yang, why did you give him an iron feather token? After Chenzong left, the waitress asked curiously. He is in the real martial arts realm. Although I can't see which level he is in, I feel that he is not simple. He bought the Tiger Dragon body enhancing pills for himself. He bought 20 pills at once and took out 6,000 spirit shells without any change in his expression. Finally, he has a mustard seed bag. Deacon Yang smiled. The mustard seed bag was very precious. Those who could have it often came from a good background. Giving an iron feather token in exchange for an unknown favor was a kind of investment. It would be better if it succeeded, but there was no obvious loss if it failed. This was also courage. Walking out of the Dayu Trading Company, Chenzong went to the Earth Elixir building. 20 Tiger Dragon body enhancing pills were not enough. It would be better if he could use better body enhancing pills. The Earth Elixir building had a complete set of pills. Moreover, they were more refined. Sure enough, Chenzong found a heaven-level upper-grade body-enhancing pill. Chi Flame Body-Enhancing Pill. The price of the Chi Flame Body-Enhancing Pill was higher than the Tiger Dragon Body-Enhancing Pill. Each pill cost 600 spirit shells. Chenzong bought 10 pills and paid 6,000 spirit shells. In total, he had to pay 11,400 spirit shells. When Chenzong entered the Long dynasty, he had more than 1,000 spirit shells. When he left the Zhongjing Sword sect, the sect gave him 10,000 spirit shells. Now, he was left with less than 200 spirit shells. If it is not enough, I might have to sell some lower-grade spiritual sources. Chenzong thought. However, this was the last step. There are still 5 days before the auction of the Dayu Trading Company. Since it is so, I will rent a practice room to cultivate. Chenzong thought to himself and started to search. Not long after, he found the practice room built by the Lin family in Tianjiang City and rented one. Practice rooms were divided into 3 grades. The rent for a lower-grade practice room was 5 spirit shells per day. The rent for a middle-grade practice room was 10 spirit shells per day. As for the upper-grade practice room, it was 20 spirit shells per day. Chenzong rented an upper-grade practice room for 5 days. The rent was 100 spirit shells per day. During the rental period, the Lin family would provide a meal a day. It was enough to fill one's stomach. The large practice room was made of special steel. Even the floor was made of special steel. It was enough to withstand the full force attack of an ordinary warrior in the middle stage of the genuine martial realm. Only a warrior in the later stage of the genuine martial realm could cause significant damage. Heart-cleansing purple pine incense was lit in the corner. The light purple smoke rose in spirals. A refreshing fragrance filled the entire practice room. In addition, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth could be felt in the entire practice room. It made people feel more comfortable when they were in the room. The difference between an upper-grade practice room and a middle or lower-grade practice room was in these 2 points. Calming his mind and concentrating his mind, Chenzong took out a Tiger Dragon body refining elixir and threw it into his mouth. He chewed and swallowed it. It turned into a stream of heat that quickly spread to his limbs and bones, filling his whole body. At the same time, Chenzong swung his arms and made a strange posture with his legs trembling. It looked like his bones were twisting, as if he was using his bones to exert force. This was the 2nd level of the Golden Jade Bone skill, King Kong Bone. The 1st level of the Golden Jade Bone skill was called the Golden Jade Body. After practicing it, not only would one have the arm strength of 20,000 jin, but his skin and muscles would also show the color of the golden jade. His defensive power would be greatly increased. Chenzong had already practiced the 1st level. Now he was going to practice the 2nd level. From the 1st level to the 2nd level, he practiced from the outside to the inside. The difficulty increased by several times. After he made the King Kong Bone posture, the Tiger Dragon body refining elixir turned into a stream of heat that flowed to his bones. Suddenly, his bones became itchy and unbearable. It was as if there were countless hot ants crawling on his bones. It became more and more uncomfortable. This feeling of discomfort slowly increased until it finally turned into pain. Chen Zong's expression did not change as he forcefully endured this pain. He allowed the tiger-flood dragon body tempering pill's medicinal power to work together with the Vajra bone to temper his bones, changing them from the foundation, making them harder and stronger. After about half an hour, the pain quickly weakened and then disappeared. Chen Zong knew that the tiger-dragon body refining elixir's efficacy had disappeared. It was absorbed by his bones. He felt that his bones seemed to have changed slightly, but it was not obvious enough. He did not rush to take the second tiger-dragon body refining elixir. He stood up, drew his sword, and started practicing the crisscross sword art in the practice room. Author's note: when I saw the messages from my cute brothers and sisters asking for more chapters, I was very touched by everyone's support. I also want to write more chapters. But here's the situation: my body hasn't been doing well recently, so I need to take some Chinese medicine to recuperate. My writing speed is average, and I can only write 2 to 3 chapters a day. After the first round of outbursts, I need to squeeze in more time to save up more chapters before writing another round of outbursts. I promise that the second round of outbursts will also be released within this month, and the number of outbursts won't be less than the first round. In the exercise room, Chen Zong took the last Qi flame tempering pill. The hot air flowed through Chen Zong's body like fire. It burned everywhere, as if it was going to melt his bones and turn them into ashes. Chen Zong's face was as cold as iron in the deep sea. His eyes didn't change at all. He was used to the burning of the hot air. Under the burning of the horrible hot air, the impurities in his bones were burned away little by little. His hard bones became more and more powerful under the burning of the hot air. Looking inside, Chen Zong found that his bones were red and emitted an amazing heat. After a while, the red color receded and the high temperature disappeared. His bones trembled slightly. There seemed to be a flash of golden light on the surface, and then it disappeared like an illusion. His breath was like a strong arrow shooting at the wall, making a roaring sound and whistling sound. So far, 20 tiger dragon body tempering pills and 10 Qi flame tempering pills had been refined. The effect was very obvious. Chen Zong felt that his strength had been improved significantly. He clenched his fist in the void, and suddenly there was a crisp and ear-piercing explosion, as if he could crush a mountain with one claw. 30,000 jin. Chen Zong murmured with a trace of joy. His arm strength had increased from 20,000 jin to 30,000 jin. Chen Zong was confident that he could compete with an ordinary LV1 warrior of the genuine martial realm with only his body strength. If he could get a suitable body refining martial art, he could make full use of the advantages of his body strength. It would be no problem for him to compete with an ordinary warrior of the early stage of the genuine martial realm. In Chen Zong's opinion, it was a good deal to improve his physique from 20,000 jin to 30,000 jin with more than 10,000 spirit shells. However, it was a pity that the effect of the tiger-dragon body strengthening elixir was almost negligible. Even if he took another 100 pills, it would be difficult to have an obvious tempering effect on his physique. Right now, only the Qi flame body tempering pill could take effect. However, if I want to completely master the second level of the mysterious golden jade bone technique, I'm afraid I'll need to spend a lot of spirit shells, at least. Tens of thousands of spirit shells, Chen Zong thought to himself. Before this, 10,000 spirit shells was a luxury for him. He simply couldn't take it out. This was also the case for the vast majority of true martial realm warriors. Even if there were many late-stage true martial realm warriors, they might not be able to take out 10,000 spirit shells at once. Of course, it was not so difficult for those warriors who had the backing of big forces and were not bad to have the support of big forces. For example, Chen Zong was given 10,000 spirit shells at once by the Zongjing swordsmanship sect. However, it was obvious that 10,000 spirit shells were not enough. It was not enough at all. No wonder the body refining lineage gradually declined and was eventually replaced by the Qi refining lineage. It was because Qi refining lineage was easier. Although the value of Qi refining lineage was similar to that of body refining lineage, there was no need to take so many. However, I have the spiritual source. Chen Zong thought to himself. This was the biggest source of his confidence. If he was really short of spirit shells and had nowhere to get them, he could sell a few pieces of spiritual source. Once I master the second level of the mysterious golden jade bone technique, my physique will be improved comprehensively. My arm strength will reach 50,000 gene. Now I've only reached 30,000 gene. Chen Zong thought to himself. It was not enough. It was still far from enough. It's been 5 days. The auction of the Dayu trading firm is about to start. Chen Zong thought to himself. He left the practice room and went to the Dayu trading firm. Coincidentally, there were people coming to the Dayu trading firm from time to time. They were people who were going to attend the auction. Chen Zong was stopped when he was about to enter the Dayu trading firm. Please show me your invitation, the person who stopped him said indifferently. To attend the auction, one must have enough financial resources. Otherwise, the Dayu trading firm would not let him in. To put it bluntly, they did not welcome onlookers. Therefore, there was the invitation letter. The invitation letter was sent out by the Dayu trading firm. Whoever could get it would depend on the person's means and ability. Chen Zong did not have an invitation letter. However, Chen Zong had the iron feather token. Iron feather token. The person was shocked. He immediately squeezed out a smile and said, "It turns out to be a distinguished guest of our trading firm. Please come in." He immediately arranged for a waitress to lead the way. The auction was not held in the shop of the Dayu trading firm. The area was too small. Instead, they walked inside. After passing through the long corridor with carved feathers, they entered the real auction site. The auction site was circular and very large. It could easily accommodate thousands of people without being crowded. In front of them was a high platform, which was the auction platform used for the auction. The auction site had a total of 3 floors. However, the second and third floors were not complete. They were only attached to the surrounding walls and extended out. The middle part was empty. Only then could one see the auction platform and the auction items. Under the guidance of the waitress, Chen Zong walked to a side room on the second floor. The side room was not big, but it was more than enough to accommodate one person. Fresh fruits and fragrant tea were a kind of enjoyment just by smelling them. Whether it was the fruits or the tea, they were not ordinary things. They were planted and cultivated in places with rich spiritual qi of heaven and earth. For ordinary people, eating them could strengthen their bodies and prolong their lives. For martial artists in the qi and blood realm, they were also quite beneficial. Although they were not beneficial for martial artists in the true martial realm, they had an excellent taste. Distinguished guest, if you need anything, you can call me. I'll be right outside. The female attendant was a little shy as she used a soft voice to speak to Chen Zong, causing his imagination to run wild. Soon after, she turned around and gracefully walked out of the room. The waitress's words made Chen Zong slightly startled. He immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. The temptation of beauty, this great feather trading company was indeed very generous. However, Chen Zong, who had not done this before, did not know what it felt like. Coupled with his strong will, he naturally would not be tempted. Not to mention that the waitress was indeed beautiful, but it was not enough to attract him. More and more people entered the auction site. Most of them sat down on the seats on the first floor while a small number entered the side rooms. There were not many people who could obtain the Great Feather Trading Company's Iron Feather token. After all, there were very few people who could trade 10,000 spirit shells at once. As for the higher level Profound Feather token, there were even fewer because it required one to trade 100,000 spirit shells at once. 100,000 spirit shells was not a transaction amount that a martial artist in the true martial realm could achieve. One had to be at least in the transcendent realm. Chen Zong could vaguely feel that there were some more auras on the third floor. It was like a dragon among men who had reached the extreme. It was a transcendent realm master. Not long after, an old man appeared on the auction stage and lightly coughed, causing everyone to quiet down. Everyone knew that the auction was about to begin. Chen Zong could feel a deep and tyrannical aura from the grey-robed old man, but it did not give off any kind of lofty aura. Obviously, he had not yet reached the transcendent realm, but among the pseudo-transcendent realm masters, he was one of the strongest. Allowing a powerful pseudo-transcendent realm master to preside over this auction was enough to show Great Feather Trading Company's wealth. As for letting a transcendent host an auction, that was simply unimaginable. Which transcendent realm master was not an overlord? How could they become an auctioneer? Unless the standard of the auction was extremely high, so high that everyone participating in the auction was a true transcendent. Welcome to Great Feather Trading Company's auction. This auction will have a total of 193 items. I hope everyone can bid on them as they wish. The auctioneer smiled, his voice echoing throughout the audience. Immediately after, the auctioneer announced the rules for everyone to hear clearly. Soon, the first auction item was presented. Auctions often started with a low value and gradually increased in value. Please take a look, this is a piece of ore called Heavenly Sound Gold Essence. The auctioneer picked up the first item. It was a piece of golden metal about the size of a fist. Its surface was covered with grayish-white impurities. The auctioneer gently tapped the metal with his finger, causing it to vibrate and emit a pleasant sound like music. Take a small piece of Heavenly Sound Gold Essence and integrate it into a weapon. It will make the weapon more durable and will be able to vibrate the heavenly sound to disturb the opponent. The auctioneer said, the starting price is 300 spirit shells. Each increase must be no less than 10 spirit shells. The auction begins. 350 spirit shells. All of a sudden, someone directly increased the price by 50 spirit shells, obviously wanting to win this piece of heavenly sound gold in one fell swoop. If it could be won at 350 spirit shells, it would be a good deal. Unfortunately, there were many people with discerning eyes and someone else bid for it. This fist-sized piece of heavenly sound gold essence was enough to be used several times. Once it was integrated into a pseudo-spirit artifact, it could greatly increase its power. In the end, this piece of heavenly sound gold essence was sold for 500 spirit shells. The second auction item was presented and was sold for 530 spirit shells. One after another, the auction items gradually heated up the atmosphere of the auction. Soon, more than a dozen auction items were sold. However, most of the bids were made by the bidders on the first floor. The bidders on the second floor had yet to make a move, not to mention the bidders on the third floor. These auction items were indeed good, but they were of no use to Xianxia. Naturally, he would not waste his money. His original purpose of participating in the auction was to get the treasure that Deacon Yang had mentioned that was useful for body refining. However, it had not appeared yet. The 68th auction item was presented. It was a jade booklet that emitted a faint purple brilliance. This jade booklet records a heaven-level supreme-grade cultivation method, but the last part is missing, the auctioneer said. When the crowd heard that it was a heaven-level supreme-grade cultivation method, they were ecstatic at first, but when they heard the last part, they all felt pity. At present, in the entire Xianxia mansion, there were very few forces that had a complete heaven-level supreme-grade cultivation method. The Four Great Sect and the Xianxia Mansion Lord only had incomplete heaven-level supreme-grade cultivation methods, which showed how precious they were. Thinking about it, if it was a complete heaven-level supreme-grade cultivation method, none of them would have a chance. Those transcendents might even bid for it. After all, any heaven-level supreme-grade cultivation method was very precious. However, even if it was only an incomplete heaven-level supreme-grade cultivation method, it was still better than a heaven-level top-grade cultivation method. It aroused great enthusiasm in the crowd and many people bid for it. Even the people in the VIP rooms on the second floor bid for it. However, Xianxia did not bid. As the sword son of the unhindered sword sect, he did not care about an incomplete heaven-level supreme-grade cultivation method. After all, he cultivated the unhindered sword sect, which was a tyrannical heaven-level supreme-grade cultivation method. Moreover, even if he wanted an incomplete heaven-level supreme-grade cultivation method, there were several in the unhindered sword sect. However, Xianxia also witnessed the charm of an incomplete heaven-level supreme-grade cultivation method. The price rose steadily and soon exceeded 5,000 spirit shells. 2,545 votes, 100 votes added. According to the current rules, it's 2 votes. I'll present the first update first. In the end, the incomplete top-grade heaven-level cultivation method was sold for 6,300 spirit shells. If it was a complete top-grade heaven-level cultivation method, its value would be several times higher. Under normal circumstances, no one would take out a complete heaven-level superb art to sell. The 69th auction item, the 70th auction item, the 71st auction item. One by one, the auction items soon exceeded 100. However, Chenzong still did not bid because there was no treasure that could really attract his attention. The next auction item was a jade booklet. The light it emitted was red, like the flame after the burning of qi and blood. It was so hot that people could feel the light and heat. It was a very special jade booklet. Chenzong's eyes could not help but be attracted to it. "This is a special jade booklet," the auctioneer said loudly and raised the jade booklet high. The blood-red light seemed to be more intense. "This jade booklet records a special martial art." Everyone held their breath, waiting for the auctioneer's next words. "This is a body-refining martial art." As the auctioneer's words fell, exclamations sounded everywhere, one after another. Many martial artists of the body-refining lineage knew that it was an extremely arduous and resource-consuming cultivation path. Although it was very strong, it still required a great deal of effort and resources, so it gradually declined. However, there were still some warriors who would cultivate the body-refining lineage. It was even said that there were warriors who mainly cultivated the body-refining lineage. Such a body-refining martial art was not attractive to most warriors, so it was naturally worthless. However, it was different for warriors who cultivated the body-refining lineage. According to our detection, this is a heaven-level body-refining martial art. The auctioneer's words caused more surprise. There were not many body-refining lineage martial arts, and there were even fewer high-grade ones. A heaven-level martial art was even rarer. The classification of body-refining martial arts was similar to that of qi cultivation martial arts. The similarity was in human level, earth level, and heaven level. The difference was that there was no lower, middle, upper, or even supreme level qi cultivation martial arts. The starting price is 5,000 spirit shells, and each bid must be no less than 100 spirit shells. "Let the bidding begin." The auctioneer's voice fell. The starting price of 5,000 spirit shells was indeed not low. For a moment, no one made a bid. The whole place was in a strange silence. As time passed, the auctioneer's forehead was slightly sweating. If no one made a bid, then the jade booklet would not be sold. This would undoubtedly be a blow to the heated atmosphere of the auction. A heaven-tier body refinement martial art. Interesting. I'll bid for it and study it. A slightly frivolous voice sounded from a room on the second floor. 5,100, the auctioneer heaved a sigh of relief, 5,100 spirit shells going once. Seeing that there were no other bids after the first bid, the auctioneer had no choice but to say something. 5,100 spirit shells going twice. Soon after, the mallet was raised high. As long as he shouted the third time, it would be knocked down, signifying that the deal had been struck. 5,200, another person bid, causing the auctioneer to let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, there's actually someone who wants to compete with this young master." 5,500. The person who bid first increased the price. 5,600, another person also increased the price. 6,000, the third person who bid was Chenzong. From the beginning of the body refinement martial art to the current mysterious jade golden bone technique, Chenzong was quite interested in the body refinement martial art. Naturally, he wanted to comprehend and cultivate the body refinement martial art if he could obtain it. He wanted to see how it was different from the qi refinement martial art. 6,500, I'm Gu Yaoyang. The voice of the first bidder sounded again. It was less frivolous, but more serious. It even seemed to carry a hint of threat. Gu Yaoyang? Who is Gu Yaoyang? Some people who did not immediately react started to talk about it. You don't even know who Gu Yaoyang is? He's one of the 10 rising stars. One of the 10 rising stars, Zheng Yangzi, Gu Jiang's younger brother, the son of the Xinjiang sect's leader. The more titles were listed, the more frightening they were. Chenzong was also quite surprised. It turned out to be one of the 10 rising stars, Gu Yaoyang. However, this name alone was not enough to scare Chenzong. He continued to bid as he should. The other person who heard Gu Yaoyang's name gave up the bid. He was probably worried about offending Gu Yaoyang. 6,600, Chenzong bid again. In a wing room, a young man wearing a red robe and a fiery red feather crown had a smile on his face. He thought that no one would dare to bid with him after he announced his name. However, when he heard the words 6,600, his face suddenly changed. There seemed to be a strong fire in his eyes that was mixed with killing intent. 8,000. In a fit of anger, Gu Yaoyang directly raised the price by more than 1,000 spirit shells. 8,100, Chen Zong quoted the price neither too fast nor too slow. Gu Yaoyang suddenly had the urge to vomit blood. Everyone else had a strange look on their faces. They were all guessing who it was that dared to go against Gu Yaoyang. I am Gu Yaoyang from the Xianxia sect. Who are you? Do you want to go against me and the Xianxia sect? Gu Yaoyang did not continue bidding. Instead, he asked fiercely. I am only participating in the auction. I have no intention of going against the Xianxia sect. Chen Zong responded slowly. After all, being labeled as an enemy of the Xianxia sect was not a good thing. Not only would it bring him a lot of trouble, it would also bring a lot of trouble to the Xianxia sword sect. Good, very good. I bid 9,000. Gu Yaoyang said fiercely. His eyes were sharp as if he wanted to see through the room and see Chen Zong. In fact, he could not see anything. 9,100, Chen Zong bid again. Gu Yaoyang almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He clenched his teeth and the veins on his forehead bulged. His face was ferocious, and a terrifying killing intent lingered around him. The temperature of the air around him quickly rose. I bid 10,000. If you dare to bid again, I will let you have this item. However, you have to think clearly. The consequences are not something you can bear. Gu Yaoyang said fiercely. 10100, without any hesitation, Chen Zong bid again, as if he didn't put Gu Yaoyang in his eyes at all. This kind of feeling was like someone was using a hand full of calluses to fiercely slap his white face back and forth. His killing intent was blazing, and his anger was bursting. Gu Yaoyang couldn't wait to rush out and kill that person on the spot. Young Master Gu, this is the Dayu Trading Company's auction. Please follow the rules. The auctioneer said. It sounded like advice, but there was also a hidden warning. The Xianxia sect was indeed very powerful, but the Dayu Trading Company was not afraid of them. If there was a conflict, the Xianxia sect would have the upper hand, but they would also suffer a great loss. The other three sects were also eyeing them. If the Xianxia sect suffered a great loss, then the rest would be divided up. Suppressing his anger, Gu Yaoyang did not dare to do anything excessive. However, he secretly swore that he would definitely find the person who dared to bid against him and vent his anger. In his anger, Gu Yaoyang did not even think about whether he was a match for the other party. 10,100 going thrice, sold. The auctioneer's mallet fell, and the sound echoed throughout the whole place. Although the final price was not in line with the price in their hearts, it was not bad that the item was not sold out. Moreover, after several bids, the atmosphere from before was maintained. The items that had been bid for would be collected after the auction. If they went back on their word, they would have to pay half the value of the auction item as compensation. This was the Dayu Trading Company's rule. Many people were guessing who the person who bid against Gu Yaoyang was, but this did not hinder the next auction. One after another, the auction items were brought up for bidding, and the atmosphere became even more lively. The next item to be auctioned was a pseudo-spiritual weapon. It was a silver-white long saber with a long and narrow body and a sharp tip. Just looking at it would cause people's eyes to hurt. This was a third-rank pseudo-spiritual weapon and was very valuable. In the end, the third-level pseudo-spiritual weapon was sold for 26,000 spirit shells. It was a high price, and the atmosphere of the auction was pushed to a new level. The 169th item. It was a fist-sized fiery red stone with an irregular shape. It looked like a burning ruby, emitting waves of heat. This stone is a treasure that our trading company obtained from a volcano. It is called the Earth Flame Body Incineration Stone. Not only can this item be used to forge weapons, it can also be used to cultivate fire attributed true power. It can also be used to refine the body. The auctioneer's voice echoed throughout the whole place. Suddenly, Chen Zong's eyes lit up. The treasure that Deacon Yang mentioned before that was useful for refining the body was most likely this Earth Flame Body Incineration Stone. He was determined to get it, Zhong felt that if he could get this earth flame body incineration stone, he might be able to complete the second stage of the mysterious jade golden bone technique. Gu Yaoyang's eyes also lit up, staring at the earth flame body incineration stone. His gaze was filled with passion, and he could not wait to take the earth flame body incineration stone for himself. The true Yang sect's secret arts focused on blazing heat, leaning towards the fire attribute. This earth flame body incineration stone could play a big role in his cultivation of true qi. Moreover, he also cultivated a body tempering secret art, so this earth flame body incineration stone was very suitable for him. It's mine. Gu Yaoyang whispered, his tone filled with certainty. A good treasure, but for me, it's useless. This was a transcendent realm master who cultivated a fire attribute secret art. Up until now, none of the transcendents on the third floor had made a bid, because although the previous 100 or so auction items were quite good, to transcendents, they weren't worth much. Their purpose was to compete for the final few auction items, so naturally they wouldn't waste their spirit shells or spirit sources. This earth flame body incineration stone was not tempted by transcendents, but some pseudo-transcendents were. If I can obtain this earth flame body incineration stone, maybe I can break through to the final stage of my secret art. At that time, I'll have more hope of breaking through to the transcendent realm. This was a pseudo-transcendent realm master who cultivated a fire attribute secret art. His pupils seemed to have turned red, as if flames were burning within them. This earth flame body incineration stone is a good treasure. If I can obtain it and offer it to Grandmaster Feng, my son will definitely become his disciple. Unlike the previous body tempering heaven-grade martial arts, the earth flame body incineration stone was much more useful. After all, not only was it suitable for body tempering, it was also suitable for qi refining, and it was also suitable for forging weapons. Second update, 11,000. A loud and clear voice resounded throughout the hall, opening the curtains for the auction of the earth flame body burning stone. 12,000. 13,000. One after another, bids rang out. Soon, the price of the earth flame body burning stone soared to 15,000 spirit shells. The auctioneer was full of smiles. 20,000 spirit shells. I want to give this item to my elder brother. Everyone, please give me some face. Gu Yaoyang's voice rang out. That one sentence immediately silenced all the bidders. Elder brother, who was that? Zhengyangzi Gu Jiang, one of the 5 great prodigies. He was a super genius who had reached LV9 of the true martial realm before the age of 30. He had unlimited potential and was expected to inherit the true Yang sect as the sect leader. This kind of person could not be offended. Hearing Gu Yaoyang's words, the smile on the auctioneer's face immediately disappeared. Among the few types of people that the auction house disliked the most, people like Gu Yaoyang were one of them. They relied on their status and background to stop others from bidding. Unknowingly, they would lower the price of the auction house, which was equivalent to harming the interests of the auction house. Cutting off one's path to wealth was like killing one's parents. This was enmity. Young Master Gu, if you do this again, this auction house will no longer welcome you. The auctioneer spoke with a bit of coldness. Gu Jiang was very powerful and talented, but compared to him, there was still a huge gap. Moreover, he was a high-ranking member of the Dayu Trading Company and was not afraid of Gu Jiang. If there was a conflict, the Dayu Trading Company would announce that they were supporting the other 3 sect. This was not something that the true Yang sect wanted to see. Damn it! Gu Yaoyang's face suddenly changed. His eyes seemed to be burning with anger, as if he wanted to burn the auctioneer to ashes. 21,000. Someone else bid. The auctioneer's tough attitude undoubtedly made everyone very satisfied. This was an auction, not a show of status and backing. Wasn't it good to have money to bid and obediently shut up if you didn't have money? 22,000. 23,000. Without the threat of Gu Yaoyang, the bidding became heated again. The price kept rising and soon reached 30,000 spirit shells. 30,000 spirit shells was already a very high price. For a moment, the bidders all fell silent and considered whether to continue bidding. 31,000, Zhong quoted a price. He was determined to get the earth flame burning body stone. It would allow him to cultivate the golden jade bone technique better. Perhaps the spiritual source was very important, but to him now, it could only be used as a collection. He might as well take out a small part of it and use it in exchange for things that would be helpful to his cultivation. 32,000. A pseudo-transcendent realm master with a fire attribute secret art grit his teeth. This was the sum of his many years of savings. 33,000. Chen Zong made another bid, his tone firm. Everyone else fell silent. Fine, I'll let you have it first. When the time comes, I want you to spit out the heaven-level body refining martial skill as well. Gu Yaoyang said to himself as his eyes shone with a vicious light. Murdering others for their treasures wasn't a rare occurrence. Of course, it was fine as long as they didn't make it too obvious. After winning the bid for the heaven-class body refining martial art and the earth flame body burning stone, which was useful for body refining, Chen Zong heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. The next auction item was presented. It was very valuable, but Chen Zong wasn't interested at all, because it didn't suit him. Soon, the 191st auction item was presented. It was a sword, a long sword. The body of the sword was almost transparent, but the spine of the sword was blood red. It was a ghastly sight, as if it was flowing like blood. The entire sword exuded an astonishing aura, as if it was high and mighty. Could it be? Many people's eyes widened. At first, they were startled, but then they suddenly understood and revealed looks of shock. Yes, this sword is a spirit artifact. The auctioneer's resolute voice confirmed everyone's guess. At the same time, a tyrannical aura began to fill the air from the third floor. It was just an unconscious aura, but it was like an invisible storm was sweeping through the air, making everyone feel extremely depressed, so uncomfortable that they almost vomited blood. The aura of a transcendent realm master, a spirit artifact, could only be displayed by a transcendent realm master, and this was also an auction for transcendent realm masters. This sword is called Blood Light Thread. The auctioneer's voice was dignified. This is a low-rank spirit artifact. When the sword is drawn, it must be stained with blood. If struck, one's vitality will be weakened, but it can also increase the attack power and attack speed of an extreme mortal realm master by 10%. An extreme mortal realm master was extremely powerful. If their attack power was increased by 10%, they would become even more terrifying. If their attack speed was increased by 10%, it meant that the sword's speed would become even faster. If both speed and attack power were increased by 10%, the increase in power would be even greater. A pseudo-spirit artifact needed to be activated. Normally, it didn't possess any special power, but as long as a spirit artifact's power was refined, it would always be there. Of course, for a transcendent realm master, the power of a pseudo-spirit artifact could be constantly activated, but it would be useless. The difference in strength was obvious. For a transcendent realm master, a spirit artifact was truly useful. Unfortunately, not all transcendent realm masters could possess a spirit artifact. After all, a spirit artifact's value was very high. The reason why these transcendent realm masters had come here to participate in this auction was because they had their eyes on the last few spirit artifacts. The starting price is 100 low-rank spirit sources. Each bid must increase by no less than 10 spirit sources. The auction begins. The auctioneer called out a different name from the spirit shells. Spirit sources. The value of a spirit artifact could no longer be described in terms of spirit shells. After all, even if a low-rank spirit source was worth 10,000 spirit shells in the market, very few people were willing to exchange their spirit sources for spirit shells. Spirit sources were beneficial to a transcendent realm master's cultivation, but spirit shells were not. 120 spirit sources. Someone immediately bid. 150 spirit sources. The price soared, equivalent to 1,500,000 spirit shells. The people on the first floor were all dumbfounded. The previous auctions were all small fries, at most a few tens of thousands of spirit shells. Now that this spirit artifact had appeared, its value had soared to more than 1 million spirit sources. The gap was simply too big. 160 spirit sources. 180 spirit sources. 200 spirit sources. This sword, I must obtain it. The value of the single-line blood light sword soared and soon exceeded 300 spirit sources. In the end, it was sold for 330 spirit sources. The price of a low-rank spirit artifact is already so high, I wonder how high the price of a mid-rank spirit artifact will be. Chenzong couldn't help but think. 300 spirit sources, this was a wealth that many extreme mortal realm masters did not possess. In the unhindered sword sect, only the sect leader, and the great elder possessed spirit artifacts. As for the second elder, third elder, and fourth elder, they only used third-order pseudo-spirit artifacts. The 192nd auction item was presented. It was a pair of silver white metal gloves. The 5 fingers were covered with barbs and the tips of the fingers were sharp. It looked very ferocious, like the hands of a demon. It also exuded a shocking aura. This was another spirit artifact. This pair of gloves is a low-rank spirit artifact. It is called the Silver Star Bone Crusher and contains a powerful spirit force. If hit, the user's bones will be damaged. It can increase the attack power of an extreme mortal realm master by 20%. The auctioneer introduced with a serious face. 20% attack power. The crowd exclaimed. An extreme mortal realm master's attack power being increased by 20% was undoubtedly very impressive and terrifying. It could be said that if 2 extreme mortal realm masters of the same level had one Silver Star Bone Crusher and the other did not, the result would be that the one who did not have the Silver Star Bone Crusher would be killed. The difference of 20% was very obvious. The starting price is 100 spirit sources. Each increase must be no less than 10 spirit sources. The auction begins. Immediately, someone started to bid. The price rose rapidly and soon broke through 300 spirit sources. Not all spirit artifacts were suitable for all extreme mortal realm warriors. For example, extreme mortal realm warriors who practiced the sword would not be suitable for any other spirit artifacts other than swords. The Dayu trading firm had obtained these 3 low-rank spirit artifacts and wanted to auction them for a high price. Naturally, they would make preparations in advance. According to the types of spirit artifacts, they would invite the extreme mortal realm masters who practiced the corresponding martial arts to participate. In the end, the Silver Star Bone Crusher was sold for 350 spirit sources. It was 20 spirit sources higher than the Blood Ray Sword. This was often the trend of auctions. Striking while the iron was hot, the 193rd auction item was presented. This was also the last auction item. According to the crowd's understanding and the auction rules, the last auction item would usually be the finale and had the highest value. The item that was presented was not a weapon, but a purple armor. It was only the size of a palm and did not look like it was meant for a human. It was so small that even a child would find it too small. However, some spirit artifacts were very special and could change their size. This armor is also a low-rank spirit artifact. Its name is Mysterious Purple Sky. The auctioneer said these 4 words solemnly. The name of each spirit artifact sounded very impressive. After refining this armor, it can directly protect the body and withstand the attack of a low-rank spirit artifact. When other parts of the body are attacked, this armor can automatically activate its defensive power to protect the body and withstand the power of a low-rank spirit artifact. The starting price is 150 spirit sources. Each bid must increase by at least 20 spirit sources. The auction begins. Although they were both low-rank spirit artifacts, the price of a defensive spirit artifact was often higher than that of a weapon artifact. This was because of the different forging techniques, the different difficulty levels, and the different materials used. It was also different from a weapon artifact. A defensive spirit artifact had a wider range of applications. No matter if one practiced the sword, the saber, or other martial arts, a defensive spirit artifact would not hinder one's strength. Moreover, with a defensive spirit artifact, one could better protect one's life. When one ventured into dangerous situations, one might even be able to obtain more rewards. This was why a defensive spirit artifact was often more valuable. From the starting price of 150 spirit sources, the price continued to soar. Soon, it surpassed 300 spirit sources and approached 400 spirit sources. However, this was not the limit. After a moment of silence, someone else made a bid. 420 spirit sources. An old voice rang out, pushing the price of the mysterious purple sky armor to over 400 spirit sources. 450. 500. This voice rang out. It was filled with determination, as if he was determined to win. 500 spirit sources was already a very frightening price. It was enough to make many Lemeters shrink back. Third update, the heaven-grade body tempering martial art was 10,100 spirit shells while the earth flame body burning stone was 33,000 spirit shells, totaling up to 43,100 spirit shells. Qianzong didn't have so many spirit shells on him, but fortunately, he had prepared beforehand and placed 5 low-rank spirit sources in his mustard seed bag. 5 low-rank spirit sources were worth 50,000 spirit shells according to the market price. Since there was no discount in the auction, in the end, Qianzong got back 6,900 spirit shells. Storing the jade book and earth flame body burning stone into his mustard seed bag, Qianzong quickly left under the surprised gazes of the Great Feather Trading Company's staff. Just as he walked out of the Dayu Trading Company, Qianzong's path was blocked. It was a middle-aged man with an incomparably strong body. He wore a red short robe, and on both of his arms were red metal rings. There were 5 rings on each side. His entire body emitted a scorching aura, as if there were flames burning within his body. Immediately, it brought an extremely strong pressure to Qianzong. In an instant, Qianzong identified the other party's strength. Pseudo-Transcendent Realm, a powerful pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator blocking his path at the entrance of Great Feather Trading Company, especially right after the auction, was definitely not a good thing. I know it's you. The pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator's blazing eyes fell on Qianzong, as if he wanted to set Qianzong on fire, his voice low and deep, like a giant fireball. I'll give you 20,000 spirit shells, give me the earth flame body burning stone. I'm a core disciple of Unhindered Sword Sect. Qianzong's expression remained unchanged as he spoke in a neither servile nor overbearing tone. Suddenly, the pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator's face changed greatly. The Unhindered Sword Sect was one of the 4 most powerful sects in the Tianjiang prefecture. Their core disciples were all extremely talented. Every one of them was highly valued. If he were to attack them, he would be killed by the experts of the Unhindered Sword Sect. Sacrificing his life for an earth flame body burning stone was not a good deal. As for the other party pretending to be a core disciple of Unhindered Sword Sect, if this was discovered, his end would also be miserable. My apologies, the pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator cupped his fists to Qianzong before quickly turning around and leaving. Qianzong's expression didn't change at all, as if nothing had happened. He also strode forward. A pseudo-transcendent realm master was obviously not someone Yang Kai could contend with right now. Even if he was safe in Heavenly River City, it was impossible for him to stay here forever. He would have to leave sooner or later, and it was even more impossible for him to stay here and cultivate until he had the strength to contend with a pseudo-transcendent realm master. Challenging a stronger enemy was a form of training for oneself, but there had to be a limit. Qianzong didn't want to be hunted down by a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator in the future. If he wasn't careful, he could easily be killed. Those who thought they had an invincible destiny often didn't have a good end. As for announcing his identity as a core disciple of the Unhindered Sword Sect, it was a form of intimidation. When facing an enemy he couldn't defeat, it was necessary to borrow their strength. Qianzong didn't think it was shameful at all. Joining a powerful force, in addition to obtaining more resources and better inheritances, was nothing more than having an additional backer. He could use it as he wished, as long as he didn't use it to bully others. Stop. After taking a few steps, Qianzong's path was blocked again. It was a young man wearing a fiery red martial robe. His body exuded a scorching aura, indicating that he also cultivated a fire attribute secret art. It was one of the 10 rising stars, Gu Yaoyang. Hand over the jade book and the earth flame body incineration stone, and I'll spare your life. Gu Yaoyang's eyes were filled with ruthlessness and murderous intent. His voice was low and contained an astonishing amount of anger, as if he wanted to burn Qianzong to ashes. Qianzong could feel the scorching aura coming from the other party. 5th layer true martial realm, the other party cultivated a top-grade heaven-grade secret art and a top-grade heaven-grade martial art. Coupled with his extraordinary talent, his strength far surpassed his cultivation. Do you dare to make a move? Qianzong's lips curled into a cold sneer as he said unhurriedly. The cultivation of the early 5th layer true martial realm might be stronger, but it wasn't impossible to resist. This was different from the previous pseudo-transcendent realm. This sentence made Gu Yaoyang speechless, and he almost vomited blood. Did he dare to make a move? Of course not, this was Tianjiang City. Even his brother, Gu Zhiyang, didn't dare to make a move here. Otherwise, it would be a violation of Tianjiang City's laws and he would be punished. Not to mention the severity of the punishment, first of all, he would lose all his face. For people like them, this was unacceptable. If they resisted, it would be tantamount to ignoring the law. The consequences would be even more serious, and they might even implicate the sect. If you don't dare to make a move, then get out of my way, Chen Zong said. His sharp eyes made Gu Yaoyang unconsciously avoid them. Immediately, he became angry and a tyrannical aura spread out, as if it turned into an invisible wave of fire, fiercely bombarding Chen Zong, wanting to burn Chen Zong to ashes. What are you doing? You want to make a move? Don't you know where you are? A cold voice accompanied by a tyrannical killing intent swept over like a storm. In the blink of an eye, a few martial artists wearing light blue armor appeared at the side, each of them exuding the aura of the true martial realm. The aura of the leader of the group had even reached the late stage of the true martial realm. These were the guards of Tianjiang City. Remember, unless you hide in the city for the rest of your life. Gu Yaoyang was indignant, but he had no choice but to restrain his aura. He glared fiercely at Chen Zong, and after leaving these harsh words, he angrily turned and left. Chen Zong smiled lightly, ignoring the other's threat. He also ignored the guards of Tianjiang City. As long as they didn't make a move or provoke the guards of Tianjiang City, they would be fine. The Tianjiang guards withdrew their cold gazes from Chen Zong and Gu Yaoyang's backs. They snorted coldly and continued to patrol. Chen Zong once again went to the Lin family's practice room and rented a high-grade practice room. First, he took out the jade booklet. The booklet emitted a red light with a scorching heat, which was different from the heat of flames. A heaven-level body refining technique. Chen Zong murmured to himself. With some hope, he stuck the jade booklet between his eyebrows and used his spiritual power to communicate with it. Suddenly, a large amount of information poured into Chen Zong's mind like a torrent of hot qi and blood. Fortunately, Chen Zong's cultivation had reached this level, and his spiritual power had become stronger. His tolerance had also increased. He only felt a little bloated, but it didn't hurt. Mixed iron refining hands. This was the name of the heaven-level body refining technique in the jade booklet. Chen Zong carefully read and comprehended, experiencing the difference between body refinement martial arts and qi refinement martial arts. Qi refining techniques were based on the application of energy within the body, such as internal strength or true power. For example, in the true martial realm, one mainly used true power to perform martial arts. The body was a medium, and there wasn't much use of physical strength. This was also why martial artists who practiced body refining techniques could improve their strength, but they couldn't improve it too much. After all, they couldn't fully release their powerful strength. Different methods led to different results. However, the activation of body refining techniques like the mixed iron refining hands completely relied on physical strength, without the slightest use of true power. It was precisely because it was driven purely by the power of the physique that the body refining martial arts often possessed terrifying power. Normally, the strength of a body refining martial artist would be much more powerful than a qi refining martial artist of the same level. This was also one of the reasons why a body refining martial artist would be much stronger than a qi refining martial artist of the same level. The mixed iron refining hands began to move from the internal organs, releasing power, through the bones, and then into the muscles. It pushed the physical strength from the inside out, pushing the qi and blood, and finally released through the palms to form an extremely terrifying attack. It paid great attention to the instantaneous explosive power, which would bring about terrible destructive power. In short, this was a purely destructive body refining technique. It could explode the physical strength from the inside out in an instant, like the impact of the mixed elements, releasing an attack beyond the limit. The second characteristic was the blazing high temperature. It stimulated the strength from the internal organs, and after it passed through the bones and muscles, it stimulated the qi and blood, and in an instant, the qi and blood gathered in the palms. In an instant, the highly concentrated qi and blood would produce an astonishingly high temperature, enough to melt steel. These two characteristics led to the name of the mixed iron refining hands. Let's practice for a while, Chenzong said to himself, and then began to practice. The difficulty of practicing the mixed iron refining hands lay in the mobilization of the physical strength. It started from the internal organs, which required the internal organs to be strong enough, and it also required enough control of the body. Chenzong happened to have both of these requirements. With a thought, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels moved at the same time, emitting bursts of thunderous sounds. A powerful force was instantly unleashed, radiating outwards as it charged towards the 4 limbs and bones of his entire body. The power of his bones was stimulated, followed by the power of his tendons and veins. After that, it flowed into his muscles. As his muscles swelled and contracted, the power became increasingly powerful. The force was like a torrent, pouring into the qi and blood. The pure yang qi and blood, which originally contained a powerful force, were injected with this force. The temperature rose rapidly, and then surged like waves, one wave after another, all rushing to the palm of his right hand. Since he had just practiced and was not proficient enough, one could clearly see the bulging muscles of Chenzong's body, and the fiery red quickly spread to the palm of his hand. Then, the palm of his right hand swelled up, and became as red as a soldering iron that had been calcined in a raging fire. It wantonly emitted an astonishingly high temperature, and the surrounding air seemed to be slightly distorted. Chenzong could clearly feel that his right palm had swelled up as if it was about to explode. The blazing heat even seemed to burn the palm of his hand into ashes, and he had to vent it out. He slapped out with one hand and bombarded the metal iron pile. This kind of iron pile was strong enough to withstand the full attack of an ordinary LV6 genuine martial realm warrior without being damaged. With a bang, the iron pile trembled slightly, and wisps of white smoke rose in spirals. Chenzong's palm slightly sank into the iron pile, and when he raised his hand, one could see that there was a not deep but clear handprint on the iron pile. This was not only caused by the explosive force of the mixed iron refining hands, but also by the terrible heat. Fourth update: the man in charge of the Lin family's practice room carried a large amount of food to the door of the practice room and knocked on the closed door. Not long after, the door opened and a gust of hot air blew in like a gust of wind, making the man feel as if he was next to an oven. With his sharp eyes, he also caught a glimpse of the iron piles in the practice room, covered with scorched black palm prints. Some of them were very shallow, but some were very deep. Seeing those palm prints and feeling the scorching aura, this person couldn't help but tremble. As one of the managers of the training room, he deeply understood the hardness of the iron pillars. To be able to leave such palm prints on the iron pillars, the person's strength must be very strong. Please enjoy. After using honorifics, the man quickly turned around and left. Chenzong gobbled up the food that was delivered. After filling his stomach, he put the cutlery outside the door and closed it again. After a short rest, Chenzong continued to practice. For 3 days in a row, Chenzong cultivated the chaotic iron forging hands, striving to grasp this body refinement martial art and be able to execute it in an instant. Who knows, it might be useful in battle in the future. Relying on his amazing control of his body and strength, Chenzong's practice progress was gratifying. In 3 days, he had mastered it. With a thought, the power was released from his internal organs and poured into his pure yang qi and blood through his bones and muscles, and then condensed into his palms. His palms immediately swelled up and became red like soldering iron that had been calcined for a long time, emitting an amazing heat. From the activation of the power to the swelling of his palms, the whole process was very short, only in the blink of an eye. However, his palms didn't attack. Instead, after a slight pause, Chenzong's hand shook slightly, and the highly condensed pure yang qi and blood quickly dispersed. In just a few blinks of an eye, his palms returned to their original state. The mixed iron forging hand is indeed very powerful, but it also consumes a lot of physical strength. Chenzong thought. With the physical strength that Chenzong had now, he could only activate it 5 times in a row. Immediately, Chenzong took out the earth fire body burning stone. It was time to use it to practice the golden jade bone skill. Holding the earth fire body burning stone, Chenzong could feel waves of heat burning his palms. However, compared to when he used the mixed iron forging hand, there was still some difference, so he didn't feel uncomfortable. After assuming the posture of the second stage of the Golden Jade Bone skill, Xianxia used the second stage of the Golden Jade Bone skill to train his tough bones. The earth-fire body-burning stone's heat was immediately attracted, flowing into his palms, and then spread to his bones, the heat to his palms. Not long after, this kind of blazing heat covered the surface of the bones all over his body, flowing like water. Because of the practice of the mixed iron forging hand, Xianxia's palms were used to the high temperature, but his bones were not. The heat of the heat was much stronger than the Qi Flame body tempering pill he had taken before, which immediately made Xianxia suffer a lot of pain. His whole body trembled unconsciously, but Xianxia forced himself to endure it. Again and again, he used the high temperature to calcine his bones, eliminating the impurities in his bones, and absorbing the power contained in the high temperature. His bones were strengthened at an amazing speed. His skin was also affected by the high temperature of his bones. It turned red, as if it was steamed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, Xianxia kept practicing. When he reached his limit, he stopped to rest. He practiced swordsmanship or martial arts. When he rested, he continued. Most of his time was spent on the practice of the Golden Jade Bone skill. 7 days, for a full 7 days, Xianxia's bones trembled slightly, making a series of sounds. A powerful force was brewing in them, and then, like a storm, it swept through his whole body. The tendons and muscles all over his body seemed to be impacted. They trembled and quickly became stronger. This change lasted for a full hour before it stopped. The heat flow receded, and the originally white bones emitted a golden luster. They seemed to be tougher and tougher. This was the Golden Jade Bone. The second level of the Golden Jade Bone skill, the Golden Jade Bone skill, was completed. After 7 days of absorption, only a small piece of the earth flame burning stone was left. It was less than 1/10 of its original size. Even if it was completely absorbed, it would not be able to practice the third level of the Golden Jade Bone skill. The second level was more difficult than the first, and the third level was much more difficult than the second. When he moved his body, his bones trembled again and again, making a series of crisp sounds, which echoed in the practice room. Xianxia could feel that his whole body was filled with a powerful force, as if he could smash a mountain with one punch. Arm strength of 50,000 pounds. This was undoubtedly a terrifying force. Perhaps because of the different system, it could not be fully exerted, but it could also significantly improve Xianxia's strength and survival ability. With a thought, he exerted force from his more resilient organs. The violent force instantly rushed through his whole body, poured into his purer and more vigorous pure yang qi and blood, and then rushed to his palm. The swelling of his palm became more obvious and redder. The air around his palm was distorted, and the temperature was even higher than before. The power of the mixed iron refining hand was closely related to the cultivator's body refining cultivation. In addition, it was also closely related to the degree of comprehension of the martial arts. The difference in power between using the first level of the mysterious Golden Jade Bone technique and using the second level of the mysterious Golden Jade Bone technique was very obvious. When the palm hit the iron pile, the terrifying force immediately left the deepest palm print on the iron pile. Half of the iron pile was caved in, and the side was deformed because of the pressure. This palm was enough to kill most of the LV6 genuine martial realm warriors. He spent some time to absorb the rest of the earth flame burning body stone. Unfortunately, the third level of the Golden Jade Bone skill did not improve much, and even his strength did not increase significantly. At this point, the cultivation came to an end. Xianxia left the practice room. Suddenly, Xianxia felt that he was being followed, but the stalker did not do anything except stare at him. Is it Gu Yaoyang's people? The thought flashed through his mind. It seemed to be possible. Xianxia went to a crowded place. With the help of the crowd, he used his body movement. He was as agile as a fish, shuttling through the crowd. After 7 or 8 turns, the feeling of being followed disappeared. Damn it. The stalker's expression changed, and he hurriedly looked around. After getting rid of the stalker, Xianxia quickly went to the city gate. The training that the trip to Tianjiang City could bring was enough. It was time to go to other places. But Xianxia, my young master invites you. 2 people in blue and white armor blocked Xianxia's way. One of them had a cold expression, while the other had a smile on his face. Both of them were at LV7 of the genuine martial realm. "Who are you two young masters?" Chenzong asked in reply. "Young Mansion Master." The other person's answer surprised Chenzong. Young Mansion Master, that was undoubtedly the Young Mansion Master of Tianjiang Prefecture. What did he want from him? "Please lead the way," Chenzong said after thinking for a while. "Please." The two people turned around and led the way for Chenzong. Under the two people's lead, Chenzong came to a restaurant. The restaurant was very big and tall. It looked magnificent and magnificent. Goldeny Restaurant. The flag with 5 big words fluttered in the wind like a flying phoenix. The two people who led the way did not say anything except at the beginning. They walked into the restaurant, went up the stairs, and went straight to the 5th floor. The 5th floor was divided into 2 parts, with a wide corridor in the middle. They walked to the left and stopped in front of a magnificent door with a dragon pattern. One of them knocked on the door, opened it, and walked in. After a few breaths, he came out again. "Go in. Young Mansion Master is inside." After saying this to Chenzong, the two people stood on both sides of the door like guards. Pushing open the door, Chenzong stepped in. At first glance, he felt dizzy because the decorations inside were too gorgeous. Everywhere was golden and dazzling, with dragons and phoenixes carved on them. There were also decorations made of transparent crystals. Chenzong was sure that this was the most gorgeous decoration he had ever seen. All eyes fell on Chenzong's face. Some were curious, some were playful, and some were sharp. Chenzong could feel 2 of them. The first one was hostile and murderous, as if there was a great hatred between them. The second one was high and mighty, like a monarch looking down on him. The first one was from Long Zhangji. The second gaze came from a young man in a loose robe who was sitting on a high platform in the middle. He was the young man riding the golden scale beast, the Young Mansion Master of Tianjiang Prefecture, whom he had seen on the street when he first entered Tianjiang City. Suddenly, Long Zhangji stood up and pointed at Chenzong. He shouted angrily, "How dare you not kneel in front of the Young Mansion Master? How dare you?" Chenzong glanced at Long Zhangji and ignored him. He looked at the Young Mansion Master and cupped his fists to salute him. He was neither servile nor overbearing. "Young Mansion Master, may I know what you want from me?" Long Zhangji's expression changed drastically. He was ignored, and murderous intent gathered in his eyes. "Kneel down!" Long Zhangji shouted. He jumped up, and a dazzling sword light bloomed in the air. The sword light was blazing and powerful, and it pierced through the air toward Chenzong. The surrounding people were watching the show. The Young Mansion Master had a playful smile on his face, but he did not stop Long Zhangji. Chenzong took in everyone's expressions and roughly understood what they were thinking. Chenzong took a step forward. Not only did he not dodge, he even took the initiative to meet Long Zhangji's fierce sword light. Everyone was stunned. Then, a silver sword light pierced through the air and pierced through Long Zhangji's sword light. When the two swords collided, an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out, and countless sparks flew in all directions. Long Zhangji, who was in the air, fell back to his original place. He was secretly shocked. His sudden attack did not hurt Long Zhangji, and Long Zhangji was still safe and sound. Although he did not use his full strength, at least 50% of his strength was enough to kill an ordinary LV3 genuine martial realm martial artist. Today's first update, clap, 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 crisp and slow applause rang out, echoing endlessly in the magnificent hall. The Young Mansion Master was clapping with a condescending smile on his face. He looked at Chenzong with appreciation in his eyes, as if he was looking at a sword. This kind of look made people uncomfortable. "No wonder you're the sword son of the reigning sword sect. Your swordsmanship is extraordinary," the Young Mansion Master said. Everyone was surprised. Before this, they didn't know Chenzong's background. He was the sword son of the reigning sword sect. Except for the Young Mansion Master, the rest of the people present were not as powerful as Chenzong. Immediately, they stopped looking at him playfully. "I've seen the reigning sword technique. It's amazing. I wonder how many moves you've learned," the Young Mansion Master asked again. "Just a dozen moves," Chenzong answered vaguely. You should answer the young mansion master's question in detail. What kind of attitude is this? Long Zhangji scolded again, trying his best to play the role of an excellent henchman. However, Qinzong ignored him again. Long Zhangji gritted his teeth, but he couldn't do anything because he knew why the young mansion master asked Qinzong to come. Although he was unwilling, he had to cooperate. Young mansion master is 27 years old this year. His cultivation is at LV7 of the genuine martial realm. He's ranked in the second-tier group of geniuses in Tianjiang Prefecture and is about to become the first-tier group. In the next 3 years, he'll definitely become a supreme talent, Long Zhangji said again, praising the young mansion master's merits. Qinzong wasn't surprised at all. The young mansion master of Tianjiang Prefecture was named Long Xiaojun. He was currently ranked in the second-tier group of geniuses. Qinzong already knew this. As for whether he could become a supreme talent in the next 3 years, it was still unknown. You're the sword son of the reigning sword sect, which means you're extraordinary. I need a genius like you to work for me. Long Xiaojun of the Imperial Xiaofu Palace spoke unhurriedly, but his words were overbearing. He did not beat around the bush and directly mentioned that he wanted to recruit Qinzong to work for him. It could be said that these people were all loyal to Long Xiaojun. Other than Long Zhangji, the others were also geniuses from the various clans in Tianjiang City. They had long become young Master Long's subordinates. Therefore, before Qinzong could reply, they all began to talk about how good the young master was. They wished they could agree on Qinzong's behalf. Thank you for your attention, young master, but I'm used to being free. I'm afraid I won't be able to stand being restricted, Qinzong said. He had rejected young Master Long's invitation. How dare you reject the vice mansion master? Long Changji reprimanded Qinzong again, but he was actually very happy in his heart. If Qinzong had accepted the vice mansion master's invitation, then he probably wouldn't have had the chance to take revenge on Qinzong. However, things were different now. You're rejecting me. Young Master Long's tone was calm, but everyone lowered their heads slightly. They all knew young Master Long's personality. The calmer he was, the angrier he was. If the vice mansion master doesn't have anything else to say, Qinzong will take his leave. Qinzong didn't want to stay here any longer. People who walked different paths couldn't work together. After that, Qinzong turned around and walked towards the door. When he opened the door, he was blocked by the 2 guards at the door. Qinzong turned around and looked at the vice mansion master, young Master Long. His expression didn't change at all. He just looked at young Master Long quietly. If the other party really didn't let him leave, then he would have to fight. Let him go, young Master Long said. The 2 guards at the door immediately retreated quickly and decisively. Qinzong retracted his gaze and stepped out, leaving the Golden Grace in. Young master, this person is too arrogant. He doesn't take you seriously at all. Long Changji tried his best to persuade young Master Long. Young master, please let me do it. I want to teach him a lesson and let him know the consequences of offending you. Do it well, young Master Long just said. Since Qinzong dared to reject him like this, he wouldn't let him go so easily. Yes. Long Changji was immediately happy. He hurriedly chased after Qinzong. He was worried that if he delayed too long, Qinzong would run far away and he wouldn't be able to find him. Young Master Long wasn't worried that Long Changji couldn't teach Qinzong a lesson. In his opinion, since Qinzong could become the sword son of the unhindered sword sect, he must be very talented. However, he hadn't cultivated for long. Long Changji, on the other hand, was now at the early stage of the LV4 true martial realm. His strength was far stronger than ordinary LV4 true martial realm warriors. Even if he couldn't teach Qinzong a lesson, he could at least escape unscathed. As for using the guards of Tianjiang City to force Qinzong to stay and imprison him, young Master Long had thought about it. However, he immediately ruled it out. First of all, it was not worthwhile to use the guards of Tianjiang City for one person. It would make things worse and even develop out of control. Long Xiaojun hated the feeling of being out of control. Second of all, Qinzong had some background. If the unhindered sword sect intervened, it would be troublesome no matter what. Young Master Long felt that he was superior, but he didn't think that he could crush the unhindered sword sect with the strength of Tianjiang Prefecture. That kind of high-level competition was not something he could deal with at his level. Soon, Chenzong arrived at the gate of the city. The feeling of being followed appeared again. Chenzong walked out of the gate at an extremely fast speed. Then, a fiery red figure chased after him. Then, another figure also caught up with him. One of them was Gu Yaoyang, and the other was Long Zhangji. Both of them were targeting Chenzong. Not long after leaving Tianjiang City, Chenzong was caught by Gu Yaoyang on the wide road. Actually, Chenzong had slowed down to let him catch up. We are no longer in Tianjiang City. Hand over those two things, and I will spare your life. Gu Yaoyang's body was emitting a scorching aura. His red martial robe was fluttering in the wind. His voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent. That is, I recognize him. He is Gu Yaoyang, one of the top 10 new stars. Who is that? Gu Yaoyang has his eyes on him. I wonder who he is. Look at the symbol on his robe. That is the symbol of the Zongjing sword sect. Compared to Gu Yaoyang, Chenzong's reputation was not as prominent. Even though the 4 words Unhindered Sword Master were very famous, and the 4 words Unhindered Sword Master were also very famous, but Chenzong did not have these 4 words above his head. At most, he could recognize the symbol of the Zongjing sword sect on his robe. The Xinjiang sect and the Zongjing sword sect were on the same level. Now that the disciples of the two sects were about to fight, everyone was excited. There were many people on the road. They were all attracted to the fight, but they did not dare to get close. They just watched from afar. At this moment, Long Zhangji also caught up. He unsheathed his sword, and cold light shot out. His terrifying aura was approaching Chenzong. This person offended the vice chief, but the vice chief is generous and does not want to take his life. He only ordered me to teach him a lesson, Long Zhangji said. His words put Chenzong in a passive position. You are very brave, aren't you? Gu Yaoyang smiled playfully. The vice chief was, of course, the vice chief of the Tianjiang Prefecture, Long Xiaojun. He was one of the geniuses in the second-tier camp in the Tianjiang Prefecture. He was almost certain to enter the first-tier camp in the future, and he also had the royal bloodline. No matter how proud Gu Yaoyang was, he did not want to make an enemy of such a person. After all, there was no benefit to it. Hearing this, the people around were also shocked. As people who often went in and out of the Tianjiang Prefecture, the words vice chief were even more intimidating. There was actually someone who was so blind as to offend the vice mansion master. Wasn't this person tired of living? For a moment, many people laughed at Chenzong's misfortune. Without giving Chenzong a chance to explain, Long Zhangji's figure flashed and his sword pierced through the air. The faint sound of a dragon's roar was heard, as if it came from the horizon. It grew closer and closer. It went from faint to loud, as if it was ringing in everyone's ears. The spectators felt dizzy and almost lost control of the power in their bodies. The dragon cry swordsmanship, the upper heaven-level swordsmanship, belonged to the royal family and was not spread outside. Long Zhangji could practice this swordsmanship because he was surnamed Long and had awakened a trace of royal bloodline. Secondly, he was talented. When the dragon cry swordsmanship was performed, it would be accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. This sound would interfere with the opponent's spiritual will and cause him to lose control of his power. It was with this dragon cry swordsmanship that Long Zhangji had killed a martial artist at LV5 of the genuine martial realm. The sword was shaped like a dragon, and it was accompanied by a fierce roar. Unlike when he was in the Golden Grace restaurant, Long Zhangji didn't hold back in the slightest, and he used his full strength to activate his sword technique without holding back at all. It wasn't as simple as just teaching Chenzong a lesson, and he carried the goal of heavily injuring Chenzong. Chenzong's expression remained unchanged. He shook his right hand, and the silver sword light broke through the air. A sense of dominance spread out, and it was indestructible and invincible. The 16th move of the Sword of Traversing, with one sword, the dragon-shaped sword light was shattered, and the dizzying dragon's roar came to an abrupt end, like a duck being choked by its neck. The two swords collided, and the friction produced fierce sparks. The long sword in Long Zhangji's hand was constantly trembling, and he felt like it was going to fly out of his hand. Chen Zong's long sword broke through the air with unparalleled sharpness, and nothing could stop it. Long Zhangji's expression changed greatly, and he quickly retreated. With a shake of his wrist, his true power rushed out like a torrent. The sword light splashed into a ball, strong and dazzling. Accompanied by an astonishing whistling sound, the terrifying sword chi cut the wide road into pieces. Then, countless sword lights gathered into a dazzling one, and fiercely chopped down. The astonishing sword pressure was the first to cut the road below. This sword was going to cut Chen Zong in half. Through the dazzling sword light, one could see the fierce killing intent in Long Zhangji's eyes and the ferocious expression on his face. He was like a bloodthirsty demon. The hatred in his heart for Chen Zong was completely vented through this sword. Chen Zong's expression was cold and solemn. His swordsmanship did not change. It was still the 16th move of the horizontal swordsmanship, but it seemed to be faster. Urgent monthly votes, what a fierce sword. Gu Yaoyang's pupils contracted slightly. That sword was not only fast, but also powerful. However, that was also the specialty of the unrivaled swordsmanship faction. It had both strength and speed. Fast was not enough to describe it. Fierce was the only word that could describe it. Fast and strong, sharp and domineering, it was fierce. Long Zhangji's complexion was unsightly. That sword had been blocked by the pseudo-spiritual armor, but the terrifying power had still penetrated the pseudo-spiritual armor and hit his body. He felt as if his bones had been broken, and he could feel bursts of pain just by breathing. In his heart, he was even more shocked, and a storm was raging. He had used all his strength, which was enough to kill an ordinary LV5 genuine martial realm martial artist, but he was defeated by his opponent. How was that possible? He could not accept it. I'll kill you. Long Zhangji growled like a trapped beast. His true force was pushed to the extreme, and his sword pierced through the air like a ferocious dragon destroying the world. It carried a shocking killing intent. It was beyond the limit, and it carried a killing intent. It was merciless. Chen Zong's eyes suddenly turned cold. He had not used all his strength in that sword attack, but since his opponent had done so, there was no need to hold back. Silver sword radiance suddenly appeared like a meteor piercing through the sky, shattering the bright moon. The sword swept through the world with disdain. Kill, the dragon-shaped sword radiance was shattered, and the silver sword radiance was invincible. It was sharp and domineering. Long Zhangji did not have time to react. He could only watch as the sword radiance enlarged in front of him and filled his eyes. Then, the world disappeared. Then, an indescribable pain came from his throat and spread throughout his body. Following that, his strength was quickly released from his throat. The world in front of him became blurry and dim. Finally, he fell into oblivion. He's dead. He's killed. He even dared to kill the young mansion master's men. He's finished. The surrounding people were horrified. That was the young mansion master's man, and he had offended the young mansion master by killing him. The consequences would be severe. Gu Yaoyang was also shocked, but it soon turned into a sneer. I have to admire you. You even dared to kill the young mansion master's men. Gu Yaoyang sneered. He would not provoke the young mansion master, but it did not mean that he was afraid. Think about yourself. Chen Zong retorted. Soon, you won't be able to say anything. Gu Yaoyang's true power revolved. The True Yang Sect's heaven-level True Yang Great Technique was pushed to the extreme. The terrifying True Yang True Power emitted an astonishing heat, and Gu Yaoyang's red martial robe seemed to be burning. The air started to twist under the high temperature. Gu Yaoyang threw out a punch in the air. The fiery red fist brought with it the power of the sun. The fist pressure was like an invisible stream of fire. Even though they were far away, everyone could feel the heat, which made their mouths dry up. Chen Zong's feeling was even more intense. He felt as if his entire body was being roasted by the flames next to a large furnace. However, his expression did not change in the slightest. There was still a gap between this high temperature and cultivating the mixed iron forging hand. The fiery red fist pierced through the air and blasted in front of him, rapidly enlarging in his eyes. Chen Zong slashed out with his sword. The silver sword light tore through the sky like lightning and collided with the fiery red fist. It exploded and dissipated. The scorching aura spread along the sword, wanting to burn Qinzong's arm. The terrifying true power swept in all directions and attacked Gu Yaoyang. Gu Yaoyang's arm shook and scattered the true power. He opened up his fists, and streaks of fiery red fist prints pierced through the air and blasted towards Qinzong. They were densely packed like a rainstorm, or like a meteor shower. Every fist contained the true power of the extreme yang, and every fist was a move of the 9 profound true yang Dao of the heaven-level top-grade martial arts. Its power was overbearing and extremely terrifying. Rumbling sounds could be heard, and the surrounding Daos were shattered and collapsed under the pressure of the fists. The scorching aura spread all around, as if something was being ignited. 2 silver sword lights tore through the sky and slashed out. Every sword was sharp and overbearing. There was no fear. No matter how strong you are, I am stronger. No matter how strong your fists are, I will break it with my sword. Slash. Slash. Gu Yaoyang's strength wasn't something that Long Zhangji could compare with. He was one of the top 10 new stars, and all his cultivation techniques and martial arts were of the best quality of heaven level. Moreover, it was the true Yang sect guarding martial codex. It wasn't something that ordinary best quality of heaven-level martial arts could compare with. Moreover, Gu Yaoyang's cultivation was at the early 5th level of the true martial realm, which was a whole level higher than Long Zhangji's. No matter how one looked at it, Gu Yaoyang was above Long Zhangji. It was reasonable for him to be stronger than Long Zhangji. Long Zhangji's sword strike with all his strength could not bring much pressure to Qinzong. However, every punch from Gu Yaoyang made Qinzong feel extremely pressured. At the moment when the fist and sword collided, a ferocious power exploded. Qinzong clearly felt that Gu Yaoyang's body was very strong, breaking the limits of the human body. Qinzong was secretly surprised. Since he started cultivating, he had encountered many opponents. However, he had never met anyone who could break the limits of the human body. Gu Yaoyang was the first, and his strength was very strong. Qinzong guessed that his arm strength was no less than 20,000 jin. No wonder Gu Yaoyang bid for the heaven-level refining martial arts and the earth flame burning stone at the auction. Gu Yaoyang was also very surprised because he could feel that his opponent's body strength was very strong. It was not inferior to his own. How was this possible? It should be known that the true yang true force cultivated by the true yang technique had a certain body tempering effect. Even if one did not cultivate a body tempering technique, their body would often be much stronger than ordinary martial artists. Gu Yaoyang's lineage, other than cultivating the true yang technique, also cultivated a body tempering technique. After a few years of hard work, he broke the limits of the human body and continued to improve. Now, his strength alone had reached a shocking 20,000 jin. Before, when he bid for the heaven-level refining martial arts, he planned to cultivate it himself. On the other hand, he wanted to bring it back to the true Yang sect. On the other hand, he bid for the earth flame burning stone to improve his body and strengthen his body. Now, he chased after Qinzong to get the heaven-level refining martial arts and the earth flame burning stone. On the other hand, he wanted to teach Qinzong a lesson for himself. Mysterious Yang body. With a low shout, Gu Yaoyang activated the body tempering technique. Suddenly, his muscles and bones trembled. His skin turned red and emitted a red halo. The temperature of his body rose sharply. He threw out a punch. The power seemed to be even stronger, accompanied by a shockingly high temperature. Mysterious jade body. Qinzong also activated the first stage of the mysterious jade golden bone technique. Suddenly, the power in his body became more compact. His skin also changed. It became like white jade and emitted a warm halo. Fighting force with force, it was as if a drum was being beaten. The terrifying chi shockwaves caused the ground to shatter. Excited by the prospect, both Qinzong and Gu Yaoyang temporarily restrained their true power and changed to fighting force with force. Qinzong also did not use his sword. Instead, he used his fists and palms to attack. He wanted to test his own body tempering technique. Boom. Boom, boom. It had to be said that the battle between body tempering martial artists was even more impactful than chi refining martial artists. That kind of pure head-on confrontation with pure power made people's blood boil. They were so excited that they could not help but scream. fist to fist, it was as if two demonic beasts were fighting to the death. Gu Yaoyang's fist landed on Chen Zong's chest. The scorching qi impact was blocked by the mysterious jade body. However, Chen Zong still felt a scorching heat coming from where he was hit. There was even a scorching power that wanted to invade his body. At the same time, Chen Zong's palm landed on Gu Yaoyang's shoulder. The terrifying power condensed into one, crushing steel. Gu Yaoyang felt as if his shoulder was about to be crushed. After a short battle, Chen Zong roughly determined Gu Yaoyang's body-tempering martial arts. It was almost at the level of the first stage of the mysterious jade golden bone technique. Diamond bone. With a low shout, his whole body trembled. His bones seemed to come alive. It was like a hidden dragon coming out of the abyss, releasing a shocking amount of power. Along with the dense sound of frying beans, a golden light suddenly spread out from the bones. It passed through the veins, muscles, and blood, and then appeared on the skin. It merged with the white halo of the mysterious jade body and turned into a platinum color. Gu Yaoyang's face suddenly changed. He could acutely feel the change in Chen Zong's qi. It became more violent, as if a demonic beast was about to turn into an ancient demonic beast. This was not true power, but the real power of the physique. His opponent was actually hiding his body-tempering martial arts. There was no time to think. Chen Zong had already sent out a palm strike. This palm strike was much faster than before, and it carried with it an extremely terrifying pressure. The pressure was like an invisible mountain pressing down, causing the surrounding air to solidify. An invisible force pressed down from all directions, binding Chen Zong's body and making it difficult for him to move. Open! Gu Yaoyang's face was red. He pushed his qi to the extreme. His whole body swelled up, and his bones and muscles let out a shocking sound of thunder. However, the difference between his body-tempering martial arts and Chen Zong's was very obvious. He felt that it was very difficult. Gu Yaoyang had no choice but to push his true power. It instantly filled his entire body and broke free from the invisible pressure. He then punched out. This punch was a little rushed and seemed to be very difficult. The sound was like thunder. Under Chen Zong's tyrannical punch, Gu Yaoyang's whole body flew out. He felt as if he was attacked by an extremely ferocious demonic beast. All his bones and muscles felt like they were twitching. You used the earth flame body burning stone? Gu Yaoyang retreated and adjusted his body. He thought of something and his face changed. He asked in a hurried tone. You guessed right. Chen Zong took a step forward and punched out again. The fist broke through the air and whistled like a dragon. Under the pressure of the terrifying fist, a gully was plowed open on the ground. You deserve to die. Gu Yaoyang was suddenly furious. His goal was to obtain the heaven-level body-tempering martial arts and the earth flame body-burning stone. The latter was especially important. After all, he mainly cultivated qi and secondary body tempering. There was not much difference whether he had the body-tempering martial arts or not. The earth flame body-burning stone was actually used. This was unforgivable. In his rage, Gu Yaoyang's long robe seemed to have turned into flames. His long hair also flew up into the sky and was dyed red. It was as if he had turned into a flame that wanted to burn through the sky. Is everyone waiting for the double monthly ticket after 12 o'clock on the 15th? Gu Yaoyang's long hair was as red as flames. His robe fluttered in the wind like a stream of fire. At this moment, Gu Yaoyang looked as if he had turned into a man made of flames. That kind of recklessness and brashness made people's minds tremble. Sent pound immediately, Gu Yaoyang's eyes seemed to be covered in fire. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes like two streams of fire. Gu Yaoyang looked like he was about to fly into the air. Under the high temperature, the sand below gradually softened and showed signs of melting into water. This was the sign of cultivating true yang to an extremely high level. No wonder he was one of the 10 rising stars. His talent was terrifying. He's so strong. Too strong. With this kind of strength, he won't be defeated even if he meets a LV7 genuine martial realm martial artist. They were all shocked. He's just one of the 10 rising stars. He's improving so fast. Half a year ago, Gu Yaoyang and the others were only in the early stage of LV4 genuine martial realm. Half a year later, they had reached the early stage of LV5. This kind of speed made many genuine martial realm martial artists envious. Most genuine martial realm martial artists couldn't increase their cultivation by one level after a year of hard work. Some even needed 2 or 3 years, or even 4 or 5 years. The higher the level, the more difficult it was to increase their cultivation. There was no comparison at all. This disciple of the Zhonghu sword sect is doomed. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be half dead. Everyone felt that they had one more topic to talk about. As for the dead Long Zhangji, he was now lying not far away. Everyone had forgotten about him for the time being. Chen Zong's expression was grave. At this moment, Gu Yaoyang gave him a lot of pressure. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zong's body relaxed, but his spirit became more condensed. He activated the Zhonghu art and reached the 17th level. Yes, Chen Zong's cultivation had reached the early stage of LV4 genuine martial realm. The purity of his Zhonghu true force was not inferior to Gu Yaoyang's true yang force. The art of traversing had been cultivated to the 17th level, and the traversing sword technique had also been upgraded to the 17th style. Suddenly, an invincible traversing will spread out from Chen Zong's body. His whole body seemed to have turned into a sharp sword, sweeping across the world in all directions. Nothing could resist it. That unhindered sword sect disciple seems to be very strong as well. He's only in the early stage of the 4th LV of the true martial realm. How can he emit such a terrifying aura? I don't think he's any weaker than Gu Yaoyang. There doesn't seem to be such a person among the 10 rising stars. The onlookers were all shocked and began to guess the specific identity of Chen Zong. However, they did not know that Chen Zong was the current sword master of Zongheng. 9 Profound True Yang Dao. Heavenly Yang Fist. As Gu Yaoyang's voice was loud and mighty, he leaped into the air, radiating a shocking light and heat. He punched out, and all the light and heat poured into his fist. It was like the sun in the sky, shining in all directions, making people unable to look at it directly. It also brought with it a terrifying strike that could destroy everything. An ear-piercing rumbling sound rang out like a raging sea. Under the terrifying pressure of the fist, the ground below collapsed. This fist seemed to be able to shatter the earth. Chen Zong was the first to bear the brunt. The terrifying pressure of the fist almost suffocated him. When he breathed, a shocking heat rushed into his nose and into his body, as if it was going to burn his lungs. It was not a good feeling, and it would affect the performance of his power. However, Chen Zong ignored the heat. He breathed in the sun, because he had experienced something even hotter than this, more than once. Traversing sword. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered, and the 2 swords pierced through the air. One sword was vertical, and the other was horizontal. The 2 swords combined to sweep across the world. The silver cross-shaped sword light carried an invincible traversing will, as if it was going to cut the sky into 4 pieces. The sword light shattered, and the sun collapsed. Chen Zong rushed into the sky, and the 2 swords attacked Gu Yaoyang like a storm. The silver sword light was extremely dazzling, destroying the sky. Burning Sun Millstone. Gu Yaoyang performed the unique skill of the Jiushuan True Yang method again. As he waved his hands, the strong light and heat spread out, and a red millstone with a diameter of 2 meters was condensed out of thin air, burning with shocking flames. The millstone rotated, blocking and dispersing the countless silver sword lights that were like a torrential downpour. Moreover, it pressed down from the sky. The extremely terrifying pressure seemed to be able to cause the earth to sink. This kind of feeling was like the sun in the sky had really fallen, causing Chen Zong's mouth to dry up and his heart to beat faster. With a cold face, he still performed the 17th movement of the traversing sword, breaking through the air. The traversing sword was like this. One movement replaced the previous one, and one was stronger than the previous one. With the 17th movement, Chen Zong naturally would not perform the weaker 16th movement. Although there was only one movement in each movement, that movement had many variations and usages. It could be performed from different angles, and it could perfectly combine strength and speed to the fullest. There were no hands or swords, only streaks of silver light that were sharp and domineering, attacking the falling burning sun millstone from different angles. In an instant, there were hundreds of silver sword light stabbing. The burning sun millstone paused, and there seemed to be a cracking sound, and cracks appeared. The two swords broke through the air, and the silver cross sword light seemed to mark the void. The burning sun millstone was directly shattered. Body and sword as one, he passed through the shattered burning sun millstone and attacked Gu Yaoyang. Under the attack of the two swords, Gu Yaoyang rushed into the sky, and his arms were trembling. Gu Yaoyang's arms were covered with armor, and it blocked the attack of the swords. Otherwise, Chen Zong's two swords would have already cut off his arms. Gu Yaoyang's face was ugly. He had already used all his strength, but he still could not defeat an unknown person. He was furious. His anger rose, and his true power seemed to be more active and violent. He fell from the sky, and the light and heat emitted from his body were even more shocking. Jiuxuan True Sun. True Sun Demon Suppression. The momentum was grand, and the sound of heaven was vast, as if it came from the sky. Gu Yaoyang seemed to have turned into a burning sun, and the heat he emitted could melt steel. At this moment, Gu Yaoyang seemed to be supreme, and Chen Zong seemed to have turned into a demon, and was about to be suppressed. Sword of Traversing. 17th form. The light in his eyes was like a sword out of its scabbard, piercing through the sky. The will in his chest was unstoppable, and he looked down on the 9 heavens. The power of the Sword of Traversing was not only closely related to the level of the traversing art, but also the number of forms of the Sword of Traversing. Other than that, it was also related to one's spirit and willpower. The traversing Sword of Traversing required a strong willpower that could traverse the heaven and earth. If it was a person who was depressed or content with pleasure, he would not be able to unleash the power of the traversing Sword of Traversing. Along the way, Chen Zong had overcome all the obstacles and met strong enemies. He had killed them one by one, and this had forged his confidence and belief. This was the willpower of the traversing Sword of Traversing. Physique, true power, sword art, willpower, body and sword as one, spiritual chi of heaven and earth, all of this had forged Chen Zong's sword attack, the most powerful one. It was unstoppable, and there was nothing it could not break. Kill. The true sun was shattered, and the sword light was scattered. Gu Yaoyang was blown away, and Chen Zong was falling down. As soon as they landed, they had finished gathering their power. They shot up into the sky again, and with the traversing 8 directions movement, they crossed hundreds of meters in a flash. The two swords carried a shocking power and pierced through the air. Gu Yaoyang forced himself to restrain his power. Looking down from above, he used both his fists and legs to fight back like a weapon. A strong light bloomed in the air, and circles of ripples spread out like water. Crisp sounds could be heard continuously. The battle was very intense. The two of them fought from the air to the ground, and the ground around them exploded in an instant. Waves of dirt rose up a few meters high, and the gravel turned into powder, spreading out in all directions. The sword and the fist collided. It was a fierce battle between two super geniuses. Everyone around them opened their eyes wide and held their breaths. Their hearts were beating several times faster than usual. Shocking, it was really too shocking. This unknown disciple of the Traversing Sword sect could actually fight with Gu Yaoyang, one of the top 10 new stars, to such an extent. He did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. It was really too shocking. Who was this person? What was his identity in the Traversing Sword sect? Gu Yaoyang was just as surprised as the others. Where did this person come from? Why was he so strong? Also, his cultivation was not as good as his. Did this mean that his talent was above his? Highly concentrated, the Traversing Sword technique's 17th move was not reserved. Kill, kill, kill. Gu Yaoyang was an extremely strong opponent, and he was one of the top 10 new stars. This made Chen Zong feel like his blood was about to boil. Defeating such a strong opponent, would bring him great achievements. The stronger the willpower, the more condensed the power of the sword technique. His traversing sword technique surged through his body, as if it was trying to reach a higher level. When practicing the traversing sword technique, Chen Zong would often first comprehend its mysteries and then practice it. The effect was usually better. Now, Chen Zong had comprehended the traversing sword technique to the 20th level, which meant that he did not need to comprehend it anymore. He could practice it directly until he reached the 20th level, and then comprehend the 21st level. In fact, when Qinzong obtained the golden jade bone technique and returned to the black bamboo residence in the traversing sword sect to practice, he coincidentally made a breakthrough in the traversing sword technique and reached the 17th level. It had been almost a month since then. Fight, 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 his true power surged again and again, becoming more and more tyrannical, as if it was about to break out of his body. Suddenly, the traversing sword technique circulation path changed slightly, but it was this change that suddenly increased the purity of the traversing sword technique. The 18th level of the traversing sword technique, following that, his true power became more and more vigorous. Middle stage of the 4th level of the genuine martial realm, with the purification of the traversing sword technique, its power became more and more powerful. Qinzong's strength also increased. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, as if the sword was about to break open. Immediately, Qinzong's two swords attacked. This time, the power of the sword technique seemed to have increased by quite a bit. It was faster and stronger. Even fiercer, the 18th move of the traversing sword technique. Begging for another monthly vote, the sword light was as bright as the silver sky. Sharp, as if it could pierce through anything hard. Domineering, as if it could suppress all resistance. Violent, as if it could destroy all resistance. Fast, unparalleled, strong, unparalleled, this sword, unparalleled, invincible, the bright silver light filled Gu Yaoyang's eyes and continued to enlarge. In the end, it took over the world in front of him. That kind of arrogance made Gu Yaoyang's heart tremble uncontrollably. Using his ultimate move, the Sun Millstone's defense was torn apart in an instant. The sword light didn't dissipate and continued to attack. It was unstoppable. Gu Yaoyang felt as if he had been split into 4 pieces. He was in extreme pain and flew backwards. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Gu Yaoyang's mind was in a mess. He was actually forced back and was even injured. Unbelievable. Ever since he stepped onto the path of a warrior, he had never been defeated by someone whose cultivation was lower than his. Even if they were of the same cultivation, they would at most be on par with him. Stunned, Gu Yaoyang was stunned. He flew backwards and couldn't react for a while. The silver sword light attacked again. The killing intent was like ice and snow, causing Gu Yaoyang to tremble and wake up. He wants to kill me. Just as this thought appeared, a chill spread throughout his body. He couldn't help but shiver. Gu Yaoyang didn't want to die. His talent and background both meant that he could climb to a higher peak. He couldn't die here. True Sun blood light escape. With a shout, Gu Yaoyang's palm hit his chest. With a groan, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was like gold paper. After the blood was spat out, it didn't fall. Instead, it exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Then, it wrapped around Gu Yaoyang's body and made a sizzling sound as if it was ignited by fire. With a boom, Gu Yaoyang, who had not yet landed, turned into a blood-red ray of light and exploded with a shocking force. The air behind him seemed to have been ignited, creating a shocking explosion that blasted out in all directions. The ground below was also blasted open, creating a crater that was a few meters long. Fast, incomparably fast. It was several times faster than Gu Yaoyang's own speed. In the blink of an eye, the blood-red light had already shot forward several thousand meters. The air in front of him was compressed into a wave of air that surged to the left and right. The wind whistled, and the cyclone rotated, bringing up dust. The center of the air wave was like a vacuum zone. Gone, gone, Gu Yaoyang of the 10 rising stars was defeated. The spectators were all dumbfounded, unable to react for a moment. They were in a mess in the wind. From the moment Gu Yaoyang hit his chest and spat out his blood to the moment he turned into a streak of bloody light and fled, the whole process took less than a blink of an eye. It was too fast. Qinzong's two swords missed, but his reaction was very fast. He directly performed the sweeping in all directions body movement and quickly flew forward. In the battle just now, Gu Yaoyang was merciless and had a strong killing intent. Since Qinzong had injured him and gained the upper hand, he would not allow his opponent to escape. As for the true Yang sect's reaction after killing Gu Yaoyang, that was another matter. However, after using the true Yang blood light escape technique, Gu Yaoyang's speed was too fast. He was at least 2 to 3 times faster than Qinzong, who was using the sweeping in all directions body movement. The distance between the two grew bigger and bigger. Gradually, Chen Zong could not see Gu Yaoyang anymore. He could only chase after him by following the aura left behind by his opponent. That kind of secret technique was destined to not last for long. Once it ended, Gu Yaoyang's injuries would be even worse. At that time, he would not be able to escape. A sharp sound broke through the air. From afar, Chen Zong saw a streak of light shoot into the sky and then explode. The red light was as dazzling as a flame, emitting an aura of extreme yang. That's Chen Zong's pupils shrank, true yang sect's signal flare. Without a doubt, that was the signal flare released by Gu Yaoyang. The purpose was to call for help and let the true yang sect disciples who saw it come to help. Let's go. Making a quick decision, Chen Zong gave up the chase and changed his direction. If he continued to chase, he might be able to catch up to Gu Yaoyang. However, he did not know how long it would take. After all, Gu Yaoyang was too fast. He was already far ahead. It would not be good if he encountered other powerful true yang sect disciples when he caught up. It was a bit of a pity that he had missed a chance to kill Gu Yaoyang. However, it was better to be careful in order to not fail miserably. You even dared to kill my people. Riding on the golden scale beast, Long Xiaojun looked at Long Zhangji's corpse not far away. His expression became even calmer. However, a shocking killing intent spread out from his body. This kind of killing intent was extremely cold, as if it could freeze everything. Vice Mansion Master, I've inquired clearly. A skinny young man in soft armor quickly walked over and bowed respectfully as he spoke. Speak. Long Xiaojun's tone was calm, but his eyes were as cold as ice. Long Zhangji was defeated by Chen Zong. He swore to kill Chen Zong but was killed instead. Gu Yaoyang, one of the 10 rising stars, fought with Chen Zong. In the end, he was defeated by Chen Zong and had to use a secret technique to escape. However, Chen Zong chased after him. The skinny young man said concisely, in this battle, Gu Yaoyang showed that he was at the early stage of LV5 true martial realm. However, Chen Zong was at the early stage of LV4 true martial realm. During the battle, he broke through to the middle stage of LV4 true martial realm and defeated Gu Yaoyang with one strike. Early stage of LV4 true martial realm. Middle stage of LV4 true martial realm. Long Xiaojun's expression changed slightly, and his eyes became colder. He didn't know Chen Zong's cultivation before. Now that he knew, he wasn't surprised. What really surprised him was that Chen Zong's cultivation was one level lower than Gu Yaoyang's, but he was able to tie with him. In the end, he broke through a small level and defeated Gu Yaoyang. No wonder he is the sword son of this generation. His talent is enough to be mentioned in the same breath as the 5 chosen ones, Long Xiaojun thought to himself. He couldn't help but feel jealous. Jealousy burned like fire. He boasted that he had a chance to become a chosen one in 3 years, but in fact, he wasn't very sure. At most, he only had a 50% chance. However, with Chen Zong's talent, as long as there were no accidents, there was at least an 80% chance that he would become a chosen one in the future. Long Xiaojun couldn't accept that someone who was weaker than him now had a greater chance of becoming a chosen one. Especially when he wanted to recruit Chen Zong as his subordinate. A trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. It was full of killing intent. Go after him, Long Xiaojun said softly. Yes, his subordinates responded immediately. They followed the scent left by Chen Zong. Including Long Xiaojun, there were 8 people in total. Each of them was at least at LV6 of the genuine martial realm. After Long Xiaojun and the others were far away, the crowd finally dared to speak. Otherwise, the atmosphere would have been too oppressive. First, it was Long Xiaojun's identity. Second, it was Long Xiaojun's strength. It's over. That guy is done for. Yeah, he's doomed this time. The Vice Mansion Master is after him. There's no way he can survive. Did you hear that guy's name? Long Xiaojun and the others didn't try to hide it when they were talking. They also mentioned Chen Zong a few times. I think he's called Chen Zong. That's right. He's called Chen Zong. Chen Zong. That's a strange name. No, I've heard this name before. Suddenly, a person's eyes flashed. He said with a flaunting tone, "This guy is undoubtedly a disciple of the Zhongjing sword sect. His name is Zong. He's the current sword son of the Zhongjing sword sect." "What? He's the sword son of the Zhongjing sword sect? The new sword son after the cold rain sword Lin Yuya and the subtle fragrance swords was Shanmei? So he's the current sword son of the Zhongjing sword sect. No wonder he's so powerful. He even defeated Gu Yaoyang. Since he defeated Gu Yaoyang, doesn't that mean he's replacing Gu Yaoyang as one of the 10 rising stars?" "That's right. Zong defeated Gu Yaoyang. He's going to replace Gu Yaoyang as one of the 10 rising stars. Let's quickly spread the news to the Tianqi Tower." One of the men, who looked very smart, thought to himself. He quickly sped up and headed towards the Tianjiang city. The Tianqi Tower was an organization that specialized in buying and selling information. It had a branch in the Tianjiang city. The battle between Zong and Gu Yaoyang had just happened. One of them was the current sword son of the Zhongjing sword sect, while the other was the son of the leader of the Xinjiang sect, the younger brother of Gu Jiang, one of the 5 heavens favorites, and one of the 10 rising stars. Most importantly, the sword son of the Zhongjing sword sect had defeated Gu Yaoyang with a lower cultivation. This was enough to shock the world. With this kind of news, the Tianqi Tower would definitely give him a good price. Quick, he had to be quick. He didn't want anyone else to react and steal this business. After a period of time, Zong didn't execute the sweeping all directions movement technique to hasten his journey and instead switched to riding the wind and treading on water. Although his speed was slightly slower than sweeping all directions, the consumption of strength was reduced to the lowest. With Zong's current body refinement cultivation and qi refinement cultivation, it was sufficient to maintain the balance between consumption and recovery, allowing his strength to be at its peak state at all times. Killing Long Zhangji was tantamount to offending Long Xiaojun. In the future, he probably couldn't go to the Tianjiang city anymore. In that case, where should he go next in order to better improve himself? The blood-red light streaked across the sky and then fell, smashing a hole in the ground. When the blood-red light dissipated, an extremely wretched figure was lying in the hole. His face was like a sheet of gold, and his aura was weak. A strong sense of dizziness spread, but Gu Yaoyang had to endure it. As a super genius, his will was much stronger than that of ordinary warriors. He took out a healing elixir from his mustard seed bag and took it. Then, he used his cultivation method to help him heal. 2 figures came from afar at an amazing speed. They emitted a strong qi, which was as high as the LV7 true martial realm. They stopped at the edge of the hole. Senior brother Lin. Junior brother Yang. These 2 were both disciples of the Xinjiang sect. They both saw the person at the bottom of the hole, and their faces changed. Junior brother Gu. Their voices were full of concern. Senior brothers, take me back to the sect. Gu Yaoyang's voice was still very weak. The heart's blood was the essence of blood. The essence of blood couldn't be used easily. Otherwise, the consequences would be very serious. Just like now, he was very weak and couldn't summon much energy. He needed a long time to recover. Gu Yaoyang, one of the 10 new stars, has been defeated. Zong, the current sword son of the unrivaled sword sect. The one who defeated Gu Yaoyang is the current sword son of the unrivaled sword sect. News spread from the Tianqi Tower. First, it spread throughout Tianjiang city. Then, with Tianjiang city as the center, it spread out at an extremely fast speed. As the economic and political center of Tianjiang Prefecture, there were naturally spies from other sects hiding in Tianjiang city. Once there was any important news, they could send it back to their respective sects as quickly as possible so that they could react in time. Almost immediately after the Tianqi Tower sent out the news, the 4th sect received it. Then, other sects outside Tianjiang city received the news as well. Hearing the news, all sects had different reactions. In the unrivaled sword sect, the sword son's way of doing things is really unexpected. The second elder laughed. He defeated Gu Yaoyang and became one of the 10 new stars. 3 of our sword sect are also on the list. The 4th elder was full of smiles. This had some effect on the reputation of the unrivaled sword sect. He defeated Gu Yaoyang. Wang Xianyang looked serious after hearing the news. Among the 10 new stars, cultivation and strength were not the same. Now, Jiangwan Lu of the Heavenly Water sect had the highest cultivation and strength. It was said that he was ready to enter the third-tier genius camp. Next were Wang Xianyang and Gu Yaoyang, while Qiu Chongzi and the others were slightly inferior. Of course, this did not mean that there was an obvious difference in talent among the 10 new stars. Their cultivation and strength were just brought about by the time they reached the genuine martial realm. Wang Xuanyang's cultivation broke through to the early stage of LV5 genuine martial realm as he wished, which was within his expectations. However, Chen Zong's defeat of Gu Yaoyang was beyond his expectation. Being able to defeat Gu Yaoyang meant that Chen Zong's strength was not inferior to his, or even stronger. I won't let you surpass me. Wang Xianyang clenched his teeth and continued to practice hard. After hearing the news, Qiu Chongzi was stunned at first, then he shook his head and smiled bitterly. The pressure in his heart increased sharply. He felt that he would be surpassed sooner or later, but he did not expect it to come so quickly. Within the Heavenly Water sect, he has just become the sword master of the Zhongxing sword sect, but he was able to defeat Gu Yaoyang. He might be another Lin Yuya. The third elder of the Tianshui sect had a cold look in his eyes. A ruthless look flashed across the second elder's chubby face. He still remembered clearly how he had defeated his disciple. Find an opportunity and have our disciples ruthlessly defeat him. The great elder spoke in a light tone. Defeating a person would be a huge blow. In serious cases, it might even affect one's future cultivation. In the True Sun sect, the sect master looked displeased. After all, the one who had been defeated was his son. Sect master, should we let them? The third elder didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew what he meant. No need. Let Yaoyang handle this matter personally, True Yang sect master said loftily. Defeat him with your own hands. Otherwise, you're not qualified to be my younger brother. A young man in a fiery red robe with golden flame patterns on it spoke. His body was as domineering as the sun, radiating light and heat constantly. He wore a golden-red feather crown on his head like a sun crown. His eyes seemed to contain 2 blazing suns. Gu Yaoyang didn't dare to look him in the eye, or else he would feel like submitting to him. He was one of the 5 great geniuses, Zhengyangzi Gu Jiang. Big brother, don't worry. I'll definitely avenge you. Gu Yaoyang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. A figure flashed across his mind, and his hatred surged like a tide. Ao Mei Villa. It wasn't winter yet, so the plum blossoms hadn't bloomed. However, the branches had a unique flavor. A snow-white blade light cut across the sky, covering 1,000 meters in an instant. It disappeared in a flash. One after another, it was endless. It turned into a waterfall of snow-white blade light that surged forward. Then, the countless blade lights condensed into a huge snow-white blade light that was 10 meters long. It tore the ground apart and split the rocks in front of it like cutting tofu. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, covered with frost. Chen Zong. This person looked ordinary, but his eyes were extremely sharp, like a cold blade that could cut everything in front of him. Yang Shiqi, one of the top 10 stars, was at the 4th LV of the genuine force. My saber will not be lonely. His sharp and cold eyes fell on the bright and long saber. Like a reflection in a mirror, his gaze became gentle. His fingers gently brushed it, as if he was caressing the fair and smooth skin of his lover, extremely gentle. Chen Zong, who had become the topic of discussion among many forces and geniuses, was in a bad situation. Long Xiaojun had many capable people under his command. They followed Chen Zong's scent and tracks accurately and approached him. I'll give you a chance. Submit to me. Long Xiaojun rode on the back of the golden scale beast and looked down at Chen Zong, who was hundreds of meters away. His expression was indifferent, and his tone was indifferent. Chen Zong didn't answer. Instead, he carefully observed the surroundings. There was no doubt that Long Xiaojun was the strongest among the 8 people. There were also 2 warriors at the 7th LV of the genuine force. The other 5 were at the 6th LV, and the weakest was at the early stage of the 6th LV. No matter who they were, Chen Zong had to be careful. Take him down. Impatience flashed in Long Xiaojuan's eyes, but his voice was even calmer. However, that calmness was like an ancient ice that could freeze one to the bone. His words were like a military order. The 7 of them immediately unleashed their techniques, like flowing lights or swift shadows, rushing towards Chenzong from all directions. They all made their moves, different types of true power surging, either heavy or ferocious, or like water bringing along a binding qi. All of them landed on Chenzong's body, causing the pressure to increase. Chenzong also moved. He moved in all directions and shot toward Long Xiaojun like a sword. "You're overestimating yourself." Long Xiaojun sneered. He didn't move, waiting for Chenzong to come closer before he attacked. With his strength, as long as he attacked, Chenzong would be doomed. No matter how talented he was, it would be useless. Suddenly, Chenzong's body changed in midair. He suddenly turned back and rushed to the other side. "Oh, this kind of trick?" Long Xiaojun was slightly startled. His sneer became even more obvious. How dare he show off his leftover tricks, creating a diversion? Chenzong's speed suddenly increased. He rushed toward the weakest warrior at the early stage of the 6th LV of the genuine force. This was the breakthrough point. "You're courting death." The warrior at the early stage of the 6th LV of the genuine force smiled ferociously. His true force gathered in his palm, and there seemed to be lightning arcs jumping around. It was very dazzling. Immediately, he pushed his palm forward fiercely, as if it was branded in the air. He wanted to smash Chenzong into pieces. This was an all-out attack from a warrior at the early stage of the 6th LV of the genuine force. The opponent didn't believe that Chenzong could take it unscathed. The distance between the two sides quickly shortened. When there were less than 10 meters between them, 2 silver sword lights suddenly tore through the sky. It was extremely dazzling. Long Xiaojuan's heart couldn't help but thump. An ominous premonition just appeared. He saw the silver sword light cut through the lightning. Then, with extreme sharpness and overbearingness, it shot out like a sword of heaven's might. It crossed paths with the warrior at the early stage of the 6th LV of the genuine force and flew away quickly without looking back. The warrior at the early stage of the 6th LV of the genuine force was like a bird shot by an arrow. His body trembled and fell down. His heart was instantly pierced through by Chenzong's sword. He was completely dead. Chase, kill without mercy. The veins on Long Xiaojuan's forehead bulged. He was extremely furious. For a moment, his face was as ferocious as a ghost, and his killing intent was like a tsunami. Chenzong dared to kill his second subordinate in front of him. Most importantly, he had mocked Chenzong's old tricks before, but he had been ruthlessly counterattacked. The golden scale beast turned into a golden flowing light and quickly chased after Chenzong. The other 6 subordinates were startled, but they also started to chase at full speed. In a split second, Chenzong was hundreds of meters ahead. He sheathed his 2 swords, and the fierce dragon bow appeared in his hands. He knocked a water-splitting arrow. Chenzong's body was still in the air, but he quickly turned around. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He locked onto one of them and loosened his fingers. With a bang, the bowstring vibrated, and an amazing force burst out. The water-splitting arrow shot out like an aurora. The arrow's speed was unparalleled. In the blink of an eye, it had traversed hundreds of meters. This arrow was imbued with tyrannical and pure true force, which made it even more powerful and faster. No one had expected Chenzong to master such exquisite archery skills in addition to being proficient in swordsmanship. The person who was locked on felt his blood run cold. A chill ran through his spine, and his whole body was numb. His true force surged, and he punched out. The fist strength broke through the air and scattered the true force on the arrow. His body was also scattered, but there was still 1 arrow left. He barely dodged, but he still couldn't completely avoid it. His neck was torn in half, and blood spurted out like a fountain. The man quickly used his true force to seal the wound. He stopped and landed on the ground. He took out a medicinal pill, crushed it, and sprinkled it on the wound on his neck. He used his true force to dissolve it and stop the spurting blood. In such a short time, he had spurted out more than half of his blood. His face was as pale as paper, and his whole body was weak. He had to sit on the ground and take the medicinal pill. The bleeding had stopped, but the wound was too horrible. Fortunately, he had avoided some of it. Otherwise, his throat would have been pierced, and he would have died. However, it was impossible to recover from such an injury without 10 or 20 days. His face was full of shock, and his heart was even more terrified. He had never thought that chasing a LV4 genuine martial realm martial artist would result in such a thing. Long Xiaojuan's face became more and more unsightly. The other 5 people also had fear in their eyes. They slowed down a little, for fear of being shot by Qinzong. Chase. Long Xiaojuan's eyes were full of murderous intent, and his voice was like the cold wind from purgatory. He had lost 3 of his men. This was unforgivable. Long Xiaojun didn't have the slightest bit of hope for Qinzong. He only had murderous intent left. Hearing Long Xiaojuan's words, the 5 people had to speed up and raise their vigilance to the extreme. They paid attention to the bow in Qinzong's hand. It was too scary. They could be shot if they were not careful. Subscriptions down, no monthly tickets. What a dark day. With a whoosh, the sound pierced through gold and cracked stone. Everyone's expression changed drastically. A silver light seemed to come from the sky. It tore through the sky like a bolt of silver lightning, full of murderous intent. It was an arrow that had left the bowstring and pierced through the air. Everyone immediately slowed down their speed, activated their true power, took action, and shattered the arrow in the air, while Qinzong took the opportunity to increase the distance between them. After him, he doesn't have many arrows left. When he runs out of arrows, he'll die. Qinzong's speed was comparable to that of the LV6 genuine martial realm martial artists. However, compared to the LV7 genuine martial realm martial artists, there was a clear gap. It was the arrows that made up for the gap. After all, Qinzong's archery skills were extremely high at high speed. His arrows came and went like a ghost. They had to be careful, or they might get hurt. It would be a disgrace if a LV4 genuine martial realm martial artist got hurt while chasing after him. Qinzong moved forward at full speed while looking for a way out. He didn't have many arrows left. If he ran out of arrows, he would be caught sooner or later. He flipped his palm and a silver egg-sized ball appeared. There were sword-shaped patterns on the ball. He poured his true force into it and threw it into the air. It turned into a silver sword light and pierced through the air. There was also a sharp sound. Oh no! It's the signal flare from the Zhongjing sword sect. Long Xiaojuan's face darkened. If people from the Zhongjing sword sect saw the signal flare and rushed over, it wouldn't matter if they were strong or weak. It would make things worse. Qinzong wasn't sure if people from the Zhongjing sword sect would see the signal flare. He could only try his luck and find a way out. The Zhongjing true force ran through his body and quickly recovered. However, at full speed, the recovery speed couldn't keep up with the speed of consumption. Qinzong had a total of 12 arrows. 3 of them were water-splitting arrows and 9 of them were ordinary divine metal arrows. Now, he had used 1 of the water-splitting arrows and 4 of the ordinary arrows. The 5th ordinary arrow was knocked and shot out. It made a sharp sound as it pierced through the air, but it was still shattered. Those people had already come up with a plan to make it difficult for Qinzong's arrows to kill anyone else. With a flick of his fingers, 3 arrows were shot out consecutively, but they were all shattered. The 4th arrow followed right after. This was the water-splitting arrow. It was faster, stronger, and sturdier. Furthermore, it was covered with a large amount of true power, layer after layer of protection. Layer after layer of true force was shattered, and so was the water-splitting arrow. However, there was still 1 arrow left. It pierced through the forehead of a martial artist in the middle stage of the 6th level of the true martial realm, killing him instantly. Dumbfounded, Long Xiaojun and the others were dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, another one was shot dead. Furious, extremely furious. Long Xiaojun roared like a dragon and jumped off the back of the golden scale beast. His body flew out like a dragon. His speed was even faster than the golden scale beast's full speed. Qinzong felt a strong sense of danger. He turned around and saw that Long Xiaojun had abandoned the golden scale beast and was chasing after him. His speed was obviously faster than the other 2 LV7 martial artists. His scalp tingled. Chen Zong had to take out another arrow and shoot at Long Xiaojun. The last ordinary arrow pierced through the air. Child's play. Long Xiaojun sneered. He pointed his finger in the air and the arrow shattered. Chen Zong's heart skipped a beat. Strong, Long Xiaojun was indeed a genius of the second group. His strength was not something he could compare with. Only the last water-splitting arrow was left. Chen Zong turned around and retreated quickly. He pulled the string of the arrow to the max and locked his sharp eyes on Long Xiaojun. Suddenly, Long Xiaojun felt threatened. He did not like this feeling. His eyes were as cold as ice. If he did not shoot the arrow, it would not be powerful enough. He would be caught. If he shot the arrow would be gone. It was a dilemma. Chen Zong did not hesitate. His true power surged and wrapped around the water-splitting arrow layer by layer, spinning it in a spiral. Let go, shoot, the water-splitting arrow spun at high speed like a drill. Its speed increased by 30%. The sharp whistling sound made Long Xiaojun's pupils shrink. His true power covered his palm. He reached out and grabbed the arrow. The arrow fell into Long Xiaojun's hand. However, the powerful force tried to break free from Long Xiaojun's hand. Long Xiaojun was stronger. His true power surged and there seemed to be a dragon's roar. It emitted a shocking aura. With a crack, the water-splitting arrow was broken. The power covering it was also dispersed. With a flick of his wrist, the broken arrow shot toward Chen Zong. Chen Zong quickly retreated, causing the two arrows to miss. However, his heart sank. He knew about Long Xiaojun's cultivation and the geniuses of the second group, but he didn't know how strong Long Xiaojun was. He had no idea. Now, Chen Zong finally knew something. Strong, very strong. Even if he used all his strength and used his secret technique, he would not be Long Xiaojun's opponent. The gap was too big. Do I have to use the Red Thunder Sword? Chen Zong thought. A transcendent realm sword qi was extremely powerful. No matter how strong Long Xiaojun was, he would not be able to resist it. However, that was his last resort. To be honest, Chen Zong did not want to use the Red Thunder Sword below the transcendent realm. Die. Young Master Long quickly closed the distance between the two of them. He then pointed out with his finger. True power surged, condensing at the tip of his finger. A golden ray of light dazzled the eyes, xiao, like a meteor breaking through the sky, piercing through the sky, instantly arriving. Chen Zong felt a chill run down his spine. His body was as light and agile as a feather at the critical moment. The finger light penetrated his afterimage. In an instant, the distance of 100 meters was shortened again. Although his finger attack missed, Long Xiaojun's expression remained unchanged. He opened his palm and pressed towards the air in front of him. The air under his palm condensed and the sound of a tsunami rang out, as if the void was collapsing. A terrifying and overbearing force slammed towards Chen Zong's back. Even if there was a small mountain in front of him, it would be torn apart by this palm, let alone a human. Chen Zong once again used the floating swan movement technique to dodge, but the air around him was directly hit, forming an invisible palm print that collapsed. It was a shocking sight. Chase, attack. Again and again, the distance between them got closer and closer, and the pressure became greater and greater. Long Xiaojun attacked again, punching the air. He was now less than 10 meters away from Chen Zong. The golden fist contained an overbearing power, as if it could shatter the earth. It was too close, and its range was too large. The imposing aura was like a mountain pressing down on him from all directions, seriously interfering with his movement skill. In an instant, Chen Zong determined that even if he used his movement skill with all his strength, he would not be able to avoid this punch. Since he could not avoid it, he could only take it head-on. He quickly turned around and activated his true power. He unsheathed his two swords and slashed through the air. The extremely bright silver cross sword light was sharp and overbearing. It carried Chen Zong's entire strength and attacked the golden fist. Clash. As soon as they made contact, Chen Zong felt a fierce and overbearing force rushing towards him. It went through the two swords and into his body, trying to destroy all his bones and organs. Fortunately, Chen Zong had mastered the second level of the mysterious Jade Golden Bone technique. Under the activation of his mysterious jade body and diamond bone, his defense was greatly enhanced. Combined with his true power and the power of the pseudo-spiritual armor, he was able to resist Long Xiaojun's punch. Borrowing the force, he activated his flying 8 directions movement skill to the extreme and retreated at an even faster speed. He was thousands of meters away in an instant. 2 bright silver sword lights slashed through the air, but they were shattered by Long Xiaojun's punch. "You blocked my punch." Long Xiaojun was secretly surprised. His murderous intent grew stronger. However, Qinzong was not in a good state. Long Xiaojun's punch was very powerful. The power contained in it was unparalleled. Most of it was offset by his own strength, but a small part of it still invaded his body. Fortunately, Qinzong's body was strong enough. Otherwise, if it were someone else, their organs, bones, and muscles would have been destroyed. In this crisis, Qinzong's flying 8 directions movement skill made another breakthrough. He covered 3,000 meters in one breath, and his speed was even faster. "You can't escape." Long Xiaojun growled and chased closely. The distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. Even if Qinzong made a breakthrough, he was still not faster than Long Xiaojun. As for the others, the 2 LV7 genuine martial realm martial artists were faster than Qinzong, but they were not as fast as Long Xiaojun. Long Xiaojun had already surpassed them. Qinzong took out an elixir to speed up the recovery of his true power. He turned around and slashed out dozens of silver sword qi with his 2 swords. They were like crescent moons in the sky. They all flew towards Long Xiaojun, hoping to delay him for a while. The longer he delayed, the better it would be for him. However, Long Xiaojun was a little anxious. Qinzong had already released the signal flare of the Zhonghu sword sect. There was no guarantee that the disciples of the Zhonghu sword sect would not come after seeing it. If that was the case, the longer he delayed, the worse it would be for him. Once the situation got out of hand and caused more trouble, it would be out of his control. He hated that feeling. Therefore, he had to catch up with Qinzong and kill him to prevent future troubles. Even if the people of the Zhonghu sword sect found out that he killed Qinzong, they would not be able to do anything. After all, the situation had not gotten out of hand yet. He was the young master of the Zhonghu sword sect, and he had the royal blood flowing in his veins. Chase, 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 the dozens of sword qi were all shattered by Long Xiaojun. Although Long Xiaojun's speed was slightly affected, the distance between them was still getting shorter. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 300 meters, the pressure on his back was getting stronger and stronger. Qinzong's face was as cold as iron. His eyes were like water in an ancient well, without any ripples. However, if one looked closely, there was a trace of coldness hidden in the depths of his eyes. It was a killing intent, an extreme killing intent. If there was a chance, Qinzong would not hesitate to kill Long Xiaojun. 200 meters, 100 meters, Long Xiaojun attacked again. His finger shot through the air, followed by palm prints and fist lights. The air exploded and the void trembled. The air seemed to have turned into a sea with the momentum of a tsunami. The roar resounded through the sky. The earth cracked and the dust rolled like a python. With nowhere to run, Qinzong had no choice but to turn around and meet force with force again. However, this time, Long Xiaojun's attack contained a suction force. Qinzong's body that was about to leap forward slightly paused. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the distance between Long Xiaojun and Qinzong was shortened again. 30 meters. The Longtu dynasty and the Cloud Dragon dynasty had one thing in common, and that was the dragon as the core. Whether it was cultivation techniques or martial arts, they were all related to the dragon. In the Longtu dynasty, the heaven-level martial arts were often named Sky Dragon. Long Xiaojun, as the young house master, had the direct bloodline of the Longtu imperial family. Naturally, he cultivated the Longtu imperial family's martial arts. The heaven-level martial arts of the Longtu dynasty were collectively known as the Sky Dragon martial arts. It included the 7 types of fist, palm, finger, claw, leg, saber, and sword. Long Xiaojun's talent was outstanding. He mainly cultivated the Sky Dragon claw art and the fist, palm, and finger. He had been using the fist, palm, and finger because he had been holding back. But now that he was using the claw art, it meant that he was going all out. Sky Dragon Claw, the claw rapidly enlarged in the air. It was dazzling with golden light. It directly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and became bigger than a person. It clawed at Chenzong. Chenzong immediately had a feeling that he couldn't resist, couldn't struggle, and couldn't dodge. It was as if he could only stand there and let the claw grab him. This feeling was the mystery of the Sky Dragon Claw. Chenzong couldn't let himself be slaughtered. His true power surged, and his willpower soared to the sky. The two swords pierced through the air, and two resplendent sword lights tore the sky apart. The sword light shattered, and the golden Sky Dragon Claw descended. An extremely terrifying force came crashing down, and Chenzong was sent flying. He felt his bones and muscles become weak from the extremely domineering force, and he fell to the ground. Dust flew, and Chenzong spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. His internal organs were damaged, and his bones and muscles were torn apart. He was seriously injured. Fortunately, he had cultivated the second layer of the golden jade bone technique. Otherwise, if he had only cultivated the first layer, this attack would have killed him. He's not dead yet. Long Xiaojun was very surprised. He had used 70% of his strength in that attack. Even an ordinary LV7 true martial realm martial artist would have died without a doubt. Even if the opponent had a pseudo-spiritual weapon, he shouldn't have been able to resist. This made Long Xiaojun even more fearful. He didn't know that Chenzong had a high level of body-refining cultivation and had mastered the second level of the mystic jade golden bone technique. When activated, his defensive power was greatly increased, and his life-saving ability was even stronger. However, there was a limit. If Long Xiaojun had used his full strength, Chenzong would not have been able to withstand it. The injury was so severe that Chenzong struggled to open his eyes. He felt as if his whole body was being torn apart. Even the movement of raising his arm was extremely difficult, accompanied by bursts of tearing pain that penetrated into his bones and soul. He was seriously injured, and it was an unprecedented injury. Fortunately, Chenzong's self-healing ability was strong. A stream of vitality grew in the deepest part of his body, alleviating his injuries and allowing him to recover quickly. However, his injuries were too severe, and it was not that easy to recover. The only thing I can do now is to use the Red Thunder Sword, Chenzong thought to himself. The Red Thunder Sword was stored in the virtual ring. With a thought, it would appear in his hand. Then, he could release the transcendent level sword chi sealed within and kill Long Xiaojun. However, the time was not yet right, because Long Xiaojun was not alone. After killing Long Xiaojun, he would lose all his cards. When Long Xiaojun's subordinates arrived, only death would await him. Therefore, he had to wait. Once those people arrived, he would use the transcendent level sword chi to kill them all. However, Long Xiaojun did not give Chenzong this opportunity. Originally, he was considering whether or not to capture Chenzong and force him to give him some benefits. Perhaps, he could train him to be his lackey. However, he thought that if something unexpected happened, it would be great trouble. It was better to kill him. I'll use my full strength to send you on your way. Long Xiaojun's expression returned to normal. He raised a finger, and the overbearing heavenly dragon true force gathered on his finger, emitting a dazzling golden light. A faint dragon roar could be heard. This finger was called Heavenly Dragon Finger. Long Xiaojun did not hold back. He used all of his power. This kind of power was enough to kill an ordinary LV8 genuine martial realm martial artist on the spot. Chenzong would definitely die if he was hit by this finger. It seemed that he had to use the Red Thunder Sword. Long Xiaojun, you're digging your own grave. The voice was as cold as ice, piercing through the air with extreme sharpness. Long Xiaojun's expression suddenly changed. His finger trembled, and a beam of golden light instantly shot out. At the same time, a snow-white sword light pierced through the air at an even faster speed. The air seemed to be frozen, and frost filled the air. There seemed to be a faint fragrance floating in the air. The golden light was fast, but it was intercepted and shattered by the snow-white sword light. Chenzong let out a sigh of relief. The Red Thunder Sword was already in his hand, and he was about to release the transcendent level sword chi. As the golden light was shattered, Chenzong temporarily gave up on using the power of the red thunder sword. A figure flashed in front of him. A snow-white, graceful figure appeared, and a faint fragrance filled the air. Xuxianmei, this has nothing to do with you. Long Xiaojuan's expression was extremely ugly, and his eyes were filled with fear. If there was anyone in the second-tier group that Long Xiaojun feared, Xuxianmei was one of them. He was not confident that he could defeat her, and he could not even activate his bloodline power. Chenzong is my junior brother, and also the sword son of the reigning sword sect. Xuxianmei's eyes looked like they were carved out of ice. The coldness penetrated Long Xiaojuan's eyes. It was different from the coldness Long Xiaojun had when he wanted to kill someone. Long Xiaojun couldn't help but shiver. Knowing that it was Xuxianmei, Chenzong let out a sigh of relief again. This senior sister was in the second-tier group. She was one of the top geniuses. Only a genius from the Tianshui sect could compare to her. As for Long Xiaojun, he was slightly weaker. At this moment, Long Xiaojuan's two subordinates, who were at LV7 genuine martial realm, caught up. They immediately surrounded Xuxianmei and locked their auras on her. However, Xuxianmei's expression was cold. She stared at Long Xiaojun and treated the other two like air. She did not care about ordinary LV7 genuine martial realm martial artists. Only those who were at least at LV8 genuine martial realm were worthy of her attention. However, these two people were not angry at all because they also recognized Xuxianmei's identity. The fragrance sword, Xuxianmei, was a genius from the second-tier group of Tianjiang Prefecture. It was said that even their master, Long Xiaojun, was not as good as her. Her snow-white sword was not stained by even a speck of dust. It was said that when she killed someone, it would not be stained by blood. The person she killed would also leave a faint fragrance. With Xuxianmei's arrival, Chenzong could take out pills to speed up his recovery. Soon, he stood up. Xuxianmei, do you really want to go against me? Seeing Chenzong stand up, Long Xiaojuan's eyelids twitched. He knew that if he did not kill Chenzong this time, there would be endless trouble in the future. He took a deep breath and said, Xuxianmei, I only need to keep you busy. My two subordinates are enough to kill Chenzong. You can try. Xuxianmei's expression was still cold. Her words were sharp and suffocating. Xuxianmei, I admit that you are stronger than me now. However, you don't dare to attack me because I can stop you. Long Xiaojun spoke again. You can try. Xuxianmei's answer was exactly the same, but the sharpness in her words made Long Xiaojun feel suffocated. A trace of qi spread out from Xuxianmei's graceful body. It was like an invisible ice sword qi surging in all directions. It immediately made Long Xiaojun tremble. Peak of LV7 genuine martial realm. Long Xiaojun lost his voice. Xuxianmei's cultivation had increased. Even if she could not defeat him in one go, he would be in trouble if she insisted on it. Long Xiaojuan's expression kept changing. His eyes flickered as he struggled internally. On the other hand, Chenzong was recovering quickly. Chenzong, remember this. I will not let you off after killing my subordinates. Long Xiaojun clenched his teeth and said to Chenzong in the end. He was threatening him as much as he could, as if this was the only way to save some face. Then, Long Xiaojun turned around and strode away. His two subordinates looked serious. After taking a few steps back, they also left. He had sacrificed a few lives in the pursuit. However, he had failed to kill Chenzong. Long Xiaojuan's anger was indescribable. He also regretted that he had underestimated Chenzong. He had not used his full strength. After all, he felt that Chenzong was a threat. However, he was only a threat because of his talent. It would take time for Chenzong to become a real threat. Moreover, he had been confident about his background and talent for a long time. Therefore, he had underestimated Chenzong a little. Long Xiaojuan's subconscious underestimation of Chenzong caused him to not use his full strength when he attacked. He also felt that he could kill Chenzong without using his full strength. Unfortunately, he underestimated Chenzong. He didn't expect Chenzong's body refinement cultivation to be so high and his life-saving ability to be so strong. Now that Xuxianmei had arrived, he had completely missed the chance to kill Chenzong. He had a trump card, but so did Xuxianmei. Moreover, her trump card was not weaker than his. If he insisted on killing Chenzong, the consequences would be unpredictable. Long Xiaojun hated this feeling. After all, Long Xiaojun liked to control everything. He would not allow anything to go beyond his control. Thank you, senior sister Zhua. Chenzong had recovered a little. He could basically move now. He walked to Zhua Shanmei and bowed to thank her. You are the sword master of the sword sect, and also my junior brother. Zhua Shanmei's eyes were cold. Her tone was not as cold as when she spoke to Long Xiaojun. No matter what, senior sister saved my life. Chenzong smiled. You are badly injured. Take this small yang elixir. Zhua Shanmei was not good with words. She did not say anything else. She took out a red elixir as round as a gem from her mustard seed bag and gave it to Chenzong. It carried a faint fragrance. Small yang elixir. Chenzong was shocked. This was a very good healing pill, and its price was not low. Senior sister, there's no need. My injuries will recover in a while. Zhua Shanmei stuffed the small yang elixir into Chenzong's hand. I will protect you. Recover as soon as possible. Okay. Chenzong was speechless. However, he still took the small yang elixir. He sat down cross-legged and began to circulate his martial arts to dissolve the elixir. The elixir spread out. His displaced internal organs were healed. When they were completely healed, the rest of the elixir spread to his bones and muscles. He recovered quickly and the pain lessened. Senior sister, please take him away. The minor yang rejuvenating pill was indeed a healing medicine. When its efficacy was exhausted, Chenzong's heavy injuries had recovered by 80%. The remaining 20% was nothing to worry about because with Chenzong's strong self-healing ability, it wouldn't take long for him to fully recover. He was even more grateful to Zhua Shanmei and couldn't help but look at her a few more times. In terms of appearance, Zhua Shanmei couldn't be considered stunning, but she was still a beauty. She gave people the feeling of a cold plum tree on a snowy mountain, aloof from the world. Her temperament was very unique. At first glance, she left a deep impression in people's hearts. There was also a faint, undetectable fragrance on her body. It was also very unique, but no one knew where it came from. Noticing Chenzong's gaze, Zhua Shanmei seemed to be a little uncomfortable and moved her body slightly. Senior sister, my injuries have recovered. Realizing that it was impolite to look at her like this, Chenzong withdrew his gaze and said. Good. Junior brother, do you have anything else? Zhua Shanmei was very direct. Not at the moment. Chenzong was also puzzled, but he still answered. Come with me to the Spirit Medicine Valley. Zhua Shanmei said, there are a lot of precious herbs in the Spirit Medicine Valley. If you are lucky, you can find some that are useful for your cultivation and improve your strength. Okay. Chenzong didn't hesitate at all. It seemed that he could go anywhere as long as it was beneficial to him. Going to the Spirit Medicine Valley to find herbs was also beneficial to him. The Four Great Sect and Tianjiang Prefecture have an agreement. The conflicts between the disciples will be resolved by the disciples. If other means are used, it will be against the rules. Zhua Shanmei said. Chenzong nodded. He already knew this. Not only Tianjiang Prefecture had such a rule, but the other prefectures also had such a rule. In fact, it was the rule in the entire Longtu dynasty. After all, it was normal for the younger generation to compete with each other in the same realm. However, if they crossed the boundary, it was a different story. For example, if a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator was to deal with an ordinary true martial realm cultivator, the result would be the death of the ordinary true martial realm cultivator. Actually, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that he was a genius. Every genius was valued by every force, because they were the foundation of a force's strength and rise. In the early days, there had been many practices of assassinating geniuses in order to attack a force. This had caused the entire world of martial artists to fall into chaos. Because of this, many forces had declined. Over time, this had affected the overall level of martial arts. As a result, the various major forces worked together to come up with a genius protection mechanism. It directly stipulated that no matter who it was, No one was allowed to use forces that exceeded their boundaries to deal with the geniuses of other forces. Whoever violated this rule would be condemned by the other forces. In serious cases, the other forces would even join forces to suppress the offender. Everyone abided by this protective mechanism. After a long time, the level of martial arts gradually improved. After all, geniuses were more outstanding than ordinary warriors. Ordinary warriors could only follow their predecessors, but geniuses could surpass their predecessors and push their martial arts further. In addition to the protection mechanism, the other reason was the pride in the hearts of geniuses. They would not allow themselves to deal with someone who was weaker than them. For example, Chenzong had defeated and almost killed Gu Yaoyang, but Gu Zhiyang did not have the slightest intention to deal with Chenzong. Because he was one of the 5 great prodigies, he had his own pride. His opponents could only be at the level of the 5 great prodigies, or even stronger. For example, Long Xiaojun would personally hunt down Chenzong because Chenzong had killed several of his subordinates. Otherwise, he would not have done it himself. Of course, different geniuses had different degrees of pride. Chenzong understood that Long Xiaojun would not let him go. If there was even the slightest chance, Long Xiaojun would kill him. Similarly, Chenzong would not let Long Xiaojun go. He would definitely take revenge for today's grievances in the future. Shuangshanmei's speed was much faster than Chenzong, but in order to take care of Chenzong, she did not go at full speed, allowing Chenzong to keep up. The Spirit Potion Valley was a very famous valley in Tianjiang Prefecture. It had an excellent environment and was very unique. In the early days, there were many spirit herbs, which attracted people from various forces to crazily search for them. Because of this, there were many wars, and blood flowed like rivers. It also caused a lot of damage to the Spirit Potion Valley. The consequences were very serious. The value of the Spirit Potion Valley had dropped many times. It was not even 1/10 of its original value. Now, the Spirit Potion Valley had become a training ground. The disciples of various forces and even some rogue cultivators would enter to search for spirit herbs. There were many precious herbs, but if they were lucky enough to find spirit herbs, they would be rich. Corresponding to cultivators, spirit herbs were above precious herbs. They were valuable to transcendence, so they were called spirit herbs. As for pseudo-spirit herbs, they corresponded to pseudo-transcendence. A dense aura filled the air, making the Spirit Potion Valley feel like it was in a dream. Taking a breath, a cool and refreshing aura spread all over the body, making one feel comfortable. The world energy here was quite rich and pure. Chenzong had already seen many true martial realm cultivators entering the valley. They all came here to try their luck. If they could find pseudo-spirit herbs, they would be rich. As for spirit herbs, they didn't dare to think about it. "Let's go, junior brother," Shuangshanmei said. The two of them stepped into the Spirit Potion Valley. Not long after, Chenzong saw a few stalks of elixirs. Unfortunately, they were very common elixirs that were useful for early-stage gene training realm martial artists. Shuangshanmei directly ignored them. Chenzong also ignored them. At his current level, his vision was much broader. Some of the things that he urgently needed in the past were gradually unable to keep up with his pace. Along the way, Chenzong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Spirit Potion Valley was indeed worthy of being called the Spirit Potion Valley. Let's not talk about whether or not there were any spirit potions left. Just the amount of Spirit Potion Valley alone was not small. Although they weren't everywhere, if one had the heart, they could easily find some. However, most of them were useful for Qi refining realm cultivators. They were not useful for true martial realm cultivators. As they went deeper into the Spirit Potion Valley, Chenzong and Shuangshanmei met more and more true martial realm cultivators. Some people saw Shuangshanmei from afar. At first, they were startled, and then they were shocked. They didn't dare to come close. Obviously, they recognized Shuangshanmei. Fragrant Sword Shuangshanmei. This name was very famous in Tianjiang Prefecture. As for Chenzong, he had just become famous after defeating Gu Yaoyang. However, it was only a short time. Many people knew his name, but not many knew his face. "Shanmei, you are also here. Why didn't you tell me in advance?" A clear voice sounded. 3 people strode towards them. The one who spoke was the leader. He was wearing a cyan robe. In his left hand was a long sword with a scabbard engraved with flower patterns. There was a smile on his handsome face. His eyes fell on Xianxia's face with passion. He called her affectionately. "Call me Xianxia." Xianxia looked at him with a cold expression. The coldness in her eyes seemed to be able to freeze the air. However, the young man's expression didn't change. He was still smiling. It was obvious that he was used to it. "Xianxia, our families have been friends for generations. We are childhood sweethearts. There is no need to be so distant." The young man was still smiling. "My name is Xianxia," Xianxia said again. Her eyes became colder and colder. The young man's eyelids twitched involuntarily. He didn't look as calm as before, but he was furious on the inside. Okay. Xianxia, I will call you Xianxia." The young man smiled awkwardly. However, the anger on the inside was even stronger. He glanced at Xianxia and said, "Xianxia. Xianxia, may I know who this is?" "It's none of your business." Xianxia's answer made the young man's face freeze. Xianxia didn't say anything. It was obvious that this young man and senior sisters Xianxia knew each other. Perhaps there was something between them that he couldn't interfere with. "How should I address you?" The young man looked at Xianxia. "Xianxia." Xianxia replied calmly. "Xianxia." The three people including the young man were surprised. "You are Xianxia, the current sword master of the Zhongjing sword school." "That's me." Xianxia's answer made the three people even more surprised. A trace of anger flashed in the young man's eyes. "Oh, you are Xianxia's junior brother. I am Li Mingyi, a core disciple of the Tianshui sect." Li Mingyi smiled and introduced himself. "It is fate that brought us together. Why don't we work together? We heard that there is a fake spiritual medicine growing in the Spirit Potion Valley. If we work together, we will be more competitive." "No need." Before Xianxia could answer, Xianxia had already refused. Xianxia didn't have any objection. After all, Xianxia didn't know what kind of person Li Mingyi was. Moreover, it was obvious that senior sisters Xianxia didn't like him. Of course, he would stand on senior sisters' side. After that, Xianxia continued walking, ignoring Li Mingyi and the other two people. Li Mingyi opened his mouth but didn't say anything. His eyes turned cold. Xianxia's actions were undoubtedly not giving him any face. However, he couldn't defeat Xianxia. Xianxia was a genius in the second group. She was one of the top geniuses. She could easily reach the first group. Although Li Mingyi was also a genius, there was a big gap between them. They were both at LV7 of the true martial realm, but he couldn't get into the second group. Li Mingyi, whose cultivation had surpassed LV6 of the true martial realm, was naturally excluded from the third group. It didn't mean that one would be qualified to be a genius in a group if they reached a certain cultivation level within a certain age. It also required strength. After all, some people were good at cultivation and had a set of skills, but they weren't necessarily strong in battle. "Xianxia, one day I'll make you kneel in front of me and beg for my favor," Li Mingyi said to himself. He had been coveting Xianxia for a long time and wanted to get close to her every time. Unfortunately, Xianxia's attitude towards him was getting worse and worse, which made his thoughts deviate from reality. Although that guy can't be listed as a genius in a group, his strength shouldn't be underestimated. An ordinary LV7 of the true martial realm is no match for him. Xianxia suddenly said. "I'll pay attention." Xianxia knew that Xianxia was talking to him, so he responded. Xianxia didn't deliberately emphasize it. Firstly, it was her personality. Secondly, she believed that with Xianxia's talent, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Li Mingyi. Moreover, Xianxia and Li Mingyi didn't have any conflicts. Moreover, with Xianxia's status, Li Mingyi didn't necessarily have the guts to do that. A large amount of heaven and earth aura gathered from all directions. Almost all the warriors in the genuine martial realm could feel the abnormal flow of heaven and earth aura. The wind was howling, which was caused by the rapid flow of heaven and earth aura. Chen Zong and Zhou Shanmei looked at each other. They immediately remembered what Li Mingyi had said. Pseudo-spiritual herbs were in the middle stage of transforming into spiritual herbs. It would take a long time. Normally, they would hide, but every once in a while, they would absorb heaven and earth aura, which would cause the abnormal flow of heaven and earth aura. Chen Zong and Zhou Shanmei didn't expect that they would be so lucky. They had just entered the Spirit Potion Valley and they had already encountered a pseudo-spiritual herb. Let's go. Without hesitation, the two of them immediately flew towards the abnormal flow of heaven and earth aura. It seems that the pseudo-spiritual herbs have appeared. Let's go. Li Mingyi's eyes flashed, and he flew away. This abnormal flow is most likely the pseudo-spiritual herbs. I didn't expect that my luck would be so good. A short-haired young man grinned. His whole body shook, and his chi and blood roared like a dragon. With a boom, the ground cracked. His whole body flew across the sky like a comet. All the warriors in the genuine martial realm rushed towards the abnormal flow of heaven and earth aura. However, some of them didn't dare because they were experienced. They knew that even if they went there, they wouldn't get any benefits. If they weren't careful, they could be killed. The Spirit Potion Valley wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. However, with their speed, it wasn't a big deal. After a while, Chen Zong and Zhou Shanmei stopped, looking ahead with bright eyes. That was the source of the abnormal flow of heaven and earth aura. With their eyes, they could see strands of heaven and earth aura gathering there. Moreover, they could feel a different aura fluctuation. It was very powerful and vast, like a long river. The two of them paused for a while, then flew away at a faster speed. It looked like an ordinary piece of land, but now it had become the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone's gazes were focused on a red flower on the ground, filled with a burning intent. Chen Zong stared at the red flower. His expression remained unchanged, but his heart was filled with excitement. The flower was very special. It grew straight like a long chopstick. Its stem was dark green and had no leaves. At the top was a red flower. When the red flower bloomed, it was about the size of a palm. There were a total of 5 petals. In the center of the 5 petals was a bright red stamen that was as thick as a chopstick and as long as a finger. This flower was different from other flowers. Its petals were very thick and felt fleshy. Its red color was blood red. Chen Zong could feel the pure yang qi and blood contained in it. Without a doubt, this was a pseudo-spirit medicine that was extremely useful for the physique. A large amount of heaven and earth spirit qi continued to flow into the flower, making it look even more vibrant. It was so red that it seemed like it would drip blood at any moment. That's right, it's blood soul positive yang, someone nearby said in a low voice. Some people showed a look of agreement, while others showed a look of sudden realization. Blood soul positive yang, Chen Zong knew that this pseudo-spirit medicine was originally a treasure medicine. After 1,000 years of continuous absorption of heaven and earth spirit qi, it would transform into a spirit medicine. Now, this blood soul positive yang was in the process of transforming from a treasure medicine to a spirit medicine. This process would take 10 years to 100 years. If it was the Spirit Medicine Valley in the past, it might be able to complete the transformation in just a dozen years, but the current Spirit Medicine Valley was different. It would take much longer. The blood soul positive yang contained a pure and majestic power of qi and blood. This power of qi and blood did not belong to the qi and blood of humans or demonic beasts. Instead, it belonged to the qi and blood of medicine. However, it was able to bring about an extremely strong effect on the qi and blood of humans or demonic beasts. A strong vitality would strengthen one's body, and in the end, it would be impervious to all evil. This showed the importance of vitality. For body refinement cultivators, vitality was extremely important. Even if one was not a body refinement cultivator, they still needed a strong and pure vitality. In short, under the transcendent realm, whether it was a body refinement cultivator or a qi refinement cultivator, this blood soul positive yang would play a great role. This was not straightforward enough. To put it simply, if this blood soul positive yang was refined into a pill, it could continuously strengthen and purify one's vitality, breaking through the limits of the human body, strengthening one's physique, and improving one's strength. It could increase one's strength by at least 20,000 kilograms. If one had a body refinement secret art, the effect would be even better. It could be said that this blood-soul positive yang could allow a qi refinement cultivator to have a profound body refinement cultivation. It was even said that there was a slight chance it could make one's vitality pure. This kind of feeling was like reaching the heavens in a single bound. In addition, the blood-soul positive yang could also be used as a healing panacea. If one was seriously injured, as long as it was not a spiritual injury, taking the blood-soul positive yang would be able to heal in a short time. Even if one was poisoned, their vitality would be able to better resist the poison. Who wouldn't want to obtain such a treasure? As for why it was not suitable for Transcendent Realm Masters, it was because it had not completed its true transformation into a spirit medicine. It lacked the power useful to Transcendent Realm Masters. None of the people present was in the Transcendent Realm, not even a pseudo-transcendent. At a glance, the highest cultivation was at the 8th layer of the true martial realm. After all, the Spirit Medicine Valley was no longer the same as before. Gradually, fewer and fewer masters came to the Spirit Medicine Valley to try their luck. If this trend continued, perhaps in a few years, even late-stage true martial realm cultivators would not come here. Of course, if the news of the appearance of the blood-soul positive yang spread, given enough time, even pseudo-transcendent realm masters would come to compete for it. Unfortunately, the time was too short for the news to spread. As long as a cultivator cultivated to a certain extent, they would understand some relevant knowledge. For example, when a pseudo-spirit medicine was absorbing world energy, it should not be interrupted, otherwise, its medicinal properties would be damaged. Therefore, although everyone was envious, they did not act. Instead, they waited. As soon as the blood-soul positive yang finished absorbing world energy, they would immediately snatch it. Each of them circulated their true qi, like a great river rushing endlessly through their bodies. While staring at the blood-soul positive yang, everyone was also sizing up the others. In total, there were 7 parties. No, there was another group of people, so there were 8 parties. Shenzong and Zhuashanmei were on one side, Li Mingyi and 2 other people were on the other side. The other 6 people were either 5 or 3. Everyone's cultivation was not bad, at least in the 6th layer of the true martial realm. Some had reached the 7th layer, and the strongest was in the 8th layer. There were 2 of them. We want this blood-soul positive yang. If you know what's good for you, you'd better leave now. A martial artist in the 8th layer of the true martial realm said coldly, warning the others. There were a total of 5 people on this side. 4 of them were in the 7th layer of the true martial realm and 1 was in the 8th layer of the true martial realm. In terms of cultivation, they could be considered the strongest. However, they did not look young, at least in their 30s or 40s. Get lost. Another martial artist in the 8th layer of the true martial realm shouted. He was an elder of a force and usually had a high position. I advise you to leave. Li Mingyi said, going against the Heavenly Water Sect is not a good thing. The Heavenly Water Sect. The 2 martial artists in the 8th layer of the true martial realm and the people behind them changed their expressions. They looked more carefully at Li Mingyi and the other 2. When they saw the symbol of the Heavenly Water Sect on their clothes, their hearts skipped a beat. The symbol of the Heavenly Water Sect and the cultivation of the 7th layer of the true martial realm. They were probably the core disciples of the Heavenly Water Sect. They really did not dare to go against the Heavenly Water Sect. I don't dare to go against the Heavenly Water Sect, but the treasure belongs to the capable. Moreover, you don't represent the entire Heavenly Water Sect. The elder from the small force said in a low voice. He was somewhat nervous, but if he could obtain this blood-soul positive yang, his strength would definitely rise to a new level. In the world of martial artists, no one would let go of any opportunity that could allow one to advance by leaps and bounds. They would do their best to fight for it. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets. Of course, there was a difference compared to their lives. However, the elder believed that Li Mingyi and the others did not have the strength to threaten him. The 5 heavenly prides, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-tier geniuses were all well known in terms of their names and appearances. Li Mingyi was not one of them. So you're saying that you don't take the Heavenly Water Sect seriously? Li Mingyi's face darkened. The other 2 also looked angry. I wouldn't dare. I have a lot of respect for the Heavenly Water sect. Therefore, I believe that the Heavenly Water sect would not do such a thing as killing and robbing. The LV8 true martial realm martial artist was very experienced. He said this with a smile. On the surface, he was flattering the Heavenly Water sect, but there was a hidden meaning behind his words. Li Mingyi's face darkened. However, he really did not dare to represent the Heavenly Water sect. Zhou Shanmei and Chen Zong did not speak. In the face of such a treasure, it was extremely difficult to rely on the name of the force behind one's back to drive others away unless one had absolute strength. Those who were talking suddenly fell silent. They stared at the changes of the blood-soul positive yang while paying attention to the movements of the others. Without a doubt, the two LV8 true martial realm martial artists were eye-catching. Li Mingyi, a disciple of the Heavenly Water sect, was also eye-catching. The other two were Chen Zong and Zhou Shanmei, both of whom were disciples of the Unhindered Sword sect. Not many people knew about Chen Zong, but many knew about Zhou Shanmei. The name of the hidden fragrance sword was like thunder to one's ears. It was very frightening. A large amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth constantly gathered from all directions. It condensed above the blood-soul positive yang and became very dense. Then, it poured into the blood-soul positive yang like a vortex. As the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was absorbed, the blood-soul positive yang became brighter and brighter. It felt as if it was filled with qi and blood. It felt as if a large lake of pure blood and qi had been compressed into a small space. Everyone could feel it, and they were all pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect this blood-soul positive yang to be so old. It seems that it won't be long before it completely transforms into a spirit medicine. If it transforms into a spirit medicine, then the value of this blood-soul positive yang would increase by more than 10 times. Of course, they did not want it to happen. Once it transforms into a spirit medicine, it would definitely trigger a change in heaven and earth. At that time, it would not be something they could interfere with. Whoever interfered would be killed. A spirit medicine was at the level of a transcendent. It would attract the attention of a transcendent master. First, he broke through the limits of the human body, then cultivated the mixed yuan body, then strengthened his physique to 10,000 gene arm strength, then 20,000 gene, and obtained the golden jade bone skill. Now, Chen Zong's physique had reached an astonishing level, and his pure yang blood qi was much purer. His arm strength alone had reached 50,000 gene. With Chen Zong's current body refinement cultivation, coupled with the mixed yuan iron refining hand, without using any true qi or sword skills, he could compete with or even defeat an ordinary 6th layer true martial realm martial artist. He could even survive against an ordinary 7th layer true martial realm martial artist. After cultivating the 2nd layer of the golden jade bone skill, the 3rd layer was even more difficult. Relying on his own efforts, Chen Zong didn't know how many years it would take him to cultivate it. Maybe by that time, his qi cultivation would have reached the pseudo-transcendent realm or even the transcendent realm. If he could obtain this blood-soul positive yang, even if he couldn't cultivate the 3rd layer, he could at least shorten the time by a lot. The whistling heaven and earth spiritual qi suddenly stopped and gradually dispersed. Above the blood-soul positive sun, there was still a small whirlpool of heaven and earth spiritual qi flowing backwards. Everyone's heart suddenly jumped. They all knew that the blood-soul positive sun's process of absorbing heaven and earth spiritual qi was about to end. When the last of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth poured into the blood-soul positive sun, the blood-soul positive sun also emitted a pure and majestic blood qi fluctuation, vast and mighty like a surging river. But in the next moment, the majestic blood qi fluctuation was restrained, as if it was an illusion. The bright red color of the blood-soul positive sun also rapidly shrank, becoming dim and even a little withered, like a sickly weed. This was the self-protection instinct of a spirit herb. A pseudo-spirit herb that wanted to transform into a spirit herb would more or less have such an instinct. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, seeing such a sickly and withered flower, even if its appearance was strange, it wouldn't attract any attention. In the world of martial artists, there were many things with strange appearances. Not everything with a strange appearance was valuable. If one didn't know how to treat it as a treasure, it would be a joke. The moment the blood-soul positive yang's brilliance was restrained, everyone moved together. One by one, they used their movement skills and rushed towards the blood-soul positive yang at their fastest speed. Their palms were filled with true qi, and they reached out to grab the blood soul positive yang. If someone made a move to snatch it, there would naturally be others who would cover for them. Otherwise, it would only become a complete mess. On Qinzong's side, Xueshanmei was the one who snatched it, while Qinzong covered for her. After all, Xueshanmei was faster. Both swords were unsheathed, and bright silver sword light pierced through the air, attacking the left and right sides respectively. The 18th style of the unhindered sword technique was shockingly powerful. It immediately repelled the two people on the left and right, but the others also attacked. Xueshanmei's sword was unsheathed. The snow-white sword light was like 1,000-year-old ice that swept across the sky. The unhindered will contained within it was as if it was looking down on the world. Xueshanmei also practiced the unhindered sword codex. Different cultivators would often have different understandings of the unhindered sword canon, but they all had one thing in common, and that was the will to move unhindered. Without this will, it was impossible to grasp the mysteries of the unhindered sword canon, and it was impossible to display the might of the unhindered sword canon. However, Qinzong's unhindered sword technique was sharp and domineering. It was indomitable and invincible. On the other hand, Xueshanmei's unhindered sword technique was like 1,000-year-old ice. As soon as the sword was unsheathed, frost fell from the sky. The terrible power immediately shattered all the attacks, and then forced the others to retreat. This sword move greatly shocked Qinzong. It was so powerful. River reaches the sky. Li Mingyi unsheathed his sword. The sword light rippled like water. It was endless, as if the water and the sky were the same color, making people unable to distinguish north from south. Immediately, a sword light was contained in it, and it attacked Qinzong from the other side. Li Mingyi unexpectedly took advantage of this opportunity to injure Qinzong. After all, Li Mingyi's cultivation was at LV7 of the true martial realm. Although he could not be ranked among the geniuses of the second group, his strength was not weak. He could easily defeat an ordinary LV7 of the true martial realm. Li Mingyi's sword move was deliberate, so Qinzong could not dodge it. He could only raise his sword to meet it. However, a snow-white sword light that was as cold as ice was even faster. It shattered Li Mingyi's sword light and counterattacked. Li Mingyi's face suddenly changed. He could not help but tremble. He hurriedly retreated, but he was still affected by the sword light. His shoulder was cut, but no blood flowed out because the wound was frozen. The coldness invaded his body from the wound, making Li Mingyi shiver all over. He felt that the arm holding the sword was a little numb and became stiff. Xueshanmei, you actually attacked me for an outsider. Li Mingyi screamed, his face full of grief and indignation. After all, he and Xueshanmei had known each other for more than 20 years. They could be considered childhood sweethearts. Now, not only was he ignored by Xueshanmei, but he was also injured by her sword. For a moment, while Li Mingyi was extremely sad and indignant, his hatred for Qinzong skyrocketed. Xueshanmei did not pay attention to him. She unsheathed her sword. The snow-white light gathered from all around like a spiral, and then stabbed out. It was like a snow-white aurora breaking through the sky. It pierced through the head of a LV7 of the true martial realm, killing him directly. This sword move contained an indescribable beauty in its simplicity. It was like a solo dance at the top of a snowy mountain, breathtaking. With Xueshanmei's strength, ordinary LV7 of the true martial realm were like clay chickens and pottery dogs under her sword. Only those who had reached LV8 of the true martial realm could compete with her, but they were not necessarily her match. After the first death, the second and third were killed in the melee. Qinzong did his best to protect Xueshanmei and himself. While Xueshanmei was fighting for the Blood Sun, she would also take care of Qinzong and block a few near-fatal attacks for Qinzong. There were saber lights and sword shadows all around, and a terrifying aura filled the air. The slightest carelessness would result in death. At this moment, Xueshanmei showed an unparalleled attitude. She swept through all directions and defeated all the strong enemies. She closed in on the Blood Sun and was about to pluck it. If I can't get it, no one can. Suddenly, that rogue cultivator in the 8th level of true martial realm roared and threw out a black light. The black light was a flying knife, and it was extremely fast. It pierced through the air and shot towards the blood soul positive Sunday. It was clear that he wanted to destroy the blood soul positive Sunday's Xianxia's reaction was timely and fast enough, but she was still a bit slower. She only managed to make the black light deviate slightly, but it still swept past the blood sun, causing it to explode. The blood sun had a total of 5 petals and 1 stamen, all of which contained powerful and pure natural qi and blood. Now that it was hit by the flying knife, one of the petals shattered, creating a powerful explosion. The other 4 petals and stamen were blasted away and shot in all directions. Xianxia reached out and grabbed one of the petals. Chen Zong followed closely behind Xianxia. His reaction was extremely fast. He was about to grab the stamen that flew in front of him. The other 3 petals fell into the hands of the other 3 people. When he got the stamen, Chen Zong felt that the powerful qi and blood in it were rapidly draining away. Without hesitation, he immediately threw it into his mouth. Originally, after getting it, Chen Zong planned to ask someone to refine it into an elixir before taking it. The effect would be better. However, now that it was blasted apart by the flying knife, it suffered some damage, causing the qi and blood to leak out. If it was not taken directly, it would not take long for the pure qi and blood to dissipate. Xianxia also knew this. She did not hesitate to eat it. The other people who got it did the same and swallowed it directly. Seeing this, the others knew that they had no chance. Even if they killed Chen Zong, they could not get it back. Moreover, they might not be able to kill Chen Zong. Li Mingyi stared at Chen Zong with hatred. He stepped back step by step and left. Chen Zong activated the 3rd level of the mysterious Jade Golden Bone technique. His body was surrounded by a faint golden red glow. His pure yang qi and blood roared like a dragon. Xianxia also activated her body refining technique. As a core disciple of the Zhongjing sword sect and one of the geniuses in the 2nd-tier camp of Tianjiang Prefecture, it was normal for her to practice body refining technique. However, Xianxia's body refining technique was not as good as Chen Zong's. Although the difference was huge, it still improved her strength. While activating her body refining technique to refine the positive yang blood pill, Chen Zong and the others were also paying attention to their surroundings. If anyone wanted to attack, they would fight back without mercy. Fortunately, those people hesitated and did not attack. Instead, they turned around and left. His qi and blood roared like a dragon. Chen Zong could feel his pure yang qi and blood growing stronger. The number of golden threads in his bright red qi and blood increased little by little. This meant that his pure yang qi and blood was getting stronger. Chen Zong did not know what would happen when his pure yang qi and blood turned completely golden. However, he was looking forward to it. In just half an hour, Chen Zong's roaring pure yang qi and blood slowly calmed down. The pure yang qi and blood began to nourish his body, strengthening his muscles, bones, and organs. A series of sounds rang out. Chen Zong's body trembled slightly as he grew stronger and stronger. When the strengthening stopped, Chen Zong could clearly feel the changes in his body. His physique had become even more tyrannical, and his strength had also increased significantly. 60,000 jin. Chen Zong thought to himself. This change was under his control, so he could clearly feel it. His arm strength had increased from 50,000 jin to 60,000 jin. The increase was very obvious. If Chen Zong could rely on the mixed iron smelting hand to save his life against an ordinary martial artist at the 7th level of the true martial realm, then now he could fight against an ordinary martial artist at the 7th level of the true martial realm and be in an invincible position. Even if he did not use the mixed iron forging hands, Chen Zong's strength had increased significantly with his 2 swords. After a while, Xianxia also absorbed the positive yang blood pill. Her white skin flashed with a hint of red, which was a sign that her qi and blood had become stronger. Chen Zong guessed that senior sister's Xianxia's body strength had increased by at least 10,000 jin. After that, the other 3 people also refined the positive yang blood pill's petals. Their qi and blood surged, and the aura they emitted became stronger. However, the 3 people looked at Xianxia with fear. They kept retreating, afraid that Xianxia would kill them. Xianxia would kill when fighting for the positive yang blood pill. However, now that there was no enmity between them, she would not kill indiscriminately. What a remnant thought. I'm out of the top 10. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the Spirit Potion Valley was denser than in other places. Of course, compared to the other big mountain sects, it didn't have any advantages. Plus, there had been many battles here, and now it had become a training ground for many warriors in the martial arts realm. Therefore, there were no forces who wanted to occupy this place to avoid the dissatisfaction of other forces. Even though the Tianshui sect claimed to be the #1 sect in Tianjiang Prefecture, it didn't dare to fight against the other three sects. Pseudo-spiritual herbs were hard to find. Qingyu and Shuxianmei had been searching in the Spiritual Potion Valley for more than half a month, but they hadn't found a second one. However, they did find a few top-notch spiritual herbs, which were beneficial to warriors of the genuine martial realm. As a result, Chenzong had broken through to the late stage of the LV4 genuine martial realm. His art of traversing had reached the 19th level, and his sword art of traversing had reached the 19th level. "Junior brother, let's go," Shuxianmei said. "Okay." Nodding, Chenzong and Shuxianmei walked out of the Spiritual Potion Valley. As soon as they got out of the valley, they saw a man with 2 swords on his back. He looked arrogant. The moment he saw Shuxianmei, his eyes shone with a sharp light, which tore through the air like cold lightning. "Fragrant sword Shuxianmei, let me have a taste of you." The arrogant young man had an evil smile on his face, and his words were blasphemous. Chenzong frowned. Shuxianmei's face became colder. Her eyes were like ice that could freeze everything. "Come on." The arrogant young man had a weird smile on his face. He pulled out the 2 swords on his back. The swords were long and narrow. One was blue, and the other was red. They were dazzling. Everything happened so inexplicably. It was a fight without reason. However, neither Chenzong nor Shuxianmei was surprised. In the world of warriors, anything could happen at any time. It was normal to be challenged by others. Chenzong stepped back. The fluctuation of this man's aura showed his cultivation. LV7 genuine martial realm, his aura was as sharp as a knife, with a kind of indescribable coldness and heat that alternated endlessly. Obviously, he was not an ordinary LV7 true martial realm warrior. The names and characteristics of the second and third-rate geniuses of Tianjiang Prefecture flashed through his mind, but none of them matched the person in front of him. Could he be a rogue cultivator? Among the rogue cultivators of Tianjiang Prefecture, which one of them at the 7th LV of the true martial realm dared to challenge Shuxianmei? Wasn't that just courting death? Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Shuxianmei's face was ice cold. Her white, jade-like hand gripped the hilt of her sword. The sword slowly came out of its sheath amidst the even and pleasant sound of friction. The snow-white sword reflected the sunlight, dazzling and enchanting, and a faint fragrance slowly diffused. Setting sun blade Gua Tianxing, mountain crushing Handuan Jinghe, and wind mark Qi Wuyang, all of you are not worthy of your fame. The young man with 2 blades smiled arrogantly. "I wonder if you, hidden fragrance sword Shuxianmei, can make me happy." Every word of his was taking advantage of her, making her feel disgusted. "After I defeat all the so-called second-rate geniuses of Tianjiang Prefecture, I will challenge your so-called first-rate geniuses." Hearing this, Chenzong immediately understood that this person was not a warrior of Tianjiang Prefecture, but a cultivator from other prefectures. This was normal. Many geniuses of Tianjiang Prefecture would also go to other prefectures to challenge the geniuses of other prefectures to improve themselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the arrogant young man unfurled his blades. Like a swallow spreading its wings, he swept through the sky in an instant, leaving behind a red and blue ribbon of light in the air. As they fluttered, they were somewhat dazzling as they charged towards Shuxianmei. At first glance, Chenzong knew that he could not withstand this attack. This person's words were frivolous and annoying, but his strength was very strong, and his attainments in blade techniques were also very high. Shuxianmei attacked with her sword, sweeping across the sky. The blade and the sword collided hundreds of times in the air, sputtering countless sparks. Chenzong narrowed his eyes to see, but he could not see everything clearly, because both the arrogant young man and Shuxianmei moved too fast. Chenzong was sure that if he fought with either of them, he would not be able to withstand more than 3 moves, and this was the best estimate. The gap between their cultivation was too big. The gap between LV4 and LV7 was 3 whole levels, and the gap was between the middle stage and the late stage of the genuine martial realm. However, Qinzong did not feel frustrated. Both Xuanmei and the arrogant young man were older than him, and they had been cultivating for at least a few years. Moreover, they were very talented and came from good families. They had received excellent training since they were young, so they had an advantage over him from the beginning. However, Qinzong was confident that he could catch up with them in the next few years, and even surpass them. Focus. Qinzong narrowed his eyes and focused all his attention on the battle between the two. He did not blink, and tried his best to comprehend and absorb as much as he could. A battle of this level would be of great help to him. The snow-white cold sword light moved in all directions, and countless frost floated in the air. The red sword light passed by with amazing heat, melting the frost in the air and spreading it. It turned into countless white steam that rose in spirals and filled the air. Then, the blue sword light passed by, and countless steam were frozen in an instant. The steam around the blue sword light condensed into frost again, and as the sword moved, the coldness became more intense. The two swords brought up a red-hot light belt and a blue cold light belt, circling around Xuanmei. Gradually, a strange force field of alternating cold and heat was formed, constantly affecting the surroundings and affecting Xuanmei. The light band was bright and gradually became dazzling. After looking at it for a long time, Qinzong felt dizzy. Xuanmei performed the horizontal swordsmanship to the extreme. Her current cultivation was at the peak of LV7 genuine martial realm, which corresponded to the 28th level of the horizontal gong, and the 28th movement of the horizontal swordsmanship. That kind of power was extremely terrifying. The snow-white cold sword light broke through the air, and beams of light moved in all directions, sharp and cold, extremely powerful. The two swords trembled, and the red and blue light bands also fluctuated, as if they were about to collapse at any time. The frivolous look on the arrogant young man's face disappeared completely, and only seriousness remained. Xuanmei's sword gave him a lot of pressure. Compared with the setting sun saber Gua Tianxing, mountain-crushing Handuan Jinghe, and wind-marked Qi Wuyang, she was indeed much stronger. However, this was more interesting. The ultimate purpose of coming out to experience was to challenge different opponents, find out one's own shortcomings, absorb the opponent's strengths, and finally improve oneself, constantly improve oneself, and make oneself stronger. The arrogant young man immediately performed his heaven-level swordsmanship to the extreme. Red and blue intertwined, hot and cold alternated, and the surrounding air constantly changed. Sometimes it was white fog, and sometimes it was cold frost. Compared with the horizontal swordsmanship, this swordsmanship had more variations. It also had the heat of fire and the cold of ice. The alternation between cold and hot would further wear down the opponent's strength, making it easier for the opponent to fall into exhaustion. The intertwined red and blue bands of light had the power to confuse the mind. This was a very terrifying swordsmanship. However, no matter how many variations your swordsmanship had, no matter how hot and cold your swordsmanship alternated, I will break it with my sword. Xuanmei's expression did not change, and her eyes were like ice sapphires, without the slightest ripple. Compared with the swordsmanship, Qinzong paid more attention to Xuanmei's horizontal swordsmanship. After all, he also practiced the horizontal swordsmanship, and could be inspired by it. Dual polarity? Ice and fire union. With a low shout, the arrogant young man's two swords paused for a moment. The red and blue swords flashed and suddenly burst out, covering all directions. The two swords rotated in the light, connecting the sky and the earth. It was so endless that people could not tell front from back, left from right, and were densely packed, attacking Xuanmei from different angles. The 28th move of the unhindered sword technique, the cold snow-white sword light spun and gathered from all directions. Then, it turned into a bright white sword light that was as thick as an arm. Like frost and thunder, it carried an astonishing power and was unstoppable. It was as if the sword could break the dome of heaven. Under the sword, countless swords were shattered and dissipated like the moon in the water. However, the arrogant young man's second move was also performed. The shattered swords gathered in the sky and turned into a red and blue double-colored sword that slashed down from the sky. If there was a mountain in front of it, it would be cut open by this sword. A trace of seriousness flashed in Xuanmei's eyes, but she did not intend to dodge at all. She still attacked with her sword. The sword whistled and swept the world, and the sword light like frost and thunder broke through the sky again. The sword was shattered, but Xianxia kept retreating. The arrogant young man's cultivation was higher than Xianxia's. He was at the limit of the 7th level of the true force, close to the 8th level of the true force. He also practiced a heaven-level skill, and the purity of his true power was better than Xianxia's. After several exchanges, Xianxia also found that this person's body refining cultivation was not inferior to her own. A strong enemy, it would be very difficult to defeat him. Suddenly, Qianzong found that Xianxia's qi changed in an instant. It was a very mysterious change, as if Xianxia's cold qi was condensed in an instant, and it was increasing from the original foundation. Immediately, Qianzong saw Xianxia's red lips move slightly. Secret sword. Point star. With that said, an extremely congealed qi, bringing along an extremely tyrannical true power, instantly poured into the snow-white sword in his hand, as though there was a weak ray of light that flashed past, congealing at the tip of the sword. The sword stabbed out. Qianzong had never seen or heard of this sword before. Although he was far away, Qianzong felt his hair stand on end. He felt that even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to resist at all. All resistance would be destroyed by the sword. Although the arrogant young man was much stronger than Qianzong, he was facing Xianxia's sword head-on. The pressure he was under was much greater. His face changed dramatically, and his pupils shrank to the size of needles. He was terrified. The terrifying sword made his scalp tingle, and he felt like he was going to be killed. In an instant, the arrogant young man burst out with all his strength. The two swords danced together, and even the wind could not blow in. The hidden fragrance sword is indeed full of flavor. Today, I, Dan Xiangning, will definitely repay you in the future. As the voice sounded, the figure flew across the sky like a rainbow and quickly disappeared. Qianzong didn't chase after him. He was too fast. Xianxia also didn't chase after him. That sword attack had exhausted all her true qi. Xianxia's face was pale. Her eyes were filled with unconcealable exhaustion. Her hand holding the sword was trembling slightly. It was obvious how much burden that sword attack had brought. She quickly took out a pill and consumed it to restore her strength and true qi. Qianzong stood on the side to protect her. As the pill dissolved and absorbed, Xianxia's face gradually became rosy. Her aura also slowly recovered. "Junior brother, I'm fine," Xianxia said. The two didn't mention that person again. "Junior brother, I've been out for a while. Now I'm going back to the sect to cultivate for a while," Xianxia said. "I also plan to go back to the sect to cultivate for a while," Qianzong said. The recent events made Qianzong realize that his cultivation and strength were still not enough. After going through so many things, he needed some time to meditate and convert it into cultivation and strength. The two continued to walk together towards the Zongjing Sword Sect's mountain gate. The Zongjing Sword Sect had the Zongjing Sword Codex. In addition, there were two secret swords. The so-called secret swords were swordsmanship secret techniques. In essence, they could be regarded as a secret technique. It could also be called a secret technique of the sword Dao. Qianzong knew this, but he wasn't qualified to practice it yet. It wasn't that his status wasn't high enough. With his identity as the Zongjing Sword's son, the Zongjing Sword Sect would focus on training him. Naturally, they wouldn't be stingy with the two secret swords. The reason why he couldn't practice them was because of his cultivation. The two secret swords had exceeded the scope of Tian grade martial arts. In theory, they were pseudo-spirit grade martial arts. Naturally, they corresponded to the level of a pseudo-transcendent realm martial artist. However, it was said that the two secret swords belonged to the lower level of pseudo-spirit grade martial arts. The threshold to practice them was also relatively low. However, one needed to be at least in the 7th true martial realm. Using the art of the unhindered sword as an example, one had to reach the 25th level of the art of the unhindered and the 25th form of the art of the unhindered. However, Xianxia, who had reached the 28th level of the art of traversing and had also reached the 28th style of the art of traversing. She had used up all of her energy to perform one of the two secret sword arts, point star. She had become exhausted, which was enough to show the difficulty of practicing and performing the secret sword art. However, at the same time, it also showed the terrifying power of the secret sword art. That alone was enough to break through his opponent's defense, injure him, and almost kill him. Although Xianxia was not invincible in the Tianjiang prefecture, it was hard to find a match for her. The two of them traveled together and returned to the mountain gate of the Zhongjing sword sect half a month later. Greetings, senior sister Xue and senior brother Chen. The LV4 true martial realm inner core disciple guarding the mountain gate bowed to Zhong and Xianxia as soon as he saw them. Xianxia nodded slightly. Thank you for your hard work, junior brothers. Zhong smiled, which made the two of them extremely excited. They quickly went up the stairs and soon saw the ancient sword cauldron. They continued to go up until they were halfway up the Tianhong mountain. Junior brother, I'm going back. Xianxia said and turned around to leave, leaving behind a faint fragrance. After watching Xianxia leave, Zhong also went to the Zhongjing sword hall to inform them of his return, and then returned to the Black Bamboo residence. Not long after, senior brother Lin Yuya came to find him. Junior brother, I heard that you and junior sister Xue are very close. Lin Yuya said with a teasing smile. He winked at Zhong and said, I wonder how many junior brothers will have their hearts broken. Senior brother, are your hearts broken too? Zhong was not embarrassed at all. Instead, he teased back. Guess. Lin Yuya did not care about Zhong's teasing. After the first time they met more and more often. They gradually got to know each other and became familiar with each other. Some jokes were very smooth. Junior brother, you're really amazing. You defeated Gu Yaoyang on your first trip and directly became one of the 10 rising stars. Lin Yuya changed the topic. Senior brother was not bad at all back then. Zhong smiled. He knew some of Lin Yuya's deeds very well. Of course. Who asked me to be senior brother? Lin Yuya smiled and said with a bit of pride. The two chatted casually. As they talked, Lin Yuya also asked Zhong about his experience. Zhong did not hide anything and told him all that he could. Young Master Long Lin Yuya's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. If he dares to use any means to deal with you, let's see if my sword agrees. It was full of protectiveness. Until now, Zhong had already displayed shocking talent. This talent was enough to make Lin Yuya admit defeat. Lin Yuya was not jealous at all. Instead, he was very happy. Because of this, he paid more attention to Zhong. Moreover, after many interactions, Lin Yuya admired Zhong's character. Other than being fellow disciples, they were also good friends. Immediately, Zhong talked about the battle between Xianxia and the youth with dual blades who came from the outer house not long ago. Dan Shangning. I know this person. A while ago, he stirred up trouble in our Tianjiang prefecture and defeated many geniuses from the second group. Lin Yuya said slowly. This person came from Wanluo prefecture, which is adjacent to Tianjiang prefecture. He is a core disciple of the Wanluo sect, which is the only middle-ranked sect in Wanluo prefecture. Middle-ranked sect. Zhong was secretly surprised. There were 4 middle-ranked sect in the Longtu dynasty. They were the Jinghong Sword sect, Xianxia Palace, Ancient Mountain, and Wanluo sect. The Jinghong Sword sect was like the Zhongjing Sword sect. They were all sword cultivation sect. The Xianxia Palace was known to be open and aboveboard. The Ancient Mountain had fewer disciples, but they were all geniuses. The Wanluo sect had the most disciples among the 4 middle-ranked sect. They also had the most types of martial arts. Their actions were neither righteous nor evil. The 4 middle-ranked sect were powerful. Although they were not a match for the Longtu imperial family, the imperial family was not willing to destroy them. Instead, they gave them a certain amount of respect. For example, 4 of the 8 prefectures were named after the 4 middle-ranked sect. Jinghong Prefecture, Xianxia Prefecture, Ancient Palace, and Wanluo Prefecture. The Zhongjing Sword sect was also a middle-ranked sect. Unfortunately, it had declined. Naturally, it could not be compared to the Wanluo sect that had been developing for a long time. After the two chatted for a while, Lin Yuya left. Zhong collected his thoughts and began to meditate. He meditated and cultivated the Zhongxing skill and the Zhongxing sword art. Time flew by. Chen Zong had already converted all his gains from the adventure. Being chased by Long Xiaojun, walking on the edge of life and death, fighting for the fake spiritual herbs in the Spirit Potion Valley, and so on. The aura around his body fluctuated. It suddenly expanded and exploded like a tide. Then, it quickly converged. Chen Zong opened his eyes. They shone brightly and a smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Sure enough, the adventure was a good way to tap into one's potential. After many battles, especially those between life and death, the dormant potential would become active again. It would be easier to cultivate and break through. Peak of the 4th level of the true martial realm. After meditating for a while, the Zhongxing sword art had reached the 20th move. As for the peak of the 4th level of the true martial realm, it was just a matter of accumulation. He only needed to spend some time to slowly cultivate the Zhongxing qi. I'll continue to cultivate and try to reach the 5th level of the true martial realm. Then I'll consider going out for adventure, Chen Zong said to himself. Once his cultivation reached the 5th level of the true martial realm, even if it was only the early stage, Chen Zong was 100% sure that he could fight or even kill an ordinary martial artist at the 7th level of the true martial realm. He could even protect himself in the face of a martial artist at the 8th level of the true martial realm. With such strength, he could go out for adventure and explore more places. Time flew by. Half a month later, Chen Zong's cultivation reached the peak of the 4th level of the true martial realm as he wished. However, it was not so easy to break through to the 5th level of the true martial realm. The further one progressed in the true martial realm, the more difficult it was to cultivate. Without any special opportunities, the time spent would often continue to increase. It would take an ordinary martial artist at least half a year to break through to the 5th level of the true martial realm from the peak of the 4th level of the true martial realm. As his cultivation improved, so did the sweeping in all directions and the flying swan body technique. Senior brother Chen, please enlighten me. Wang Xianyang stood with his sword in hand, his eyes shining. Wang Xianyang was one of the 10 rising stars, but he was still an inner disciple, while Chen Zong was a core disciple. Therefore, even though Wang Xianyang joined the sect earlier, he still had to call Chen Zong senior brother. Wang Xuanyang's purpose was naturally to challenge Chen Zong. Chen Zong's defeat of Gu Yaoyang put a lot of pressure on Wang Xianyang. He came out of seclusion after training hard. When he heard the news of Chen Zong's return, he immediately came to find him. As one of the 10 rising stars, the Zhongxing sword sect naturally paid enough attention to him. Therefore, although Wang Xuanyang's cultivation method and sword art were not the Zhongxing sword manual, they were of the highest grade of the heaven level. Senior brother Chen, I know that you're practicing the Zhongxing skill and the Zhongxing sword art. I'm practicing the ancient Yuan skill and the bright ray sword art, Wang Xianyang said. Junior brother Wang, please. Chen Zong said lightly. He unsheathed his 2 swords and pointed them at the ground. Senior brother Chen, take this. As soon as Wang Xuanyang's voice fell, his long sword turned into a bright sword light, sweeping across the sky. When the sharp and bright sword light passed by, the sword light behind it became as soft as silk, like seaweed rippling in the water, which was somewhat dazzling. The sword was so fast that it was already in front of Chen Zong the moment it was unsheathed. Chen Zong didn't panic. He raised his 2 swords and performed the Zhongxing sword art. After a period of seclusion, Wang Xuanyang's cultivation had reached the middle stage of LV5 genuine martial realm. His sword art had also improved, and his strength had become more powerful. At first, Wang Xianyang only used half of his strength. Later, he found that half of his strength couldn't do anything to Chen Zong, so he used 70% of his strength, and then increased it to 90%. Sword light and sword qi filled the air with 90% of his strength, but still couldn't do anything to Chen Zong. Then, Wang Xianyang used 100% of his strength. If it were before, Chen Zong would have to use all his strength to deal with Wang Xianyang at 100% of his strength. However, after reaching the peak of LV4 genuine martial realm, Chen Zong's strength had increased greatly. He only used 80% of his strength to fight with Wang Xianyang. Starting tomorrow at 12 noon. Double monthly ticket. 6 down monthly ticket. It had a wingspan of 13 meters. Its feathers were black and white, and there was a tuft of golden hair on its head. It looked like a flame swaying in the wind. It was a white crane. The golden flame swift shadow crane was a level 9 monster. It was not inferior to the heavenly water sex green scale heavenly wave eagle. However, the green scale heavenly wave eagle was better at attacking. The golden flame swift shadow crane was better at flying. It was faster and more durable than the green scale heavenly wave eagle. There were 2 people sitting cross-legged on the golden flame swift shadow crane's back, one on the left and one on the right. Even with 2 people on its back, the golden flame swift shadow crane's body was stable. It flew at a speed faster than the speed of sound, leaving a white trail in the sky. One of them was Elder Yuan Lingzi, and the other was Chenzong. The golden flame swift shadow crane was the flying monster of the unhindered sword sect. It was the only one in the entire Tianjiang prefecture. It was like a symbol. This time, Elder Yuan Lingzi took Chenzong out of the unhindered sword sect on the golden flame swift shadow crane. It was not a small matter. It was very important, especially for Chenzong. There was a mountain in Tianjiang prefecture. It was not tall or big, but it was famous. The mountain was called Earth Spirit. It was named after the spiritual chi of the earth. There is a natural pool on Earth Spirit Mountain. There is an earth vein under Earth Spirit Mountain. The earth vein is connected to the pool. Yuan Lingzi said slowly, the earth vein can gather the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within 100 miles. After it is purified, it is poured into the pool, turning it into a spiritual pool. The spiritual pool contains strong and pure spiritual chi. If you cultivate in the spiritual pool, you can absorb the spiritual chi in the spiritual pool and break through your cultivation. Chenzong's heart skipped a beat. He was now at the peak of LV4 true martial realm. There was still some distance to LV5. He needed at least a month to break through. According to Elder Yuan, if he could cultivate in the spiritual pool, he could break through to LV5 true martial realm. The spirit water in the spirit pool is filled once every 10 years. In other words, the spirit pool in Earth Spirit Mountain opens once every 10 years, said Yuan Lingzi. Elder Yuan, since this spirit pool has such a miraculous effect, it should have been occupied long ago, right? Chenzong asked. As soon as he said that, Chenzong saw a trace of anger flash in Yuan Lingzi's eyes. Hundreds of years ago, when our sect was still in its prime, Earth Spirit Mountain belonged to our sect. However, our sect declined and the Dragon Diagram Imperial family rose to power. After they unified the entire region, Earth Spirit Mountain belonged to the Imperial family. Since then, the Imperial family has sent people to guard Earth Spirit Mountain to prevent it from being destroyed, Yuan Lingzi said. Although Chenzong had a sense of belonging to the Zhongjing sword sect, he had only been there for a short period of time. Besides, he had not experienced what had happened hundreds of years ago, so he did not have a deep feeling about it. He only felt that the weak were prey to the strong. The unhindered sword sect had declined, and the Dragon Reflection Imperial family was strong. Therefore, the Dragon Reflection Imperial family had occupied the spiritual pool on Earth Spirit Mountain. The reason was simple. As long as the Zhongjing sword sect was stronger than the Dragon Diagram Imperial family, as long as the Zhongjing sword sect could make the Dragon Diagram Imperial family fear them, they could take back the spirit pool in Earth Spirit Mountain. However, it was very difficult for the Zhongjing sword sect to make the Dragon Diagram Imperial family fear them. It could be said that there was almost no chance. Even the 4 mid-rank sects could not make the Dragon Diagram Imperial family fear them, let alone the Zhongjing sword sect. Cultivation at the Transcendent Realm was too difficult. The spirit pool in Earth Spirit Mountain belongs to the Dragon Diagram Imperial family. However, every time it opens, there are some spots for outsiders. The 4 sects of Tianjiang Prefecture each get one. The other spots belong to the Dragon Diagram Imperial family. There are a total of 10 spots, said Yuan Lingzi. The spirit pool that opened once every 10 years was filled could only allow 10 people to enter to cultivate. There was also a rule that cultivation could not exceed the mid-stage of the true martial realm. The difference between the mid-stage and late stage of the true martial realm was very obvious. If a late-stage true martial realm cultivator entered the spirit pool to cultivate, they would have to absorb all the spirit chi in the spirit pool to improve significantly. This was different from the dragon diagram imperial family's goal of cultivating talented juniors. Chenzong was also a little moved. For 10 years, the Zongjing sword sect only had one spot, and it was used on him. It was enough to show how much the Zongjing sword sect valued him. However, he did not know who the other 3 sect spots were. The Golden Flame Swift Shadow Crane's flying speed was amazing. Compared to Chenzong's full speed, it was many times faster. At this speed, it would only take a few days to fly out of Tianjiang Prefecture. In less than 2 days, Chenzong saw Earth Spirit Mountain. Earth Spirit Mountain was less than 1,000 meters tall and covered an area of less than 100 square miles. It stood alone on the ground and was very eye-catching. About 800 meters high, someone had opened up a platform for it. It was a few thousand meters wide. Golden Flame Swift Shadow Crane. It's someone from the Zongjing sword sect. There were already people on the platform who felt the powerful aura and saw the approaching figure. They immediately exclaimed. The Golden Flame Swift Shadow Crane landed and Yuan Lingzi gave some instructions. The Golden Flame Swift Shadow Crane nodded and flew up on its own. A 9th-grade monster beast already had good intelligence and was comparable to ordinary humans. Yuan Lingzi, I didn't expect you to still be alive. The lukewarm voice sounded with a strange tone. It sounded like he was cursing Yuan Lingzi for not dying yet. I won't die even if you die, Yuan Lingzi replied with a smile as he turned his head. Chenzong found that the smile was a sneer. Chenzong also saw the person who spoke. It was an old man in a dark blue robe. He could not tell his exact age, but his cheeks were thin and his eyes were sunken, giving him a deep and fierce look. At first glance, it was obvious that he was not an easy person to get along with. Needless to say, this person was also a transcendent realm master. Since he dared to speak to Yuan Lingzi like this, it proved that his strength was not inferior to Yuan Lingzi's. Long time no see, Yuan Lingzi, you're still as sharp-tongued as before, the old man laughed again, implying sarcasm. Long time no see, but you're still full of nonsense, Yuan Lingzi retorted bluntly, his words sharp. Humph, the old man seemed to feel that he could not outtalk Yuan Lingzi, or that this kind of argument was meaningless. His gaze turned and fell on Chenzong's face. Suddenly, Chenzong felt like he had been stabbed. This junior is the current generation sword son of your unhindered sword sect, right? He seems to have some skills. His skills are average, but he's a little better than the Heavenly Water sect's disciples of the same generation. Yuan Lingzi smiled and used his power to isolate the old man from spying on Chenzong, and also to prevent the old man from secretly attacking. After all, the character of the Heavenly Water sect's elders was not good. Anyone can talk big, the old man sneered. He felt pity in his heart. If Yuan Lingzi had reacted a little slower, he would have secretly attacked. Even if he couldn't kill Chenzong, he would have caused a negative impact on Chenzong and left a shadow in his heart. This old man was one of the 2 elders of the Heavenly Water sect, Lei Daozi. Like Yuan Lingzi, he was at the 4th level of the extreme mortal realm and had been Yuan Lingzi's old rival for many years. The young man next to Lei Daozi stared at Chenzong, his eyes filled with a sharp cold light. Heavy spiritual pressure fell on Chenzong. Chenzong was not afraid at all, and he met the young man's gaze. Their gazes collided in the air, creating invisible sparks. Although he did not say it, Chenzong guessed the young man's identity. He was one of the 10 rising stars, also known as the leader of the 10 rising stars, the last disciple of the Heavenly Water sect's master, Li Xiaoyun. He wore a white robe with ripples on it. When the white robe was blown by the wind, the ripples spread out continuously. He was at the peak of the 5th level of the true martial realm. This cultivation was the highest among the 10 rising stars. Neither Gu Yaoyang nor Wang Xianyang could compare to him. A shrill cry resounded through the sky. A fiery red figure came from the horizon. Behind it, there seemed to be red clouds rolling. It was a bird. A fiery cloud bird. This was the Xinjiang sect's flying demon beast. Old Ghost Yuan, Old Ghost Lei. Every time the 2 of you meet, you will have a battle of words. A loud and clear voice seemed to carry some heat as it rolled over. A figure grabbed another figure on the bird's back and leaped up. Like a flash of fire, they flew hundreds of meters and landed in front of Yuan Lingzi and the others. A wave of heat roared like a torrent of flames, making Chenzong feel suffocated. He felt like his entire body was going to be swallowed by the waves of fire and burned to ashes. Fortunately, Yuan Lingzi waved his hand and blocked it with his own strength. Old lie, there are some methods that you can't use, Yuan Lingzi frowned and said unhappily. Ha 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 ha. True Sun Sect's Grand Elder Lai Yangzi laughed heartily. Just now, he indeed had the intention of teasing Chen Zong. Chen Zong. The eyes of the person next to Lai Yangzi glowed with anger. His anger seemed to want to burn Chen Zong to ashes. His words were blazing as he said, "We meet again. I will pay you back for the humiliation you suffered that day." "You won't have the chance," Chen Zong retorted without hesitation. That day, Gu Yaoyang was defeated by him. Now, his cultivation had increased a lot. Although Gu Yaoyang's cultivation had also increased to the middle stage of the 5th level of the true martial realm, the increase was not as great as Chen Zong's. In the next battle, Gu Yaoyang was still defeated, even faster than before. Chen Zong's words made Gu Yaoyang even more furious. A powerful and scorching aura was about to burst out. "Don't be complacent. After cultivating in the spirit pool, I will let you know the difference between us," Gu Yaoyang said angrily. A powerful and cold aura came from the distance. Everyone looked over and saw a snow-white bird flying over quickly. Wherever it passed, frost condensed and fell. A 3-feather ice luan, this was the transcendent realm flying monster beast of Proud May Villa. On the back of the 3-feather ice luan were the elders and disciples of Proud May Villa. This elder wore a white and blue robe and carried a long saber on his back. His face was cold, giving people the impression that he was a cold saber. The moment they saw the old man, whether it was Yuan Lingzi, Lai Yangzi, or Lei Daozi, all three of their faces changed and immediately became more dignified. This old man was the only elder of Proud May Villa, Han Daozi. After not seeing each other for 10 years, Han Daozi's saber was even sharper. This meant that his improvement in the past 10 years was even greater than theirs. This made the three people's hearts tremble. One had to know that they had not wasted the past 10 years. They had done everything they could to cultivate. Beside Han Daozi stood a young man. He looked ordinary, but his eyes were extremely sharp. His body was straight, and he carried a long blade on his back. His whole body was emitting a kind of aura that merged with the long blade on his back, constantly emitting a kind of aura. "Due to some delays, I'm a bit late. After 12 noon tomorrow, there will be double monthly votes. The 6 paths will explode again. Please support me with monthly votes." The 4 sects were led by the 4 elders. Each of them was a member of the 10 rising stars. No, because Gu Yaoyang was defeated by Chen Zong, he was replaced by Chen Zong. However, it was undeniable that Gu Yaoyang was qualified to be one of the 10 rising stars. Among the 4, Li Xiaoyun from the Tianshui sect was the strongest, at the peak of LV5. Next was Gu Yaoyang from the Xinjiang sect, at the middle stage of LV5. Next was Chen Zong from the Sword sect, at the peak of LV4. The weakest was Yang Shiqi from the Ao Mei Villa, at the middle stage of LV4. Chen Zong also saw other people from the royal family of the Longtu Empire. The guards of Earth Spirit Mountain were the extreme mortal realm warriors sent by the Dragon Diagram royal family. There was also a group of more than 100 warriors in the late stage of the genuine martial realm. They were all wearing armor and had cold auras. It was obvious that they were experienced warriors. Chen Zong also saw 6 other people who were going to cultivate in the spiritual pool. They were all from the royal family of the Longtu Empire and had the blood of the royal family. Chen Zong felt that one of them looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. However, Chen Zong was sure that this was the first time he had seen him. That person glanced around and his eyes fell on Chen Zong's face. His eyes became cold and murderous. "You're Chen Zong." The person spoke in a cold and murderous tone. "Soon, you will die at my hands. Remember, my name is Long Xiaoyuan." Long Xiaoyuan. Chen Zong pondered for a moment before remembering that this person's face was somewhat similar to Long Xiaojuan's. Combined with his name, he was most likely related to Long Xiaojun by blood. He might even be Long Xiaojuan's brother. "Just because you're at LV5? Chen Zong retorted. "You're just a sword son from a low-ranked sect. I don't know what gives you the right to be so arrogant." The woman next to Long Xiaoyuan raised her eyebrows and sneered. Some people think they're so arrogant just because they have some skills. Apologize, another arrogant-looking young man said to Chenzong in a tone full of superiority. The other three didn't say anything, but there was a sneer on their faces and a hint of playfulness in their eyes. They looked down on Chenzong. Because they were members of the Longtu imperial family, they had the direct bloodline of the Longtu imperial family. Moreover, each of them had an extraordinary background. In comparison, Chenzong was just a sword son of the sword sect. Perhaps he had some status in the Tianjiang prefecture, but in the entire Longtu Empire, he was nothing. Hundreds of years ago, the Longtu imperial family had unified this area and renamed it the Longtu region. Since then, the members of the Longtu imperial family had slowly developed a sense of superiority and thought that they were better than others. In fact, the Longtu imperial family's bloodline was extraordinary. Those who had the direct bloodline had a high chance of awakening their own bloodline, which would increase their talent and cultivation by leaps and bounds. Gu Yaoyang sneered. This Chenzong is really overestimating himself. He even dares to provoke the Longtu imperial family. Li Xiaoyun and Yang Shiqi didn't react. The four senior elders didn't say anything because this was a fight between the younger generation. If they wanted to interfere, the transcendent from the Longtu imperial family wouldn't sit idly by. If I don't apologize, what are you going to do? Chenzong said unhurriedly. His words were as sharp as a sword, and his aura condensed into an invisible sword. It was shocking. Long Xiaoyuan and the others frowned, but their faces darkened. If you don't apologize, fine. I'll make sure you can't even absorb a trace of world energy. The person who asked Chenzong to apologize said coldly. The others didn't look happy. Obviously, they had made up their minds to deal with Chenzong. Ha 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 ha, stupid guy. If you can't absorb world energy, you can't break through, but I can. You're finished. Gu Yaoyang laughed secretly. The enemy was weak, and he was strong. What could be better than this? You can try. Chenzong wasn't afraid. Seeing that Chenzong was stubborn and difficult to deal with, Long Xiaoyuan and the others shut up. They had already made up their minds to not let Chenzong absorb any world energy. Time's up. The 10 of you can enter the spirit pool. The transcendent from the Longtu imperial family who was guarding the spirit pool said. His voice was deep and powerful, which shocked the 4 senior elders. 5th layer mortal realm, this person's cultivation was at least 5th layer mortal realm. Long Xiaoyuan and the other 5 took the lead and jumped up, followed by Chenzong and the other 3. At the top of Earth Spirit Mountain, there was a natural hole. It was about 10 meters in length and width. It was irregularly shaped, and it was filled with water. The water was pale white and emitted a unique fragrance. It also contained a shocking amount of heaven and earth spirit chi. It was extremely pure. In other places of Earth Spirit Mountain, the density of world energy was very average. This was the spirit pool, where the essence of the earth veins gathered. Long Xiaoyuan and the others jumped into the spirit pool one after another, each occupying a corner of the spirit pool, leaving Chenzong and the other 3 in the middle. The world energy in the spirit pool was evenly distributed. Long Xiaoyuan and the others occupied the 4 corners, so there was enough space for them to absorb the world energy. Whether Chenzong and the other 3 were in the middle or the edge, they would be restricted and affected. But there was a rule that they couldn't fight in the spirit pool, or they would be disqualified. In serious cases, it might even affect the next allocation. This had always been the case, so every time, the disciples of the 4 sect didn't get much. Chenzong landed and chose to be in the center. Gu Yaoyang was there as well, while Li Xiaoyun and Yang Shiqi chose to be on the edge. They didn't say anything. Once they entered the spirit pool, they immediately activated their martial arts to the extreme and absorbed the pure world energy in the spirit pool. With Long Xiaoyuan and the others as the center, the spirit pool water in all directions flowed towards them. But as Chenzong and the other 3 activated their martial arts, some of the spirit pool water flowed towards them. Let's work together and make sure he can't absorb any of the world energy. Long Xiaoyuan's voice rang out, not hiding his intention to deal with Chenzong. At the same time, the 6 of them began to circulate their techniques, changing their direction slightly and converging toward Chenzong. They affected the spirit pond water around him, causing it to disperse and flow toward the six of them. The pure world energy was contained in the spirit pool water. Chenzong could feel that the world energy that was about to be absorbed into his body was attracted by the six powerful forces and was dispersing towards the six people. When the 20th level of the art of traversing was activated to the extreme, the power would flow through the body and even into the hair. This was something that others couldn't do, unless they had also reached the completion of the qi refining realm. This was where Chenzong's advantage. Because of this, Chenzong's efficiency in absorbing the spirit pool water would increase exponentially. Moreover, Chenzong had reached the 20th level of the art of traversing. In terms of level, he was equivalent to a warrior at the peak of LV5 true martial realm who had cultivated a heaven-level martial art. Among the 6 people in Long Xiaoyuan's group, the highest cultivation was at the peak of LV5 true martial realm. The level of their martial arts was similar to that of a warrior at the peak of LV5 true martial realm. In comparison, Chenzong had a greater advantage. Suddenly, the dispersing spirit pool water gathered again, and the spirit pool water flowed towards Chenzong. This scene surprised the 6 people in Long Xiaoyuan's group. They didn't expect Chenzong to be able to fight back and absorb the spirit pool water when the 6 of them joined forces. The 6 people immediately increased their strength and activated their martial arts to the extreme to compete with Chenzong. The spirit pool water in the spirit pool was constantly fluctuating. Countless ripples collided with each other, causing chaos in the surroundings. Even Li Xiaoyun, Gu Yaoyang, and Yang Shiqi couldn't absorb much world energy. They activated their martial arts to the extreme, but they could barely absorb a little world energy. The spirit pool was in chaos. This had never happened before. In the past, the Dragon Diagram Imperial family had always had the upper hand, absorbing at least 70 to 80% of the spirit pool water. This time, they encountered Chenzong. It was not inferior to a martial art at the peak of LV5 true martial realm. Coupled with the advantage of the completion of the force training realm, the effect was multiplied. It was comparable to a martial artist at LV6 true martial realm who had cultivated a heaven-level martial art. Long Xiaoyuan and the other 5 people couldn't interfere with Chenzong. However, with the 6 of them working together, they could still contend with Chenzong for a while. However, this kind of resistance was somewhat difficult. Gradually, more spirit pool water flowed towards Chenzong, and a large amount of world energy poured into Chenzong's body. This world energy was very pure. As soon as it entered Chenzong's body, it was quickly refined and absorbed. It was converted into Zongheng True Force, increasing the Zongheng True Force rapidly. This resistance didn't last long, because Chenzong's cultivation had broken through. The early stage of LV5 True Martial Realm, the 21st level of the Zongheng art, suddenly, the suction force became stronger. More spirit pool water rushed towards Chenzong, and more world energy was absorbed by Chenzong, which began to affect Long Xiaoyuan and the other 5 people. The stalemate was broken, and Li Xiaoyun and the other 2 people were able to absorb more world energy to refine. Damn it! Long Xiaoyuan and the other 5 people's faces suddenly turned ugly. Originally, they wanted to interfere with Chenzong, so that Chenzong couldn't absorb world energy. They didn't expect that in the end, Chenzong would interfere, and the amount of world energy they absorbed would decrease. No matter how hard they tried, no matter how much they wanted to fight back, they couldn't. Most of the world energy was still absorbed by Chenzong, but they could still absorb some world energy more or less, just not as much as they had expected. Long Xiaoyuan and the other 5 people's faces turned ugly. Chenzong activated his martial arts while absorbing the world energy. At the same time, he was paying attention to Long Xiaoyuan and the others' movements to prevent them from attacking him. Although they would be disqualified if they started a fight here, it was hard to say if they would do it out of anger. Let's just do it. At most, no one will absorb any more. One of them secretly sent a message. Don't be rash. This is a once-in-a-decade opportunity, and it was not easy for us to get this opportunity. We can't miss it, or it will be too late for regrets. Another person quickly said. 12 o'clock, double monthly ticket starts. Brothers, let's go. 6 paths will start with 2 chapters. Fight with others, fight with the spirit pool, fight with yourself. Unable to fight, Long Xiaoyuan's group of 6 could only give up on interfering with Chen Zong and focus on cultivating their secret art to absorb as much world energy as possible. However, Chen Zong's cultivation had made a breakthrough. After reaching the early 5th layer of the true martial realm, his secret art had become stronger and his ability to absorb world energy had increased significantly. The world energy in the spirit pool was formed by the Earth Spirit Mountain's earth vein over the past 10 years. It was very rich and pure. One had to know that only those who had reached the transcendent realm could absorb world energy from the air to cultivate. Only those who had reached the transcendent realm could absorb the pure world energy from the spirit source to cultivate. The spirit pool had broken this rule. If not for the limited effect of the Earth Spirit Mountain's earth vein and the spirit pool only having an effect on true martial realm cultivators, it would have been completely used by Transcendence and Chen Zong's group would not have had a chance. Pure spiritual energy continuously flowed into Chen Zong's body. When Chen Zong was in the energy training realm, he had reached the Great Circle. Energy flowed through his entire body, opening it up from top to bottom. He was able to absorb as much spiritual energy as possible, and the effect was shocking. Chen Zong could clearly feel that his cultivation base was rapidly increasing. This was something that he could not achieve normally. Even when his potential was at its peak, it could not be compared to this. Fortunately, when he returned to the Unhindered Sword sect some time ago, Chen Zong had spent some time comprehending the unhindered art and reached the 24th layer. Once he had comprehended the secret art, coupled with other things, his realm had also increased, making it easier to cultivate. Time flew by and half an hour later, one of Long Xiaoyuan's group of 6 trembled slightly. His aura instantly became stronger and he successfully broke through to the early 6th layer of the true martial realm. With the breakthrough in cultivation, the efficiency of absorbing world energy increased again. This person's eyes flashed as he stared at Chen Zong with a sneer. He wanted to interfere with Chen Zong's cultivation again, but Chen Zong's body trembled slightly. His tyrannical true qi instantly stopped, then began circulating again and became stronger. Level 22 of the Art of Traversing, the middle stage of LV5 True Martial Realm. He broke through again. The man's expression changed drastically. He had no choice but to stop disturbing Chen Zong. Following this, everyone else's cultivation levels also broke through and became even more powerful. As soon as he made a breakthrough in his cultivation, the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy increased further. The ripples in the spiritual pool became even more intense. On a platform 1 to 200 meters below the spirit pool, the elders of the 4 great sect rested in their respective places. They couldn't see or sense what was going on inside the spirit pool because they had set up a method to block out the probing of spiritual senses. However, the 4 of them felt that it would be the same as in the past. Most of the benefits would go to the geniuses of the Dragon Diagram Imperial family. The 4 great sects members would only be able to obtain a small portion of the benefits. Even though they were unhappy, there was nothing they could do. This piece of land belonged to the Imperial family of Longtu. The Imperial family of Longtu was so powerful that even if the 4 great sect of Longtu gave up all their prejudices and joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to fight against the Imperial family of Longtu. They could only hope that the disciples of their sects would work hard and absorb as much spiritual energy as possible to improve their cultivation. This way, they would be able to save some time and become more outstanding than their peers. If they knew what was going on inside the spirit pool, they would definitely be very surprised. The 4 of them didn't know, but the Transcendent Realm Master of the Dragon Diagram Imperial family who was guarding Earth Spirit Mountain could clearly see what was going on. This time, the Unhindered Sword sect has really produced an amazing person. The 5th layer Human Realm Master secretly said. However, Yang Kai had no intention of secretly taking action to restrain Chen Zong. With the exception of a few vile characters, most Transcendent Realm Masters weren't bad at all. In other words, when it came to cultivators below the Transcendent Realm, especially those from the younger generation, these Transcendent Realm Masters were more tolerant, or rather, disdainful. After all, it wasn't easy to cultivate to the Transcendent Realm just because one had outstanding talent. It required a considerable amount of opportunity. If one couldn't find it, even if one had outstanding talent, they would still be limited to the pseudo-transcendent realm for the rest of their lives. The difference between the transcendent realm and those below the transcendent realm was like heaven and earth. It was like the difference between a mortal and a celestial. The way a transcendent realm master looked at those below the transcendent realm was like an experienced adult looking at a child. If he doesn't die prematurely, the unhindered sword sect will become even stronger in the future. It's not impossible for them to overshadow the heavenly water sect. The fifth layer human realm master secretly said. This was his evaluation of Chenzong. In the future, he would lead the unhindered sword sect to rise, but only within the heavenly river palace. At most, he would overshadow the heavenly water sect. To be able to lead a sect to become the leader of a palace by himself, this evaluation was already very high in the eyes of this fifth layer human realm master. What he didn't know was that this evaluation was too low for Chenzong, and it wasn't just a little low. In the spirit pool, Chenzong's aura fluctuated again, becoming even more tyrannical and sharp. The 23rd level of the Art of Unhindered, late 5th layer true martial realm, countless ripples appeared and gathered towards Chenzong from all directions. More than 50% of the spiritual chi was absorbed, which meant that Chenzong alone could absorb at least 50% of the spiritual chi in the spiritual pool, while the other 9 could only fight for the other 50%. This was a completely oppressive plunder. Everyone's expression was unsightly. The water in the spirit pool was originally pale white, but now it was even paler. It began to show traces of clarity, indicating that the world energy contained within was decreasing. After a while, when more than 90% of the white in the spirit pool had dissipated, Chenzong's aura increased again. The 24th level of the Art of Unhindered, peak 5th layer true martial realm, the last bit of whiteness in the spiritual pool had also disappeared. Only the clear water was left, and there was no longer any trace of spiritual qi. Long Xiaoyuan's group of 6, Li Xiaoyun, Gu Yaoyang, and Yang Shiqi all had ugly expressions. Especially Long Xiaoyuan's group of 6, their faces were so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. This time, they had all gained something. Everyone's cultivation had improved, at least by a small level. Some of them even broke through from the peak 5th layer true martial realm to the early 6th layer true martial realm, approaching the middle stage. However, this kind of improvement was different from what they had imagined. Most of the benefits were taken by Chenzong. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait 10 years before they could continue to absorb the world energy. 10 years later, their cultivation would at least reach the pseudo-transcendent realm, and this spirit pool would no longer be of any benefit to them. In other words, this spirit pool was an opportunity for them to surpass their peers, but this opportunity was mostly wasted because of Chenzong. Burning with anger, they wanted nothing more than to kill Chenzong right now. Chenzong ignored them and leaped into the air, leaving the spirit pool and quickly descending. His speed was so fast that no one among the 9 could match it. As soon as Chenzong appeared, everyone's eyes fell on him. When they felt the fluctuation of his aura, they were all shocked. Peak 5th layer true martial realm. Wasn't he at the peak 4th layer true martial realm before? Usually, Chenzong's aura was restrained, and even extreme mortal realm masters could not detect it. However, when he used his true force, it would leak out and be detected by those with high cultivation. Yuan Lingzi was stunned at first, but then his face was full of smiles. Chenzong's cultivation had increased by almost a whole level. This meant that he had gained a lot from the spirit pool. Although they were surprised, the other 3 senior elders did not think much of it. They thought that their disciples had also gained a lot, but when they saw their disciples, their faces changed again. Li Xiaoyun was originally at the peak 5th layer true martial realm, but now he was at the early 6th layer true martial realm. Gu Yaoyang was originally at the middle 5th layer true martial realm, but now he was at the peak 5th layer true martial realm. Yang Shiqi was originally at the middle 4th layer true martial realm, but now he was at the peak 4th layer true martial realm. His aura fluctuated, and it seemed that he could break through to the 5th layer true martial realm at any time. This was different from what they had expected. It seemed to be a bit lacking. The other 6 members of the Dragon Diagram Imperial family all looked gloomy and ugly. Their eyes fell on Chenzong's face, and they did not hide their anger and murderous intent. These 6 people's auras were much stronger than before, but there was still a clear gap compared to before. Could it be that Chen Zong had gained most of the benefits this time? Yuan Lingzi and the others were confused. After all, they did not know what had happened in the spirit pool. No matter how they guessed, they did not know what had happened. However, Yuan Lingzi's face was full of smiles, like a blooming flower. This was good news for Chen Zong, and it was also good news for the Zongjing sword sect. If he had cultivated normally, with Chen Zong's talent, it would have taken him half a year to achieve this. This meant that in less than half a day, he had done what would have taken him nearly a year to do. It meant that he had saved nearly a year's worth of cultivation time. Everyone, goodbye. Yuan Lingzi summoned the golden flame swift shadow crane and jumped on with Chen Zong. He spread his wings and turned into a white streak of light, quickly flying away. Gu Yaoyang did not mention fighting with Chen Zong because he was not confident. When Chen Zong was at the middle fourth layer true martial realm, he had already defeated him. Now that he had reached the peak fifth layer true martial realm, he was probably much stronger. Gu Yaoyang was not confident at all. If he was defeated again, the impact would be even greater. He had to endure for a while longer. Yang Shiqi's eyes were full of fighting spirit, but he did not make a move because he was not confident either. As for Li Xiaoyun, he had reached the early sixth layer true martial realm. On the surface, he was stronger than Chen Zong. Of course, he would not take the initiative to challenge Chen Zong. If he won, there would be nothing to show off. If he was not careful, he would ruin Chen Zong's reputation and damage himself. Let's go. As soon as Lei Daozi finished speaking, he and Li Xiaoyun landed on the back of the green scale heavenly wave eagle and quickly flew away. Then, Lai Yangzi and Gu Yaoyang also sat on the back of the fiery cloud bird. They turned into a streak of fiery red light and rolled up the clouds and flew away. Monthly votes, double monthly votes, go go go, fight for the top 10, fight for the top 5, fight for the top 10, the spring breeze was warm and the spring sun was bright. On Tianhong Mountain, the grass was long and the birds were flying. It was thriving and full of vitality. It was so beautiful that it made people forget to leave. The mountain breeze blew, and the jade-like bamboo swayed left and right. As it swayed, the bamboo leaves fluttered like waves, creating a continuous rustling sound. It was as if the sound of the tide was coming from afar, and it was pleasing to the ear. On the bamboo tower of black bamboo residence, Chen Zong sat cross-legged and practiced. The vigorous, sharp, and tyrannical true power flowed through Chen Zong's body endlessly. His true meridians, which were thicker and tougher than those of ordinary martial artists, revolved around Chen Zong's limbs and bones. There were no blind spots. This was something that most martial artists would not be able to do, because they were not able to reach the great circle of the training stage when they were still in the training stage. The benefits of reaching the perfection of the training force realm were obvious. The true power was purer, the recovery speed was faster, and the circulation speed was faster. One great cycle after another, the crisscrossing true power continued to revolve. Waves of whistling sounds came out from within his body, like the roar of the sea, like the roar of the wind. Soon after, it gradually became more intense, becoming like the roar of thunder. After a slight pause, countless true power gathered in his body and exploded. Chen Zong's entire body trembled slightly, the true power seemed to have become even more tyrannical. A vast and overbearing qi pervaded out from Chen Zong's body, bringing along a strong wind that blew in all directions. He opened his eyes. The sharp light was like a sword cutting through the air and penetrating everything. Breakthrough, early stage of the 6th level of the true martial realm, the 25th level of the art of traversing, Chen Zong could feel a kind of power growing in his body. He did not move, but his body suddenly leaped up like a golden pung. In the blink of an eye, he left the bamboo tower and appeared 1,000 meters away. He pulled out his sword. The sword cut through the air and the sword light condensed. It was the perfect combination of speed and power. There was nothing it could not break. The first move of the sword of traversing, the second move. The second move of the sword of traversing. One move after another. One move after another. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong had wielded his sword 24 times and performed the 24th move of the horizontal sword style. After a slight pause, after the breakthrough, the true power that was even more majestic and powerful converged. The power penetrated the sword body, and then pierced through the air. The extremely resplendent sword light was as dazzling and eye-catching as the rays of the scorching sun, causing people to not dare to look directly at it. The sound of air being torn apart was extremely sharp like thunder, resounding through the bamboo forest. A silver sword light tore through the sky for several hundred meters, piercing through countless black bamboos, leaving behind many thumb-sized sword holes that were as smooth as mirrors. Although the ink bamboo was made of bamboo, its body was harder than steel. Ordinary swords and sabers would not be able to leave a mark on it. After 3 breaths, the silver sword light that spanned hundreds of meters disappeared. However, there seemed to be something left in the air. The 25th style of the Sword of Traversing, the standard corresponded to the 7th level of the true martial realm, but there was an even more obvious difference between it and the 24th move. After performing this move, Xianxia stared at the air and could feel the changes. The power was stronger and faster, and the combination was more compact and condensed. In addition, there was an additional feature, retention. The power contained in it could stay in the air or things hit for a longer period of time, causing more severe damage. Now I should be qualified to comprehend and practice the secret swords. Xianxia thought to himself. He leaped and quickly left the ink bamboo residence. The 2 secret swords of the horizontal sword sect were very important. They were not stored in the scripture pavilion at all. As for where they were stored, only the founding elders, the sect master, and the 4 inner elders knew. Xianxia went to find the founding elder, Yuan Lingzi. Your cultivation is not yet at the 7th level of the true martial realm, so it's not suitable for you to practice the secret swords. Yuan Lingzi said. He did not know that Xianxia had already practiced the horizontal sword style to the 25th level, because Xianxia did not fully display it and held back. This was a kind of instinctive self-protection. The tallest tree in the forest would be blown away by the wind. When one was not strong enough, it was necessary to keep and hide appropriately. It was a kind of instinct. Founding elder, I don't want to practice the secret swords. I want to comprehend them first. After all, I plan to go out and experience for a longer period of time. Maybe I will have a fortuitous encounter and breakthrough. When the time comes, I can directly practice them, Xianxia said. All right. Yuan Lingzi thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Although the minimum requirement to practice the 2 secret swords was the 7th level of the true martial realm, there was no limit to comprehension. Under normal circumstances, if one's cultivation was not enough, they could not practice them even if they wanted to. Under Yuan Lingzi's lead, Xianxia also saw 2 stone steels. They were not tall, only about 2 meters or so. They were completely black and looked like giant swords. Legend has it that there was a strange beast in ancient times called the dragon sparrow. It usually looks sloppy and ordinary, but when it opens its tail, it can show unparalleled beauty and mesmerize people. Yuan Lingzi pointed to the black sword steel on the left and said leisurely, the founder of the reigning sword sect once saw it from afar. He had an idea and comprehended this secret sword, naming it Dragon Sparrow Dance. It is said that the founder only saw it from afar and was not clear enough. Therefore, the Dragon Sparrow Dance he created was not enough to reach the true spirit level, Yuan Lingzi added. As Xianxia listened, he carefully observed the black sword steel on the left. There were countless green and red patterns on it that looked like a fan. This secret sword is called Point Star. It was created by the founder when he observed the starry sky at night. Yuan Lingzi pointed to the black sword steel on the right. Xianxia's gaze turned to the right. He saw that there was a sword mark on the black sword steel. It was like a meteor had passed by. The end of the sword mark seemed more obvious and sharp. The Dragon Sparrow Dance Secret Sword and Point Star Secret Sword have different focuses. The Dragon Sparrow Dance Secret Sword focuses on the magnificence of the technique. Extreme technique brings a very dazzling and enchanting scene. It contains hidden killing intent and takes people's lives without them noticing. Yuan Lingzi's tone was leisurely. Point Star Secret Sword does not have any magnificence. It directly compresses and condenses all power into one point to break and shatter everything. It is best at direct attack and destruction. Take your time to comprehend it. With that, Yuan Lingzi turned and left the secret room. Xianxia's mustard seed bag had enough food and water to support his comprehension for quite some time. After Yuan Lingzi left, Zhenzong immediately sat cross-legged in front of the black sword steel on the left. He took a deep breath and removed all distracting thoughts. He became focused. His eyes first closed and then opened. The light fell on the sword steel. The patterns on the black sword steel were condensed. Gradually, his eyes seemed to blur. The green and red patterns seemed to come alive and twisted, quickly forming a blurry figure. Zhenzong could vaguely make out that the blurry figure seemed to be a kind of bird. However, it was too blurry and he could not see its appearance clearly. He could only see a very basic outline. Suddenly, Zhenzong seemed to hear a sharp cry. That sound seemed to carry with it the roar of a flood dragon. It was very strange, and it attacked his eardrums. Following that, Zhenzong's eyes lit up. He saw the blurry silhouette of a bird with its tail spread open like a huge fan. The alternating green and red light spread out. As the fan opened, it was as if an extremely dazzling picture scroll had been unfurled. Dazzling, dazzling, it made people intoxicated and difficult to wake up. Even though Zhenzong's mind was strong enough to surpass that of an ordinary LV7 true martial realm martial artist, he was intoxicated in an instant. He was trapped and shuttled back and forth between the red and green light as if there was no end. Suddenly, a speck of cold light appeared, and it silently carried shocking killing intent as it stabbed over, causing Zhenzong's entire body to shudder as he abruptly sobered up. His face was pale, his forehead was dripping with sweat, and his back was soaked. All of this happened without him noticing. If I was fighting with an enemy, I would have been killed. Zhenzong could not help but think to himself and smile bitterly. What a terrible secret sword. However, Zhenzong also gained a lot. At least he understood some clues. With these clues, it would be easier for him to get started. After adjusting his breath and recovering his energy, chi, and spirit to the peak, Zhenzong began to understand again. Gradually, as he understood deeply, the green and red light intertwined in his mind, as if they were woven into a whole. Then, it opened like a folding fan. Time passed. Zhenzong did not pay attention to the time. He did not stop until he understood the secret sword on the black sword steel on the left to the extreme. However, he did not leave. He continued to stay in the secret room to reflect on what he had understood. When he was almost done, he recovered his energy and spirit and sat in front of the black sword steel on the right. This was the stone steel that recorded another secret sword, Star Touch. There was only one sword mark on it, a very special sword mark. Zhenzong stared at it. When he was extremely focused, the scene in front of him suddenly changed and he saw a night sky. With the experience of comprehending the dance of the dragon and sparrow, Zhenzong was not surprised at all. Instead, he looked forward to it. The night sky looked very dark, as if it could swallow everything. Suddenly, a speck of light appeared. It became extremely dazzling, as if it was tearing apart the dark sky. It was like a cold star that had been condensed to the extreme. Zhenzong could feel the power contained in that cold star. It was extremely terrifying and could destroy everything in its path. The cold star was coming toward him. A terrible pressure suddenly hit him. It was like the pressure of a falling star. The space around Zhenzong was completely frozen. He could not move, dodge, or resist. He could only watch the cold star coming for him. Darkness, oblivion. After a long time, Zhenzong suddenly woke up and gasped for breath. At that moment, he thought he was dead. Comprehending a secret sword was really scary. No wonder it required one to be at least LV7 of the true martial realm. In addition to cultivation, one's spirit and willpower were also important. However, after enduring the most difficult stage and comprehending a little bit of Star Touch, he could go deeper and try to master it in the shortest time possible. When Zhenzong comprehended Star Touch to the extreme, he rested for a while and left the secret room. Elder Yuan, how long have I been comprehending? Zhenzong was not used to the sunlight outside. He squinted his eyes. 20 days. Yuan Lingzi's answer surprised Zhenzong. 20 days. Thank you, junior brothers. Keep up the good work and make it to the top 10. Early in the morning, the pier was already bustling with activity. It was a bustling scene. This was the second time Zhenzong had set foot on this wharf. The first time was when he came from the opposite side of the sinking Feather River. At that time, Chenzong was only half a step to the completion of the Qi refining realm. He was not a big shot at all and almost died on this wharf. But now, things were different. Chenzong walked straight ahead at a steady pace. At this time, a nimble figure quickly passed by Chenzong from the side and reached for the mustard seed bag on Chenzong's waist. Unexpectedly, he missed. "It's you." The nimble figure also saw Chenzong's appearance. Although more than a year had passed since the last time, Chenzong had left a deep impression on him. Chenzong also recognized him. He was the man who wanted to rob his bag, someone from the Viper gang. Shocked, the thin and nimble middle-aged man was frightened. He immediately retreated without hesitation and wanted to leave quickly. Last time, he was almost killed by Chenzong. Otherwise, the real martial arts realm master and the gang would have appeared. Even the real martial arts realm master and the gang could not do anything to him. In the end, it was said that he was threatened by Xianxia, the owner of the Green Leaf Sword School, and had to give up. "Last time, you were lucky to survive. This time," Chenzong said casually and raised his hand and pointed. An imperceptible finger beam shot out like a sword, instantly crossing a dozen meters and shooting into the thin middle-aged man's chest. The middle-aged man's body trembled as he clutched his chest and fell down with a face full of unwillingness. This scene caused some of the surrounding people to panic and scatter in all directions. Chenzong did not pay attention to them. He turned around and walked out of the wharf again. There was a big wooden ship there. When he approached the big wooden ship and showed the iron feather token, he was immediately treated as a VIP. He did not need to pay any fee and could even enjoy the best room on the big wooden ship. This big wooden ship was the merchant ship of the Dayu Trading Company. Not long after, the merchant ship left the dock and sailed toward the opposite bank of the sinking Feather River. "Who dares to kill a member of the Viper gang?" An angry roar resounded in all directions, and a powerful aura swept out. Impressively, a true martial realm martial artist had arrived. If Chenzong had seen it, he would have recognized that it was the second-level true martial realm martial artist who had almost killed him before. "Since you dare to offend the esteemed guest of our firm, there's no need for the Viper gang to exist anymore." Not far away, a manager of the Dayu Trading Company said. His words were equivalent to an order. His men immediately took action. Soon, the Viper gang would be eradicated. This was power. Status brings. It was brought about by strength. Chenzong, who was on the merchant ship, didn't know. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Standing on the deck and facing the gentle river breeze, Chenzong's eyes became distant and deep. His thoughts were flying. He didn't seem to be thinking about anything deliberately, but countless thoughts and images appeared in his mind as if he was looking at flowers on horseback. Returning home in glory? Returning home in glory, not really. However, compared to when he left, there was indeed a big gap. His cultivation was at the early stage of LV6 true martial realm, but his strength was stronger than an ordinary LV7 true martial realm martial artist. However, it was still not enough. When he thought of the geniuses in the camp, those geniuses, those pseudo-transcendents, and even those real transcendents, Chenzong knew that the cultivation of LV6 true martial realm was far from enough. He couldn't be complacent. Chenzong's purpose on this trip was to return to the Cloud Dragon dynasty and then to the eastern continent. Back then, he was forced to risk his life to enter the 100 Beast Mountain. He was lucky enough to pass it. Now that his strength was almost there, it was time to go back and settle some grievances. Moreover, several years had passed. Chenzong missed his father very much. He wondered how he was doing these years. There was also Venerable Huan Yun, who was not his disciple in name but was actually his disciple. There were also his other family and friends. He was eager to return home. The more he thought about it, the more he wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly over the mountains and the sea to return home. Home, without straightening out his thoughts, he let his thoughts run wild. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. It took a long time for the merchant ship to cross the sinking Feather River. Chenzong observed the river water every day. Although he didn't draw his sword, he could comprehend and practice the sword in his mind. In addition, he cultivated the traversing skill. His cultivation improved little by little, gradually approaching the mid-LV6 true martial realm from the early stage. After arriving and disembarking, Qinzong went to the Three Ferocious City. I wonder if Big Brother Xia is still in the city? Qinzong thought to himself. Three Ferocious City hadn't changed much over the past year. It was still as chaotic as ever. Qinzong saw the Three Ferocious battle stele and the names on it. The name Qinzong was at the top of the list, but now it seemed that the sword principles contained in the two names were sloppy and had many flaws. Qinzong saw Xia Taichao when he arrived at the Cloud Dragon Mansion. You are? Xia Taichao stared at Qinzong with wide eyes, his face full of surprise. Big Brother Xia. Qinzong greeted him with a smile. Brother, it's really you. Xia Taichao was very happy. When friends met, it was inevitable for them to exchange greetings. After learning about what had happened to Qinzong in the past year, Xia Taichao opened his mouth so wide that a fist could be stuffed in it. However, Qinzong didn't tell him everything. He only mentioned the parts that could be mentioned. Brother, what's your cultivation now? Xia Taichao hurriedly asked. Qinzong didn't answer, but he emitted a trace of qi. The early stage of the LV6 true martial realm. Xia Taichao's eyes widened, his eyeballs almost popping out. In less than 2 years, he had broken through from the peak of the ninth transformation of the qi refining realm to the early stage of the LV6 true martial realm. This kind of improvement was too terrifying. Compared to this, Xia Taichao felt that all his years of cultivation had been in vain. Comparisons were odious. He was deeply shocked and his heart couldn't bear it. Big Brother Xia, I came back this time not only to see you, but also to settle a grudge, Qinzong said. Outside the Three Ferocious City, Qinzong stood straight like a sharp sword with 2 swords at his waist, pointing straight at the sky. In front of Qinzong, there were 2 people standing 100 meters away. They were Tai Lang, the deputy chief of the Red Wolves, and Tai Xiong, the deputy chief of the Grizzly Gang. Qinzong could feel the fluctuations of qi on their bodies. They were both in the middle stage of the LV7 true martial realm. In the past, they were so powerful in his eyes, but now, they were nothing. Emissary Xia, this is a life and death battle. You can't interfere, Tai Lang said with a bit of fear. Don't worry, I won't interfere. Xia Taichao smiled coldly. He had personally witnessed Qinzong's strength. Although Qinzong was not as strong as himself, he was not weak. An ordinary LV7 true martial realm warrior could not compare with him. At that time, the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang had paid a big price, but grudges were grudges. If it were not for Xia Taichao's help, Qinzong would have been killed by Tai Lang or Tai Xiong. Now, it was time to settle the score. There were many onlookers around. It's only been a little more than a year. Even if Qinzong is talented, he's at most at the LV3 true martial realm. He's overestimating himself by asking for a life and death battle with Tai Lang and Tai Xiong. I don't think so. If he didn't have some confidence, why would he ask for a life and death battle? I really can't figure out what he's relying on to make a martial artist at the LV3 true martial realm dare to have a life and death battle with 2 LV7 true martial realm warriors. After all, the difference between the LV3 and the LV7 true martial realm was 4 levels. It was also the difference between the early stage, the middle stage, and the late stage. The gap was so big that a LV7 true martial realm warrior could easily kill a LV3 true martial realm warrior. Tai Xiong, do you want to do it, or should I? Tai Lang asked coldly. You two, do it together. Qinzong gave them an answer, which made them furious. I'll do it. Tai Xiong said, a cruel smile on his face. His eyes flashed fiercely, and they fell on Qinzong's face from 100 meters away, emitting a bloodthirsty light. Immediately, Tai Xiong roared, and true force surged from his body. The fluctuation of the LV7 true martial realm swept out like a gust of wind, rolling up dust and sand. Both of his legs exerted force, and with a boom, the ground trembled. In the sky filled with sand, Tai Xiong's strong and tall figure rushed out. His body was surrounded by true power, and his entire person seemed to have turned into a steel bear. With a tyrannical killing intent, he mercilessly attacked Qinzong. Tai Xiong didn't know whether Qinzong was overestimating himself or had something else to rely on. He used all his strength at the LV7 true martial realm to kill Chen Zong in one fell swoop, so as to prevent Xia Taichao from coming back. Tai Xiong closed the distance of 100 meters in a flash. He stretched out his right hand and slapped out with his thick palm, letting out a vigorous and violent roar. It was like the roar of a giant bear, making people's hearts beat wildly and their blood flow reversed. The terrifying chi and pressure of the palm fiercely attacked Chen Zong. The ground under his feet collapsed in an instant, and the ground behind him cracked, forming an illusory palm print. Red Wolf crossed his arms in front of his chest. There was a bloodthirsty light in his eyes, and a hideous smile on his lips. He felt that he didn't need to do anything. This kid was dead for sure. This is good. Otherwise, this kid's talent is really amazing. If he has enough time to grow, it won't be difficult for him to catch up with me and Tai Xiong. It won't be difficult for him to surpass me and Tai Xiong. If he comes back for revenge at that time, I and Tai Xiong will be in danger. Fortunately, this kid thinks he's more talented than others. Now that he's broken through to the true martial realm, he's probably won a battle above his level, so his confidence is inflated. Under everyone's gazes, Chen Zong did not seem to react at all to Tai Xiong's extremely violent palm strike. It was as if he had been suppressed, unable to react at all. He could only allow Tai Xiong's violent palm strike to land on him. Afterwards, he was either smashed into a meat patty or shattered into pieces. It seemed that a bloody scene was about to happen. However, Chen Zong's right hand moved like a phantom. Before anyone could see it clearly, a beam of bright silver sword light suddenly lit up and bloomed in an instant. It was like a meteor breaking through the sky, or an aurora piercing the moon. It was too fast to be described, and difficult to catch. Even though Xia Taichao had seen it once, seeing it for the second time was still amazing. Fourth update, begging for monthly votes again, the sword light was breathtaking. It flashed across everyone's eyes, leaving a trace of brilliance that lingered for a long time. Tai Xiong's ferocious momentum suddenly stopped halfway. His palm was approaching Chen Zong, but it also stopped. The violent palm pressure cracked the ground behind him, but it couldn't hurt Chen Zong at all. Chen Zong held the sword in his right hand. A drop of blood dripped from the tip of the sword. It was a shocking red. The sword returned to the scabbard. The sound of the sword rubbing against the scabbard was even and pleasant, leaving a deep impression. A sword hole appeared between Tai Xiong's eyebrows. The blood was frightening. The terrible sword chi had already minced his brain. His eyes were dim and full of death. He fell forward. His strong body made the ground shake with a bang, and dust flew up. Gulp, the sound of hard swallowing was heard. Everyone was stunned. The scene in front of them was so unreal, like a dream. They rubbed their eyes hard and looked again. Tai Xiong had become a corpse lying on the ground, motionless. Chen Zong stood tall and straight. At this moment, he was dazzling and looked down on the world. Brother Chen. Xia Taichao was also stunned. He had tested Chen Zong's strength. He knew that Tai Xiong and Tai Lang, who were at LV7 genuine martial realm, were no match for Chen Zong, but he definitely didn't expect the gap to be so big. One sword. He killed Tai Xiong with just one sword. Horrifying, horrifying, Chen Zong's eyes swept across Tai Xiong's body, across 100 meters of the void, and fell on Tai Lang's face. There was no sharp light or fierce killing intent. It was just a very calm look, but Tai Lang couldn't help but tremble. His hair stood on end, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. It's your turn, Chen Zong said slowly. His tone was calm, but it seemed to contain a supreme killing intent. I. Tai Lang swallowed hard. He kept reminding himself not to be afraid, but he couldn't help but tremble. Early LV6 genuine martial realm. A LV9 genuine martial realm martial artist said seriously, his face full of disbelief. This is impossible. He's actually in the early stage of the 6th level of the true martial realm. How terrifying. How did he cultivate? Each and every one of them was shocked. How long had it been? In less than 2 years, his cultivation had actually risen from the peak of the 9th cycle of the gene training realm to the early stage of the 6th level of the true martial realm. This was even faster than flying. Under everyone's horrified gazes, Chen Zong walked towards Tai Lang step by step. After Tai Lang's entire body trembled, he hurriedly turned around and used his movement technique, fleeing in panic like an injured lone wolf. His speed was extremely fast. Chen Zong, on the other hand, was getting faster and faster. He flashed by and approached Tai Lang. In terms of strength, Chen Zong was better than an ordinary warrior at LV7 of the genuine martial realm. In terms of speed, he was even better. As the distance closed, Chen Zong's eyes flashed. Immediately, a silver sword light pierced through the sky. The invincible will made people shiver and their hair stand on end. Dozens of meters were traversed in an instant. The sword light remained in the air and slowly disappeared, as if it had left an invisible trace. It took a while for it to dissipate. Tai Lang, who was fleeing in panic, was thrown out. He rolled on the ground, splashing up dust and smoke. He lay motionless on the ground. Blood oozed from his heart and dyed the ground red. Another sword move. With 2 sword moves, 2 mid-stage LV7 genuine martial realm martial artists were killed. The gazes of the surrounding people looking at Chen Zong were all incomparably shocked. Not only had his cultivation improved so fast, it was unimaginable. Even his strength was so terrifying. To make an enemy of such a person, unless one had the confidence to kill him, one should stay as far away as possible. At this moment, even those genuine martial realm martial artists with 4-star or 5-star battle strength were extremely afraid of Chen Zong. Tai Xiong and Tai Ling died one after another. The Grizzly Gang and the Red Wolves did not dare to seek revenge because this was a life-and-death battle. Because Xia Taichao was there, and because they were not sure that they could kill Chen Zong on the spot. Fear, a fear that came from the depths of their souls. If they could not kill Chen Zong while seeking revenge, what awaited them in the future would be gang annihilation, not the death of 1 or 2 people. Chen Zong was not a bloodthirsty person. He would kill those who deserved to be killed, and this grudge would be resolved. As for the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang, they had already paid the price. Moreover, even if he wanted to deal with the Red Wolves and the Grizzly Gang, the LV9 genuine martial realm martial artists in Triple Ferocity City would not sit idly by. After resolving the grudge and chatting with Xia Taichao for a while, Chen Zong left Triple Ferocity City and quickly headed in the direction of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. When he came, he was at the peak of the 9th transformation realm. Although his speed was not slow, it could not be compared to now. It was at least 10 times slower. He used the sweeping in all directions body technique and crossed 4,000 meters in an instant. He borrowed force 8 times and crossed more than 30,000 meters. He then used the sweeping in all directions body technique again. In just a few days, Chen Zong entered the territory of the Cloud Dragon Dynasty. He did not go to the royal city because there was no one in the royal city that was worthy of his concern. He went straight to the mountain overlooking county and arrived at the mountain overlooking courtyard. Outside the mountain overlooking residence, Chen Zong stopped and raised his head to look at the 3 familiar words. When he looked at it that day, he had the feelings of that day. When he looked at it again today, he had the enlightenment of today. Speaking of which, if he had not been accepted as a disciple by the Marquis of Linshan, he did not know what would have happened. Perhaps it would have been difficult for him to stay in the mountain overlooking courtyard and he would have had to go to other places. Moreover, the people of the Silver Saber Castle would not have let him go. It would have been another big trouble. In the end, whether he would have died, lived a difficult life, or lived a better life, everything was uncertain. But no matter what, Chen Zong was grateful to the Marquis of Linshan. At the very least, the Marquis of Linshan provided him with a good cultivation environment and taught him the Lonely Mountain visualization technique so that he could comprehend the truth. The truth realm was of great help to him. It could be said that the Lonely Mountain visualization technique played a large part in his cultivation being able to reach this level in such a short period of time. Chen Zong acknowledged the Marquis of Linshan as his master from the bottom of his heart. His thoughts were flying. Suddenly, the door opened and a figure walked out. When she saw Chen Zong, she suddenly stopped. "Junior. Brother Chen." She first whispered and then screamed. She was very surprised and pleasantly surprised. "Senior sister." Chen Zong came to his senses and smiled. He looked at the person in front of him with a warm gaze. It was Guan Yunqi. Guan Yunqi's cultivation had broken through the qi refining realm and reached the genuine force realm. She had cultivated to the late stage of the second LV of the genuine force realm. She had cultivated to the late stage of the second LV of the genuine force realm in more than a year. This talent was not bad. Take this. Guan Yunqi suddenly attacked. Her long whip broke through the air like a python coming out of its hole and instantly lashed towards Zong. The whip contained true power, which was even more powerful. However, Zong's figure flashed. He dodged Guan Yunqi's attack and appeared behind her. Where is he? Guan Yunqi did not react for a moment. After she finished speaking, she realized that Zong was behind her. She was extremely shocked. Well, tell me the truth. What's your cultivation level now? Guan Yunqi turned around and asked with a smile, which made Zong feel very close. When he dodged, Zong did not use true power, so Guan Yunqi could not sense it. In fact, with Zong's current cultivation level and realm, if Guan Yunqi did not sense it, Guan Yunqi would not be able to sense it. The gap was too big. However, Zong still emitted a trace of qi fluctuation. This? Guan Yunqi's body trembled unconsciously. It was too shocking. This kind of qi was similar to the 6th LV of the genuine force realm, but she felt that it was much stronger. What's the matter? A familiar voice came. Zong's body trembled slightly and he turned around to look. Master. He bowed and saluted. Zong. Marquis Linshan was surprised at first, but then his face was full of smiles. He appeared in front of Zong in a flash and held his arms. When did you come back? Master, I just came back. Zong stood up and smiled. Marquis Linshan carefully looked at Zong, and Zong also looked at Marquis Linshan. A year was actually a short time. Marquis Linshan did not change much. His cultivation level was still at the pseudo-transcendent realm, and his qi was not much stronger than it was a year ago. What's your current cultivation level? Marquis Linshan asked. Early 6th LV of the genuine force realm. Zong replied. Good. Marquis Linshan was shocked. Tell me about your experiences in the past year. Guan Yunqi was sitting next to the master and disciple. Zong roughly recounted what happened after he bid farewell to his master and the others. As for some details, he did not mention. Even so, Guan Yunqi was still amazed by his story. She seemed to want to go out and gain experience. Not bad, not bad. It was the right decision not to stop you from leaving. Marquis Linshan smiled. If Zong had continued to stay in the Cloud Dragon dynasty, he would not have been able to achieve so much. After all, it was difficult to raise a true dragon in shallow water. Soon after, Marquis Linshan sighed inwardly. He did not know how far his disciple would go in the future. It was unimaginable. Originally, Marquis Linshan still had the thought of entrusting his daughter, Guan Yunqi, to his disciple in the future. After all, he was very satisfied with Zong as his disciple. However, it seemed that he had to give up on this idea. After all, his daughter's talent was not bad. However, compared to Zong, the difference was like heaven and earth. He was afraid that she would not be able to keep up with Zong's footsteps. As such, it would be difficult for them to stay together for the rest of their lives. It was difficult to have a good process and ending. It was better not to start, so as to avoid harming both sides. What a pity. Zong and Guan Yunqi did not know about Marquis Linshan's thoughts. Otherwise, who knew what kind of expression they would have? Do you still plan to leave? Marquis Linshan asked. I came back to see Master and Senior Sister. I still have to travel around to gain experience. Zong replied. Although they were reluctant, Marquis Linshan and Guan Yunqi did not have the intention to keep Zong. However, they hoped that Zong could stay for a while longer. Zong did not refuse and stayed in the Mountain View residence. With Zong, the Mountain View residence became much livelier. Come, Zong. Let's spar. Early in the morning, Marquis Linshan called out to Zong. He was prepared to test Zong's current strength. All right, Master, you have to show mercy. Zong smiled. He drew his sword and pierced through the air. Guan Yunqi watched from a distance. She was very curious about Chen Zong's current strength. Little rice dumpling is going to go back and kill everyone. Father, when do you think we'll see junior brother again? Guan Yunqi asked as she watched Chen Zong leave. Your junior brother is like a true dragon, about to soar through the 9 heavens and control the 4 seas. Marquis Lin Shan's voice was fleeting. He didn't directly answer Guan Yunqi's question, but it also seemed like he was answering because he didn't know when he would see Chen Zong again. Maybe soon, maybe. Very slowly. After staying in the Mountain View residence for 5 days, Chen Zong took his leave and headed straight for the 100 Beast mountain range. During these 5 days, Chen Zong sparred with Marquis Lin Shan every day. The experience of sparring with a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator was quite rare, so Chen Zong's skills were further honed and his cultivation was nearing the mid-6th layer of the true martial realm. In addition, he also sparred with Guan Yunqi and secretly gave her pointers, allowing Guan Yunqi's skills to improve greatly. During this time, Chen Zong also passed on a cultivation art to Marquis Lin Shan. Black Mountain Visualization Technique. This was a cultivation art that Chen Zong brought out from the Unhindered Sword sect. Of course, this wasn't the cultivation art that Chen Zong cultivated. As the sword son of the Unhindered Sword sect, Chen Zong cultivated a cultivation art called the Ancient Sword Visualization Technique. Cultivation arts could be divided into 3 grades: high, medium, and low. For example, the Little Lonely Mountain Visualization Technique was low grade, the Black Mountain Visualization Technique was medium grade, and the Ancient Sword Visualization Technique was high grade. High grade was very precious and was an important inheritance of the Unhindered Sword sect. Chen Zong naturally wouldn't pass it on, not even to Marquis Lin Shan. However, a medium-grade cultivation art was still acceptable. With the Black Mountain Visualization Technique, Marquis Lin Shan's chances of breaking through to the transcendent realm increased, but whether he could break through in the end was still uncertain. After all, his potential was almost at the pseudo-transcendent realm. Glancing at the familiar forest, Chen Zong didn't stop at all. He passed through the forest and officially stepped into the 100 Beast mountain range. Suddenly, an ancient aura filled his body. It was a very strange feeling. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth is thin, but it's filled with another kind of aura. It's very violent, like the aura of a demonic beast, Chen Zong said to himself. Without a doubt, this kind of place was more suitable for demonic beasts to live in. Once there were too many demonic beasts, it would also affect the changes in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The first time was when he came from the eastern continent and risked his life to charge into the 100 Beasts mountain range. This was the second time. Even though his current cultivation was many times stronger than before, Chen Zong did not dare to relax at all. Inside the 100 Beast mountain range, there were transcendent realm monster beasts. If one were to encounter a transcendent realm monster beast, if they were not careful, they would die here. However, having Chen Zong cultivate to the transcendent realm before returning to the eastern continent was something Yang Kai was unwilling to do, because he didn't know how many years that would take and whether his father would still be alive by that time. Besides transcendent realm monster beasts, Chen Zong felt that even if he couldn't defeat any of the other monster beasts, he should at least be able to survive. One had to know that in addition to the Red Thunder Sword, the Unhindered Sword sect had also given him a number of powerful life-saving cards. Restraining his aura, Chen Zong used his movement skill and flew forward at an astonishing speed. The 100 Beast mountain range was a paradise for monster beasts. No matter how much Chen Zong concealed his aura, he couldn't make himself transparent and would still be discovered by the monster beasts. Since he had been discovered, a battle was inevitable. Chen Zong could still control the situation and not spread too far, lest it attract more monster beasts. Sword, Unhindered Sword Style 25th Form, the Silver Cross Sword Light was incomparably dazzling, displaying both strength and speed to the extreme as it flew several hundred meters across the sky. The Class 8 lower grade demonic beast had just flown over when it was stopped in midair by the cross-shaped sword light. Then, it fell down. Chen Zong's 2 swords swiftly cut open the demonic beast's body and took out a blood-red ball the size of an egg. This was the demonic beast's blood pellet. It contained an extremely violent and vigorous demonic beast energy, which was quite valuable. There were many grade 6 and grade 7 monster beasts in the 100 Beast Mountain range, and there were also many grade 8 monster beasts. However, there were relatively few grade 8 high-rank monster beasts. In addition, Chenzong had concealed his aura and deliberately concealed himself, so he didn't encounter any monster beasts along the way. That's... Chenzong suddenly smelled a strange fragrance drifting from the distance. It was very faint, and if it weren't for his keen senses, he wouldn't have been able to detect it. Chenzong judged that it should be some kind of medicinal herb. Let's go take a look. Chenzong quickly flew in the direction of the strange fragrance. What entered his eyes was a huge figure, a tyrannical aura sweeping out like a storm, causing Chenzong to feel a chill run down his spine. It was a giant python, its waist as thick as a bucket, its whole body smooth, and its scales seemed to exude a faint halo. Chenzong also noticed that there was a bulge in the middle of this giant python's forehead, as if something was about to burst out. It's about to transform into a flood dragon. Chenzong's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the bulge on the python's forehead and muttered. Judging from its aura, this giant python was a grade 8 high-rank monster beast, but it was much stronger than ordinary grade 8 high-rank monster beasts. Because of its bloodline, it should be considered a grade 8 monster beast overlord. A grade 8 monster beast overlord was equivalent to a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator, not something Chenzong could deal with right now. If it succeeded in transforming into a flood dragon, then this giant python would transform from grade 8 to grade 9, becoming a transcendent realm monster beast. Although he felt that this giant python's flesh was a great supplement, Chenzong also knew that he was not its opponent. Just as he was about to retreat, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a small blade of grass in the python's coiled body. The shape of this blade of grass was not green, but golden. It was very strange, and within the golden color, there were blood-red lines. Starting from the root, the lines spiraled upwards, and if one looked carefully, they vaguely formed the shape of a dragon. That blade of grass was the source of the strange fragrance. Dragon saliva grass. Chenzong's pupils shrank in an instant, his heartbeat accelerated, and his pure yang blood qi seemed to boil. The dragon saliva grass was a top-level treasure herb. It could transform into a spirit herb. The dragon saliva grass in front of him had not yet started to transform, it had not yet become a spirit herb, it was not even a pseudo-spirit herb, yet it was of great benefit to a true martial realm martial artist. It was said that the dragon saliva grass was watered by the saliva of a flood dragon or even a true dragon, and a flood dragon was at least a grade 9 monster beast, which gave the dragon saliva grass an amazing power. For a qi refining realm cultivator, the dragon saliva grass could help with cultivation and increase true force. For a body refining realm cultivator, the dragon saliva grass could strengthen one's vitality and enhance one's physique. For Chenzong, the dragon saliva grass could not only improve his true force cultivation, but also his body refining realm. If he wanted to return to the eastern continent and settle his grievances, of course, the stronger he was, the better. Chenzong's thoughts immediately moved. There was no doubt that in order to obtain the dragon saliva grass, the giant python had to be chased away. However, the giant python's purpose of guarding the dragon saliva grass was obvious. It wanted the dragon saliva grass to transform, or at least become a pseudo-spiritual medicine, before consuming it. Then, it would stimulate its own bloodline and successfully transform into a flood dragon. For the giant python, the dragon saliva grass was as important as its life. There is only one way, and that is to kill it. Chenzong said secretly. However, it was impossible to kill the giant python, a grade 8 monster overlord, with his own strength. Even if the giant python did not fight back and let him attack with his 2 swords, it was estimated that it would be difficult to break its defense. Killing it was just like a fantasy story. What should he do? Give up the dragon saliva grass? No, if he were to obtain this dragon saliva grass and refine it, it would at least increase his cultivation and strength by a lot. That's the only way. Chenzong said secretly. He opened his right hand and an egg-sized silver object covered with needles appeared in his palm. It looked like a silver metal sea urchin. Small Thunderbolt Sword Qi Bullet. The 4 great sects of Tianjiang Prefecture each had some hidden means, such as the Thunderbolt Sword Qi Bullet of the Unhindered Sword sect. The production of the Thunderbolt Sword Qi Bullet was very difficult. First, there were requirements for the materials, second was the craftsmanship, and third was the cultivation of the person who made it. The current unhindered sword sect could no longer meet all three requirements, so it was difficult to make a life-saving treasure like the Thunderbolt Sword Chi bullet. They could only settle for the second best and make the small Thunderbolt Sword Chi bullet. The Thunderbolt Sword Chi bullet belonged to the Transcendent Realm, while the small Thunderbolt Sword Chi bullet belonged to the Pseudo-Transcendent Realm. If one was not careful, the small Thunderbolt Sword Chi bullet could kill a Pseudo-Transcendent Realm cultivator. However, even the small Thunderbolt Sword Chi bullet was not easy to make, so there were not many in stock. This time, Senior Yuan gave Chenzong 3. Using the Red Thunder Sword to deal with the giant python was obviously a waste of talent, so the small Thunderbolt Sword Chi bullet was just right. In order to obtain the Dragon Saliva Grass, Chenzong decided to use one of the precious small Thunderbolt Sword Chi bullets. It would be best to throw it into the center of the giant python's body, but there's Dragon Saliva Grass there. Chenzong narrowed his eyes slightly and secretly said. The Dragon Saliva Grass could not resist the attack of the small Thunderbolt Sword Chi bullet. In that case, I can only look for the weak spot and throw the small Thunderbolt Sword Chi bullet there. Secretly thinking, Chenzong carefully searched, but unfortunately, the weak spot was under the giant python's body and was in contact with the ground. Thinking about it, Chenzong suddenly attacked. The small Thunderbolt Sword Chi bullet turned into a silver light and shot out, crossing 200 meters in an instant and striking the giant python's neck. The giant python seemed to have been awakened. It opened its eyes, and its cold and merciless golden eyes fell on the little Thunderbolt Sword Chi bullet. Its huge body also moved. Its reaction speed was extremely fast, and the faint halo around its body also became stronger in an instant. The small Thunderbolt Sword Chi bullet exploded in an instant. In an instant, the silver light was extremely bright. Chenzong had to squint his eyes, otherwise he would feel a stinging pain in his eyes. The giant python's golden eyes trembled and slightly narrowed. In the extremely bright silver light, streaks of silver sword chi, like long swords made of metal, shot out in all directions. Almost 30% of them fell on the giant python's body, while the other 70% shot out in all directions, completely covering an area of 200 meters. Chenzong felt his scalp tingle and had to retreat quickly. At a glance, everything within the area covered by the silver sword light suffered a devastating blow. Under the extremely terrifying silver sword light and sword chi, everything was pierced and sliced, and then turned into powder. What was called unstoppable, what was called invincible, what was called unbreakable? First update, silver light raged and sword chi swept across the area. It lasted for 3 breaths before it dissipated. Chenzong was stunned. The ground that was originally covered with rocks became flat. Whether it was the rocks or the plants, they all turned into dust. On the ground, there were countless deep and straight sword marks that crisscrossed. Looking at the giant python again, its body was covered with blood and dozens of sword holes. It was a shocking sight. However, the giant python did not die. It showed an incredibly tenacious vitality. The severely injured giant python was furious. It let out a terrible roar and swung its tail. The ground shook and the wind whistled. Its golden eyes locked onto Chenzong. The extreme anger and cold murderous intent made Chenzong feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar and his whole body was cold. The true power in the crisscrossing realm was activated. His spiritual will was condensed and his pure yang qi and blood surged. As if he had broken free from the shackles, Chenzong performed the crisscrossing 8 directions movement. His body and sword became one and turned into a sharp sword light. In an instant, he crossed more than 200 meters and attacked the giant python. The giant python was not dead, but it was severely injured. Its aura was weakened by more than 70 to 80%. Chenzong did not want to use another small Thunderbolt Sword Chi bomb, so he had to do it himself. Kill, the 25th style of the crisscrossing sword style. The giant python swung its tail at Chenzong fiercely. Even if it was a mountain, it would be broken. The terrible pressure made Chenzong feel suffocated. If the giant python could give him such pressure when it was severely injured, how scary would it be when it was in its best condition? He estimated that he would not be able to withstand even one attack. His figure was as light as a feather as he moved with the wind. After narrowly avoiding the giant python's swinging tail, Chenzong landed on the ground and rushed forward again. His two swords burst out at extreme speed. Countless silver sword chi broke through the air and bombarded the giant python like a storm of sword chi. They all fell on the giant python's body, but they were all blocked and the sword chi shattered one after another. However, the giant python was already injured. The wounds on its body were bleeding. As the sword chi shattered, the wounds were further aggravated. The pain made the giant python twitch slightly. Qianzong's goal was to attack those wounds and worsen them. It opened its mouth and inhaled. The terrifying suction force covered all directions, and countless airflows were sucked in. Qianzong was also greatly affected, as if his whole body was being sucked into the giant python's mouth. In the face of danger, Qianzong didn't panic. He swung his two swords and sent out hundreds of sword chi, all of which went into the giant python's mouth. Most of the sword chi shattered, but a small portion of the sword chi still managed to cut through the python's mouth and cause damage. After all, the python's outer defense was amazing, but the defense inside its mouth was weaker. In pain, the giant python shut its mouth and slammed its head into Qianzong. Its golden eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Even so, Qianzong found that the giant python was still guarding the dragon. Saliva grass to prevent it from being damaged. This discovery made Qianzong's eyes light up. He slashed out with his sword, and the sword chi pierced through the air towards the dragon's saliva grass. The giant python hurriedly circled around its body to protect the dragon's saliva grass, but it was directly hit by the sword chi. Of course, Qianzong didn't really want to destroy the dragon's saliva grass. He just wanted to use this method to deal with the giant python, which was its current weakness. Finding its weakness and attacking it was the essential element of an excellent warrior, especially an excellent swordsman. Sword after sword, Qianzong attacked continuously. The giant python had to divert most of its power to protect the dragon's saliva grass. The wounds on its body were getting worse and worse under the attack of the sword chi. As a large amount of blood flowed out, the giant python's breath was getting weaker and weaker. "Next sword, I'll finish you," Qianzong said to himself. He put the sword in his left hand back into the scabbard, and the true power in his 6 thick and tough true meridians surged like a flood. It was unstoppable. Then, the true power in his body followed a different path and a strange way of exerting power. He quickly focused on the sword in his right hand. The sword finger on his left hand brushed across the body of the sword. As the sword finger moved, a light flashed like a cold star, flowing along the spine of the sword to the tip of the sword. Finally, all the power gathered at the tip of the sword, forming a cold star shining on the moon. Essence, chi, and spirit, body and sword as one, the power of a pseudo-spiritual weapon, everything was condensed into a single point in an instant. Secret sword. Point star. Following Qianzong's low roar, as if it contained an unparalleled power that even the stars could not resist, the sword stabbed out. This sword was not very fast, but it contained an extremely frightening sword pressure. That sword pressure was like a mountain, like a falling star. In an instant, it actually caused the body of the severely injured python, which had greatly reduced its strength, to freeze, unable to move. The golden eyes of the giant python revealed a touch of shock. As a level 8 overlord monster, this giant python already had a considerable amount of intelligence. It used all the remaining power in its body to break free from this pressure, but it was very difficult. The cold light was like a star that was rapidly enlarging in front of its eyes. It was getting closer and closer, as if it filled the whole world. At the crucial moment, the giant python shifted its head. Under the guidance of Qi, the sword that was originally going to stab the giant python's left eye was also diverted. Pure yang Qi and blood surged, and a second force was exerted, forcibly changing the direction of the sword so that it would stab the giant python's right eye. The long sword was unstoppable. It went straight in, as if it was piercing through tofu. After piercing through the giant python's right eye, it went straight into its brain. Immediately, the terrifying power of the point star secret sword exploded, as if it could shatter the stars, and twisted the giant python's brain into chaos. The giant python wailed, and its huge body trembled incessantly. It straightened its body, crushing all the rocks in its way. This straightened body lasted for a few breaths of time before it relaxed, and its aura completely dissipated. The giant python, which represented an extremely tenacious life force, was finally killed by Qianzong. Its brain was crushed, and its soul lost its support. Naturally, it could not survive. Qianzong sat down, his face red, and then he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face quickly turned pale, and his aura dropped to the lowest level, as if it had fallen from the clouds. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. His injury was not light. With his current cultivation, he was barely qualified to practice the 2 secret swords of the unhindered sword school. Moreover, once he used them, it would put a heavy burden on his body. Of course, Qianzong's body was strong, and that kind of burden was completely bearable. However, the consequence was that his internal energy would be exhausted in a short period of time, and he would need some time to recover. However, the giant python moved its head, and Qianzong's sword almost missed. He had to use his pure yang qi and blood to exert force a second time. The point star secret sword emphasized explosive power, pressing forward with indomitable will, and forcefully changing its trajectory. That kind of burden increased by more than a few times, and it directly injured Qianzong. His bones and muscles felt like they were being torn apart, and his organs were aching. If it was any other time, Qianzong would not be in a hurry, and he could recover on his own. However, at this moment, he was in the 100 Beasts Mountain. Perhaps the giant python's aura was a deterrent, and no other demon beasts would come in a short period of time. However, who could be 100% sure? He took out an elixir and took it. Then, he ran his cultivation method to dissolve the elixir. A cool aura spread throughout his body, and the pain in his body quickly weakened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qianzong quickly got up and walked to the dragon's saliva grass. He carefully dug it up and put it into the virtual ring. Now was not the time to refine the dragon's saliva grass because his injury had not healed, and his strength had not recovered. He waved his hand again and put the giant python's huge body into the virtual ring. Fortunately, the space in the virtual ring was not small. After putting it away, Qianzong sat down cross-legged. While paying attention to the surroundings, he ran his cultivation method to heal his injury. Half an hour later, his injury was healed, and then his strength was completely restored. Qianzong took out the dragon's saliva grass. A burst of exotic fragrance spread out from the dragon's saliva grass. It was refreshing, and Qianzong faintly felt that his pure yang qi and blood were flowing faster, emitting a trace of burning heat. Then, Qianzong took out the giant python's blood pill. The fist-sized blood pill was blood-red and exuded a violent aura. Without any hesitation, Qianzong immediately bit into the blood pill and swallowed it. Then, he stuffed the dragon's saliva grass into his mouth and chewed it. Refining it into an elixir was undoubtedly the best. Unfortunately, there was no alchemist in the eastern land who could refine it, and Qianzong was not willing to take the dragon's saliva grass and the blood pill back to the Xianxia swordsmanship sect. The most important thing now was to improve his cultivation and strength. Only with a higher cultivation and stronger strength could he compete for more resources in the future. The giant python was a level 8 monster overlord. The power contained in the blood pill was extremely vigorous and violent. It spread out in an instant. Qianzong felt that his body was about to be destroyed by the violent power in his stomach. His bones and muscles creaked as if they could not bear the burden. The amazing heat spread through his body like a raging fire, and it was like lava. Qianzong felt that he was about to be burned to ashes. Then, the medicinal power of the dragon saliva grass spread out. Unlike the scorching heat of the python blood pellet, the medicinal power of the dragon saliva grass was ice cold. It was like a stream of ice that swept through his entire body, resisting the scorching heat of the python blood pellet. Qianzong's body could not help but tremble. It was like he was being refined by ice and fire. The third layer of the mysterious jade golden bone technique was activated, and the 25th layer of the Xianxia technique was activated. The two techniques were activated at the same time. Qianzong could not care about anything else. He was completely immersed in his cultivation. A strong aura spread out from Qianzong's red and white body. It was like a gust of wind, and it also carried a trace of the giant python's aura. All monsters had their own territories. The level 8 monster overlord's territories were especially large. There were no other monsters within a radius of a few hundred miles. This allowed Qianzong to be undisturbed. His bones and muscles vibrated continuously. His blood and qi surged. The golden color of his pure yang blood and qi slowly increased. The Xianxia true power fluctuated in his body. It hit the sixth meridian again and again, making it thicker and tougher. The aura expanded and contracted, becoming more powerful. The middle stage of the sixth level of the true martial realm, the Xianxia skill also naturally switched to the 26th level. However, the power of the python blood pill and the dragon saliva grass was still considerable. Taking the two at the same time could have the effect of restraining and promoting each other. It was safer than taking them separately. The effect was also beyond the level of 1+1. The benefits it brought were naturally more obvious. Let the monthly votes come in even more fiercely. Qianzong's aura expanded and contracted once again, becoming even more powerful and sweeping away. Late-stage LV6 genuine martial realm, 27th level of the art of traversing. Once it did, it would increase by 2 levels. Of course, Qianzong had been accumulating power in the early stage of LV6 genuine martial realm for some time. His true force cultivation had increased considerably, and so had his body refining cultivation. His pure yang qi and blood had become purer and more golden. Qianzong could feel the strength of his bones, muscles, and organs. He clenched his fists, and an even more powerful force was contained within them. 70,000 jin. Qianzong thought to himself, and a smile appeared on his face. His strength had increased by another 10,000 jin, and his other aspects had also improved significantly. Taking a deep breath, Qianzong used his body movement and quickly flew forward, but he still tried his best to restrain his aura. 70,000 jin of arm strength and cultivation in the late stage of LV6 genuine martial realm had indeed improved his strength a lot, but it was still not enough for him to run amok in the 100-beast mountain. Even some of the extreme human realm experts did not dare to do so. Perhaps he had run out of luck, but after that, Qianzong did not find any useful elixirs, let alone fake elixirs. However, he did find some useful elixirs for warriors in the qi and blood realm, qi refining realm, and even the early stage of the genuine martial realm. Thinking that he was going to return to the eastern land, Qianzong naturally picked them one by one and stored them well. It was inevitable that he would encounter some demonic beasts during this period, but even a mid-grade LV8 demonic beast was no match for Qianzong. Even a high-grade LV8 demonic beast was killed by Qianzong. Although he did not encounter any more elixirs like the dragon saliva grass, Qianzong did not encounter any LV9 demonic beasts, or else he would be in big trouble. Standing on the mountain top and looking ahead, Qianzong's eyes became distant again. The eastern land, that's right, the border of the eastern continent was right in front of him. He was already very close to it. In this section of the 100 Beasts mountain range, there were very few Class 7 beasts. Most of them were force training realm beasts. No matter how many demonic beasts there were, they couldn't pose a threat to Qianzong. After all, Qianzong wouldn't just stand there and let the demonic beasts attack him. He could easily leave the demonic beasts in the dust. Qianzong let out a long roar that was so loud that all the demonic beasts within a radius of 100 miles retreated. Leaping into the air, Qianzong flew down the mountain. He had officially stepped into the eastern continent. The route flashed through Qianzong's mind. Real Sword Academy, Wind Martial City, small lake town. I wonder if Senior Huanyun is still in the Real Sword Academy? Qianzong mumbled to himself. A few years had passed, and he wasn't sure if anything had changed. Also, how are the True Martial Alliance and the Black Demon Sect doing? Let's ask someone first, Qianzong muttered to himself. Then, he used his body movement again. I didn't expect the situation in the eastern continent to change so much in just a few years. Qianzong frowned. He couldn't help but worry. In the past few years, the Black Demon Sect had grown stronger. They had come out from the shadows and were now on par with the True Martial Alliance. Qianzong sorted out the information he had gathered. There were 5 main cities in the eastern continent. They were the True Martial Main City, the Zun Martial Main City, the Zong Martial Main City, the Wang Martial Main City, and the Ultimate Martial Main City. Now, the Zong Martial Main City and the Zong Martial Main City were occupied by the Black Demon Sect. Naturally, the martial cities under these 2 main cities were not spared. The True Martial Alliance was divided into 2. The original True Martial Alliance occupied the True Martial Main City and the Ultimate Martial Main City, while the new True Martial Sect occupied the Wang Martial Main City. The Overlord Martial Sect, founded by the Overlord Martial Prodigy, officially became a subsect of the True Martial Alliance. The Bitter Dust Prodigy joined the Black Demon Sect. The Purple Moon Prodigy became the young master of the True Martial Sect. Other than that, the Sky Martial Academy and the Giant Blade Academy of the Four Great Academies had joined the True Martial Alliance. The Ferocious Blood Academy joined the Black Demon Sect, and the True Sword Academy joined the True Martial Sect. Other than that, there were other big and small forces that had been reshuffled. Some still existed, some were destroyed, and some were reborn. They all had their own places to go. Generally speaking, the Eastern Continent was now a tripartite balance of power. Among them, the Black Demon Sect and the True Martial Alliance were evenly matched. The True Martial Sect was slightly weaker, but they still had an important position. They formed a tripartite balance of power. Since they had joined the True Martial Alliance, they would naturally move to the corresponding territory. Otherwise, they would become the target of other forces. It was very unsafe. Since it's like this, I have to go to the Ultimate Martial Main City and return to the Martial Wind City as soon as possible, Chenzong said to himself. He followed the route in his memory and flew toward the Ultimate Martial Main City. After all, the Ultimate Martial Main City and the martial cities under its jurisdiction had all belonged to the True Martial Alliance. He did not know how his father and the Chen family were doing. He only hoped that there would not be any major changes. After a few years, Chenzong had become more mature. His temperament had also changed greatly. Unless it was someone who was very familiar with him, they would not be able to tell that he was the Chenzong who had been hunted down by the True Martial Alliance and the Black Demon Sect a few years ago. Anxious to return home, Chenzong did not pay attention to anything else. On the wide road, Chenzong saw a few corpses lying on the side of the road. Their blood had dried up. He frowned slightly. Since the situation had changed greatly a few years ago, the tripartite balance of power had been established. The laws of the past had been scrapped. The whole world had become chaotic, and all kinds of robberies were common. After all, the Black Demon Sect, the True Martial Alliance, and the True Martial Sect would often have small-scale battles between the three forces. The general trend was irresistible. Unless one of the forces was strong enough to suppress the other two forces and unify the Eastern Continent, the chaos would end. Continuing forward, Chenzong encountered a group of people who seemed to be fleeing. There were martial artists in the Qi and Blood realm, and a few martial artists in the Qi refining realm. In the Eastern Continent, martial artists in the True Martial realm were high and mighty. They belonged to the first class of the strong and rarely appeared. Martial artists in the Qi refining realm were considered quite good. This group of people, including Chenzong, were blocked, and the ones who blocked them were undoubtedly bandits. 13 bandits, each of them in the Qi refining realm. Each of them had a ferocious appearance, and traces of murderous aura surrounded them. Hand over all your belongings, and you may live. One of the bandits said in an evil tone. May I ask if you are the famous 13 meteor heroes? A martial artist in the fourth cycle of the Qi refining realm took a few steps forward and saluted with cupped fists. Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, he asked with a somewhat respectful tone. Oh, you have good eyesight. Brothers, our reputation is quite good. However, you still have to hand over all your belongings, or else you will die. One of the bandits said to the other bandits with a smile. Then, he looked at the martial artist and raised his eyebrows. His tone was cold, and it made the martial artist's heart tighten. These 13 martial artists in the Qi refining realm were the recently famous 13 meteor bandits. Usually, they would rob and kill as soon as they appeared, and then quickly leave. It was difficult to track them down, as fast as a shooting star. The martial artist in the fourth cycle of the Qi refining realm called them the 13 heroes instead of the 13 bandits because he wanted to curry favor with them. He had no choice. Although he had some strength, there were 13 of them, and many of them were stronger than him. Everything was for the sake of survival. However, it seemed that the other party had no intention of letting him go. On the count of 3, if you don't hand over all your belongings, you will all die. The evil tone and murderous aura made everyone tremble in fear. One by one, they put down their belongings and obediently retreated to the side as if they were waiting for judgment. Oh, there are still people who are disobedient. For a moment, the 13 bandits' ferocious eyes fell on Xianxia. Their lips curled into a sinister smile, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Looks like he thinks he has some strength and wants to fight back. Another bandit sneered. They couldn't sense Xianxia's aura fluctuations, but he looked quite young, about 23 or 24 years old. No matter how powerful he was at most in the early stage of the qi refining realm, or at most in the middle stage of the qi refining realm. Even if they hadn't seen the famous young geniuses with their own eyes, they would have heard of some of their characteristics, and it would be easier to recognize them. However, the person in front of them was obviously not one of them. Kid, don't be too full of yourself. A bandit walked towards Xianxia with a sinister smile. He stretched out his big hand, and with a whistling wind, he grabbed at Xianxia's face in a humiliating manner. No one doubted the strength of that hand. Even a rock would be crushed. In the next moment, everyone thought that Xianxia's face would be torn apart, and even his head would be crushed. Everyone seemed to see a flash of light in front of their eyes, but it also seemed like an illusion. That big hand stopped in midair, 3 feet away from Xianxia's face. That 3 feet was like a natural moat that couldn't be crossed. Bandits will always be bandits. How can you call yourself a hero? His indifferent tone made the 13 bandits furious. No, they should be called the 12 bandits now. The bandit who attacked Xianxia fell forward, and there was a bright red color on his throat. Dead, dead. They were all stunned and shocked. You killed Old Nine, kill him and avenge Old Nine. The other bandits were furious. Amidst their roars, the meteor bandits unleashed their full strength and mercilessly attacked Xianxia. Their murderous aura was inexplicably terrifying. Facing the siege of the 12 meteor bandits, even a martial artist in the late stage of the qi refining realm would die without a doubt. However, Xianxia's expression didn't change at all. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. There seemed to be a flash of light in front of their eyes. It was very thin, like a strand of hair, but very fast, like an aurora. It was like an illusion. When everyone looked at it carefully, the light had already disappeared, as if it had never appeared. The 12 meteor bandits stopped moving, and each of them maintained their attacking posture. However, it was as if they had turned into statues with different postures. Everyone was horrified. They stared at the 12 bandits' throats with their eyes wide open. A bright red dot was quietly spreading out. Dead, the 13 meteor bandits, who had a fearsome reputation, had actually been killed. Moreover, they had been killed by a person who looked rather young. No one knew how he had killed them. Could it be that at that moment, this young man attacked with his sword? They couldn't be sure because it was too fast. It felt like a dream. The only thing they could be sure of was that the 13 meteor bandits were all dead, and they survived. They didn't even have to hand over their belongings. Third update, on the wide road, Xianxia walked alone at lightning speed while a large group of people followed behind him. This group of people were the ones who survived the attack of the 13 meteor bandits because of Xianxia. Not only did they keep their lives, they also did not lose any of their belongings. They all knew that Xianxia was a very powerful martial practitioner, a super expert. At least in their eyes, he was so. Moreover, he did not seem to have any malicious intent towards them. Therefore, they wanted to rely on Xianxia. It would be safer. After all, this was a chaotic world. The slightest carelessness could lead to one's death and their corpse being abandoned in the wilderness. Unfortunately, Xianxia would not wait for them because he was in a hurry to return to Martial Wind City. Otherwise, he could have helped them a little. Compared to their family and friends, this group of strangers did not have a high status. Naturally, they had to make a choice. In fact, Xianxia had saved them once. Seeing Xianxia's figure disappear, this group of people felt despair. They stopped one by one and panted. Their legs were weak. The mad chase just now had exhausted all their strength. Let's rely on ourselves. Let's rest for a while before continuing. Although we can't catch up, with that person in front, he should be able to sweep away some bandits. As long as our luck is not too bad, we can all survive. Reality proved that their luck was not bad. Every one of them reached their destination alive. Because Qianzong was in front, some bandits who were blind enough to want to rob them naturally ended up as dead souls under Qianzong's sword. His speed was as fast as a meteor as he flew towards the boundary of Ultimate Martial Main City. With Qianzong's current speed, he did not need to spend too much time. Seeing Ultimate Martial Main City from afar, Qianzong did not enter the city because his destination was Martial Wind City. He would pass by the vicinity of Ultimate Martial Main City and head towards Martial Wind City. On the way, he would pass by the vicinity of Seven Lights Martial Academy. Qianzong thought of his days in Seven Lights Martial Academy, Qin Chuyun, Li Zhenshi, and so on. I wonder if they are still in the Seven Lights Martial Academy? Qianzong thought to himself. When he left back then, they were still in the Seven Lights Martial Academy. Now that a few years had passed, perhaps they were still in the Seven Lights Martial Academy, or perhaps they had already left. Since it was on the way, Qianzong decided to pay a visit to the Seven Lights Martial Academy to gather some information. After a series of inquiries, Qin Chuyun, Li Zhenshi, and the others could be considered to have left some reputation in the Seven Lights Martial Academy. However, they had left a long time ago and no one knew where they had gone. Qianzong did not have much nostalgia for the Seven Lights Martial Institution since his family and friends were not around. At the end of the day, this place was a part of his past path. He had already walked it and walked a very, very long way. Looking back, he could only find some memories of the past. They crossed the plains in front of the Seven Luminaries Martial Academy, crossed the river, climbed over Black Wasp Mountain, and passed through a forest. In the past, it would have taken them a day and a night to complete the journey. But now, with Qianzong's extremely fast speed, it took them less than an hour to complete the journey. The outline of the Wind Martial City was right in front of them. Seeing the familiar outline of the Wind Martial City, Qianzong could not help but feel a little excited in his heart. It had been a few years. However, it felt as if dozens of years had passed. It actually felt as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields, causing Qianzong to be filled with nostalgia. Taking a deep breath, Qianzong strode towards the Wind Martial City. Scenes of his cultivation in the Qin clan flashed across his mind. The city gates of the Wind Martial City were wide open, but there was a group of guards dressed in white armor standing outside the city gates. There were a total of 12 people. 4 of them were early-stage Qi Refinement Realm martial practitioners, and 8 were 9th-stage Qi Refinement Realm martial practitioners. So many people. Qianzong was a little surprised. Whether it was the Qi Refinement Realm or the Qi Refinement Realm, they were nothing in his eyes. They were very, very weak. However, this was the Eastern continent, and a small place like the Wind Martial City. Such guards seemed to be a little too cautious. Stop. Qianzong was stopped by a shout. What's your name? Where are you from? What are you doing here? 3 questions in a row shot out like arrows. They were very strict, and if it was an ordinary person, it would be difficult to resist. What's the matter? How could Qianzong be frightened by an early-stage Qi Refinement Realm martial practitioner? He asked in a neither fast nor slow manner. Humph, you look very unfamiliar to me. Maybe you're a spy from somewhere else. Why don't you tell me the truth? The other party glared and roared in a vicious tone. In fact, this was a trick they were used to. As long as they saw an unfamiliar face without any obvious characteristics, they would first threaten it and extort some money to fill their own pockets. Unfortunately, they met Qianzong. His indifferent gaze fell on the other party's face. Instantly, the early-stage Qi Refinement Realm martial practitioner was stunned. He could not help but shrink back. An indescribable panic surged from the depths of his heart and could not be suppressed. He kept retreating, his face pale. Qianzong strode through the city gates. Those people immediately surrounded Qianzong, wanting to stop him. Back off, back off. The early-stage Qi Refinement Realm martial practitioner hurriedly roared. Without being obstructed, Qianzong walked into Martial Wind City, leaving behind the early-stage Qi Refinement Realm martial practitioner and a group of guards that were inexplicable. Chen Clan, Alai, Yi Ming, Elder Wei, Elder Xing, Elder Lai, and elderly, numerous names flashed within his mind. Chen Zong actually didn't have a strong sense of belonging to the Qin clan in Martial Wind City. But the ones that left a deep impression on him were those few elders, Qin Chuyun, and the others. Chen Zong moved swiftly along the streets, moving through the crowd. The feeling Chen Zong got from Martial Wind City now was different from before. It seemed to be even more nervous, and the footsteps of the pedestrians were hurried as if they were rushing to do something. In next to no time, Chen Zong arrived at the Qin clan's clan hall, but what he saw was a scene of ruins. What's going on? Chen Zong frowned, and he was surprised and bewildered. He quickly entered the clan hall and walked around. The clan hall before him looked like a scene of ruins, as if it had been abandoned for a long time. Moreover, there were ruins everywhere. Obviously, it was the traces left behind by an intense battle. Collapsed houses and icy cold furnaces. Could it be that something unexpected has happened? A bad feeling couldn't help but emerge in his heart. Chen Zong hurriedly walked towards the Qin clan's mansion, and what he saw was a dilapidated door and collapsed walls. Just like the clan hall, it was a scene of ruins. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. What exactly happened? Where did everyone go? With a heart full of guesses and uneasiness, Chen Zong took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and organized his thoughts. Let's go to the Cauldron Pavilion. Chen Zong made a prompt decision and headed towards the Cauldron Pavilion. The Cauldron Pavilion was still the Cauldron Pavilion, but the people inside had changed. The Cauldron Pavilion's token that Chen Zong had obtained at that time had long been lost. Your Excellency wants to buy information about the Qin clan. Is it the Qin clan from a few years ago? Asked the deacon of the Cauldron Pavilion. Yes, answered Chen Zong. 1,000 jade coins, said the deacon of the Cauldron Pavilion. Chen Zong didn't bargain. He took out a money ticket. This money ticket was naturally found on the bodies of the 13 meteor bandits who had been killed. After all, Chen Zong's current currency was high-grade goods like spirit shells. The jade coins were long gone, but they were still useful here. The deacon of the Cauldron Pavilion put away the money ticket with a smile, and then said, "We'll have to start from a few years ago." Chen Zong was silent. He was all ears. A few years ago, there was a junior in the Qin clan called Chen Zong. It was said that he was very talented, but unfortunately, he colluded with the Black Demon sect and was wanted by the True Martial Alliance, said the deacon of the Cauldron Pavilion. Said the deacon of the Ding Tian Pavilion. Chen Zong's expression did not change at all when he heard the news from someone else. It was said that Chen Zong died in the 100-Beast Mountain in the end, and the Qin clan was implicated because of this. They were pushed aside by other clans and forces, but they still stubbornly held on. They just lost a lot of property, and their lives became more and more difficult. Chen Zong was still listening, and his expression didn't change. Then, the eastern continent underwent a drastic change. The Black Demon sect appeared, and the True Martial Alliance split up. The forces of the Ultimate Martial Alliance were purged. The Bai clan directly sought refuge with the True Martial Alliance and gained the upper hand. With the True Martial Alliance's permission, they took control of the Wind Martial City. It was said that Chen Zong of the Qin clan had a conflict with the Bai clan. After the Bai clan took control of the Wind Martial City, they began to suppress the Qin clan. Chen Zong resisted with all his might, but he was no match for the Bai clan. Many of his experts were killed, and the others who were still alive were taken to the mines and became slaves. With the deacon of the Cauldron Pavilion's explanation, Chen Zong's expression didn't change, but a shocking killing intent emerged in his heart. The Bai clan, the clan that had a conflict with him in the past, had actually attacked the Qin clan. They killed the people of the Qin clan and even reduced some of the survivors to mining slaves. The Bai clan, damn it. Who were the experts of the Qin clan that died? Chen Zong asked calmly. The deacon of the Cauldron Pavilion didn't feel the slightest bit of uneasiness. I don't know the details, but at least 70 to 80% of the elders were killed. Even the clan head was killed, the deacon said. Since then, the Qin clan has been removed from the Wind Martial City. What about the Qin clan's branch family? Chen Zong asked again. They weren't spared. Some of the rebels were killed, and the others were reduced to mining slaves, working in the mines all day long. It's estimated that they won't live for long. The deacon's tone was somewhat regretful. Chen Zong couldn't help but become even more worried. In such a situation, what about his father, what about his aunt? Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Chen Zong continued to ask questions, wanting to know more thoroughly. For example, where did the Chen clan who had been reduced to mining slaves work? When he learned that they were mining in the iron vein that originally belonged to the Chen clan, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. They had gone too far. Immediately, Chen Zong asked about the strength of the Bai clan and the situation of the Li clan's Li Xianxia. This required additional payment of jade money. Chen Zong paid without hesitation. On the surface, the Bai clan has 1 LV5 true martial realm expert, 2 LV4 true martial realm experts, 4 LV3 true martial realm experts, and as many as 12 LV1 to LV2 true martial realm experts. The deacon of the Cauldron Pavilion said. For the Eastern continent, a true martial realm expert was considered very powerful. A middle-stage true martial realm expert could be considered a great expert, and a late-stage true martial realm expert could be considered a first-class expert. After all, the Eastern continent's inheritance resources were scarce. They couldn't produce pseudo-transcendence, and they didn't even have some powerful star-level combat strength. Adding up to nearly 20 true martial realm experts, the Bai clan could indeed be considered very powerful. Of course, that was only relatively speaking. Fourth update, he wished he could grow a pair of wings and fly back to Little Lake Town in the blink of an eye. Chen Zong couldn't wait any longer as he finally entered Little Lake Town. Compared to a few years ago, the current Little Lake Town seemed to be quieter, less lively, and more desolate. Chen Zong did not pay much attention to it. His speed flew past like a ghost. Very soon, he arrived in front of a few wooden houses. The wooden houses were old and dusty. They looked like they had been abandoned for a long time and no one lived in them. This was his home, the place where he was born, the place where he grew up, and the place where he had more than 10 years of memories. Chen Zong pushed open the door with trembling hands. The creaking sound was ear-piercing, but it went straight to his heart. Chen Zong's heart could not stop pounding, and even breathing became difficult. The light in the house was dim, but it could not block Chen Zong's eyes. He could see every detail clearly. The furniture was still the same familiar furniture, but it was a little messy, as if they had left in a hurry. Chen Zong looked very carefully, not letting go of any clues. There were no traces of fighting. There were no bloodstains. Unknowingly, the anxiety in his heart lessened a little. Father. Auntie. Where did you go? Chen Zong muttered to himself. He remembered that when he left, he asked Huan Yun to take care of his father. He did not know what happened. He quickly left and went to the old house of the Chen family. It was also abandoned and full of weeds. Now, I have to go to the mine, Chen Zong said to himself. He used his body movement again and went to the mine as fast as he could. Chen Zong was full of hope. He was looking forward to seeing his father at the mine, but he was also worried that he would see his father suffer there. This contradiction tortured Chen Zong, and he almost lost his usual calmness. He was so anxious that he finally arrived at the original site of the Chen family's iron mine. Stop, who are you? What are you doing here? He was immediately stopped by a group of martial artists. There were 8 of them in total, and they looked unfriendly. Are you from the Bai family? Chen Zong asked. That's right, we are from the Bai family, one of the 8 replied with a sneer. Chen Zong's answer to them was to attack. His figure flashed past so fast that they couldn't see anything. However, the 8 people only felt that the world was spinning. The strange thing was that although it was clearly daytime, why did they quickly fall into darkness? They couldn't see anything. Chen Zong had once guarded this iron mine, so he still had a clear memory of it. Soon, he rushed into the camp of the iron mine and grabbed the manager of the camp, who was also a deacon of the Bai family. He was at the late stage of the force training realm. What about the Chens? Chen Zong's voice was low, like the undercurrent in the deep sea, containing shocking anger and power. What Chen clan? The Bai clan's deacon was startled. The Chen clan of the martial Wind City. Chen Zong's eyes emitted a terrifying light that contained a hint of murderous intent. The Bai clan's deacon trembled uncontrollably. Chen clan. Chen clan. They are all in the mine. The Bai clan's deacon felt like he was about to be drowned by the terrifying murderous intent. It was as if he had fallen into the sea and would be swallowed by the huge waves at any time. He was extremely frightened and trembled. His mind was almost blank as he instinctively answered. "Please come out." The low voice was like a nightmare that entered the Bai clan's deacon's ears. He couldn't resist. "Yes. Yes." The Bai clan's deacon was pale and sweating profusely. He didn't dare to delay and quickly ordered his subordinates to call out all the Qin clan members who were mining in the mine. Their clothes were ragged, and they were as thin as firewood. Their faces were covered in dirt, and they looked very pathetic. Chen Zong couldn't help but feel a little sad. With a glance, there were a total of over 40 people. The older ones were over 70 years old, and the younger ones were a little over 10 years old. Most of them were at the Qi and Blood realm. Only then would they be able to mine better. As for the energy refining realm, there wasn't a single one. There were a few hundred members of the Chen clan, and the 3 branch families added together would be over 100. There were at least over 400 people. Now, there were only over 40 people left. The rest were probably dead. A strand of indescribable sorrow emerged from the depths of Chen Zong's heart, and he was unable to suppress it. In the end, he was also a member of the Chen clan. He was born in the Chen clan and grew up in the Chen clan. It was an inseparable relationship in his bloodline. All of them were his clansmen. The 40-plus Chen clan members stood side by side, and all of them looked at the Bai clan members around them with fearful gazes. They shrunk their bodies as if they were afraid of being beaten. Suddenly, Chen Zong saw a vaguely familiar face among the 40-plus people. "Are you Uncle Wuxiong?" Staring at the vaguely familiar face, Chen Zong asked softly. Chen Wuxiong's right eye, which could still be used, fell on Chen Zong's face. He vaguely felt that this young face was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. However, that memory seemed to be a little long ago. "I'm Chen Wuxiong. May I ask who you are, sir?" Chen Wuxiong asked cautiously, afraid that if his voice was too loud, he would disturb the other party and be beaten up. "Uncle Wuxiong, I'm Chen Zong." Chen Zong's nose twitched, and his eyes reddened. He almost shed tears. Back then, Chen Wuxiong was the patriarch of the branch family in Xiaohu town. He was so high-spirited, but now, he looked like he had been tortured and was trembling in fear. Chen Zong. Chen Wuxiong felt that this name was somewhat familiar, and it seemed to have begun to awaken a long time ago. A few years' time was actually very short. It was just that living in the dark mine and being beaten from time to time was simply torture. It made a few years feel as long as a few decades. "Chen Zong. You're the son of the main family." Chen Wuxiong finally remembered. His right eye widened, and he couldn't help but exclaim loudly in surprise. "That's me." Chen Zong nodded, forcibly suppressing the bitterness in his heart. You. Chen Wuxiong trembled again and again, unable to say anything. Why did the Chen family fall to such a state? It wasn't unrelated to Chen Zong. Colluding with the Black Demon sect and offending the Bai family was one of the reasons why the Chen family fell to such a state. Of course, Chen Wuxiong didn't know whether they colluded with the Black Demon sect, but the matter of offending the Bai family could be investigated. Clansmen were all dead. Except for a few lucky people who escaped, the rest who were still alive were all captured and turned into miner slaves. They had to mine in the dark mine all day long, and they were beaten from time to time. There were originally more than 100 people mining in the mine, but now there were only 40 left. Who was to blame? Should he blame Chen Zong? But at this moment, Chen Wuxiong didn't have any thoughts of blaming Chen Zong in his heart. It seemed that he was in trouble, and he seemed to have gotten over it. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Without strength, one would be accused of all kinds of crimes, and then be at the mercy of others. "Uncle Wuxiong, I'm sorry for making you suffer." Chen Zong also knew very well that he was the fuse. If he didn't have any conflict with the Bai family back then, the Chen family wouldn't have become the target of the Bai family's revenge and fallen to such a state. Did he blame himself? No. Because the conflict with the Bai family back then wasn't what he wanted. He just felt very uncomfortable and sad. In the end, it was still strength. If the Qin family was stronger than the Bai family wouldn't even dare to fart. Strength, people chased after them, and people resented them. Strength, suddenly, Chen Zong's heart surged with monstrous anger and killing intent. Call the Bai family here. Chen Zong opened his mouth and said in a frighteningly calm tone. What do you want to do? The Bai family's deacon asked. I want to announce something. Chen Zong's tone was still calm. The Bai family's deacon opened his mouth and summoned all the Bai family members in the mine. At the same time, he secretly made a hand gesture and asked one or two Bai family members to take this opportunity to leave and return to the Martial Wind City as soon as possible to get reinforcements. Chen Zong also noticed this but didn't stop it because it was good. Soon, other than the two people who secretly left, the rest of the Bai family members gathered here. Each of them had a fierce look on their faces, causing the 40 or so Qin family members to tremble uncontrollably, like a flock of sheep surrounded by a pack of wolves. Everyone is here, if you have any orders, just say it. The Bai family's deacon's attitude was very humble because he knew that he was no match for the other party, so he used this kind of attitude to confuse the other party and delay as much time as possible until the Bai family's reinforcements arrived. By then, the situation would be reversed. You all. Chen Zong's gaze swept across in an instant. It was as if an incomparably terrifying cold lightning had burst out, tearing through the sky, causing the Bai family members to be unable to look at him. They had no choice but to close their eyes. All of you deserve to die. When the last 3 words fell, it was like a judgment from hell. Before the people of the Bai clan could react, 2 silver sword lights flashed in front of them, dazzling to the extreme. Dozens of densely packed silver sword lights pierced through the air. Each of them was crystal clear and beautiful, but they also contained a shocking killing intent. The silver sword lights seemed to have a mind of their own. They swept past the 40 or so Qin family members without injuring them at all, but all of the Bai family members were killed. The highest cultivation level was only at the 7th cycle of the training state, so how could they resist Chen Zong's sword lights? Before they could even react, the Bai family members were killed by the silver sword lights one by one. They couldn't be more dead. In the blink of an eye, Chen Wuxiong and the rest were shocked to see that the vicious Bai family members who had always abused them had now become corpses that were still warm and lying in a pool of blood. It was like a dream. The Qin family members were in a trance and couldn't react at all. After a long time, a gust of wind blew past, causing them to involuntarily tremble. All dead. Chen Wuxiong's voice was obscure, and he swallowed with difficulty. These Bai family members were not weak, especially the Bai family's deacon. He was extremely powerful. In his eyes, the deacon was a first-class existence, but now he was killed. More importantly, the person who killed him was Chen Zong. Moreover, he couldn't see how he killed them. He could only see a silver light flashing in front of his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, they were all dead. Uncle Wuxiong, elders of the family, please rest in the house over there for the time being. Chen Zong said. At the same time, he found things like energy pills on the Bai family's deacon and distributed them to the 40 or so Qin family members for them to take to replenish their weak bodies. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. After taking the energy pills, the 40 or so members of the Qin family felt better, but they were still weak. It would take a long time for them to recover. Uncle Wuxiong, where is my father? Chen Zong couldn't wait to ask. Your father? Chen Wuxiong was silent at first, then continued, I don't know where he went. Chen Zong was anxious. But Chen Wuxiong spoke again, which made Chen Zong nervous. The worst thing to hear was bad news. It seems that he was taken away, but I don't know where he went. Chen Wuxiong finally said. Taken away? Was it immortal Huanyuan? Chen Zong couldn't help but guess. This seemed to be a clue, but it still needed to be investigated. Uncle Wuxiong, tell me what happened in the past few years. Chen Zong said. Okay. After a moment of silence, Chen Wuxiong's right eye became distant, as if he was immersed in memories. Chen Zong was also brought into the story, experiencing ups and downs. I used to hate you. Chen Wuxiong's last words made Chen Zong fall silent. But now I don't hate you. I've thought it through. Without you, there might be other young people who offend other forces in the future. Without enough strength, they will be destroyed in the end. Chen Zong took a deep breath and said seriously, Uncle Wu Xiong, you will see the Chen family rise again and stand at the top of the eastern continent. Maybe he should do something for the people who were still alive. It was not enough to just save them. In this case, he should find the whereabouts of his father and the others first. After that, he could show his strength and revive the Chen family. And now, he had to solve the problem of the Bai family. It had been a long time since the Chen family had a good rest. Most of them fell asleep while sitting. There was a large pile of corpses outside, and the smell of blood filled the air. The fact that they could sleep was enough to prove how tired they were. Gradually, Chen Wuxiong and the rest also fell asleep one after another, leaving only Chen Zong awake. Getting up, Chen Zong walked out of the camp and waited for the Bai family's reinforcements to arrive. The Bai family moved quickly. Soon, 6 people arrived. The leader was a LV3 true martial realm martial artist, 2 LV2 true martial realm martial artists, and 4 LV1 true martial realm martial artists. This kind of power was nothing in the Cloud Dragon Dynasty or the Dragon Diagram region. However, it was a terrifying power in the eastern continent. From afar, the 6 warriors of the Bai family had locked on to Chen Zong, but they couldn't sense the slightest fluctuation of aura from Chen Zong. Therefore, they couldn't sense Chen Zong's cultivation. He wore a silver-white sword robe and stood tall with 2 swords at his waist. His gaze was deep and distant, as if he could see through all obstacles and the formless void. The 6 Bai clan true martial realm cultivators all felt the other party's gaze on them. They felt as if they had been seen through, causing them to shiver inwardly and become extremely vigilant. May I ask who you are? The LV3 genuine martial realm warrior of the Bai family asked in a low voice. People who are about to die don't need to know too much. Chen Zong's tone was indifferent. Arrogant. A LV2 true martial realm warrior of the Bai family roared furiously. The other true martial realm warriors of the Bai family were also furious. Arrogant, this person was really too arrogant. It seems that you are determined to be the enemy of the Bai family. In that case, there is no need for you to live. Another second-level true martial realm martial artist grinned and said. He jumped up high like an ape, his right hand opened and slapped down like a big millstone, full of red true power. That true power was still rotating in his palm. A roar sounded, like the roar of a hurricane. The merciless palm strike seemed to smash Chen Zong into pieces. The malevolence in the eyes of the Bai family warrior was clearly visible. Immediately, a silver light flashed. It was so bright, stunning, and sharp that people couldn't look directly at it and had to close their eyes. When they opened their eyes, the LV2 true martial realm warrior had fallen to the ground, his blood staining the ground red. Dead, what on earth happened? How could he suddenly die? In a flash, Chen Zong appeared in front of the other 5 true martial realm warriors of the Bai family. With a wave of his hand, he unsheathed his sword and turned it into a silver light. As fast as lightning, the sword was unsheathed and returned to the scabbard. 4 of the 5 Bai family warriors had red spots on their throats. Their strength was quickly drained from their wounds, and their consciousness fell into darkness. They were merely in the early stage of the true martial realm. Even if there were dozens of them, they wouldn't be enough to kill Chen Zong. You. Are you a human or a ghost? The last LV1 true martial realm warrior of the Bai family fell to the ground in horror and scrambled to retreat. How many true martial realm warriors does the Bai family have? What's the highest cultivation? Chen Zong's voice was still indifferent, but it went straight to the heart of the Bai family warriors, making them even more frightened. You. What do you want to do? The Bai family warrior's voice was trembling. He couldn't help but feel scared. The 4 or 5 people who were stronger than him had been killed, and he didn't even know how they were killed. Answer, or, die. The word die seemed to have a terrifying magic power. The Bai family warrior trembled all over again. Under the threat of death, he finally opened his mouth to speak. Just like the information of the Dingtian Pavilion, the only discrepancy was that there was another LV6 true martial realm warrior of the Bai family hiding. Chen Zong was not afraid of a LV6 true martial realm warrior, even if he was a genius. With a wave of his hand, a silver light flashed. The Bai family LV1 true martial realm martial artist fell backward with his eyes wide open. He died with his eyes wide open. His empty eyes seemed to be questioning Chenzong. He had already spoken, so why did he still want to kill him? Chenzong didn't pay any attention to this. However, he collected the belongings of the 6 people and put them into the virtual ring. Perhaps they were useless to him, but in the future, he would rebuild the Chen family and make it stronger. The more belongings he had, the better. Then, he destroyed the corpses and removed all traces of the battle. The arrival and death of the 6 Bai family warriors of the true martial realm didn't cause any disturbances. The 40 or so Chen family members were sleeping soundly. Chenzong began to think. First, he had to find a place for these 40 or so clansmen. At least, he had to give them a relatively safe place. After thinking for a while, Chenzong thought of the original stone chamber on the mountain wall. Unfortunately, he had lost the key and could no longer open it. Where could he go? Among these 40 or so clansmen, the highest cultivation was only at the late stage of the Qi and blood realm. Some of them had no cultivation. Moreover, they had been ravaged and their bodies were not as good as before. They needed time to recuperate to recover, so they didn't have much power to protect themselves. It was not suitable for them to stay in this mountain. If they encountered a demonic beast, they would be finished. Next, he would have to deal with the Bai family to prevent more unforeseen events from happening. Let's go to the Dingtian Pavilion, Chenzong suddenly thought. The Dingtian Pavilion claimed that they could do anything as long as enough money was paid. In that case, it shouldn't be a problem for them to protect the 40 or so clansmen of the Chen family for a while. However, the Dingtian Pavilion was in Fengwu City, and the Bai family was now the ruler of Fengwu City. If they entered the city, they would definitely attract the attention of the Bai family. When the time came, if they were slightly careless, it was very likely that some clansmen would be affected and die. Chenzong couldn't accept this. First, I'll send these clansmen back to the old house in Lake Town. Then, I'll go to Fengwu City as fast as I can to hire people from the Dingtian Pavilion to protect them, Chenzong thought to himself. For a moment, he felt that it was very inconvenient to be alone. If there was another person to help, they could act separately and it would be more efficient. After waiting patiently for Chen Wuxiong to wake up, Chenzong told him his idea. That won't be necessary. After all these years of mining, we've already explored every corner of the mine. We've even dug out some deeper tunnels. As long as we have enough food and water, we can hide inside for a while, Chen Wuxiong said. Uncle Wuxiong, take me to have a look. Chenzong was still a little worried. Okay. Chen Wuxiong agreed. After waking up the clansmen one by one, they entered the mine again. Chen Wuxiong and the others led the way in front, while Chenzong walked at the back. The mine was dark and the air was not very circulating, so it was very stuffy. However, it didn't affect Chenzong much. He kept moving forward and making many turns. It was enough to make an unfamiliar ordinary person feel dizzy. However, Chenzong clearly remembered the route. It was very complicated. After walking for 3 hours, they finally arrived at their destination. It was very secretive. If it wasn't for someone leading the way, Chenzong estimated that it would be very difficult for him to find this place. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Uncle Wuxiong, there is still some food and water outside the camp that can be brought in. It should be enough for everyone to eat for a while. I will solve the problem in the shortest time possible, Chenzong said. He glanced around and said, I'll have to trouble everyone for the time being. As long as we can survive and rebuild our clan, it's not a problem at all. Chen Wuxiong smiled. Now, a few of you who are in good health, follow me out and bring in the food and water from outside, Chenzong said. He then left the mine and walked out of it. Uncle Wuxiong, remember to clean up the traces so that we won't be traced. Chenzong said at last. Chenzong, don't worry. Chen Wuxiong said, even if the Bai family comes out in full force, it won't be that easy to find us in this mine. However, the Bai family is very powerful and has many strong masters. Don't act rashly. Don't worry, Uncle Wuxiong. Chenzong said. His firm tone gave Chen Wuxiong a sense of confidence. After watching Chen Wuxiong and the others enter the mine again with food and water, Chen Zong tried his best to clean up the traces of the outside world. Finally, he set a fire to burn the bodies of the Bai family and everything around, completely destroying them. After doing all this, Chen Zong left with peace of mind. He also hoped that the 40 or so Chen family members would be able to survive. In the end, he was just a human, not a god. He couldn't be omnipotent. He could only do his best. Bai family. 2 words filled with murderous intent spread in the wind. Chen Zong's figure had already disappeared. He quickly headed in the direction of the Fengwu city. The advantage of following this path was that he could see if the Bai family members had appeared. After all, a few hours had passed. However, until he entered the Fengwu city, there was still no sign of the Bai family members. Perhaps they thought that sending 6 warriors of the real martial realm would be enough to solve the problem. It's getting dark. Looking at the sky, Chen Zong said to himself. First update, monthly vote, monthly vote, monthly vote, night fell. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The faint moonlight shone on the ground, making it look like it was wrapped in silver. It was a beautiful night, suitable for drinking and singing under the moonlight. It was a huge mansion that looked new. It was brightly lit, and people were coming and going. It seemed very lively. In the magnificent hall, the Bai family head and the elders were all present. What's going on? The 5th elder and the others have been gone for so long. Why haven't they returned yet? The Bai family head frowned and said with some displeasure. Maybe the enemy they met is more difficult to deal with. The Bai family head elder said, but he didn't look worried. According to the news, the enemy was a young man suspected to be in the true martial realm. At present, whether it was the true martial alliance, the true martial sect, or the black demon sect, the strongest among the younger generation was the feudal martial heaven's pride, but he was only in the 4th LV of the true martial realm. With the 6 Bai family true martial realm cultivators, even if they weren't a match for him, they could still deal with him. After all, it was impossible for that person to be the feudal martial heaven's pride. At best, he was in the 2nd LV of the true martial realm. At most, he was in the 3rd LV. According to the resources and inheritances of the Eastern continent, this kind of thinking was normal. After all, in the younger generation, there were too few people in their 20s who could cultivate to the true martial realm. Every one of them could be called a genius. Chen Zong was obviously a person who exceeded everyone's expectations. If he still hasn't returned, 3rd elder, take some people to see him. The Bai family head said. Okay. The 3rd elder, who was in the 4th LV of the true martial realm, nodded. Now, let's talk about the important matters. The Bai family head looked around. In a few days, I'm afraid that the true martial alliance and the black demon sect will fight again. The alliance has already sent a notice that we must send part of our forces to participate. Elders, how many forces do you think we should send? The Bai family was now relying on the true martial alliance. It was impossible for them to not send some forces. However, they had to develop themselves. If they sent too many forces and died, the losses would be disastrous. Therefore, there had to be a limit. It couldn't be too much or too little. In addition, who would lead the team? After all, fighting the Black Demon sect wasn't a joke. It was likely that they wouldn't be able to return. Hearing Patriarch Bai's words, several elders suddenly became silent, all of them were thinking. The Bai family's lord didn't urge him. The hall fell into silence, and the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Suddenly, a figure walked in from outside the hall. It was very natural, as if he was strolling around his own home. Who is it? Who let you in? Don't you know we're having a meeting here? Patriarch Bai and the other elders raised their heads and looked at him. Their eyes shone with a terrifying light, and their tone was extremely stern. As they spoke, they also clearly saw who it was. He was very young, probably around 23 or 24 years old. His silver-white sword robe was very fitting. He was not very handsome, but he was very pleasing to the eye. Moreover, he had a unique temperament that made people want to take a second look at him. His eyes were clear, calm, and deep, like a deep pool without any ripples. If you're not a member of the Bai family, then who are you? Patriarch Bai frowned and asked sternly. Powerful auras locked onto Qianzong. They came from Master Bai and several elders of the Bai family. It seemed that if Qianzong's answer was wrong, they would immediately attack him like a storm. My surname is Chen, Qianzong said calmly with an indifferent tone. Surname Chen? Patriarch Bai and several elders frowned. For a moment they could not think of anything. After all, there was no one in the true martial realm in the Chen family. Moreover, they had long been removed from the list. The remaining people were all slaves. My name is Qianzong, Qianzong said again. Qianzong. Patriarch Bai felt that the name sounded familiar, but he could not remember it. Today, I'm here for the Chen family. Qianzong said as he slowly drew out his long sword. The uniform sound of friction was pleasing to the ear. The silver blade shone with dazzling light. The Chen family. Qianzong, didn't you die in the 100-Beast Mountain? Patriarch Bai and several elders of the Bai family finally remembered and exclaimed. Let's settle the grudges of the past few years tonight. Qianzong took a step forward as soon as he finished speaking. He was extremely fast. As soon as Qianzong finished speaking, Patriarch Bai and several elders reacted quickly and hurriedly took action. However, the highest cultivation was only at LV5 of the true martial realm. Moreover, they were only at the level of an ordinary cultivator. Even Qianzong's figure could not be seen clearly. They only saw a flash of silver light in front of their eyes. It was so dazzling that they could not look directly at it. Then, darkness came. A deep sense of powerlessness spread throughout their bodies. Their consciousness fell into chaos. 1 LV5 True Martial Realm, 2 LV4 True Martial Realm, and 3 LV3 True Martial Realm. In Qianzong's eyes, they were no different from ants. The gap between them was too big. They could not even block a single strike. When the silver sword light dissipated, Qianzong's figure appeared again. A drop of red blood dripped from the blade. It was a shocking red. Patriarch Bai and several elders all fell to the ground. Their eyes were wide open and filled with confusion. They still had many questions in their minds, but they did not have the chance to ask. The outside world did not know what had happened here because the other true martial realm and strength refining realm cultivators had been killed by Qianzong. Such a night suitable for flowers and moonlight had become a night of bloodshed. No one could resist the deliberate attack of a genius with superb strength. No one could even make a sound. Inside the huge Bai clan mansion, the lights were still brightly lit, but there was a lot less vitality and more death aura. A white figure shuttled back and forth in the Bai mansion. It looked like a ghost and was very frightening. Qianzong was looking for the LV6 True Martial Realm martial artist of the Bai family. He wanted to eliminate the source of trouble and avoid future troubles for the Chen family. In addition, he wanted to take away the Bai family's property, which would be used to rebuild the Chen family in the future. Speaking of which, when the Chen family was destroyed, the Bai family probably took the property for themselves. After searching for a while, Qianzong finally found the LV6 True Martial Realm martial artist. He was an old man, estimated to be in his 80s or 90s. Who are you? The old man asked. Qianzong ignored him and slashed out with his sword. The old man quickly tried to dodge, but found that he could not avoid the sword no matter how hard he tried. He tried to use all his strength to resist, but it was instantly defeated and then pierced through his heart. At this point, the Bai family's high-level fighting force had all died. The remaining group of old, weak, women, and children were no threat at all. Qianzong was not a crazy person, so he did not attack them. Moreover, without the protection of the Bai family, their future life would be a problem. He found the place where the Bai family stored their property and took all the property into his virtual ring. Qianzong quickly left the Bai family. A trace of the smell of blood also spread out from the Bai family. As the ruler of Wind Martial City, the Bai family was very domineering and did not allow others to casually approach. However, there were still some old, weak, women, and children who survived, and their screams attracted others. However, the Bai family was the most powerful in Wind Martial City. Although there were people from the True Martial Alliance stationed here, they were only ordinary martial artists. They had to report it and then the True Martial Alliance would send people to investigate. It took a lot of time to come and go. After Qinzong left the Bai family, he did not go to the mine. There was enough food and water, as well as a lot of energy pills. It was enough for the 40 or so Qin family members to live well for a period of time. He also took this opportunity to recuperate and recover as much as possible. The Bai family had been eliminated. Even if the True Martial Alliance came to investigate, it would be difficult for them to find the mine. Qinzong actually wanted to bring 40 or so Qin family members out of the True Martial Alliance and go to the True Martial sect. However, the cultivation of these 40 or so people were very low, and the journey was long. If they encountered any trouble, he didn't have 100% certainty that he could protect their lives. Especially when they might be hunted down by the True Martial Alliance. The most important thing now was to ensure their safety, and then find a suitable opportunity. Qinzong also thought of directly killing his way to the True Martial Alliance, but after thinking about it, he gave up. In the end, Qinzong did not know how strong the True Martial Alliance was, and he did not know how strong it was now. No force was as powerful as it seemed on the surface. There would always be hidden forces within. Speaking of which, Qinzong's current strength was not bad. He could even fight against an ordinary LV9 True Martial Realm martial artist, and even kill him. However, it was not easy to say for those unusual LV9 True Martial Realm martial artists. The morning sun rose. The huge Bai family mansion was quiet. The air was filled with a thick smell of death and blood, which was nauseating. A few people hurried into the Bai family mansion. Each of them had a dignified look, and a strong aura was emitted from their bodies. They were at least in the middle stage of the True Martial Realm, and one of them was at LV7 True Martial Realm. These people were from the True Martial Alliance, who had rushed over from the Ultimate Martial Main City. The destruction of the Bai family was a big deal. They had to treat it seriously, whether in the past or now. Along the way, they saw many corpses. They checked them one by one until they saw the bodies of the Bai family head and several elders in the hall. They were all killed by a sword. The LV7 True Martial Realm martial artist said with a dignified face. He felt a chill in the depths of his heart. The murderer's swordsmanship was very good, and he was very strong. He was at least in the LV7 True Martial Realm. The Bai family head was in the LV5 True Martial Realm. He was not weak, but it seemed that he was killed after only one attack. Looking at the sword wound, it was clean and neat. It was a complete suppression of strength. How did the Bai family provoke such a strong person? One of the accompanying people frowned and said. Could it be someone from the Black Demon sect? Another person guessed. It shouldn't be. The Black Demon sect has no reason to do this. Moreover, we know all the strong people in the Black Demon sect. They don't have such a master of swordsmanship. Otherwise, could it be someone from the True Martial sect? The True Martial sect had the True Sword Academy, and there were also strong people in the True Martial Realm who were good at swordsmanship. It was more likely than the Black Demon sect. There are very few swordsmanship masters in the LV7 True Martial Realm in the True Martial sect. The LV7 True Martial Realm martial artist said, and according to the news, they are in the True Martial sect's territory and have not left. Then who is it? Who? A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Second update, could it really be him? A figure flashed in the mind of the deacon of the Dingtian Pavilion, but he immediately shook his head. It can't be him. He looks so young. Even if he is exceptionally talented, his cultivation is at most at LV3 of the True Martial Realm. The Bai family has a LV5 True Martial Realm warrior. Despite saying so, the deacon of the Dingtian Pavilion still could not let go of this idea. He kept thinking and guessing. Subsequently, the True Martial Realm warriors of the True Martial Alliance arrived. The Dingtian Pavilion is the most well-informed. Do you know anything about the extermination of the Bai family? The LV7 True Martial Realm warrior of the True Martial Alliance asked directly. It happened too suddenly. We are still investigating. Many thoughts flashed in the mind of the deacon of the Dingtian Pavilion. He wanted to tell them his guess, but he held back and replied with an unchanging expression. Okay. Nodding, the warriors of the True Martial Alliance turned and left. Indeed, it happened too suddenly. There was no sign at all. It happened in an extremely short period of time. It was very normal that the Dingtian Pavilion did not have any information about it. The news was blocked as much as possible, but last night's incident still spread out. It caused a great reaction and panic in the Fengwu city. Some people were scared and worried that they would be the next target of extermination. Some people were very happy because the Bai family's style of doing things was very domineering. They could not have any opposition in the Fengwu city. Otherwise, it would be regarded as a rebellion, and the consequences would be very serious. Now that the Bai family had been destroyed, it was as if they had taken revenge. They breathed a sigh of relief and felt very refreshed, but at the same time, there was an indescribable fear. The powerful Bai family had been wiped out just like that, and in the short span of a night, there was no big movement at all. Who was the murderer? Who was the murderer? Everyone was guessing. The True Martial Alliance also sent more people to help with the investigation. The Dingtian Pavilion was also on the move, looking for clues. Then, who was the murderer who exterminated the Bai family? At this moment, Chenzong did not leave. Instead, he stayed in a room on the third floor of an inn in the Wind Martial City. Leaning against the window, Chenzong looked outside. Through this window, Chenzong could see the Bai family mansion in the distance. He could also see the warriors of the True Martial Alliance who had sealed off the area. At the end of the day, the Bai family was considered a very powerful force in the True Martial Alliance. Their sudden extermination was a loss of both strength and prestige for the True Martial Alliance. They had to find the murderer. The culprit must be severely punished. Only then would the True Martial Alliance's reputation be restored. However, it would be very difficult for them to trace it back to Chenzong. After a while, Chenzong withdrew his gaze. After destroying the Bai family, Chenzong could feel the subtle changes in his heart. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. A white aura shot out like a sword beam. When it spread out, it turned into a gust of wind. The entire room was filled with whistling sounds. Chenzong's eyes gradually closed. Many scenes flashed through his mind. Entering the Seven Lights Martial Academy, clashing with the Bai family disciples, and then the scenes after that flashed through his mind. However, every scene was very clear. In the end, it stopped at the scene of the Bai family's extermination. Back in the days when he clashed with the Bai family in the Seven Lights Martial Academy, it wasn't a big conflict. It couldn't even be considered a grudge. At most, it was a kind of competition between young people. However, the Bai family obviously thought highly of themselves and looked down on others. This led to the evolution of a small competition. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The hatred grew out of hand in the end. Since then, the Bai family had left a seed of darkness in Chenzong's heart. And what the Bai family did to the Chen family was equivalent to letting that seed of darkness germinate and grow. Destroying the Bai family was the same as pulling out the seed that had already sprouted and grown in his heart. It allowed Chenzong's spirit, willpower, and state of mind to sublimate. His heart grew clearer and clearer. His mind grew clearer and clearer. Gradually, Chenzong's breathing became long and subtle. It was hard to detect. Gradually, Chenzong's aura quieted down and disappeared. It was not the kind of restraint he had before. It was as if he had truly disappeared. Even if someone walked into the room, they would have a hard time discovering Chenzong, even if he was sitting right next to the window. This was a kind of realm. A very high realm. And Chenzong was currently in this kind of realm. Even he himself did not know what it was. Love Go Xiao Say Wu His consciousness was a mess. It was as if he was wandering in the darkness, searching for light. It was also as if he was a wanderer wandering in a foreign land looking for a way home. There was no hurry, no impatience. There was only complete patience. There was a kind of peace, a kind of leisure and contentment. Let go of the chase, let go of the grudge, let go of everything, he could not feel the passage of time. After some investigation, a part of the True Martial Alliance went to the mine. It seems that it does have something to do with this place. Looking around, all he could see was a piece of charred land. It was obvious that a blazing fire had burned everything down. There was not even a trace left behind, let alone an investigation. But it was also certain that the destruction of the Bai family might have something to do with this place. After looking at the entrance of the mine and finding no useful traces, the true martial alliance's people decided to leave. Suddenly, a subtle movement attracted the attention of the true martial alliance's people. After all, they were all in the real martial arts realm. They quickly turned around and vaguely caught a glimpse of a head sticking out of the entrance of the mine. "Let's go." As soon as the leader finished speaking, he quickly rushed into the mine and soon caught a person. It seemed that he had been sleeping for a long time and was slowly waking up. All his exhaustion was gone. He felt refreshed. Chen Zong's eyelids trembled slightly. He raised his head. His clear eyes were like mirrors, reflecting everything in front of him. They also seemed to be deep and contained a whole world. A mysterious feeling grew from the depths of his heart and quietly spread out like a warm spring breeze. He closed his eyes again, but everything around him did not disappear. Instead, it was as clear as if he was looking at his eyes. Chen Zong also clearly felt the subtle movement of the dust in the air. It was a wonderful feeling. It was wonderful as if he had been reborn. Martial arts and sword arts, body and sword as one. There are 3 levels. The first level is uniting, where one's strength, martial arts, and weapons become one. The second level is Lingwu, where one's strength, martial arts, and weapons become one. The third level is reflecting mystery, where one can see the mystery. I've already mastered the first level, uniting, but I've only mastered most of the second level, Lingwu. I didn't expect to comprehend the third level by chance. The 3 levels of body and sword as one had always been divided into different levels. Each level was stronger and more profound than the last. However, there was no rule that one had to fully comprehend the first level to comprehend the next level. Of course, it would be easier to comprehend the next level after fully comprehending the first level, but there were always some. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. A genius who broke the rules had appeared. Just like Chen Zong. The Bai family was destroyed. The darkness in his heart was eliminated. All his previous accumulations burst out at this moment. He had a breakthrough. Reflecting mystery, the sword was like a mirror, and the heart was like a mirror. Reflecting the mystery, prying into the mystery. The mystery of martial arts and the mystery of the sword. In the past, Chen Zong's understanding of the 3 stages of man and sword as one was limited to the first 2 stages. It could even be said that he only knew about the first stage, the unification stage. He only knew a little about the second stage. After all, the Cloud Dragon dynasty lacked in this aspect. After becoming the Sword Son of the Sword Sect, he was able to read a lot of books and ask Yuan Lingzi for advice. Naturally, he could understand more. Whether it was the first level, Lingwu, or the second level, Lingwu, they could be divided into 3 sub-levels. Before, Chen Zong had grasped the second level of the spirit martial realm. Now, he still grasped the second level of Lingwu. However, by chance, he had comprehended the third level, reflecting mystery. Reflecting mystery was mysterious and incomparably mysterious. It opened a new world for Chen Zong and allowed him to see deeper and higher realms. Reflecting mystery was also divided into 3 sub-levels like the previous 2 levels. Chen Zong had just stepped into the first level. He could feel the movement of dust in the air and react faster. This could be considered an unexpected gain, which made Chen Zong very happy. Exhaling, Chen Zong stood up and looked out the window again. He observed the movements in the Bai family mansion. Suddenly, his pupils shrank to the size of needles. His face was full of coldness. Although they were far away, Chen Zong's eyesight was outstanding. He could see them even if they were tens of thousands of meters away. There were more than 40 people. More than 40 thin figures. They looked familiar. Chen Zong was sure that he was not mistaken. They were the Chen family members who had hidden in the mine. Why are they here? Chen Zong was puzzled. More than 40 people, not one less, were all gathered outside the Bai clan's residence. Chen Zong had entered the mine personally. The route was indeed complicated. If one did not know the route, it would be easy to get lost. It would be very difficult to find them. This was also the reason why Chen Zong allowed them to hide in the mine. But now, more than 40 people were here. Did he meditate for a long time this time? He checked the time. It had not even been a day. Why did this happen? Chen Zong frowned. He could not figure out what went wrong. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger and killing intent in his heart. He had to save these people, but not blindly. After thinking for a while, Chen Zong stood up and walked out of the room. He then walked out of the inn. He wanted to find out more information and make specific arrangements. If he comes to save you, you may live. If he doesn't come to save you, then only death awaits all of you. The warrior of the Real Martial Arts Alliance said coldly. The 40 people could not help but tremble. They had just seen hope and thought that they could live a better life. But in a day or two, they were beaten into the abyss. The feeling of getting hope and then falling into despair almost made them collapse. They were all trembling. No one wanted to die. They could only hope that Chen Zong would come to save them. Chen Zong, this is a trap. Don't come. Chen Wuxiong muttered in his heart. The reason why they were caught here was because they were not careful enough. End of chapter. A genius remembers love in 1 second? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Third update, please inform us of the current experts in this book. 1 Supreme, 2 Great Masters, 3 Protectors, 1 Hall Leader, and 14 Branch Leaders. Soon, a piece of news spread throughout the Martial Wind City and into Chen Zong's ears. The message clearly stated that the members of the exterminating by family had to surrender before sunset and await their punishment. Otherwise, the 40 or so members of the Chen family would be beheaded in public. Chen Zong knew that the purpose of this news was to lure him out. Looking at the sky, it was currently noon. There were still 5 or 6 hours before the sun set in the west. It wasn't a long time, but it could be said to be very short. More than 40 people were beheaded in public. This was to force him out. When they heard this news, most of the 40-odd Chen family members collapsed to the ground. It was as if their minds had been destroyed, and they had fallen from heaven to hell in an instant. Many people were watching and pointing at them. What a sin. Could it be that the murderer who destroyed the Bai clan is related to these people? They should be related. They might be members of the Chen family who escaped. Otherwise, the true Martial Alliance would not have released this information. I don't think that's possible. It said that the Chen clan members who escaped back then didn't have high cultivation bases. Furthermore, most of them were captured one after another. Even if they were lucky enough to escape, it's only been a few years. It's impossible for them to have the strength to wipe out the Bai clan. Chen Zong was standing in the crowd. He glanced at the 40 or so members of the Chen family, but none of them noticed him. Chen Zong could see that among the 40 or so clansmen, those who were paralyzed on the ground, even if they were saved, would not be of any help to the rebuilding of the Chen family. Because they had gone through so much in the past few years, their minds were almost destroyed, and they were no different from cripples. On the other hand, those who were still standing represented that there was still hope. But no matter what, these people were members of the Chen family. Moreover, Chen Zong had promised to protect them, lead them to survive, and rebuild the Chen family. He had already given them hope, and he could not bury this hope with his own hands. Around the 40 Chen family members, there were more than a dozen Qi refining realm martial artists forming a circle. They were the true Martial Alliance's martial artists stationed in the Martial Wind City. As for the genuine martial realm martial artists, not a single one of them had appeared. They were most likely staying within the Bai family mansion. With their noble statuses, they didn't want to appear in front of the crowd and be discussed by others. Moreover, what if the murderer was afraid of their strength and did not dare to appear? Chen Zong carefully observed his surroundings. After all, he couldn't just watch his clansmen get killed. He had to make a move, but he had to have a plan as to when to make a move and how to arrange it after making a move. Time passed by slowly, and the scorching sun in the sky also streaked across the sky bit by bit, sinking towards the west. The physiques of the Chen family members had yet to recover. Under the scorching sun, they were gradually unable to withstand it. I don't think those people will be able to last until sunset. They're so sick that they might even die from the heat, the onlookers said. Watching seemed to be a part of nature, and adding on the fact that this was the true Martial Alliance's matter, no one dared to interfere because the true Martial Alliance was quite domineering. Something unexpected happened. A vigorous figure rushed out of the crowd like a cheetah. In the blink of an eye, a sharp blue sword light pierced through the sky like a shooting star. It carried the coldness of winter as it attacked the nearest Qi refining realm martial artist. After being exposed to the scorching sun for so long, although the Qi refining realm martial artist could withstand it, he was not as focused as before. Facing such a sharp and murderous sword light, his reaction was slightly slower. The sword light flashed, and the first Qi refining realm martial artist was killed instantly. Only then did the crowd cry out in alarm. The sword light flashed again. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Then, it attacked the second Qi refining realm martial artist from the True Martial Alliance. However, the other Qi refining realm martial artists had already reacted. They quickly formed a circle and surrounded the person, locking on his breath. Who is that? Chenzong frowned slightly. This was a sudden change. Other than himself, there was someone else who made a move. Could it be related to the Chen family, or was he also a member of the Chen family? After checking, Chenzong recognized that it was a woman dressed in black. She did not see mold, but he could not see her face. Her breath was fluctuating, indicating that she was a Qi refining realm martial artist. Her cultivation level was about the 7th transformation of the Qi refining realm. However, her sword technique was brilliant and sharp, making her much stronger than the average Qi refining realm martial artist. Chenzong vaguely felt that the figure was somewhat familiar. Who is that? A thought flashed through his mind, and a familiar name came to mind. Rakshasa swordswoman, I didn't expect you to be here. A voice rang out. Then, a few figures walked out from the Bai family mansion. She is the Rakshasa swordswoman. I didn't expect that the Rakshasa swordswoman, wanted by the True Martial Alliance, would appear here. This Rakshasa swordswoman was one of the few people who escaped from the Chen family years ago. After so many years, she finally came to us. Sigh. Sister Yun, Chenzong said softly. He could not help but feel a little absent-minded. The Rakshasa swordswoman was Chen Chu Yun, the person who taught him the way of the sword. They were like siblings. It turned out that Sister Yun had avoided the Bai family and had reached the 7th transformation of the Qi refining realm in the past few years. She had probably killed many people from the True Martial Alliance to be listed on the wanted list. However, he did not expect that Sister Yun would appear in the Martial Wind City and make the first move. This immediately disrupted Chenzong's plan. However, this was also because Chen Chuyun did not know that Chenzong had returned. She had no choice but to make a move. Otherwise, Chen Chuyun would not be a match for those True Martial Realm martial artists. A powerful aura locked onto Chen Chuyun. The pressure of a True Martial Realm martial artist made it difficult for Chen Chuyun to breathe. It was as if she was being suppressed by an invisible mountain. She could not move her body, and even her inner strength could not flow normally. She knew very well that this was a trap, but she could not watch her clansmen get killed. Rakshasa swordswoman, surrender. You don't have any chance. The True Martial Realm martial artist said coldly with a hint of pride. To be honest, it was completely unexpected that the Rakshasa swordswoman would appear. This Rakshasa swordswoman had killed many Qi refining and Qi refining realm martial artists in the past few years. She had long been listed on the wanted list. Capturing her now would be a great achievement. The True Martial Alliance's Qi refining realm martial artists spread out, but Chen Chuyun still could not move. However, her beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent and hatred. If looks could kill, then the True Martial Alliance would have been riddled with holes. Take her. The True Martial Realm LV4 martial artist waved his hand and said in high spirits. Immediately, two Qi refining realm martial artists reached out to grab Chen Chuyun. In the blink of an eye, two streaks of sword Qi pierced through the air and pierced through the two Qi refining realm martial artists at lightning speed, killing them instantly. The second unforeseen event caused everyone to be stunned, and then they were shocked. Who is it? Come out. The True Martial Realm martial artists of the True Martial Alliance were shocked and immediately shouted. Chen Chuyun was also shocked. A streak of silver sword light flashed and shot down like a ray of light breaking through the clouds. Swift, powerful, ferocious, unstoppable. The true martial realm martial artists of the true martial alliance were stunned. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Before they could react, they only saw the silver sword light cover the sky and fill the world. Then, darkness fell. Run. The crowd was in chaos. The death of one Qi refining realm martial artist was not a big deal, but this time, more than a dozen Qi refining realm martial artists and several true martial realm martial artists died. The significance was completely different. If they continued to stay, they would be able to see more intense battles, but they might also be affected and die here. The silver sword light dissipated and more than a dozen people fell to the ground. Chen Shuyan's beautiful eyes were wide open and her mind was in a mess. This kind of unforeseen event was just too great. It was completely subversive. Chen Zong, this is a trap. Run. Chen Wuxiong's voice sounded very urgent. You can't leave. If you leave, we will die. Another member of the Chen family suddenly shouted and wanted to hug Chen Zong. He was afraid that if Chen Zong really left, his life would be in danger. However, how could Chen Zong be hugged? He dodged with a slight tilt of his body, but he could not help but feel a little sad. After a quick glance, Chen Zong found that among the 40 or so members of the Chen family, at least 20 of them were staring at him. Although they did not say anything, he could see that they were thinking the same thing as the man just now. Some of them had gloomy eyes and looked like they had nothing to live for. The others were looking at him with hope, hoping that he could save them. No matter what, since he had already made his move, he might as well go all the way. Moreover, Sister Yun was also here. He had to take Sister Yun away. Chen Shuyan looked at Chen Zong's side profile in a daze. It was a little strange and a little familiar. In the past few years, he was no longer as young and inexperienced as he used to be, but there were still traces of the past. Chen Zong, that little boy who had followed him to practice swordsmanship, had now become a powerful expert. In a trance, a strong aura burst out from the Bai family mansion. Then, one figure after another flew out and landed in front of Chen Zong. They were all warriors of the real martial alliance. 2 of them were at LV7 of the true martial realm, 5 were at LV6, and 9 were at LV5. Every martial artist in the true martial realm wantonly exuded their own aura, which was extremely tyrannical. One after another, they rushed towards Chen Zong to suppress him. However, some of their aura still managed to escape. Apart from Chen Zong, Chen Shuyan also felt that the aura was extremely tyrannical. Any one of them could kill him. As for the 40 or so members of the Chen family, they were even more unbearable. Chen Zong, in the past, you secretly sided with the Black Demon sect and killed many excellent warriors of the real martial alliance. Now, you have destroyed the Bai family and killed many warriors of the real martial alliance in inhumane ways. Your crimes are unforgivable. A warrior at LV7 of the true martial realm glared at Chen Zong. His voice was like rolling thunder, full of killing intent and anger. Today, you can't escape. Another warrior at LV7 of the true martial realm shouted in a deep voice. Escape? Chen Zong's tone sounded like a rhetorical question. Then he smiled and said, you don't have the right to do that. His words immediately enraged the warriors of the real martial alliance. Chen Shuyan thought back to when he was still very weak. He had to flee in panic under the pursuit of the warriors of the real martial alliance. In the end, he had to risk his life to enter the 100 Beasts Mountain and luckily survived. Now, they were slandering him for colluding with the Black Demon sect. Were they planning to repeat the same thing? Anger and killing intent surged in his heart and shot out through his eyes. His true force swept out like a surging river. He took a step forward and moved as fast as lightning. In an instant, he crossed dozens of meters and unsheathed his 2 swords. The silver sword radiance was so dazzling that it was like a shooting star across the sky or a thunderbolt tearing the sky apart. End of chapter. 4th update. The world energy in the eastern continent was very thin, and the air was filled with air suitable for breathing, with a large amount of fine dust. The fine dust was so fine that even a pseudo-transcendent realm cultivator would find it difficult to see it with their eyes, but they were everywhere. When the wind blew, the dust would float, and when people moved, the dust would also float. His heart was as clear as a mirror, his sword was as clear as a mirror, and all the dust around him could be seen clearly. With the sword in hand, Zhenzong didn't need to see with his eyes. Just by relying on his perception, he could clearly perceive and feel that everything was under his control. From his left rear, a powerful and overbearing true qi fiercely bombarded him. The dust under the fist moved like a storm, allowing Zhenzong to clearly feel the trajectory, and even the point of impact was within Zhenzong's grasp. Middle stage 7th true martial realm, he should be cultivating a heaven-grade mid-rank secret art. In an instant, Zhenzong's mind naturally formed various judgments. Zhao Xian, with a slight shake of his shoulder, Zhenzong casually avoided the attack, causing the 7th true martial realm cultivator's attack to miss. The sword light was very dazzling and enchanting. Another true martial realm martial artist covered his neck, but blood could not be stopped from seeping through the gaps between his fingers. His face was deathly pale, and his eyes also became hollow. His other hand grasped in the air, but he could not catch anything, and his whole body fell backwards. This was the 3rd true martial realm cultivator to die under Zhenzong's sword today. The two 7th true martial realm cultivators were furious, their killing intent erupting like volcanoes. They repeatedly attacked without mercy, but they couldn't do anything to Zhenzong. They couldn't even catch Zhenzong's shadow. Instead, their own subordinates were killed one by Zhenzong. The feeling of powerlessness almost drove them crazy. Zhenzong's face was as cold as the cold iron of the deep sea. His eyes were deep and indifferent, without the slightest fluctuation, and his sword was merciless. Kill, kill, kill. Not long after, except for the two 7th true martial realm cultivators, all the other true martial realm cultivators were lying in pools of blood. They couldn't be more dead. The Qin family members and Qin Shuyun were incomparably shocked. Those were all true martial realm martial artists, yet they had all been killed. In the end, how strong was Zhenzong? Zhenzong, I want you dead. A martial artist at the 7th level of the true martial realm roared. He opened his arms, and the wind howled. True power surged and gathered in his arms, and fiercely blasted out, causing the hard bricks to shatter. They flew up into the air, and then turned into powder. The one who's going to die is you. An indifferent voice that was neither high nor low sounded out. The extremely resplendent silver sword aura broke through the air, directly piercing through the true power storm. It was unstoppable. It was like a piece of paper that was easily torn apart by the sword. Seeing the incomparably sharp and domineering sword light approaching, the martial artist at the LV7 genuine martial realm narrowed his eyes. He had no choice but to use all his strength to protect himself. The LV7 genuine martial realm belonged to the late stage of the genuine martial realm. They could already cover their body with true power and form a layer of true power protection, which could better resist attacks from the outside world. This layer of true power protection slightly blocked the sword, but it was still pierced. However, the LV7 genuine martial realm martial artist had a little opportunity. When he wanted to dodge and counterattack, he found that his heart had been pierced at some point. He couldn't even block one sword. The other LV7 genuine martial realm martial artist was extremely shocked. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed in the direction of Qin Shuyun. Obviously, this person was too strong, and he was no match for him. He had to grab a hostage to save his life. His reaction and speed were very fast, and he was not far from Qin Shuyun. However, Qin Shuyun reacted quickly retreated, and slashed out with his sword. However, compared to Qin Shuyun's strength, it was like a chasm between heaven and earth. That sword had no effect at all. The big hand grabbed at Qin Shuyun, as if covering the sky and the sun. Qin Shuyun felt that there was no way to escape. Moreover, the pressure contained in the big hand was very strong. Under the direct suppression, Qin Shuyun's retreating momentum also stopped, and he could not move at all. Seeing that he was about to be grabbed by the opponent, a beam of sword light broke through the sky, like an aurora crossing the sky to kill. The intense pressure dissipated, and the big hand was like smoke blown by a strong wind, twisting and dispersing. A second beam of silver sword light suddenly appeared, and attacked the LV7 genuine martial realm martial artist. His hair stood on end. Before the sword light reached him, he felt that he had been penetrated from the bottom of his heart. In a panic, the LV7 genuine martial realm martial artist gave up on Qin Shuyun and broke out with all his speed, quickly turning to the other side to avoid the sword light. However, the sword light seemed to have some kind of intelligence. It turned and still attacked, instantly penetrating the LV7 genuine martial realm martial artist, and then dissipating in the air. The LV7 genuine martial realm martial artist trembled all over and vomited blood. The LV7 genuine martial realm martial artist fell, his internal organs completely minced the moment the sword light passed through. The last genuine martial realm martial artist of the real martial realm was dead. After the two swords were dripped with blood, they were not stained by even a speck of dust. They were filled with a frightening chill, and then returned to their sheaths. From afar, everyone knew that the sky was about to change. First, the Bai family was exterminated. Now, more than a dozen genuine martial realm martial artists and more than a dozen strength refining realm martial artists of the real martial alliance were killed. This matter was very big, and the consequences were very serious. The wise people immediately went home and prepared to pack up and leave Fengwu City for the time being, leaving this place of trouble. Let's go, Chen Zong said to the 40 or so Chen family members. He immediately appeared beside Chen Chuyun and said, Sister Yun, let's leave here first. This was obviously not the time for small talk. The most important thing was to leave this place. After all the people of the real martial alliance had died here. It would take some time, at least a day, for the news to spread and for more people to arrive. They had to seize this one day and leave as soon as possible. Chen Chuyun's brain worked very fast. He immediately understood and immediately helped Chen Zong lead the 40 or so Chen family members. Chen Wuxiong and the others who still had hope also helped. The 20 or so people who knew that it was a trap but still wanted Chen Zong to stay and save them reacted even faster. They immediately found energy pills and took them from the bodies of the dead real martial alliance martial artists. After replenishing their strength, they quickly left. As for those whose eyes were dim and who had already lost hope, they were still limp on the ground. Take them. Chen Zong frowned slightly, but still said in a somewhat tough tone. Everyone come and help. Take the energy pills first. Those who are in better health, carry them one by one. Chen Wuxiong also quickly said. After taking the energy pills, he felt that his strength had recovered a lot. He carried one of them on his back. Fortunately, there were not many people who were limp on the ground. After carrying one of them, they quickly left. Chen Chuyun also carried one of them. As for Chen Zong, he did not carry one because he needed to deal with other things. If there was any danger, he would be able to solve it faster. Chen Zong's speed was the fastest, but he had to limit it because the others were very slow. They were not much faster than ordinary people. As a last resort, Chen Zong could only half force and half buy 40 or so fine horses along the way. Everyone had a fine horse. Those who had lost their fighting spirit and had yet to wake up rode with others. The empty horses were used as backups. In the opposite direction, Chen Zong did not lead the group in the direction of the Seven Lights Martial Academy. Although it would be faster, there were more than 40 people present, and they would not be able to go far at all. They would also run into the people from the true martial alliance who would rush over later. Moreover, the effect of the horses would be greatly reduced due to the restriction of the road. Therefore, the direction of the crowd was Little Lake Town. They would first rush to Little Lake Town, then cross the mountains and go to the true martial sect's territory. Although they would encounter some danger along the way, it was still better than encountering the true martial alliance martial artists. After all, if the true martial alliance sent people again this time, it would not be as simple as 7th level true martial realm martial artists. There might be more than one 9th level true martial realm martial artist. There was no doubt that ordinary 9th level true martial realm martial artists were no match for them. However, there were too many of them, and it would inevitably bring harm to the Chen family. Relatively speaking, it was safer to cross a mountain ridge where there were only 5th level demon beasts at most. Chen Chuyun's strength was quite good. With her help, they had more confidence in crossing the mountain ridge. The horses' hooves were like drumbeats, and the earth was shaking. Soon, the crowd arrived outside the woods of Little Lake Town. The 40 or so horses were useless, so they were dispersed. Chen Zong was not in a hurry to lead the crowd into the woods and into the mountain ridge. Instead, he let them rest first. Everyone was tired and weak. Even if they took energy pills, they could not recover much. They had to rush all the way here and could not bear it. In addition, those who had lost their fighting spirit also needed to wake them up. This required everyone's efforts. Sister Yun, this sword is for you. Qinzong took out the mountain-splitting sword and gave it to Qin Shuyun. He also told her how to activate the sword's power. Qin Shuyun took the sword and was very surprised. She never expected such a treasure to exist. She thought that the famous sword was already the best sword, but now she understood that she was ignorant. She was suddenly more curious about Qinzong's experience in the past few years. Qin Shuyun's sword was originally of the precious iron level. It was not comparable to the godly iron level, let alone a pseudo-spiritual weapon. With the mountain-splitting sword, her attack power increased by at least 50%, and her strength also increased. Then, Qinzong took out a pseudo-spiritual armor and gave it to Qin Shuyun. He also told her how to activate the sword's power, which could better protect Qin Shuyun's life. If Qin Shuyun had the confidence to fight against an 8th-level Qi refining realm martial artist before, then now, she could fight against a 9th-level Qi refining realm martial artist without losing. Qin Shuyun familiarized herself with the sword in her hand while protecting everyone. Qinzong walked around, and the other 40 people tried their best to recover their strength. 2 hours later, everyone had recovered a lot of their strength, but the sun was already setting. In order to escape, they had no choice but to move into the small forest and step into the mountain ridge. Qin Shuyun walked in front to open the path. With the sharpness of the mountain-splitting sword in her hand, almost nothing could stop her. Her strength was not weak, and her attainments in sword arts were quite high. She broke through all the obstacles and cleared a path that was easier to walk on. Qinzong walked at the back, raising his 5 senses to the extreme, constantly paying attention to the movements around him. It would not be an exaggeration to say that not even the slightest movement within a radius of 1 kilometer could escape Qinzong's perception. Any Yao beast that attempted to launch a sneak attack on them would be killed off by Qinzong's sword beam before it could even get close. It was incapable of posing any danger to them. 5th update, I'm tired. I'm not going, one of the Qin family members mumbled as he sat down. Like a fuse, a second and a third sat down and stopped moving. Get up quickly. If the real martial alliance catches up with us, we'll die. Chen Wuxiong also felt tired, but he still said this. He's so powerful. What's there to be afraid of? He'll kill whoever comes. That's right. He has to protect us. The people who were sitting on the ground and unwilling to get up said this one after another. It sounded like they were clamoring. Get up. Qinzong walked over and frowned slightly. His tone was cold. What are you doing? We're tired. Can't we rest for a while? Everyone was startled at first, then calmly asked. After we leave the real martial alliance's territory, you can rest for as long as you want, Qinzong said again. No, we're all very tired now. We can't walk anymore. Aren't you very capable? If the real martial alliance catches up with us, you can just kill them directly. That's right. If you didn't collude with the Black Demon sect, we wouldn't have fallen to this point. That's right. You have to pay for what you've done. Voices rang out one after another, as if a group of heroes were angry. They all condemned Qinzong. You. Chen Wuxiong and a few others' expressions changed. They were so angry that they trembled. Qin Shuyun's expression darkened. His eyes were filled with coldness. Qinzong glanced at them with disappointment. He looked forward and started walking again. At the same time, he said, those who want to leave, follow me. You. Chen Wuxiong's fingers trembled as he looked at those people. He sighed in disappointment and turned to follow. Wait. You don't care about us anymore? Stop. Stop. Stop right there. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have fallen to this point. However, no matter how they shouted, Qinzong ignored them. The Qin family's fall was indeed directly related to Qinzong. However, did Qinzong collude with the Black Demon sect? No. They wanted to frame him. At the end of the day, the tallest tree in the forest was coveted by others. If they couldn't get their hands on it, they would destroy it. As for the grudge between him and the Bai family, it wasn't Qianzong who provoked them first. Would Qianzong feel guilty? No, it was only because he had caused the Qin clan to fall to such a state and suffered so many casualties that he could not bear to see it happen. That was why he wanted to save these people and rebuild the Qin clan so that it could become powerful again. However, this did not mean that Qianzong would become a nanny. It was important for a person to strive for self-improvement. If he gave up, how could he rise up? Qianzong was disappointed by the behavior of some people outside the Bai family's mansion. Qianzong knew that he could not count on those people if he wanted to rebuild the Qin family and make it strong again. However, he couldn't rely on himself. It was difficult to achieve anything alone. Moreover, he still had to leave the eastern continent in the end and return to the Longtu region to pursue his own path of swordsmanship. Wait for us. This group of people realized that Qianzong really had no intention of paying attention to them. They hurriedly got up and chased after him. If they really stayed to rest, not to mention whether the martial artists of the true martial alliance would chase after them, just the demonic beasts in the mountain ridge alone would be enough to take their lives. This group of people followed. Qianzong did not chase them away, considering that they were all members of the Qin clan. They're all dead? A man with thick eyebrows and big eyes sat at the head of the table. He frowned and exuded an aura of power without being angry, causing the people standing in front of him to feel a sense of fear. This person looked to be about 50 years old. He constantly exuded a shocking aura. He was the current alliance master of the True Martial Alliance. Overnight, he received news that the martial artists who had gone to Fengwu City to investigate the Bai family's massacre had been killed. Not a single one was left alive. The killer was actually the person who had been chased by the True Martial Alliance a few years ago and had been forced to enter the 100 Beast Mountain range and was judged to be dead, Qianzong. In just a few years, a small martial artist of the Qi refining realm had grown to the point where he could kill a martial artist of the LV7 True Martial realm. What had he experienced during this time? What kind of fortuitous encounter had he encountered? Thinking of this, the alliance master of the True Martial Alliance was filled with greed. He had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, or rather, he had reached the end. However, he always felt that this was not the true limit. He could continue to pursue a higher realm. Then, if he could obtain Qianzong's fortuitous encounter, he might be able to break through to a higher realm. After all, to be able to grow from a small martial artist of the Qi refining realm to the point where he could kill a martial artist of the LV7 True Martial realm in just a few years, he must be extraordinary. The battle with the Black Demon sect is imminent. We can't spare more people. Moreover, ordinary martial artists may not be a match for them. The alliance master of the True Martial Alliance thought to himself, issuing an arrest warrant is one way, but if someone were to obtain Qianzong's fortuitous encounter, forget it. It's safer to let a martial artist of the LV9 True Martial realm take action first. That Qianzong was able to kill a martial artist of the LV7 True Martial realm proved that his strength was not low. He might be able to fight against a martial artist of the LV8 True Martial realm, or even not be inferior to a martial artist of the LV8 True Martial realm. Therefore, if a martial artist of the LV8 True Martial realm was dispatched, he might not be able to take down Qianzong. However, if there were too many of them, it would be disadvantageous for the upcoming battle. After much consideration, the alliance master of the LV9 True Martial realm was the only option. However, there were not many martial artists of the LV9 True Martial realm in the True Martial Alliance. I can only let the shadow take action. The curtain of night retreated, and day came. After a whole night of action, the Qin family was finally going to leave the mountain. If it weren't for their slow speed, they would have already left the mountain. Under the protection of Qianzong and Qin Chuyun, more than 40 members of the Qin family were unharmed. After all, these people's physiques were not as good as before, and they didn't have time to recuperate. After a whole night of running, they were all exhausted. In order to move forward better, they had to stop and rest for a while. In their physical condition, it was necessary for them to stop and rest for a few days. However, time was tight, and they had to hurry. Only when they arrived at their destination and were safe could they have a better rest. After resting for 2 hours, they continued their journey. When the sun was high in the sky, Qianzong felt a strange aura rapidly approaching. Sister Yun, take everyone and keep moving forward. Chen Zong immediately said, someone is catching up with us. Okay. Chen Chuyun also knew that the person who caught up with them was at least in the martial realm. She couldn't help much, so she could only lighten the burden and lead everyone forward as fast as possible. Chen Zong turned around and stared ahead. Gradually, the fluctuation of the aura seemed to become clearer. It was transmitted through the floating dust in the air, and Chen Zong sensed it. The shadow seemed to be moving stealthily in the air, approaching quickly, but strangely, he felt that he had been discovered. He was best at sneaking. With his cultivation method, body movement, and some weapons, he could sneak even under the scorching sun. Even some martial artists at LV9 of the martial realm would have a hard time discovering him. He approached Chen Zong and then attacked, intending to injure and capture Chen Zong. However, he saw a flash of silver sword light in front of him. It was extremely dazzling. The sword light broke through the air, and the shadow had a creepy feeling of being pierced through. Without any hesitation, he immediately retreated, but the second flash of sword light followed. Retreating, and exerting his body movement to the extreme, the shadow was horrified. How could he be so strong? His confidence was shattered by Chen Zong's two swords. Knowing that it was impossible, the shadow wanted to escape and return to the Real Martial Arts Alliance to report this matter. Die! With a low shout, the two swords struck out. The shadow trembled and was directly penetrated by the sword light. His body was exposed in the air. In fact, Chen Zong could not be 100% sure of his exact location. He only had a rough idea. However, after dodging many times, Chen Zong caught him and killed him. The shadow did not expect this result, and neither did the leader of the Real Martial Arts Alliance. The shadow's strength was only at the ordinary LV9 of the martial realm. The only thing worth praising was his sneaking ability. When the sneaking ability was ineffective, his strength was just average. Even a LV8 upper-class demon beast was no match for Chen Zong in a head-on fight, let alone an ordinary LV9 of the martial realm. He looked at the shadow's clothes. They were silver, but there seemed to be traces of black. Under the sunlight, they would interfere with people's vision and make it difficult to see clearly. The shadow's sneaking ability probably had something to do with this piece of clothing. However, it was impossible to rely on clothing alone. He needed to use other means. After searching for a while, he did not find anything valuable. There were not even many notes. Chen Zong lit a fire and burned the shadow. It's done. Let's go. After catching up with the crowd, Chen Zong only said one sentence. Realizing that there would be pursuers, the 40 or so members of the Chen family became more anxious. They did not dare to complain about being tired and kept moving forward. If there are no accidents, there won't be any pursuers for at least a day. Chen Zong thought to himself. After all, the LV9 of the martial realm had been killed. It would take at least a day for the Real Martial Arts Alliance to react after receiving the news. On this day, the crowd could move forward a lot, and the distance between them had increased. Not long after, an accident happened. There are 47 people in total. According to the calculation of 1,000 jade coins per person, the total is 47,000 jade coins. Take it out and you can live. A warrior in the LV9 gene refining realm said unscrupulously. This was another group of robbers. In today's world, there were many people who had become bandits. However, there were very few real martial realm warriors among the bandits. After all, real martial realm warriors had different statuses. No matter which force they joined, they were very popular. You guys rest. Chen Zong said to the Chen family. This group of people was very tired and needed to rest. Sister Yun, I'll leave them to you. Okay. Chen Chuyun answered concisely and pulled out the mountain-splitting sword. Good sword. The eyes of the bandits suddenly lit up. Although they did not know what level the sword was, they knew it was extraordinary and must be very valuable. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Kill them. As a bandit, he was naturally a vicious and merciless person. What responded to them was Chen Chuyun's sword light. It was cold and carried a shocking killing intent and evil spirit. The sword was like the surging water of a cold river. First update, the enemy is too crazy, don't kill me. The last robber was so scared that he slid back on the ground. The other robbers were already lying in a pool of blood. Blood dripped from the mountain-splitting sword. Xianxia stepped forward. His sword pierced through the space between the eyebrows of the last robber mercilessly. The Rakshasa swordswoman was famous for her ruthlessness. She never showed mercy to her enemies. After a quick search, they found a lot of energy pills and elixirs on the robbers' bodies. They also found more than 30,000 notes. It was a pretty good harvest. After resting for a while, they set off again. Xianxia dealt with all the robbers. As for the pursuers of the true martial alliance, they did not appear again. There was an endless turbid river in front of him. Beside it were hundreds of corpses wearing the same clothes. There were also many scattered horse hooves on the ground. After crossing this river, we will enter the territory of the true martial sect. Xianxia said. Qinzong was not familiar with the boundaries of the eastern continent. More than 40 Qin family members had been working in the mine, so they were even more clueless. How do we cross? One of the Qin family members stared at the river, which was hundreds of meters wide. He frowned and asked. He looked around. It was empty. There were no trees or the like. Naturally, there was no way to make a raft. I will take you there, Qinzong said. As soon as he finished speaking, Qinzong grabbed the two people and flew up like a big bird. He instantly crossed hundreds of meters and landed on the other side of the river. Everyone was immediately dumbfounded. Carrying two people and still being able to fly hundreds of meters at such a fast speed was simply too shocking. After putting down the two people, Qinzong turned back instantly. In the blink of an eye, he crossed hundreds of meters and grabbed the two people again. After a few breaths of time, more than 40 Qin family members crossed the river and arrived on the other side of the river. They all felt like they were dreaming. It was too fast. It was too fast. Qinzong's strength and experience made Xianxia even more curious. However, she kept her cool because this was not the time to talk about it. Once they entered the boundary of the true martial sect, those 40 or so Qin family members suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Qinzong also slightly let out a sigh of relief. After all, along the way, his spirit had always been tense, and he had always been paying attention to all the movements around him. The burden was not small. The true martial sect's territory was the smallest among the three major forces. It only occupied the royal martial main city. Qinzong and the others were naturally heading towards the royal martial main city. Halt! Who are you? Where are you from? Before long, Qinzong and the others were surrounded by a group of horse-riding martial artists. This group of martial artists on horseback was the true martial sect's martial artists who were responsible for patrolling the border. Their purpose was to prevent the true martial alliance's people from sneaking in and secretly wreaking havoc. Of course, the true martial alliance also sent martial artists to guard the border. The hundreds of corpses lying in the pool of blood just now were precisely these martial artists. If they wanted to make a move on Qinzong and the others, the result would be death. There were dozens of martial artists in this group, and each of them had a cultivation base of the qi refining realm. They were not weak. My name is Qinzong. I was once a disciple of the Real Sword Academy. Now, I have brought the remaining members of the Qin family to seek refuge with the true martial sect. Qinzong said neither slowly nor quickly. It could be seen that except for Qinzong and Xianxia, the others all looked exhausted. Some even looked like they were on the verge of death. They were not a threat at all. I will first let someone take you into the city to see the city lord. The leader of this group of martial artists frowned and said after thinking for a while. Thank you for your trouble. Qinzong also said politely. Soon, two martial artists led the way and continued forward with Qinzong and the others. Due to the situation of the Qin family members, they slowed down. However, there were still some people who could not keep up. They could only carry them on their backs. The nearest martial city was called New Martial City. It was a border martial city and had a strong defense force. The city lord was a martial artist of the LV7 true martial realm. There were many martial artists of the true martial realm under his command. Otherwise, the city's defense force would not have been enough. You are Qianzong? The city lord's face was full of whiskers. He looked rugged. His eyes were shining as he stared at Qianzong. It was as if he wanted to see through Qianzong. I am Qianzong. Qianzong responded. Heroes come from the young. The city lord suddenly sighed with emotion. It is hard to imagine that you are so young, but you are so strong. You were able to destroy the Bai family by yourself. Qianzong suddenly realized that the city lord had already known about this. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. The Eastern continent was a tripartite balance of power. This information was very important. Each force would probably have spies planted by other forces to send the latest news back to their own force at any time. It had only been a few days since Qianzong had destroyed the Bai family. It was reasonable for the news to come back. However, it seemed that the city lord did not know that he had killed the martial artists of the true martial alliance. It should be that the news had not reached here yet. However, the destruction of the Bai family was enough to bring a lot of deterrence. Qianzong, you are the Qianzong who was wanted by the True Martial Alliance a few years ago? A martial artist of the LV6 True Martial Realm exclaimed as if he had remembered something. That's me. Qianzong admitted without hesitation, which brought even more shock. They all knew that the True Martial Alliance had issued a wanted notice a few years ago because they were also members of the True Martial Alliance. However, they belonged to different factions. Now, they had split and formed the True Martial Sect. A martial artist of the Qi refining realm who had been hunted down a few years ago had now become an expert who could destroy the Bai family. This change was too beautiful. Only then did they realize that the Heaven's Pride of the feudal martial realm, the Bitter Dust Heaven's Pride, and the Purple Moon Heaven's Pride were nothing compared to Qianzong. Even the most powerful Heaven's Pride of the feudal martial realm was only at the LV4 True Martial Realm. No matter how powerful a LV4 True Martial Realm martial artist was, he could only compete with a LV5 True Martial Realm martial artist. He did not have the strength to destroy the Bai family. Now, such a super genius wanted to rely on the True Martial Sect, which was enough to strengthen the high-end combat power of the True Martial Sect. Little friend Qianzong, I will take you to the Royal Martial Main City to see the sect master. The bearded new martial city lord, Meng Xinping, said quickly. Normally, he had to guard the new martial city. However, this was a big matter, so it was safer to take Qianzong personally. No hurry, I have to take my clansmen on the road. Qianzong said. I have a suggestion. Meng Xinping said again, I heard that your clansmen's physical condition is not very good. Why don't you let them rest here for a few days? When the time comes, I will arrange a team of guards to escort them to the Royal Martial Main City to meet you. Okay. Qianzong thought for a while and agreed. Bringing more than 40 clansmen here could be considered as saving them and giving them a guarantee of life. They would stay in the new martial city for a few days to recuperate, and then they would go to the Royal Martial Main City. As for Qianzong, he would take Qin Chuyun with him. After explaining the situation to more than 40 clansmen, their reactions were different. However, since Qianzong had made a decision, he would not allow others to interfere, especially those who had disappointed him. Sister Yun, let's go. Qianzong said and set off with Meng Xinping, riding the scarlet-eyed glazed horse. Although the scarlet-eyed glazed horse was very fast, there was still a gap between it and a warrior in the genuine martial realm, especially a warrior in the LV7 genuine martial realm. Qin Chuyun's speed was naturally not comparable to that of a warrior in the genuine martial realm, but Qianzong grabbed her hand and led her forward quickly. Qin Chuyun did not feel embarrassed at all, nor was she polite. There was no need to be polite between siblings. Seemingly intending to test Qianzong's speed, Meng Xinping used 80% of his speed and found that Qianzong could keep up. He sped up even more and used 90% of his speed, but Qianzong could still keep up. 100% of his speed, Qianzong was still not left behind, and he looked calm. Meng Xinping was shocked. He had already used 100% of his speed, but Qianzong could not only keep up with him, but also bring another person with him. What did this mean? It meant that Qianzong's speed was at least above his. At the same time, Meng Xinping also felt the fluctuation of Qianzong's aura. Late-stage LV6 genuine martial realm, in his 20s, He had the cultivation of late-stage LV6 genuine martial realm, and his speed was even faster than an ordinary LV7 genuine martial realm martial artist. The three geniuses were not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Was he a monster? Meng Xinping was more and more determined to build a good relationship with Chen Zong. That's right, personally leading Chen Zong to the royal martial main city was the first step to building a good relationship. The royal martial main city was located at the rear of the genuine martial sect's territory, while the new martial city was located at the frontmost border. The distance between the two cities was quite far. However, no matter if it was Chen Zong or Meng Xinping, they were not ordinary martial artists. Their speed was extremely fast, and they almost did not stop. Especially Chen Zong, even if he was carrying Chen Chuyun, it did not increase his burden much. His true power recovered amazingly fast. Occasionally, Meng Xinping needed to rest to recover his true power, and the rest of the time, they were on the road. Finally, the outline of the royal martial main city appeared in front of him. This was Chen Zong's first time coming to the royal martial main city. Speaking of the 5 main cities of the eastern continent, Chen Zong had only been to the ultimate martial main city and the genuine martial main city. He had not set foot in the other 3. Meng Xinping, as the city lord of the new martial city, had an extraordinary status. Naturally, he was not stopped from entering the royal martial main city, and went straight to the genuine martial sect's headquarters. The genuine martial sect was the largest power in this territory, and was the direct ruler. However, the sovereign of the genuine martial sect was not the city lord of the royal martial main city, but someone else. Please report to the sovereign that the city lord of the new martial city, Meng Xinping, has an urgent matter and requests an audience. Meng Xinping said to the gatekeeper outside the genuine martial gate. The gatekeeper was originally drowsy, but upon hearing that it was the city lord of the new martial city, he quickly woke up. After asking for a moment, he hurriedly entered the gate to report. Soon, the gatekeeper came out again, with a face full of smiles and a respectful appearance, and invited Meng Xinping in. As for Chen Zong and Chen Chuyun, he did not pay much attention to them. After all, they looked very young, and he thought that they were Meng Xinping's juniors. Meng Xinping also did not specifically explain. He wanted to see the sovereign of the genuine martial sect first. Along the way, Meng Xinping also told Chen Zong a lot of information about the genuine martial sect. Of course, it was all information that could be inquired. Some secret information could not be casually said. After all, in a sense, Chen Zong could not be regarded as a member of the genuine martial sect. Genius remembers love in 1 second go? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Second update, in the true martial hall of the true martial sect, an old man with a scholarly aura sat at the head of the table. His warm and bright eyes first fell on Meng Xinping's face, then swept past Chen Zong and Chen Chuyun, and paused slightly on Chen Zong's face. He was surprised to find that he couldn't see through Chen Zong's cultivation. On the left and right sides, there were several old men who were also looking at the crowd. They were the elders of the true martial sect. Lord Meng, what's so important that you have to come in person? The old man at the head of the table was the sect master of the true martial sect, Xianxia Jinlong. He spoke in a moderate voice with a faint smile on his face. Sect master and elders know that the Bai family in the true martial alliance was exterminated a few days ago, right? Meng Xinping didn't directly state his purpose, but asked back. Lord Meng, you're in charge of the new martial city. You didn't come here specifically to talk about this, did you? An elder frowned and said with a bit of dissatisfaction. Of course not, but it's directly related to this matter. Meng Xinping didn't keep them in suspense and said directly. He took a step back and gestured to Chen Zong. Sect master and elders, please look. He is the one who exterminated the Bai family. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia Jinlong and the elders focused their eyes on Chen Zong again. Before, they were just looking at Chen Zong casually, thinking that he was Meng Xinping's junior. Although they were surprised that they couldn't see his cultivation, they didn't have the slightest intention to investigate. But now, they sat up straight and looked at Chen Zong with sharp eyes, as if they wanted to pierce through him. However, no matter how they looked, they couldn't see anything. The only thing that surprised them was that under their gazes, this person still looked indifferent, without the slightest bit of uneasiness. One had to know that they were all martial artists in the 9th level of the true martial realm. Their gazes carried an astonishing pressure, and the weaker martial artists in the true martial realm would feel a great pressure. This person's expression didn't change, as if their gazes didn't exist. Extraordinary. This was the first comment that everyone gave to Chenzong. Are you Chenzong? Shang Guanjinlong said. Of course, they knew the name of the person who destroyed the Bai family. They even found out a little about his identity. I'm Chenzong. Chenzong replied in a neither humble nor overbearing manner. Chenzong that was wanted by the True Martial Alliance a few years ago, Chenzong from the Qin clan branch family in windy martial cities Lake Town. Then, without waiting for Shang Guanjinlong and the others to speak, Chenzong spoke again. May I ask if the Real Sword Academy spiritual master Huanyun is an imperial martial city? Hearing Chenzong's words, everyone remembered that Chenzong had a good relationship with Huanyun. Spiritual master Huanyun is indeed in the royal martial city, but... Shang Guanjinlong hesitated for a moment, then continued under Chenzong's slightly anxious gaze. He's severely injured. Injured? Chenzong was shocked. May I ask where spiritual master Huanyun is now? Shang Guanjinlong seemed to be able to feel Chenzong's urgency. Although he had a lot to say, he knew that now was not the time. Third Elder, please take Chenzong to the Hall of Physical Recuperation to find spiritual master Huanyun. Shang Guanjinlong hurriedly ordered. Okay, please follow me. The third elder of the true martial sect was a thin old man in black, with a face full of smiles. They knew the strength of the Bai family. No matter what method was used to destroy the Bai family, Chenzong was not an ordinary person, and he was also very young. Chenzong hurriedly followed, and so did Qin Shuyun. Meng Xinping, who had made up his mind to build a good relationship with Chenzong, also quickly followed. He looked like a follower of Chenzong. After the true martial sect was established, this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The Sword Academy was merged into the true martial sect, and several palace masters of the True Sword Academy also held positions in the true martial sect. The Hall of Physical Recuperation was a palace in the true martial sect that specialized in recuperation. Spiritual Master Huanyun was seriously injured and was now recuperating in the Hall of Physical Recuperation. Along the way, Chenzong also asked the third elder when and how Spiritual Master Huanyun was injured. A month ago, Spiritual Master Huanyun encountered Spiritual Master Heishui of the Black Demon Sect, and a great battle broke out. In the end, Spiritual Master Huanyun was injured by Spiritual Master Heishui. Fortunately, he was able to return to the Royal Martial City, but his injuries worsened, and he was in a coma for 7 days and 7 nights. Even so, his injuries were very serious, and there was a terrible evil force lurking in his body that could not be expelled. It was constantly destroying his internal organs and so on, making it difficult for him to recover. After entering the Hall of Physical Recuperation, they went straight to Spiritual Master Huanyun's courtyard. As soon as Chenzong entered, he smelled a trace of medicinal fragrance. As an important member of the true martial sect, Spiritual Master Huanyun naturally had someone to serve him. Greetings, Third Elder. A maid quickly saluted. Rise. Where is Spiritual Master Huanyun? The third elder quickly asked. Spiritual Master Huanyun is taking medicine in his room. The maid quickly replied. Lead the way. The third elder said. The maid quickly led the way and opened the door. After passing through the open door, Chenzong's eyes seemed to penetrate thousands of mountains and rivers, and fell on the figure lying on the bed. His face was pale, and his eyes were dark. He looked dispirited and his breath was weak. Obviously, he was seriously injured. But fortunately, he was still alive. As long as he was alive, there was hope. The third elder did not rush in. Instead, he made way for Chenzong. Chenzong took a step forward, his footsteps were very light as he walked step by step into the room. Spiritual Master Huanyun, who had just finished taking medicine, seemed to have heard the footsteps. He slowly turned his head and looked at the person. As if struck by lightning, he was stunned. It was a somewhat familiar face. For a moment, Spiritual Master Huanyun thought he was hallucinating. Senior. Chenzong's lips trembled slightly. He said 2 words, I'm back. That one sentence said 1,000 words. Spiritual Master Huanyun was inexplicably moved. Spiritual Master Huanyun trembled with excitement. He was finally sure that it was not an illusion. It was real. Chenzong was not dead. He was still alive and had come back. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Spiritual Master Huanyun said. His voice was very obscure and hoarse, as if his throat was broken. No one interrupted the conversation between Chenzong and Spiritual Master Huanyun. Everyone was outside the door. Senior, let me see your injuries. Chenzong said. He sat on the chair beside the bed and grabbed Spiritual Master Huanyun's wrist. He let a trace of true power enter Spiritual Master Huanyun's arm and flow into his body. Spiritual Master Huanyun did not stop Chenzong. Instead, he let Chenzong examine him. Spiritual Master Huanyun's eyes were immediately filled with shock. Spiritual Master Huanyun was a martial artist at the peak of LV7 true martial realm. Even if he could not exert his strength due to his injuries, he still had a lot of experience. This was true power. It meant that Chenzong was now in the true martial realm. It had only been a few years. However, it also proved that Spiritual Master Huanyun was not wrong. Chenzong was indeed a genius. Immediately after, Taoist Master Huanyun's shock increased several times because he could feel the tyrannical power of this true power. A very, very, very strong true power. Even if it was me, this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The true power at the peak of LV7 true martial realm could not be compared with this in terms of purity. It meant that Chenzong's cultivation method was very advanced. In addition, it also meant that Chenzong's cultivation was not as simple as just entering the true martial realm. The late stage of LV6 true martial realm. Taoist Master Huanyun felt dizzy. Was this real? It felt like a dream. In just a few years, not only did Chenzong not die, but he also cultivated to the true martial realm. This was within the normal range. After all, Chenzong was very talented. However, to cultivate to the late stage of LV6 true martial realm in such a short time was simply shocking. Chenzong did not know that Spiritual Master Huanyun was in a state of shock. A strand of true power flowed in Spiritual Master Huanyun's body and carefully checked his injuries. Whether it was his bones, muscles, or internal organs, they were all damaged to a certain extent. This damage could be cured, but every time it was about to be cured, there would always be a black and insidious true power that would destroy it. In particular, the damage to his internal organs was even greater. The reason why Spiritual Master Huanyun was so weak and injured so badly was because of this insidious true power. In order to cure his injuries, the most important thing was to expel the insidious true power. However, Spiritual Master Huanyun's own strength could not do it, and neither could external forces, unless they were purer and more powerful than the insidious true power. This was the limitation of cultivation methods. The level of martial arts in the Eastern continent was not high. The highest level of heaven-level cultivation method was only the upper level. The true power of the Black Demon Sect's true martial realm martial artists would become even more frightening due to the fusion of the demonic beast's blood meridians. The middle-rank true power was almost equivalent to the upper-rank true power. Therefore, it was difficult for a normal upper-rank true power to expel this sinister power. However, they could not do it, but it did not mean that Chenzong could not do it. Senior, I'm going to treat your injuries, and it may cause you some pain, Chenzong said. You, do whatever you want. Spiritual Master Huanyun smiled and said. He trusted Chenzong very much. Chenzong mobilized more true power and carefully injected it into Spiritual Master Huanyun's body. The strength of the true power was amazing, and Spiritual Master Huanyun's body was not as strong as Chenzong's. In addition, he was severely injured and weakened, so his endurance had decreased a lot. He had to be careful to avoid causing more damage. The sinister power was deeply hidden, but it was still discovered by Chenzong. The Zongheng true power descended like a heavenly sword, directly destroying the sinister power. Naturally, the sinister power was not satisfied, and immediately resisted, using Huanyun's internal organs as a battlefield to engage in an intense battle with Chenzong's Zongheng true power. However, the Zongheng true power was cultivated from a heaven-level top-grade martial technique. In addition to the uniqueness of Chenzong's body, the purity of the Zongheng true power was unbelievably high. Just like a strong man beating up a small child, the sinister energy was unable to resist the true power of the unhindered path. It was instantly defeated and quickly dispersed. In the end, Chenzong's Zongjing true power wrapped around the defeated sinister power and brought it out of immortal Huanyuan's body. The moment the sinister energy left his body, Taoist Master Huanyuan immediately felt the changes in his body. He felt relaxed for no reason, and his face was no longer as pale. "Senior, take this elixir first." Chenzong took out a small yang elixir. This kind of healing elixir was gentle and very effective, and it could quickly heal Spiritual Master Huanyuan's injuries. However, Spiritual Master Huanyuan was immersed in the changes in his body, and did not hear what Chenzong said. End of chapter. A genius remembers love in 1 second? I'll provide you with wonderful novels to read. The 3rd chapter is here. I'm fine. Immortal Huanyuan sensed his body carefully and mobilized his true force. He didn't feel any pain or discomfort. He felt that he was in his peak state and was full of strength. His injuries were healed. It was incredible. It was really hard to believe that he had been injured for a month. He had taken a lot of pills and medicine, but he still couldn't cure his injuries. At most, he could only maintain his injuries and prevent them from getting worse. As soon as Chenzong arrived, he directly defeated and eliminated the hidden evil power in his body. Then, he took a pill and healed all his injuries. No, it didn't seem to be a pill, but a pill. Immortal Huanyuan's heart was full of questions, but he couldn't find a topic to start with. "Senior, do you know the whereabouts of my father and aunt?" Chenzong couldn't wait to ask. Immortal Huanyuan suddenly came to his senses and smiled. "Yes, they are now living in the royal martial city." Hearing this, Chenzong finally breathed a sigh of relief. A touch of joy and indescribable excitement rose in his heart. Family had always been the softest part of Chenzong's heart. When he returned to the eastern land, in addition to settling his grudges, he also wanted to visit his father and aunt. If he compared the two and asked which was more important, Chenzong would say without hesitation that it was the latter. "Senior, please take me there." Chenzong's tone was unquestionable. "Let's go." Immortal Huanyuan seemed to be able to understand Chenzong's urgency. Although he had countless questions to ask, he knew that now was not the time. He took Chenzong out of the health preservation hall. This time, the 3rd elder didn't follow. Chenzong went with Meng Xinping. They were determined to make friends with Chenzong. Didn't you see how Taoist Huanyuan, who was severely injured, had recovered in such a short time? If he could make friends with Chenzong, he might be able to save his life at a critical moment. The 3rd elder didn't follow because of his identity. On the other hand, he had to go back as soon as possible to report this matter. Love Go Xiaoxia W. Chu Chenzong had never been so excited before. His emotions were surging like a tide. As he walked, the desire in his heart grew more and more, but at the same time, he felt a little timid. "Your father and concubine mother live inside." Enlightened Master Huanyuan pointed at an antique courtyard with red bricks and green tiles. Then, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. "But you have to be mentally prepared. There might be some surprises." "Surprise?" Chenzong didn't understand, but he was so excited to see his father that he didn't pay attention to Huanyuan's last sentence and didn't think too much about it. Taking a deep breath, Chenzong walked to the closed door. He raised his trembling hands and gently placed them on the red door. Exhaling, Chenzong knocked on the door. The muffled thump sounded as if they were knocking on his heart. "Who?" A familiar voice rang out, but it was like a punch to Chenzong's heart. Chenzong's heart skipped a beat, and then his eyes turned sour. It was his father's voice. Chenzong opened his mouth, but he couldn't make a sound. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself and didn't know what to say. The door opened, revealing a face that touched his heartstrings. There was still confusion on the face. Then, he stared blankly at Chenzong, as if he couldn't believe it. "Dad." Chenzong finally called out. "Chenjingtongs, this chapter is not finished. Please turn the page." His body trembled unconsciously. Thousands of thoughts rushed into his mind like a tide, and his eyes turned red. After a few years, the father and son finally met again. Especially when Qin Jingtang had received the news that Chen Zong had died in the 100 Beast Mountain range. At that time, he was inexplicably sad. It took him a lot of effort to get over it. Now, he saw Chen Zong, a lively Chen Zong. After the excitement, he calmed down. And Chen Zong finally knew what the surprise that immortal Huanyun mentioned was. He was holding a little girl who had just turned 4 months old. Her rosy and chubby little face looked very cute. Her chubby little hands were scratching here and there, and her mouth was making childish sounds. It was so adorable that it melted the hearts of everyone present. This was the daughter of his father, Qin Jingtang, and his concubine, Yang Bishou. Well, the story was basically like this. Yang Bishou took her son, Yang Lai, to Qin Jingtang, and then they lived together. Chen Zong left home. Then, Yang Lai changed his surname to Empress Chen and also left home. Naturally, Qin Jingtang and Yang Bishou depended on each other. After that, there was the news that Chen Zong had died in the 100 Beast Mountain range. Then, the Qin family was attacked by the Bai family, and Chen Lai went missing. This was a heavy blow to both Qin Jingtang and Yang Bishou. But these two things were different. When the news that Chen Zong had died in the 100 Beast Mountain range spread, it was Yang Bishou's care and encouragement that helped Qin Jingtang slowly walk out of his sadness and pull himself together. After that, Chen Lai went missing, and Yang Bishou was in great pain. It was also Qin Jingtang's comfort and encouragement that helped Yang Bishou slowly recover. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. These two gradually developed feelings for each other, and then they became a family. 4 months ago, they gave birth to the life product of both of them, a cute baby girl. At this moment, Yang Bishou looked at Chen Zong with a face full of anxiety. She was afraid that Chen Zong would be unhappy. However, seeing that Chen Zong's face was not unhappy at all, and instead had a smile on it, Yang Bishou breathed a sigh of relief. "Auntie, what's the name of the little girl?" Chen Zong asked with a smile. He was very happy. This way, his father would not be alone. When the time came, he would be more at ease when he left. Chen Lan, Yang Bishou replied with a smile. Chen Lan. Chen Zong repeated and called the little girl in his arms. No one knew if she understood or not, but she responded with babbling. Chen Lan. Chen Zong called again. Suddenly, he felt that it was very fun to tease the little girl, and he was very happy. Seeing this, Yang Bishou felt more and more relieved. The family reunited. Immortal Huanyun did not stay, and Meng Xinping also left. Only Qin Chuyan stayed because she was also a member of the Qin family. Chen Zong recognized her as his sister, so they became a family. In the evening, Yang Bishou prepared a table of sumptuous dishes, and Immortal Huanyun brought good wine. Meng Xinping followed them like a shadow. It was not until now that Chen Zong had the time to talk about his experiences in the past few years. These experiences were also the things that everyone was very curious about and eager to know. Chen Zong started from the time when the Real Martial Arts Alliance issued a wanted order, and then he had no choice but to risk his life and go to the 100 Beast Mountain range. Of course, Chen Zong did not go into details. He only said that he was very lucky to go through the 100 Beast Mountain range. Everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Since ancient times, those warriors who had reached the late stage of the real martial arts realm had all died when they went to the 100 Beast Mountain range. Who would have thought that Chen Zong, who was only at the strength refining realm, would survive and go through the 100 Beast Mountain range? Chen Zong, on the other side of the mountain, this chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Is it really a great world of martial arts? Immortal Huanyun asked impatiently. Sort of. Chen Zong's answer was somewhat vague, and everyone was puzzled. Yes meant yes, no meant no. Even if this answer was too general, it was too general. Chen Zong could see the confusion in everyone's eyes, so he explained the situation. The martial arts level of the Cloud Dragon dynasty was indeed much higher than that of the Eastern continent, but it could not be called a great world of martial arts. Only by stepping into the Longtu region could it be considered a true great world of martial arts. Chen Zong also chose to talk about some of his experiences after entering the Cloud Dragon dynasty. His energy really made everyone intoxicated, and they all showed a yearning expression. They could not wait to cross the 100-Beast mountain range and explore the Cloud Dragon dynasty. Chen Zong also talked about the Longtu dynasty and his current situation in the Longtu region. The Sword Son and core disciple of the Reigning Sword sect. They, who already understood the position of the Reigning Sword sect, were even more shocked and happy for Chen Zong. With such a powerful sect, any random person sent over would be enough to defeat all the warriors in the eastern continent. At the same time, they were also shocked by Chen Zong's talent. Chen Jingtang was also full of pride. Chen Zong was his son. The meal lasted for a few hours. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Meng Xingping took his leave first. After all, his relationship with Chen Zong was not that deep. Uncle Yun, take this cultivation technique back and comprehend it. After memorizing it, burn it. Chen Zong took out an upper heaven level cultivation technique that he had prepared and handed it to Huan Yun. Huan Yun and his father were of the same generation, and the two of them had a good relationship. Therefore, they changed the way they addressed each other and became closer. Okay. Huan Yun took a look and his heart trembled. He felt a kind of joy from the bottom of his heart, and he nodded solemnly. The highest level cultivation technique in the eastern continent was upper heaven level, but it was very rare. Huan Yun's cultivation technique was only middle heaven level. The difference of one level was obvious in the purity of one's true power. Apart from the cultivation method, Chen Zong had also prepared a suitable high-grade heaven-tier sword technique for Enlightened Master Huan Yun. However, he had not given it to Enlightened Master Huan Yun yet because just this cultivation method alone would take Enlightened Master Huan Yun a long time to comprehend it. After he comprehended the cultivation technique and cultivated it to a certain level, he would then give it to Huan Yun. It was not that Chen Zong did not want to give him a top heaven level cultivation technique, but it was too precious. The Zongjing Sword sect did not allow outsiders to learn it, even if it was an incomplete top heaven level cultivation technique. Unless Chen Zong obtained it from outside. However, the heaven level superior martial art and sword art were enough to increase Enlightened Master Huan Yun's strength by a lot. Moreover, Chen Zong had also prepared a pseudo-spiritual weapon for Enlightened Master Huan Yun. It was just that he had not given it to him yet. Currently, Chen Jingtang's cultivation was at the fourth transformation of the Qi refining realm. This was the result of his hard work in the past few years. Unfortunately, his talent and potential were relatively ordinary, so his progress was not fast. As for Yang Bixiu, her cultivation was not high. She was only at the fourth level of the Qi and blood realm. Father, Sister Yun, I'm going to teach you a cultivation technique. Yes, this cultivation technique will also be one of the Chen clan's most important cultivation techniques in the future. Chen Zong's expression was serious. This made Chen Jingtang and Chen Chuyun realize that the cultivation technique Chen Zong was going to teach them was not simple. This cultivation technique is called the chaotic origin breaking force, Chen Zong said with a serious expression. This is a peerless earth level cultivation technique. Peerless earth level? Seeing the confusion on Chen Jingtang and Chen Chuyun's faces, Chen Zong explained the different levels of cultivation techniques. Then, the two of them opened their mouths wide in shock. End of chapter. Fourth update, 10 days, these were the most relaxed days of Chen Zong's life. Not only did he relax physically, but he also relaxed mentally. Of course, Chen Zong did not give up on cultivating. He cultivated as usual. After 10 days, Meng Xingping returned to New Martial City. The 40 or so Chen family members arrived safely at Royal Martial City under the escort of New Martial City's guards. Obviously, after a few days of rest, the sickly complexion on their faces had disappeared. They gradually regained their rosy complexion and their auras had recovered. In view of the fact that they were the Chen family members rescued by Chen Zong from the True Martial Alliance, the people of the True Martial sect arranged a large mansion for them to live in and settle down. In Chen Jingtang's small courtyard, Chen Jingtang, Chen Wuxiong, Huan Yun, Chen Zong, Chen Chuyun, and the others were all present. They were discussing a very important matter, which was to rebuild the Chen family. Originally, this had nothing to do with Huan Yun. It was Huan Yun who had volunteered to be the Chen family's guest elder. For the Chen family, it was a great thing that an expert at the peak of LV7 True Martial Realm would be the guest elder. After all, they all knew that with Chen Zong's talent and potential, it was impossible for him to stay in the Eastern land forever. It was only temporary. He would eventually leave here and return to the wider world of martial arts. Who will be the first head of the Qin family to rebuild the Qin family? Chen Wuxiong asked. A force must have a leader. Chen Wuxiong did not ask this question because he wanted to be the head of the Qin family. After all, the new Qin family was not like the branch family in Xiaohu town where he could be the head of the blood qi realm. He wanted Qinzong to be the head of the Qin family. My father will be the head of the Qin family, Qinzong said bluntly. Chen Jingtang was stunned. When Qinzong wanted to rebuild the Qin family, he had the idea of letting his father be the head of the Qin family. After all, the current Qin family was no longer the same as before. There were not many people left, and among these people, there were almost none who could be of great use. It was also impossible for him to stay in the eastern continent for a long time. However, the rebuilding of the Qin family was not a small matter, and he was not just playing around. Without a doubt, his father was the person he trusted the most, and he was also quite capable. As for his cultivation, it was not impossible for him to reach the true martial realm with the help of the cultivation technique and some pills that he had imparted to him. Father, you'll be the head of the family, Qinzong emphasized again, his tone firm and resolute. If his father wasn't the head of the family, Qinzong wouldn't be so enthusiastic about the rebuilding of the Qin family. Jingtang, as Qinzong said, you'll be the head of the family. Chen Wuxiong had also thought it through. He supported Qinzong's idea of letting Chen Jingtang be the head of the family. Uncle, I also think that you should be the head of the family, Qin Chuyan said. Little brother, you agreed? Adept Huanyan laughed. All of them supported him. Okay, I'll be the head of the family. Chen Jingtang was also in high spirits. Now that his son, Qinzong, was still alive and was a dragon among men, what else could he be dissatisfied with? Since his son supported him so much, he would take the chance while he was still young to manage the Qin family well and make it stronger than before. Chen Jingtang didn't know that the future of the Qin family would not only be better than before, but also many times better. I agree with the rebuilding of the Qin family, but who is Chen Jingtang? I don't agree with letting a person I've never heard of be the head of the family. That's right, the new head of the Qin family should be elected among us. I suggest that old master Qin Jida be the head of the family. He is highly respected. Qin Jida was one of the more than 20 people who were not so cooperative. The more than 40 people in front of him were discussing. A small number of them had no objection to Qin Jingtang, but more than 20 people were against it. Chen Wuxiong's face was full of anger. You bunch of ungrateful bastards. Why don't you take a look at who it was that saved you and allowed you to survive and recover? Chen Wuxiong rebuked angrily. However, the 20 or so people did not feel the slightest bit guilty. He should save us. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be in this situation today, one of them said indifferently. That's right. It's not enough to just save us. Qinzong stood in front of the crowd and listened. He didn't say a word and didn't show any expression. He let these people express their opinions until they were almost done. Are you all done? Is there anything else you want to add? Qinzong spoke with an indifferent expression and an unhurried tone. Qinzong's attitude was unpredictable, and no one said anything for a while. I agree with your opinions. Seeing that no one said anything, Qinzong opened his mouth. His words made Chen Wuxiong and the others change their expressions greatly, but the more than 20 people showed joy. Good, so Elder Qin Jida will be the new family head of the Qin family. Now we can't call him by his name. We should call him Family Head Qin. The more than 20 people laughed and congratulated an old man. The old man also smiled and cupped his hands to the people around him. He tried to hide his excitement but couldn't stop himself. He could even imagine the glorious scene in the future. As long as he became the family head, Qinzong would be a member of the Qin family. With his strength and talent, the Qin family would definitely develop. It wouldn't be impossible for the family's name to be passed down through the ages. Thinking of this, Qin Jida couldn't help but grin. I announce that Qinzong is the new great elder of the Qin family. Qin Jida waved his hand and immediately started to make the appointment as the family head. Wait. Qinzong spoke again, which made Qin Jida frown slightly. It seemed that the changes in a short time had made these people forget themselves. Great Elder, please say what you want to say. Qinji knew Qinzong's strength. First, I'm not your Great Elder. Qinzong said slowly but clearly. Second, if you want to establish a new Qin family, it's your new Qin family. You can decide who will be the family head. It has nothing to do with me. What? What do you mean? They were all confused. What I mean? After that, Qinzong ignored them and looked at the others. Those who are willing to follow me, follow me. With that, Qinzong strode out of the place. Follow me. Qin Wuxiong reacted quickly and hurriedly shouted. He quickly followed Qinzong's footsteps. Those who stood on Qin Wuxiong's side also quickly followed. Those who were neutral thought for a while and followed. In the end, there were only 20 or so people who had always been against Qinzong's decision. Everyone looked at each other, and there was a big, bold word of confusion on everyone's face. After a while, they realized that the reconstruction of the new Qin family could not be done without Qinzong, so they quickly followed him. However, Qinzong had been disappointed in this group of people. Of course, Qinzong hoped that the Qin family could be rebuilt and revitalized. However, these 20 people obviously could not help the revival of the Qin family. They would even drag the family down and delay the revival of the Qin family. For those who had lost their fighting spirit, it was okay to let them fill the numbers. After all, it would not cost much to raise them. Maybe there would be some good disciples among the younger generation. However, Qinzong had made up his mind to not let these people join the Qin family that was about to be rebuilt. They were a pile of rat shit. However, Qinzong didn't kill them all. Instead, he asked the true martial sect master to give them the previous mansion, and also gave them some money as support. It could be considered as giving face to the Qin family. As for what would happen in the future, it would depend on their own ability, and it would have nothing to do with Qinzong. No one had any objection to Qinzong's decision. In fact, those people had been complaining on the way here. They had already been tired of it. Without those people, the reconstruction of the Qin family went very smoothly. Chen Jingtang was the first patriarch. Huan Yun was promoted from a guest to a veteran. Qinzong was also a veteran. As for Qin Chuyun, he was the great elder. Qin Wuxiong's cultivation was very low. He was only in the qi and blood realm. Therefore, he was also given a corresponding position to contribute to the development of the Qin family. The reconstruction of the Qin family was carried out with great fanfare. Some forces in the royal martial main city were invited to participate and witness. The sect master of the true martial sect, Shangguan Jinlong, arrived with a few elders. This made the reconstruction of the Qin family even more enthusiastic. As for the other matters, Qinzong did not care. He completely handed it over to his father, Qin Jingtang, and the others to handle. Qin Jingtang was also the one who came in contact with the other forces. They all knew about Qinzong's news. They also saw the sect master of the true martial sect, Shangguan Jinlong, come personally with congratulatory gifts. Of course, they did not dare to put on airs. They were very polite. No matter whether they were happy or not, they had to at least show it on the surface. The Qin family mansion was very new. This was one of the congratulatory gifts from the true martial sect. It was very big. There were artificial mountains, flowing water, pavilions, and small lakes. Compared to the Qin family, which only had 10 or 20 people, it was very big. The Proving Sword Garden was Qinzong's residence. It was also one of the more special places in the Qin family mansion. The other special place was Huan Yun's illusory sword garden. There were 3 people in the Proving Sword Garden: Qinzong, Huan Yun, and Qin Chuyun. Taoist Master Huan Yun and Qin Chuyun had serious expressions on their faces. They were like students listening to a teacher, and the teacher was naturally Qinzong. In terms of cultivation, Qinzong was not as good as Huan Yun. However, in terms of strength, Qinzong was far better than Huan Yun. Even though Huan Yun had changed to a heaven-level upper-rank technique, he still could not compare with Qinzong. In terms of sword skills and so on, Huan Yun and Qin Chuyun were far from Qinzong's level. In the past, Qin Chuyun was Qinzong's sword skills teacher. He guided Chenzong to better practice sword skills and laid a solid foundation for sword skills. Then, under Huan Yun's guidance, Chenzong's foundation became even more solid. He even extended his foundation and became more profound. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The sword light splashed and condensed into a beam, piercing through the hard and thick stone wall, leaving a round and smooth sword hole. Man and sword as one is indeed powerful. Qin Chuyun could not help but show a touch of joy. Qin Chuyun had a good talent for swordsmanship and focused on the cultivation of swordsmanship. She paid great attention to the foundation, and had laid a very solid foundation for swordsmanship. In the past few years, Qin Chuyun had killed warriors of the Real Martial Arts Alliance everywhere, making her swordsmanship more powerful. She had not been able to comprehend man and sword as one because she lacked enough inheritance. Chenzong's teaching was a kind of inheritance. It was like a key that unlocked Qin Chuyun's accumulation. In a short time, Qin Chuyun had comprehended the first level of man and sword as one, successfully stepping into the first level of unity and quickly stabilizing it. In addition, Qin Chuyun's cultivation had reached the 8th cycle of the qi refining realm. She had also cultivated the chaotic origin breaking technique and a peerless earth-level sword art. Her strength had greatly increased and she had become more powerful. Ordinary warriors of the 9th cycle of the qi refining realm could not withstand 3 strikes from her. Compared to Qin Chuyun's progress, Immortal Huan Yun's progress was more obvious. His cultivation had reached the limit of LV7 true martial realm. He had also made a breakthrough in swordsmanship, reaching the unity of body and sword as one. Because his accumulation was more profound than Qin Chuyun's, he had reached the 2nd level of man and sword as one in a short time, causing his strength to soar. Immortal Huan Yun was confident that even if he met Immortal Heishui of the Black Demon sect again, he could kill him with his own strength. What was interesting was that Meng Xinping had resigned from his position as the governor of New Martial City and came to Chenzong to join the Qin family. The Qin family had just been rebuilt and was still very weak. Many people could not understand why Meng Xinping, a powerful warrior of LV7 true martial realm, had taken the initiative to join them. In any case, Meng Xinping had become the first guest elder of the Qin family. Chenzong did not treat him unfairly and directly taught him a heaven-level upper-level skill. This surprised Meng Xinping and made him even more determined to follow Chenzong. Chenzong didn't impart more knowledge to them. After all, he couldn't give them too many benefits all at once. He had to give them little by little so that they could serve the Qin family wholeheartedly. Time flew by, and the newly established Qin family had already been established in Royal Martial City for a month. However, the current Qin family had many things to do, and they still didn't have any property that truly belonged to them. If a family or a force wanted to develop and expand, they needed not only enough experts, but also a considerable amount of inheritance, personnel, and assets. None of them could be missing. Currently, there were Huan Yunjinren, Meng Xinping, and Chenzong, which were enough for the time being. However, the number of people was far from enough, especially talents in various fields. However, they could only take it slow. As for businesses, it might not be a problem when there were few people, but as the number of people increased, there would be more mouths to feed, and all kinds of expenses would increase as well. The consumption of money would be astonishing, and if there were no businesses to make money, it would be difficult to develop. However, just like the personnel, the Qin family did not have any assets at the moment. Time was too short, so they could only take things slowly. Chenzong could not do anything about it. In addition, Chenzong did not forget about the Su family. It was the will of Su Jingji, the dragon subduing immortal. Unfortunately, after the chaotic war in the eastern continent, the Su family had disappeared. Now, they could only look for them again. The development of the Qin family was handed over to his father and other people in the family. After a month of silence, Chenzong felt that it was time for him to take action. The Real Martial Arts Alliance, the Black Demon sect, Chenzong did not forget his purpose. In addition to finding his family and friends, he also wanted to settle his grudges with the Real Martial Arts Alliance and the Black Demon sect. He wanted to go to the Real Martial Arts sect to find Shengguan Jinlong. Chenzong directly stated his intention, which was to settle the Real Martial Arts Alliance and the Black Demon sect. In the Real Martial Arts Alliance, there are 12 LV9 true martial realm martial artists, 37 LV8 true martial realm martial artists, and 79 LV7 true martial realm martial artists. Shangguan Jinlong said. This was indeed a very powerful force. However, 2 LV7 true martial realm martial artists have already died under the sword of little friend Shenzong. In the previous battle with the Black Demon sect, there are 12 LV9 true martial realm martial artists, 33 LV8 true martial realm martial artists, and 70 LV7 true martial realm martial artists. Sect Master, is there anyone in the True Martial Alliance who is at LV9 of the True Martial Realm who is capable of concealing himself? Chen Zong asked as he thought of the man who had chased after him and was killed by him. You mean the shadow? Shangguan Jinlong immediately asked. He did not wait for Chen Zong to answer and said, the shadow of Luo Zhongba, the leader of the Real Martial Arts Alliance. He is good at stealth and is known as the killer in the daytime. He can successfully assassinate a LV9 true martial realm martial artist in broad daylight. Chen Zong thought about it carefully. It was indeed possible. After all, it was very difficult for an ordinary LV9 true martial realm martial artist to discover the existence of the shadow. It was not surprising that he was assassinated. Is he also counted among the 12 LV9 true martial realm martial artists? Chen Zong asked. Yes. Shangguan Jinlong nodded. Then, there should be only 11 LV9 true martial realm martial artists left in the Real Martial Arts Alliance. Chen Zong said neither too fast nor too slow. Shangguan Jinlong was startled. Immediately, his eyes emitted a horrified light and fell on Chen Zong's face with speculation and doubt. After Chen Zong nodded in response, Shangguan Jinlong's heart was in a perilous situation. A LV6 true martial realm martial artist could actually kill a LV9 true martial realm martial artist. This kind of leap was too shocking. It was unprecedented in the history of the Eastern Land. It could be said that no one had ever done it before, and no one would do it in the future. Moreover, the one who was killed was not an ordinary LV9 true martial realm martial artist, but a LV9 true martial realm martial artist who was very good at stealth. Terrifying, Shangguan Jinlong felt a burst of horror for no reason. After that, Shangguan Jinlong rejoiced. Fortunately, his faction hadn't done anything harmful to Chen Zong all those years ago. Otherwise, he would have probably suffered revenge by now. Now, the Real Martial Arts Alliance and the Black Demon sect should be the unlucky ones. Today, they would suffer the consequences of their own actions. Sect Master, is there a stronger force in the Real Martial Arts Alliance besides the 11 LV9 true martial realm martial artists? Chen Zong asked. There should be. Shangguan Jinlong thought for a while and said cautiously, but I can't be 100% sure. I vaguely heard that there is indeed a stronger force hidden in the Real Martial Arts Alliance. It is said that they can easily kill a LV9 true martial realm martial artist. It is very terrifying. Chen Zong frowned slightly. Shangguan Jinlong was also a member of the Real Martial Arts Alliance, but he could not be 100% sure. This showed that the Real Martial Arts Alliance was very deep and hidden. Being able to easily kill a LV9 true martial realm martial artist should be referring to an ordinary LV9 true martial realm martial artist. Then, a 2-star martial artist could do it, and a 3-star martial artist could do it, not to mention a 4-star or 5-star martial artist. However, Chen Zong estimated that in the Eastern continent, a 3-star martial realm martial artist should be at most. It should be impossible to have a 4-star martial realm martial artist. At the very least, it should be possible to have a heaven-level martial art. If it was only a 3-star martial artist, or even a peak 3-star martial artist, Chen Zong was confident. But if it was a 4-star martial artist, he would have to use the small thunderbolt sword chi bomb. Thinking about it, it seemed that there was nothing to be afraid of. What about the Black Demon sect? Chen Zong asked again. The Black Demon sect's strength is about the same as the Real Martial Arts Alliance, but I always feel that the Black Demon sect is not that simple. They seem to be plotting something. Shangguan Jinlong thought for a while and said. The Black Demon sect had disappeared for hundreds of years, but suddenly reappeared. They must be plotting something big. Now that they had shown their claws and fangs in the past few years, they had seized a part of the Eastern continent's territory. It was normal for them to have bigger plans. Sect Master, do you have a map? Chen Zong asked. Yes. Vaguely guessing something, Shangguan Zhenlong took out the map and unfolded it. This map was the newest one. It marked the 5 main cities and many martial cities in detail, as well as various mountains, rivers, grasslands, forests, and so on. It was clear at a glance. There were a total of 6 martial cities around the Royal Martial City, but there were only 5 of them at the moment. This was because one of them was occupied by the Black Demon sect not long ago, a month ago. Spiritual Master Huan Yun was also injured in that battle. Among the 3 major forces, the true martial sect was the weakest. If it was not for the fact that they were worried that they would lose part of their strength if they went to war with the true martial sect, the true martial sect might have been destroyed long ago. As for the possibility of the True Martial Alliance and the Black Demon sect joining hands to destroy the True Martial sect, it was not that they had never thought of it. Unfortunately, they did not trust each other and were afraid that they would secretly stab them in the back when they cooperated. Because of this, the True Martial sect was able to survive in the cracks. Even so, under the attacks of the True Martial Alliance and the Black Demon sect, the True Martial sect continued to suffer losses. Currently, there were only 4 9th-level True Martial Realm martial artists in the entire True Martial sect. It was unknown how long they could last. Sect Master, in the flying martial city that was occupied by the Black Demon sect, how many late-stage True Martial Realm martial artists are guarding it? Chen Zong asked. There are 2 9th-level True Martial Realm martial artists, 5 8th-level True Martial Realm martial artists, and 10 7th-level True Martial Realm martial artists. Shangguan Zhenlong replied with a bitter smile. This kind of force was very powerful, so the True Martial sect did not dare to take back the flying martial city. After all, the martial artists of the Black Demon sect could demonize. After demonizing, their strength would increase dramatically. In a short time, even if Shangguan Zhenlong and the others attacked together, it would be difficult to take them down. If they did not care about anything, it would be possible, but the result would be disastrous. Sect Master, do you want to take back the flying martial city? Chen Zong suddenly asked. Yes. Shangguan Zhenlong replied without hesitation. Soon after, he bitterly smiled, it's just that our true martial sect's strength is limited. It doesn't matter. Sect Master only needs 1 9th-level True Martial Realm martial artist and a few 8th-level and 7th-level True Martial Realm martial artists to travel with us. Chen Zong said. In fact, he had originally planned to travel alone, but considering that it was difficult for him to take care of too many things by himself, he decided to bring a few more people to help him. Little friend Chen Zong, it's not that I don't believe in you, but any True Martial Realm martial artist is very important to our True Martial sect. We can't afford to lose them. Shangguan Zhenlong pondered for a moment and said, I support you, little friend, but I need to know what level your strength has reached. Please forgive me. First update here, Shangguan Zhenlong's strength was beyond doubt to become the head of a sect. He was even stronger than an ordinary LV9 True Martial Realm martial artist. According to the star level classification, he should be at the early 2-star level, which was not much different. If Shangguan Zhenlong could obtain a suitable pseudo-spiritual weapon, his battle strength would increase again. However, Shangguan Zhenlong was defeated by Chen Zong, which made Chen Zong have a clearer understanding of his own strength. According to Shangguan Zhenlong, the alliance master of the True Martial Alliance, Luo Zhongba, was slightly stronger than him, but not by much. As for the sect master of the Black Demon sect, he wasn't sure, because he hadn't fought yet. Shangguan Zhenlong knew that Chen Zong was very strong. At the very least, he was not inferior to Luo Zhongba. Shangguan Zhenlong was relieved. With such strength, even if he could not take back the flying martial city, he could at least escape unscathed. Later, after discussing with Chen Zong, Shangguan Zhenlong gathered the senior members of the True Martial sect and appointed Chen Zong as the deputy head of the True Martial sect, which was also the first deputy head of the True Martial sect so far. If the Chen family wanted to truly rise, some status was indispensable, so Chen Zong did not refuse the position of deputy head. After all, he would not stay in the Eastern Land for too long, so he had to leave something for the Chen family. Regarding Chen Zong's appointment as the deputy head of the True Martial sect, some people agreed, while others disagreed. Those who agreed were Shangguan Zhenlong and the 3 LV9 True Martial Realm elders, while those who disagreed were naturally others. But no matter what, Shangguan Zhenlong directly went against the opinions of the masses, and for the first time, he used a strong attitude to suppress everyone's opposition. Later, Qinzong brought along the third elder, who was one of the few LV9 true martial realm martial artists in the true martial sect. There were also 2 LV8 true martial realm martial artists, and 2 LV7 true martial realm martial artists. The 2 LV8 true martial realm martial artists were related to the third elder. As for the 2 LV7 true martial realm martial artists, they were Huan Yunzhenren and Meng Xingping. From Qinzong's point of view, taking back the flying martial city was a sure thing. Naturally, he would take the Qin family's people to gain some benefits, which would be more beneficial for his development. However, from the other's point of view, he was taking the Qin family's only 2 real martial realm martial artists to their deaths. "Grandpa, is it a good idea to stake everything on one throw?" asked a beautiful young woman with purple hair. She was Shangguan Zhenlong's granddaughter and one of the top 3 geniuses of the True Martial Alliance, Purple Moon Geniuses. "I believe in him." Shangguan Zhenlong's tone was filled with strength and inexplicable confidence. A martial artist at the late stage of LV6 of the genuine martial realm was more powerful than him. How terrifying was that? There were a total of 6 people, and the lowest cultivation was at the 7th level of the true martial realm. They used their movement skills and left the Royal Martial Main City at lightning speed, heading towards the Flying Martial City. The distance between the Royal Martial Main City and the Flying Martial City was not far. At least, with the speed of the 6 people, they arrived in less than half a day. The outline of the Flying Martial City was clearly visible. In the Flying Martial City, there are 2 9th-level True Martial Realm martial artists, 5 8th-level True Martial Realm martial artists, and 10 7th-level True Martial Realm martial artists. In addition, there are hundreds of early and middle stage True Martial Realm martial artists. The third elder said in a low voice, his eyes full of fear. The Flying Martial City was only a martial city. It was not worthwhile to send so many powerful martial artists to guard it. In fact, they did not even need half of them. However, the Black Demon sect did this in order to prevent the True Martial sect from taking it back. Moreover, if the True Martial sect wanted to take action, they would have to consider the consequences. Once they took action, they would suffer heavy losses. This was an overt scheme. This was using force to oppress people. They were confident in their own strength. It was also an invisible provocation and contempt. "What should we do?" asked an 8th-level True Martial Realm martial artist in a low voice. "Well, I think we should come up with a plan." Another 8th-level True Martial Realm martial artist also said. They were not clear about Qinzong's strength, so they were not willing to be sent here. "There is no need for a plan. Let's just kill our way in." Qinzong's voice fell, and his figure swept forward. The third elder was stunned. Although Sect Master Shangguan Zhenlong had said that Qinzong was very strong, even stronger than him, it was hard to believe without seeing it with his own eyes. After all, Qinzong's cultivation was only at the late stage of the 6th-level True Martial Realm. As for the 2 8th-level True Martial Realm martial artists, they were dumbfounded. It was as if their brains had short-circuited, and they could not react at all. However, Venerable Huan Yun did not hesitate. He immediately set out to follow Qinzong. Even if he was going to die, he would not turn back. Meng Xingping, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment, but also set out to follow. "Let's go." The third elder reacted and quickly followed. At the same time, he said to the 2 8th-level True Martial Realm martial artists. The 2 8th-level True Martial Realm martial artists looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and set out to follow. However, their speed was not fast. It seemed that they planned to retreat as soon as they saw that the situation was not good. They leaped onto the city wall. "Who is it? Take him down." There were martial artists of the Black Demon sect guarding the city wall. Qinzong could instantly distinguish that the aura of these people was completely different, with a trace of the brutality of demonic beasts. Without making a sound, Qinzong's answer was to attack. The sharp sword light tore through the sky. It was as swift and overbearing as lightning and thunder. It was invincible and unstoppable. Dozens of martial artists of the Black Demon sect were killed. Chen Zong's figure did not have the slightest intention of stopping. He quickly leaped over the city wall and flew forward. He did not hide his aura fluctuation, and even deliberately spread his aura fluctuation to attract the martial artists of the Black Demon sect. The third elder and the others also leaped over the city wall. Looking at Chen Zong's undisguised figure and powerful aura, it was as dazzling as the sun suddenly shining in the dark night. This? The third elder did not know how to describe it. He could only smile bitterly. Crazy, it was really too crazy. Too arrogant. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Seeing Chen Zong's brazen appearance, the two martial artists of the 8th LV of the true martial realm stopped their steps. They stopped on the city wall and did not move forward. In their opinion, with such strength and arrogance, breaking into the flying martial city was tantamount to delivering oneself to the mouth of the Black Demon sect. They did not want to be buried together with him. He thinks his talent is good. He is overconfident. Let's ignore him. We will stay here and watch. If the situation is not right, we will leave immediately. The two martial artists of the 8th LV of the true martial realm had already made up their minds. Chen Zong knew that the two did not follow, but he did not care. He brought them here to give them benefits. Since they did not know how to take advantage of the situation, it was their business. Daoist Master Huanyan and Meng Xinping followed closely, and so did the third elder. Soon, the Black Demon sect's martial artists who were guarding the flying martial city arrived one after another, forming an encirclement around Chen Zong's group. I was wondering who it was. So it is the people of the true martial sect. Very courageous. The two martial artists of the 9th LV of the true martial realm of the Black Demon sect arrived. They glanced around and finally stopped on the third elder's face. Of course, they recognized the third elder of the true martial sect. Oh, isn't this Daoist Master Huanyan? You are still alive. A cold voice sounded with a bit of surprise, but soon turned into a sinister smile. I will live better than you. Daoist Master Huanyan looked over. It was a middle-aged man with sunken cheeks and dark skin. It was Daoist Master Heishui of the Black Demon sect. Daoist Master Huanyan was injured by him before. 2 9th LV of the true martial realm, 5 8th LV of the true martial realm, 10 7th LV of the true martial realm, and dozens of middle and early stage true martial realm martial artists. It could be said that all the martial artists of the Black Demon sect guarding the flying martial city had arrived. I didn't expect the people of the true martial sect to really dare to come. Hee. The martial artists of the true martial realm of the Black Demon sect were full of ridicule. They were guarding this place, of course, to wait for the people of the true martial sect to arrive. However, they expected that the people of the true martial sect would not be so stupid. They didn't expect that someone would actually come. Moreover, it was an elder, one of the only 4 9th LV of the true martial realm. In addition, there were 2 7th LV of the true martial realm and 1 6th LV of the true martial realm. However, no matter what, since they had come here, they could forget about going back. The people of the Black Demon sect planned to capture these people alive and bring them back to fuse with the blood of demon beasts. If the fusion was successful, the combat strength of the true martial realm of the Black Demon sect would increase. According to this method, the Black Demon sect would continue to grow and eventually completely rule the Eastern land. It had to be said that the Black Demon sect's plan was very, very good. Do you want to surrender or be beaten half to death? The people of the Black Demon sect gave them 2 choices. The third elder, Daoist Master Huanyan, and Meng Xinping all had solemn expressions. They were under great pressure. In this situation, even if they desperately used their full strength, it would be difficult to kill them. Chen Zong, find a chance to leave. Daoist Master Huanyan transmitted his voice to Chen Zong. He knew that Chen Zong was much stronger than him, but the situation in front of him was really unexpected. Chen Zong was extremely talented. As long as he could leave alive and become stronger in the future, he could take revenge. Third elder, Uncle Yun, Elder Meng, you 3 be careful. Chen Zong's voice sounded in their ears at the same time. In the next moment, 2 swords were unsheathed. The bright silver sword light with extreme sharpness and dominance tore the sky apart. Kill. You dare to make a move. Kill him. The two ninth LV of the Black Demon sect were furious. Killing intent filled the air, but they didn't make a move. A mere 6th LV of the true martial realm was too low for their status. The one who made a move was a 7th LV of the true martial realm. His palm became as big as a millstone. The center of his palm was concave and contained a tyrannical power. It was like the power of a volcano that was about to erupt and destroy everything. The roar was like thunder, shaking the void. The silver sword light broke through the air and directly pierced through the palm. Before anyone could react, the sword light went forward and pierced through the head of the 7th LV of the true martial realm. When the sword light dissipated, the 7th LV of the true martial realm also fell back. Dead, not only were the third elder, Taoist master Huanyun, and Meng Xinping unable to react, the group of true martial realm warriors of the Black Demon sect were also unable to react. Their minds were still stuck on the scene of the 7th LV of the true martial realm attacking. They even thought that Chen Zong would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. They were in a daze, but Chen Zong wouldn't be in a daze. The sword light rose again and attacked another person, who was at the 8th LV of the true martial realm. He didn't hold back his strength. He wanted to end the battle quickly and kill without mercy. Second update, in the blink of an eye, the Black Demon sect had lost one LV7 true martial realm and one LV8 true martial realm. Horrifying, extremely horrifying. Kill him. A sharp voice tore through the sky and pierced everyone's eardrums. Even those who were far away felt their eardrums hurt when they heard this voice. The two LV9 true martial realm warriors of the Black Demon sect attacked mercilessly, attacking Chen Zong from the left and right. A scarlet ray of light condensed and shot through the air like a bloody meteor. It carried a terrifying power that could destroy everything as it shot towards Yishiwen. The martial artists of the Black Demon sect possessed tyrannical true power, and at the same time, they also carried the tyrannical power of the monstrous beast Blood Meridians. Under the combination of the two, the power they grasped became even more tyrannical and terrifying. Once struck, even if they didn't die, they would still be injured. Furthermore, that tyrannical power would invade the body and wreak havoc. Just like when Huanyun was injured by Black Water Sage, a sinister power remained in his body and would occasionally run out to destroy, making it difficult for Huanyun to recover. If he demonized, the tyrannical power would become even more powerful and its destructive power would increase exponentially. At the same time, on the other side, a fist tore through the air like a tsunami. The fist was covered with a black power that made people feel horrified. The fist was thrown out at an extremely fast speed, carrying with it a mighty force that could destroy mountains. Countless ripples spread out in the air under the fist, and the hard ground shattered and exploded one after another. The finger was like a bloody meteor, and the fist was like a mountain collapsing. The third elder's expression abruptly changed. If he were to face such a pincer attack, it would be difficult for him to resist as well. He hurriedly moved, wanting to help Chen Zong shoulder the burden of one of them. However, two resplendent silver sword lights flashed, shattering the sky. Kill, the 27th move of the sword arts of traversing, the perfect combination of power and speed, the demonstration of supreme skills. Who could stop it? The bloody meteor was defeated by the sword, and the fist that could destroy mountains was also penetrated by the sword. The toughness and sharpness of a level 2 pseudo-spiritual weapon, the dominance and ferocity of the 27th move of the unhindered sword art. It was a supreme interpretation. The complexions of the two 9th level true martial realm martial artists of the Black Demon sect suddenly changed. They felt the terrifying power contained within the sword light, and quickly retreated. At the same time, they issued a loud roar, and their whole body trembled. The power within their body crazily surged, covering their whole body, and the tyrannical aura multiplied. Demonization. In the face of a LV6 true martial realm martial artist, they had chosen to demonize. It was an incredible thing to say, but it had happened, and it had happened to them. The rest of the Black Demon sect's true martial realm martial artists also attacked the third elder, Taoist Huanyun, and Meng Xinping. Realizing that Chen Zong was very powerful, they finally understood what Chen Zong meant. He wanted them to be careful and protect themselves. With the third elder, who was at the 9th level of the true martial realm, he could share more of the pressure from the two of them. They would be able to hold on for a while. As for Chenzong, his sword light was invincible. Not only did he tie down 2 Black Demon Sect LV9 True Martial Realm martial artists, but he also tied down 3 LV8 True Martial Realm martial artists. He handled it with ease. Even when the attacks came from behind, Chenzong easily avoided them as if they were seen by him. Then, he accurately counterattacked. This was Zhao Xian. It allowed Chenzong to clearly feel the floating dust in the air around him. Everything was under his control, unless the attack was so fast that Chenzong couldn't react in time. There were such people, but they weren't here. In the eyes of the 5 Black Demon Sect martial artists, Chenzong's figure was like a ghost, drifting around like a ghost. He easily dodged their powerful attacks, causing them to only hit empty air and waste their strength. The 5 Black Demon Sect martial artists had already demonized, and an extremely tyrannical aura swept out in all directions, emitting countless rumbling sounds. It was extremely terrifying, and even made the third elder feel apprehensive. However, Chenzong was able to move around with ease, which made the third elder feel even more terrified. On the city wall in the distance, 2 martial artists at the 8th level of the true martial realm who had come along but stopped suddenly raised their eyes and looked into the distance. They were too far away and some buildings blocked their view, so they could not see clearly. However, they could still feel waves of tyrannical aura coming from afar. It's a fierce fight. It's probably a dead end. Let's go back. Otherwise, we'll be in danger when the Black Demon Sect people catch up with us. After saying that, the 2 LV8 True Martial Realm martial artists immediately retreated and jumped off the city wall. They used their body movements to rush back to the Royal Martial City at the fastest speed. They would bring back the bad news. The battle continued. After demonizing, the 2 LV9 True Martial Realm martial artists and the 3 LV8 True Martial Realm martial artists were even more powerful. Under their joint efforts, they did bring some pressure to Chenzong, but it was not enough. 70,000 gene of arm strength, the cultivation of the late LV6 True Martial Realm, the 27th level of the art of traversing, the 3rd level of the body and sword as one, the Zhao Xian realm, the Zhao Xian realm, the Zhao Xian realm, the Wu Zhen realm, and so on. All of these gave Chenzong a terrifying strength. The demonic aura was surging, and the ground around them was shattered. The terrifying qi shot in all directions, turning the area within a few kilometers into a dangerous place. Many Black Demon Sect martial artists in the middle and early stage of the true martial realm didn't dare to get close, let alone intervene. Otherwise, they would be torn apart by the qi. Who could stop it? Quick, let's get out of here and go back to the Zunwu city to ask for help. Some people with quick reactions hurriedly said as they quickly left. The current situation was unfavorable for the Black Demon Sect. They had to ask for help, or else the Flying Martial City would be taken back by the True Martial Sect. However, it would take at least half a day to leave the Flying Martial City and ask for help from the Zunwu city. Fight, 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 Immortal Huan Yun and the other 2 didn't want to kill the enemy. They only wanted to protect themselves. Under the siege of 1 LV8 True Martial Realm martial artist and 9 LV7 True Martial Realm martial artists, they could barely hold on. On the other side, Chenzong's 2 swords pierced through the air. The speed of the swords was so fast that it was impossible to dodge. A LV8 True Martial Realm martial artist who had demonized was directly pierced through. The sword qi rushed into his body and strangled him, causing extreme damage. Chenzong's expression didn't change. He was as cold as ever, as if the one he was killing was not a human, but an animal. The other sword pierced through the body of a LV9 True Martial Realm martial artist. The man's hands were covered with a thick layer of hard keratin and covered with a black tyrannical power. He grabbed the sword with all his might. The tyrannical power completely broke out, shrinking his internal organs, bones, and wounds. Chenzong couldn't pull his sword out in an instant. Chenzong immediately understood the opponent's intention. The opponent wanted him to be unable to pull out his sword for a while and restrict the use of his swordsmanship, so that the others could surround and kill him. He had to admit that the opponent risked his life. It was a good fight. At the same time, another LV9 True Martial Realm martial artist flicked his 10 fingers covered in scarlet flames. Each of his fingers was like a bloody meteor, enough to kill an ordinary LV9 true martial realm martial artist. The other two LV8 true martial realm martial artists also broke out their full strength and attacked Chenzong with a mighty momentum. It was a sure kill situation. Chenzong's sword was stuck, so he could only take care of one side. But, would this method work? It might work if it was used to deal with other people, but it was underestimating Chenzong. Letting go of the long sword, Chenzong's palm trembled and seemed to expand. Countless forces surged and gathered, making his palm red like a soldering iron that had been roasted in a raging fire for a long time. It was like being pulled out of boiling lava. The blazing heat spread out, making people's mouths dry. Body refining martial technique, mixed iron hands. For a long time, Chenzong had fought with two swords. This was the first time he used the mixed iron hands in a life and death battle. The pure yang qi and blood surged like a mountain flood. The strength of 70,000 kilograms also broke out, extremely violent. With a boom, it was like a volcanic magma explosion, or a meteorite falling from the sky, burning red due to the friction with the air. The palm shot out and directly shattered the attacks of the two LV8 true martial realm martial artists. It was unstoppable. The palm directly imprinted on the chest of one of the LV8 true martial realm martial artists. The extremely terrible power burst out like the collapse of heaven and earth. The LV8 true martial realm martial artist trembled violently and flew backward. His chest caved in, leaving a deep palm print. Blood mixed with pieces of internal organs spurted out in the air, and wisps of hot air filled the air. He couldn't be any more dead. His sword went to the other side, shattering the bloody meteor-like finger force like a hot knife through butter. The mixed iron hands attacked again, fiercely bombarding the LV9 true martial realm martial artist. Chenzong grasped the long sword and pulled it out with the force of his retreat. As he pulled out the sword, he twisted it. The violent sword chi caused more damage to the opponent. After being hit by Chenzong's mixed iron hands and having his body pierced by a sharp sword, the LV9 true martial realm martial artist couldn't bear it. He was seriously injured, and his strength was greatly reduced. A flash of silver appeared in front of him, and then it quickly turned dark. The first LV9 true martial realm martial artist of the Black Demon sect died. Kill, 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 there were many ways to use each of the crisscrossing sword techniques. As for how to use them, it depended on one's own understanding and the environment of the opponent. Thousands of thunderbolts roared, formed by countless sword chi and sword light in a very short period of time. The explosion was shocking. Another LV8 true martial realm martial artist was killed. Chenzong's enemy was only left with one LV9 true martial realm martial artist. His face was full of fear, and he couldn't help but tremble. Too terrible, too ferocious. Relying on the cultivation of the late stage of the LV6 true martial realm, he killed 3 LV8 true martial realm martial artists and 1 LV9 true martial realm martial artist. This kind of strength and talent was too terrifying. Chenzong didn't give him half a chance. He attacked with both swords, and the silver sword light drowned the opponent. When the sword light dissipated, the LV9 true martial realm martial artist fell in a pool of blood. Without stopping, Chenzong killed the other Black Demon sect martial artists with his sword. It was like wind and lightning. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. Heads flew, and then blood splashed into the air. No one could stop him. The third elder, spiritual master Huan Yun, and Meng Xinping were all stunned and shocked to the extreme. They stopped and looked at the rain of blood in front of them. Horror, horror that came from the bottom of their hearts and bones. The azure-like figure was reaping the lives of the Black Demon sect martial artists. It was as if he was the messenger of death from the abyss and hell, and no one in the world could stop him. Author's note: the double reward is over. Thank you to all the brothers who voted for it. Thank you very much. Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. At first glance, it was a ghastly sight. The smell of blood filled the air, and the smell of death was extremely dense. There was also a remnant of a tyrannical aura that belonged to a demon beast. Chenzong stood there with his two swords sheathed. He looked calm, as if he was not the one who was fighting just now. The third elder and Meng Xinping looked like they had seen a ghost. As for Huan Yun, he was waving his beheading mountain sword and fighting with Black Water Sage. After demonizing, Black Water Sage's arms seemed to have turned into a black poisonous snake, and he would spit out cold poisonous gas from time to time. Last time, Huan Yen had to dodge carefully, so he could not use much of his strength. But this time was different. The true power cultivated by the heaven-level upper-rank martial arts was stronger, and the heaven-level upper-rank sword was more powerful. The second level of the body and sword is one realm, and the beheading mountain sword was a pseudo-spiritual weapon. All of these made Huan Yen's strength much more powerful than 2 months ago. Suppression. Black Water Sage was shocked to find that he was being suppressed, and could only passively defend against Huan Yen's sword attacks. Kill. Kill, kill. The sword light turned into clouds and spread out. It was white everywhere, and Black Water Sage felt like he had fallen into a sea of clouds. It was hard to tell north from south. Immediately, immortal Huan Yen sheathed his sword and took a few steps back. The sword light that was as white as flowing clouds dissipated. Immortal Blackwater's body also trembled, and a sizzling sound could be heard. His neck, shoulders, joints of both arms, wrists of both arms, chest, waist, legs, joints of both legs were broken open one after another. Fresh blood spurted out like a fountain as the terrifying true power wreaked havoc in his body and exploded. You. Black Water Sage's finger trembled, and he pointed at Huan Yen weakly. His snake-like face was filled with shock. His vision turned black, and he felt dizzy. He fell forward. Huan Yen's expression did not change, but he was relieved. He glanced around and found that there was no one from the Black Demon sect around. The other Black Demon sect martial artists had already escaped. Did we do this? At this moment, the third elder, Daoist Huan Yen, and Meng Xinping were even more shocked. To be precise, it wasn't us, but Chen Zong alone. They believed that even if they didn't come, Chen Zong could do it. Only now did they realize that Chen Zong was not arrogant or crazy, but he had the ability to do so. Third Elder, please return to Royal Martial City first and transfer a group of people to guard Flying Martial City, Chen Zong said bluntly. Those 2 people from earlier don't have to come anymore. Yes, Deputy Sect Leader. Third Elder was sincerely convinced. He did not question Chen Zong's order at all. Uncle Yun, Elder Meng, follow me. As soon as Chen Zong finished speaking, his body swept forward like the wind. During the battle just now, the other martial artists of the Black Demon sect had already retreated. However, the time was too short for them to retreat too far. Really? Third Elder looked at Chen Zong's back as he left. For a moment, he didn't know how to describe it. It felt like a dream. Yes, it was a dream. A martial artist at the late stage of LV6 True Martial Realm was able to easily deal with the siege of 3 LV8 True Martial Realm martial artists and 2 LV9 True Martial Realm martial artists. Moreover, he killed all 5 of them without any sign of injury. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. If Third Elder hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. I wonder what their expressions will be when they find out. Third Elder suddenly thought of the Second Elder, the Great Elder, and the sect leader's reactions after hearing the news. He couldn't help but laugh secretly. Soon after, he frowned because he thought of the 2 LV8 True Martial Realm martial artists. Shameful, it was really shameful. After returning, he must punish them. Without any hesitation, Third Elder immediately set off and rushed back to Royal Martial City at full speed. He had to transfer a group of martial artists to guard the recaptured Flying Martial City. He also had to bring a group of people to assist Chen Zong. Otherwise, the Black Demon Sect's people would probably make a big move. The sword light was cold and chilling. It swept through the crowd, unstoppable and unstoppable. The sword light was magnificent. It drew a nearly perfect arc, bypassing hundreds of meters and sending hundreds of heads flying. The retreating martial artists of the Black Demon sect all went crazy and panicked. This Azura-like madman actually caught up with them. Then what about those masters? Were they all killed? Blood spurted out like streaks of bloody rainbows filling the sky. It was as if another rain of blood was falling. It was so breathtaking. Kill, kill, kill. The Azura on the battlefield showed no mercy. 2 10-meter-long silver sword lights tore through the sky. As they intersected, they swept across the heaven and earth in all directions. There was nothing they couldn't destroy. Two deep ravines appeared on the ground and the sky seemed to be divided into four parts. Wherever the cross-shaped sword light passed, hundreds of black demon sect's martial artists of the training force were killed. After Immortal Huan Yun and Meng Xinping caught up, they found that they couldn't do anything at all. Chen Zong's strength was too terrifying. This kind of slaughter was extremely frightening. Fortunately, he wasn't an enemy. Meng Xinping was shocked, but also glad that he had made the right choice. Relying on such a person was undoubtedly the right choice. After a series of pursuits, the last training force martial artist of the Black Demon sect was killed by Chen Zong. Some of the slower martial artists of the early stage of the true martial realm were also caught up and died in extreme fear. In the rain of blood, Chen Zong turned around and walked back to the flying martial city. Immortal Huan Yun and Meng Xinping hurriedly followed. After returning to the flying martial city, Chen Zong sat on the city wall, waiting for the arrival of the martial artists of the Black Demon sect. Immortal Huan Yun went to pacify the residents of the city. Meng Xinping collected arrows under Chen Zong's orders. Soon, bundles of arrows were delivered. There were more than 100 of them. Each arrow was at least of the treasured iron rank. Chen Zong wanted to get his hands on godly iron rank arrows. Unfortunately, there were too few of them in the eastern continent. It would be good if he could get his hands on treasured iron rank arrows. Chen Zong had brought some godly iron rank arrows with him, but not many. On the city wall, Chen Zong waited while drinking wine. He wasn't afraid at all. The residents of the flying martial city looked at Chen Zong with reverence. It was as if they were looking at a demon god. They were grateful, but at the same time, extremely fearful. "Big brother, thank you." A little boy of about 10 years old walked over and stood in front of Chen Zong. His voice was trembling slightly as he spoke. "Why are you thanking me?" Chen Zong put down the wine jug and smiled. His smile was as warm as the spring breeze. It immediately dispelled the fear and panic in the boy's heart. "My father and mother were killed by them. My brother was captured by them. He's also dead." The boy's face was filled with grief and hatred. "What about you now?" Chen Zong asked. "Big brother, can I practice martial arts with you?" The boy was both answering and asking. Chen Zong looked at the boy carefully and said, "I'm an elder of the Chen family. If you're willing, you can be a member of the Chen family from now on." I'm willing." The boy immediately nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "What's your name?" Chen Zong asked. "My name is Chen Xiaohai," the boy replied. Chen Zong was slightly stunned. His surname was still Chen. He didn't even need to change his surname. Chen Zong asked Chen Xiaohai to leave and wait. The boy was very obedient and very happy. Huan Yun was very good at comforting people. The residents gradually got rid of their fear and knew that Chen Zong wouldn't hurt them. They gradually formed a cohesive force. In this world, the weak were prey to the strong. The strong were always respected. In addition, Chen Zong had indirectly saved them. With Huan Yun's comforting and propaganda, the residents of the flying martial city looked at the figure on the city wall with less fear and more respect in their eyes. The sun set in the west, and the sunset glow shone. "I wonder how many people from the Black Demon sect will come." Meng Xinping looked into the distance and said. "That's not the point." Huan Yun said, "Those who escaped will report the truth. Therefore, the people from the Black Demon sect must be strong. They must be at least at LV9 of the genuine martial realm. We'll kill as many as they come." Chen Zong's tone was as light as a breeze, but it was frightening. It was as if the air was filled with killing intent. Huan Yun was even more curious about Chen Zong's specific experience in the past few years. Otherwise, how could he have such a resolute mind and such a shocking killing intent? As they waited, a figure finally appeared in front of them. It's impossible for someone at the late stage of LV6 of the genuine martial realm to be able to fight against someone at LV9 of the genuine martial realm. A dark-faced old man shouted. "I don't believe it either." A red-faced old man said. "No one would believe it without seeing it with their own eyes." These two people were the two elders of the Black Demon sect. They were at the peak of LV9 of the genuine martial realm. Their strength was far beyond the ordinary LV9 of the genuine martial realm. They were much stronger than the 2 LV9 of the genuine martial realm guarding the flying martial city. They could defeat them one-on-one. Elders, perhaps that person has some kind of treasure on him. A dark-faced strong young man riding a black tiger said. There was coldness in his eyes. He was wearing a black robe with wide sleeves that hid his arms. What young sect master said is indeed quite possible. The dark-faced young man in the black robe was the young master of the Black Demon sect. If Qianzong saw him, he would be able to recognize him. In addition to the 2 elders and the young master, the Black Demon sect also sent out many warriors. There were 3 ordinary LV9 of the genuine martial realm. In addition, there were 10 LV8 of the genuine martial realm. In order to take back the flying martial city and give the genuine martial sect a heavy blow, the Black Demon sect sent out a lot of forces. In addition to the LV6 of the genuine martial realm warriors, there were hundreds of LV6 and LV7 demon beasts accompanying them. Controlling demon beasts was one of the Black Demon sect's abilities. They were able to seize 2 main cities and many martial cities from the genuine martial alliance because of this ability. With these LV8 and LV9 genuine martial realm warriors and hundreds of demon beasts, taking back the flying martial city was a sure thing. The reason why they sent out so many forces was not only to take back the flying martial city, but also to prevent the genuine martial sect from sending more reinforcements. In the distance, the group of people from the Black Demon sect could already see the walls of the flying martial city. They also saw the 3 figures on the walls. Thank you even more. The demonic aura surged like smoke signals, raging violently like a hurricane. Inside the flying martial city, everyone's faces were solemn, and even their breathing was careful. They all knew that the Black Demon sect had arrived. This kind of aura and pressure made their hearts heavy and uncomfortable. They couldn't help but raise their heads to look at the 3 figures on the city wall. No, it should be said that one of the figures, the youngest one. They could only place their hopes on him. Otherwise, if the Black Demon sect took back the city and ruled it, their days would be difficult. Feeling the tyrannical aura surging over, Qianzong's face also became solemn. He put down the wine jug and grabbed the longbow with his left hand. His eyes emitted an extremely sharp light, like an invisible sword chi piercing through the air, as he looked into the distance. This longbow wasn't the fierce flood dragon bow. It couldn't keep up with Qianzong's strength. This bow was called Piercing Cloud, a first-rank pseudo-spiritual weapon. It was stronger and more durable than the fierce flood dragon bow, and could release the most tyrannical power within 500 meters. If the power contained in it was activated, not only would its range increase, but its power would also increase by 30%. It was extremely terrifying. The piercing cloud bow was obtained by Qianzong in the Unhindered Sword sect. A black mass with an extremely terrifying aura was rapidly approaching from afar. His right hand trembled, and 10 arrows flew into his hand. They were all knocked on the piercing cloud bow. The bow was drawn like a full moon, and the bowstring was taut to the extreme. An extremely tyrannical power was being nurtured within it. His gaze was as sharp as a falcon's, piercing through the void and locking onto the Black Demon sect team that was still 1,000 meters away. More than 10 true martial realm martial artists and hundreds of 6th and 7th level demonic beasts. In the instant that the Black Demon sect's people and demonic beasts stepped into the range of 1,000 meters, Qianzong's right hand decisively released the bowstring. With a bang, the bowstring moved like an illusion, and in a flash, 10 arrows filled with true power shot out. They were as swift as meteors, tearing through the sky and leaving 10 straight marks. Originally, the piercing cloud bow alone could shoot 600 to 700 meters, and within 500 meters, it had an astonishing destructive power. After true power was poured into it, the range doubled. Within 1,000 meters, it instantly closed the distance. Just as they reacted, the 10 arrows pierced through the heads of the 10 Class 6 demonic beasts. In the blink of an eye, 10 Class 6 demonic beasts were killed. The 10 arrows were made of ordinary materials, and after killing the 10 Class 6 demonic beasts, they also shattered. At the same time, Qianzong took out another 10 arrows. He didn't seem to be aiming as he shot them again. There were 3 waves of arrows in a row, and 30 arrows were shot out, directly killing 30 demonic beasts. The martial artists of the Black Demon sect were dumbfounded. They hadn't even made a move yet, but they had already lost 30 demonic beasts. Seeing the other party draw their bows again, they couldn't help but be furious. The arrows pierced through the air and shot towards the demonic beasts. One by one, the true martial realm martial artists took action and shattered the 10 arrows. They were unable to kill a single demonic beast. Chen Zong's expression didn't change in the slightest. Instead, he drew his bow and shot 10 arrows, but the speed at which he drew the arrows was much faster. In just a few blinks of an eye, the hundreds of arrows collected by Meng Xinping were all emptied. Hundreds of arrows containing true power tore the sky apart, and the extremely terrifying whistling sound made people's scalps tingle. Their faces changed greatly, and they were like a swarm of flying locusts, or like a meteor shower, attacking with a loud bang. There were too many arrows, almost at the same time, and it immediately brought a strong pressure to the people of the Black Demon sect. Together with the 2 elders at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm, they all took action. Violent true power swept out, and hit the hundreds of arrows, turning them into powder. At the same time, Chen Zong took out 3 arrows and drew his bow. This time, he wasn't aiming at the demonic beasts, but the martial artists of the Black Demon sect. Release, the 3 divine iron arrows pierced through the air, and the true power contained in them became even more tyrannical. They also merged with a part of the pure yang blood qi, causing their power to explosively increase. Faster than before, they were like 3 flood dragons piercing through the air. The sharp roar made people's faces change dramatically. The 3 targeted martial artists at the 8th level of the true martial realm exploded with all their strength, and at the same time, covered their bodies with a layer of protection. However, their strength was torn and penetrated by the arrows, and the protection on their bodies was also torn apart. The divine iron arrows shot into their hearts, throats, and other places, piercing through their bodies. The power contained in the arrows burst out, wantonly destroying everything. It had to be said that the martial artists at the 8th level of the true martial realm of the Black Demon sect had tenacious vitality. Even so, they were still alive, but they were only left with one last struggle. Damn it! The 2 elders at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm were red-eyed, and their anger was like a volcanic eruption. They rushed forward recklessly, and quickly approached Chen Zong. The terrifying and tyrannical aura roared like a hurricane, wanting to tear Chen Zong to pieces. Chen Zong could be sure that the 2 people's strength was not inferior to Shangguan Jinlong's, and they hadn't demonized yet. Chen Zong's expression was still cold. He took out 3 more divine iron arrows, which were brought from the Zhongjing sword sect, and there weren't many of them. He loosened his grip and shot. The 3 martial artists at the 9th level of the true martial realm and the remaining 7 at the 8th level of the true martial realm all tried to intercept the arrows. However, the Black Demon Tiger of the Black Demon sect's young master, who was sitting on the Black Demon sect's lower class level 7, was shot. The arrow broke through the hard skull and went straight into the brain. The Zhongjing true force wreaked havoc, twisting the Black Demon Tiger's head into pieces, and a large amount of blood flowed from its mouth and nose. The Black Demon sect's young master, who was sitting on its back, hurriedly jumped and landed safely, but his heart was still beating fast. The arrow just now was actually aimed at him. Fortunately, the martial artist at the 9th level of the true martial realm next to him hit it and deviated. He was almost killed, just a little bit away. You 2 stay and protect me. The others, kill. The young master was full of killing intent after the lingering fear. His eyes emitted a terrifying light as he stared at the figure on the city wall. It was a familiar figure. Faintly, his left arm seemed to hurt. In fact, it wasn't real pain, but a shadow left behind by the previous attack. His hatred overflowed. Looking at the 2 martial artists at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm rapidly approaching, Chen Zong knew that he couldn't let them get close, otherwise, there might be some unnecessary casualties. 4 divine iron arrows locked onto the 2 powerful martial artists and shot through the air. Petty tricks. Break for me. The 2 martial artists were very strong. When they attacked, their violent true force shattered the 4 divine iron arrows. But that was only the prelude to Chen Zong's attack. Pulling the bowstring and loading the arrow, the power of the piercing cloud bow was stimulated. The arrow was covered with strange patterns, like layers of flowing clouds. It was the piercing cloud arrow, a first-level pseudo-spiritual weapon. The piercing cloud arrow was a pseudo-spiritual arrow paired with the piercing cloud bow. When the two were combined and stimulated at the same time, they could release the tyrannical power of a second-level pseudo-spiritual weapon. Unfortunately, most of the piercing cloud arrows were lost, and only one was left. Shoot, this was the most powerful arrow, unparalleled. It stole all the brilliance in the world, and everything else was overshadowed. In the dark-faced elder's eyes, a stream of light shot out at an indescribable speed, and the world in front of him was swallowed by darkness. Too fast, the dark-faced elder quickly attacked, using both of his palms to lay down layers of defense, but they were penetrated by the arrow. In the end, even the true force defense around his body was not spared. Piercing through his palms, he burst out with all his strength, and the arrow was forcibly broken. However, the first half of the arrow did not slow down, and directly pierced through the dark-faced elder's throat, coming out the back of his neck. "Brother, hey!" The red-faced elder was extremely angry, and his voice shook the sky. "Elder, hey!" The other martial artists of the Black Demon sect were all stunned. Elder Hay, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm, who was more powerful than the average 9th level of the true martial realm, was killed by a single arrow. They couldn't believe it was real. In his extreme anger, the red-faced elder directly turned into a demon. A violent red light swept out, emitting an astonishingly high temperature. The surrounding air distorted, and the ground softened as if it was about to melt. A series of roars sounded, as if a raging fire was burning. When the red light receded, the red-faced elder had already turned into a half-man, half-ape. He was more than 3 meters tall, as strong as a small mountain. His whole body was red, as if it was burning with an astonishingly high temperature. With an extremely tyrannical roar, the red-faced old man's speed increased by a lot. He quickly rushed towards Chenzong. With a single leap, he was hundreds of meters high. He was like a blazing meteor, falling from the sky with a will to destroy everything. Taking advantage of this slight difference in time, Chenzong took out the last 4 godly iron arrows and drew the bow. However, he did not shoot at the red-faced elder falling from the sky, because it was not a threat at all. The 4 arrows pierced through the air, shooting toward the black-robed martial artist. His aura was only at the 3rd level of the true martial realm. "Don't even think about succeeding under our protection." The 2 9th-level true martial realm martial artists snorted at the same time, and attacked one after another. However, they did not expect that it was only a pretense. The real target of the 4 arrows was them. In the face of danger, the 2 quickly dodged, but they were still a bit too slow. One of them was pierced in the left shoulder, and the other in the right shoulder. A terrible power burst out, wreaking havoc in the wounds, aggravating the injuries and immediately affecting their strength. Having used up all the arrows, Chenzong quickly put down the cloud-piercing bow and pulled out 2 swords. The silver sword light formed a cross, and slashed upward, as if the sky was divided into 4. With a sharp and domineering intent, it attacked the red figure falling from hundreds of meters high. One sword after another, the silver cross sword light was endless, turning into a sword chi storm that swept out fiercely. Falling from a high altitude, there was no way to dodge at all. They could only rely on their own tyrannical strength to resist. The sword chi bombarded and shattered, turning into countless silver light spots. Mixed with a little bit of scarlet fire, it was like a silver and red fire rain. It looked so dazzling and enchanting. However, under that dazzling and charming appearance, there was a shocking murderous intent. Whether it was Huan Yun or Meng Xinping, both of them were far away. Although their strength was not bad, a battle of this level was obviously beyond their ability to bear, and they were reduced to spectators in an instant. However, they also had their own mission, which was to protect the residents of the flying martial city as much as possible to avoid unnecessary damage. In front of them, the other Black Demon sect martial artists were driving the remaining 6th and 7th level demonic beasts to quickly approach. The silver sword light intertwined like a roaring hurricane, and then shattered into pieces, scattering all over the sky. His sharp gaze pierced through the countless silver sparks and landed on the domineering fiery red figure falling from the sky. It was like a meteorite falling from the sky, bringing with it a terrifying power that could destroy the world. The vast and blazing pressure greatly increased the pressure on Huanyuan and Meng Xinping, not to mention the others. The residents of the city were extremely shocked and fled in panic like birds and beasts. Countless dust particles in the air surged and spread in all directions. With this, Chenzong could quickly calculate what kind of damage would be caused if this person fell. At least the city walls within 100 meters would collapse because of this, and the area within 1,000 meters would be covered by the aftermath of the terrifying power, causing great destruction. This person's fighting power after demonization is at least at the middle stage of the 2-star level. Chenzong thought to himself as his thoughts turned quickly. With his own strength, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill him. He would only need some time. In addition, the other black demon sex cultivators and monster beasts were also approaching. It was very likely that they would bring even greater destruction to Flying Marshal City. Let's end this quickly and kill him with one strike. Chenzong made up his mind as a sharp light condensed in his eyes and shot out. Then, he sheathed the sword in his left hand. No one knew what Chenzong was going to do. An extremely tyrannical true power surged in his true meridians in an extremely domineering manner. It surged in his tough and thick true meridians and instantly passed through his arm and into his sword. Then, the sword fingers of his left hand quickly brushed across the body of the sword. The extremely condensed power gathered at the tip of the sword and turned into a cold light. It was like a cold star that suddenly lit up in the dark night sky, extremely dazzling. The cold light seemed to be covered in darkness and quickly spread out, becoming more and more shocking. From afar, Huanyuan and Meng Xinping looked at the cold light and their pupils shrank. An extremely strong fear rushed out from the depths of their hearts. The red-faced old man falling from the sky also felt a wave of fear for no reason. This feeling appeared because there was something that could threaten his life. Only me on the rock. After demonizing, the red-faced old man's voice became more vigorous, and it seemed to have an accent. The fiery red energy fluctuations around his body quickly gathered into his extremely thick arms. After his arms were crossed, they formed a fiery red crystal that extended like a shield. It turned into a hemispherical shape that covered his body. It was able to block all attacks that came from the front. His eyes became sharper, as if they could pierce through the heavens. At the same time, the sword in his hand pierced upward. It was indescribably dazzling. That cold light seemed to be able to pierce through the sky, tear the world apart, and shatter the stars. Unparalleled pressure bombarded the red-faced elder who had transformed into a demon, causing his incomparably strong body to pause slightly in midair. Then, that cold light shot towards him. A straight sword mark that was dozens of meters long was left in the void and did not disappear for a long time. A cold light hit the fiery red crystal shield in front of the old man. The fiery red crystal shield was extremely hard and could easily withstand the full blow of an ordinary martial artist at LV9 of the genuine martial realm. However, it could not withstand Chenzong's sword. Secret sword. Point star, this was the strongest sword attack that Chenzong's true power had gathered. It was a sword attack that surpassed the limit, and its power was unbelievably tyrannical. It was unbreakable, the fiery red crystal shield was pierced through in an instant. It was as if nothing in the world could stop its sharp edge. The moment the crystal shield was pierced, the red-faced elder's ape-like face showed a hint of astonishment. A trace of fear also appeared in the depths of his eyes. Before it could blossom, the space between his eyebrows was immediately pierced. A terrifying power like a biting cold ripple spread out in a spiral, crushing his brain. The moment his brain was crushed, even if the elder had extraordinary vitality, it was of no use. He died in an instant, and his tyrannical power also went out of control. His body flew even higher into the air from Chenzong's sword. In an instant, he flew several hundred meters away. The power that had gone out of control destroyed the old man's body, causing it to shatter into pieces. He fell outside Flying Marshal City, smashing a crater that was several dozen meters deep into the ground and causing the entire city wall to tremble. Elder Hong, the people of the Black Demon sect were completely stunned. They all stopped in their tracks and stared blankly at the pile of mangled flesh in the hole dozens of meters deep. Their hearts collapsed. 2 elders at the peak of the 9th level of the true martial realm, whose strength far surpassed that of an ordinary 9th level of the true martial realm, were killed one after the other. They didn't even get close to the opponent. Moreover, the second one was killed while in the demon form. What kind of strength was this? Horror and astonishment. Inside the flying martial city, everyone looked at the towering figure as if they were looking at a god descending to the mortal world. In fact, they didn't know that Chenzong had exhausted all of his strength. He only had half of his physique left. However, Chenzong's physique was extremely tyrannical. Half of his physique allowed him to possess powerful strength, and he was in the process of recovering quickly. After killing 2 top elders of the Black Demon sect, the other Black Demon sect martial artists were intimidated and stopped in their tracks. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chenzong took out a pill and consumed it to speed up the recovery of his true power. He doesn't have much strength left. Take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. The young master of the Black Demon sect glared at Chenzong, his eyes filled with hatred. The other Black Demon sect martial artists stared at Chenzong and seemed to feel the same way. They used their movement techniques again and approached at full speed. 1/9 level of the true martial realm, 7/8 level of the true martial realm, and dozens of 6th level and 7th level demonic beasts. Chenzong's expression didn't change at all. His eyes were indifferent as he stared at the rapidly approaching Black Demon sect martial artists, trying his best to recover his strength. The amount of true power wasn't related to the strength of one's attack. It was related to how long one could fight and how many times one could use martial arts. His true power and physical strength quickly recovered. Chenzong waited for the Black Demon sect martial artists to arrive. Huan Yinzhenren and Meng Xinping also paid attention to the dozens of demonic beasts. Although their strength was good, they still couldn't fight against the 8th level of the true martial realm of the Black Demon sect. However, it was still possible to deal with the dozens of 6th level and 7th level demonic beasts. They didn't need to kill them. They just needed to stop them from entering the city and causing destruction. The 9th level of the true martial realm martial artist was the fastest. After demonization, he swooped down like a big eagle. The eagle's claws were incomparably sharp and could easily tear apart fine steel. The sky was filled with fierce claws from all directions. It was like a long river rushing towards Chenzong. If he was hit, it was very likely that he would be tortured by 1,000 cuts. Chenzong was happy and fearless. His 2 swords pierced through the air. The power of the pseudo-spiritual weapon was stimulated. The power of the 2nd level pseudo-spiritual weapon was even more powerful. The 27th move of the unhindered sword art, kill, the 9th level of the true martial realm was just an ordinary level. Even after demonization, his battle strength didn't reach the 2-star level. The sky was filled with claws. The silver sword light was invincible. There was no way to dodge or resist. Die, another 9th level of the true martial realm martial artist was killed in the blink of an eye. The 2 injured 9th level of the true martial realm martial artists beside the young master of the Black Demon sect were extremely frightened. The 7/8 level of the true martial realm martial artists also stopped and didn't dare to move forward. Instead, they quickly retreated for fear of being killed. Leaping, he crossed hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye and approached the 7/8 level of the true martial realm martial artists. The silver sword light was dazzling. One side came with extreme killing intent. The other side was terrified, so they couldn't use much of their strength. Under this situation, 2 more 8th level of the true martial realm martial artists died under Chenzong's sword. Young master, leave here quickly. Without waiting for the young master of the Black Demon sect to answer, the 2 injured 9th level of the true martial realm martial artists quickly grabbed the young master's arm and ran away at full speed. The 6th level and 7th level demonic beasts around also rushed towards Chenzong. The remaining 5 8th level of the true martial realm martial artists all turned around and attacked Chenzong with all their strength. They desperately wanted to let the young master of the Black Demon sect escape. Otherwise, if the young master died here, they would die even if they returned alive. Even the people related to them would be implicated. It would be very miserable. Therefore, he would rather die here to protect the young sect master. Although Huan Yan and Meng Xinping both attacked, they only killed a few 6th level and 7th level demonic beasts. The rest of the demonic beasts all rushed towards Chenzong. The 5/8 level of the true martial realm martial artists desperately attacked Chenzong with all their might, which also caused a little trouble for him. However, it was only a little. Under the dual swords, all the attacks were torn apart by Qianzong. Qianzong was different from other true martial realm martial artists. Not only did he have extremely pure and tyrannical true force, but he also had an extremely strong physique. Previously, he had cultivated to the great perfection of the qi and blood realm and the great perfection of the qi refining realm. He was many times stronger than other martial artists. This kind of Qianzong was least afraid of being besieged and fighting for a long time. He resisted the attacks from all directions and killed one demonic beast after another. Blood flowed like a river. The pressure on Huanyuan and Meng Xinping was greatly reduced. They no longer needed to defend and used their killing moves to kill the demonic beasts from the outside. The two injured 9th level of the true martial realm martial artists fled with the young master of the Black Demon sect. However, their injuries were not light and their speed was somewhat affected. The 5/8 level of the true martial realm martial artists were all killed by Qianzong. Qianzong had to take some pills to recover his true force. "Uncle Yun," guessed Elder Meng, "I'll leave these demonic beasts to you." "I'll go after them," Qianzong said. There were less than 10 demonic beasts left. Huanyuan and Meng Xinping's strength were enough to deal with them. "Be careful," Huanyuan said. Qianzong rushed forward like a gust of wind. His speed was extremely fast. He quickly chased after the 3 people of the Black Demon sect. Qianzong's speed kept increasing as he used the sweeping in all directions body movement. "Wu Mo, this time, you can't escape," Qianzong said. His voice spread out and fell into the ears of the 3 people of the Black Demon sect. "That's right." The dark-skinned man in a black robe was Wu Mo, who had one of his arms cut off by Qianzong a few years ago. Wu Mo was indeed very talented. In just a few years, he had grown from the qi refining realm to the 3rd level of the true martial realm. Of course, this was relative to the martial arts level of the eastern continent. If he was in the Longtu region, it would be nothing special. He fled in panic like a stray dog. His heart was full of humiliation. It was the 2nd time. The last time was a few years ago when one of his arms was cut off and he managed to escape under the protection of his subordinates. This time, except for the fact that his arm was not cut off, it seemed that history was repeating itself, and it was even worse than the last time. After all, he only brought 2 subordinates last time, but this time, he brought more than a dozen warriors of the martial realm and hundreds of demonic beasts. They were all dead. They were all killed. Wu Mo wanted to stop, turn around, and face Qianzong. However, as soon as this idea appeared, it was immediately shattered by an invisible sword light. Facing Qianzong, he had no confidence at all. "Young master, you should go." The 2 injured warriors of the LV9 true martial realm pushed Wu Mo forward at the same time. They were so fast that they crossed hundreds of meters in an instant. Then they turned around and rushed toward Qianzong. They wanted to stop Qianzong with their last strength and buy time for Wu Mo to escape. Qianzong's expression was cold as he directly activated the power of his pseudo-spiritual artifacts. His speed was faster, his strength was stronger, and his 2 swords were even sharper. The 27th move of the sword art of horizontal and horizontal sword, kill, the 2 warriors of the LV9 true martial realm were no match for Qianzong, not to mention that they were injured. Even if they demonized, it would be useless. Thunder exploded, which was caused by countless sword lights slashing through the air. Qianzong and the 2 LV9 genuine martial realm martial artists who had demonized passed by each other, bringing 2 waves of blood rain to the sky. Like a gust of wind, he chased after Wu Mo who was running wildly. Wu Mo's cultivation was at the LV3 true martial realm, so his speed was faster than ordinary warriors of the LV3 true martial realm. However, compared with Qianzong, there was a huge gap. Approaching and surpassing. Wu Mo only felt a flowing light in front of him, and Qianzong was already in front of him, blocking his way. "Wu Mo, you can't escape this time," Qianzong said unhurriedly. Every word he said brought a heavy pressure to Wu Mo, making it difficult for him to breathe. "Qianzong, today you have killed many of my Black Demon sect's elders. Our sect will not rest until one of us is dead. If you retreat now, I can still help you when we return." Otherwise, if you provoke my master, you won't be able to escape even if you ascend to the heavens or descend to the earth. Wu Mo swallowed his saliva with difficulty and threatened in a stern voice. Your honored master, the sect leader of the Black Monster sect? Is he a transcendent realm master? Chen Zong asked. Transcendent realm? Wu Mo's eyes flashed with confusion, obviously he didn't know what the transcendent realm was. You're not even a transcendent, what qualifications do you have to threaten me? Chen Zong couldn't help but shake his head. Wu Mo, in the eastern continent, you are indeed quite talented, but in other places, you are nothing. You don't have the slightest understanding of how high the sky is. Wu Mo found it difficult to understand Chen Zong's words. Their horizons were too different, but Wu Mo could still hear the contempt in his words. Wu Mo was extremely angry. His whole body trembled, and the sleeves of his black robe were torn apart, like black butterflies fluttering in the wind, revealing Wu Mo's arms. One was a human arm, and the other was a pitch-black arm of some kind of monster beast. It was extremely brutal. It seemed that after Wu Mo's arm was cut off by Chen Zong, he returned to the Black Demon sect and used some kind of secret method to reattach the monster beast's arm. From the monster beast's arm, Chen Zong judged that it was very powerful, enough to seriously injure or even kill an ordinary fourth-layer true martial realm martial artist. However, this was not enough for Chen Zong. He didn't even pull out his sword. He just drew a line in the air with his sword finger, and a silver sword light flashed in the air. Wu Mo didn't even have time to react. The monster beast's left arm was instantly sent flying, and then he felt a sharp pain spread all over his body, making him tremble continuously. Immediately, Chen Zong was about to point his sword finger again. Wait, Wu Mo endured the pain and hurriedly said. He knew that Chen Zong's next move would be a killing move. Do you have any last words? Chen Zong asked. Maybe Wu Mo had some hidden trump cards, such as some life-saving killer moves, but the martial arts level in the eastern continent couldn't be very high. Anyway, Wu Mo was one of his rivals in the eastern continent when he was young. Although there was a big gap between their levels now, Chen Zong still decided to show some respect to Wu Mo. It was the last bit of respect for a young rival. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you won't be able to see your brother. Wu Mo said something that shocked Chen Zong. My brother? Chen Zong's pupil shrank. That's right. Isn't Chen Lai your brother? Wu Mo smiled coldly, thinking that he had grasped Chen Zong's weakness. Well, after hearing Wu Mo's words, Chen Zong withdrew his sword finger. He couldn't kill Wu Mo now. His figure flashed, and he grabbed Wu Mo's arm, and flew like the wind to Feiwu City. The feeling of flying like the wind without true force to protect his body made Wu Mo feel very uncomfortable. The blood on his broken arm had stopped, but the pain was still there. Along the way, he took all the belongings of the martial arts realm warriors of the Black Demon sect and returned to Feiwu City with Wu Mo. Tell me, how is Chen Lai now? Chen Zong asked. Although he was very anxious, he looked calmer on the surface, so that he wouldn't give Wu Mo a chance. Chen Zong's calmness was completely out of Wu Mo's expectation. Chen Lai is now in the Black Demon sect. He has successfully integrated with the Demon Beast bloodline and become a member of our sect. Wu Mo said, staring at Chen Zong, waiting to see what Chen Zong's expression would be. Sure enough, Chen Zong's eyes emitted a terrifying sharpness, which made Wu Mo feel like he was being pierced. When Wu Mo mentioned Chen Lai, Chen Zong had a bad feeling. He didn't expect that it would come true. Chen Lai had integrated with the Demon Beast bloodline and became a demon warrior. Demon warriors were no longer normal warriors. They could even be said to be the opposite of normal warriors. Extreme killing intent surged in his heart. Chen Zong couldn't wait to kill his way to the Black Demon sect and slaughter every single one of them. He took a deep breath and suppressed the killing intent in his heart. Send the message back to the Black Demon sect and ask Chen Lai to come here. You can live. Chen Zong said directly. You killed all my men. How can I send the message? Wu Mo smiled coldly, wanting to bargain with Chen Zong. That's your business. Chen Zong's answer made Wu Mo very angry. But in order to survive, Wu Mo had to do it. He summoned the demon beast and asked it to bring the message back to the Black Demon sect. Meng Ximping led a group of flying martial city warriors to cut the fur, flesh, and bones of hundreds of demon beasts. Under normal circumstances, the flesh and blood of demon beasts could be eaten. The stronger the demon beast, the more powerful the energy contained in its flesh and blood, and the more beneficial it was for warriors. The flesh and bones of hundreds of level 6 and 7 demon beasts were not simple and could be sold at a high price. Not long after, the third elder came from the royal martial city again. This time, he brought dozens of true martial realm warriors of the true martial sect with him. The second elder was also accompanying him. Half of the true martial sect strength had been mobilized. When they arrived in a hurry and thought that a life and death battle was about to break out, they were shocked to find that the city was safe and sound. Outside the city, there were potholes everywhere. Blood flowed like a river, and many people were dissecting the corpses of demon beasts. After asking, the second elder, the third elder, and the other true martial sect warriors had to accept the fact that Chen Zong's strength was extremely terrifying and beyond imagination. I thought that the black demon sect's people hadn't arrived yet. I didn't expect that they would be killed when they arrived. The third elder smiled bitterly. According to what they said, a black-faced and a red-faced LV9 genuine martial realm martial artist with the characteristics of demonization are undoubtedly those two people. The second elder also smiled bitterly, and there was a deep fear in his eyes. They never expected that the black demon sect would actually send two of their top elders. Fortunately, they were killed by Chen Zong. Otherwise, even if the sect master came in person, he might not be able to defeat those two people. As such, Chen Zong's strength was even more terrifying. It was so terrifying that it made people feel afraid. Fortunately, Chen Zong was the vice-sect master of the true martial sect. Fortunately, Chen Zong didn't have any desire for power. Otherwise, it would be worrying. Greetings, vice-sect master. The second elder and the third elder saluted Chen Zong in the hall of the Black Demon sect's mansion. They looked very respectful. First, it was his status. The vice-sect master was higher than them. Second, it was his strength. The latter was the main point. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to gain their true respect with just a status. Two elders have worked hard. Chen Zong smiled and said, for the next period of time, I ask the two elders and the other disciples to stay in the flying martial city. I estimate that the Black Demon sect will make a second move. Yes. The second elder and the third elder didn't have any objections. Now, they were clear about one thing. If the true martial sect wanted to exist and grow stronger to contend with the true martial alliance and the Black Demon sect, they had to rely on Chen Zong. Didn't they see how Chen Zong caused the Black Demon sect to suffer heavy losses when he made his move, Zhongwu main city, in a hall that was completely black like a creeping giant beast? Reporting to Sect Master, young Sect Master Wu Mo was captured alive. The two black and red elders were killed. The others and the demonic beasts were all killed. A black-robed old man respectfully reported. Our sect's losses this time are not small. The sect master of the Black Demon sect, who was bathed in darkness, spoke. His voice was calm and carried a slight accent, as if he didn't care about Wu Mo's capture and the deaths of the other elders. However, the black-robed old man clearly knew that the sect master's heart was filled with rage. However, in the past few years, the sect master had become more and more unfathomable for some unknown reason. Whenever he faced the sect master, he would always feel a sense of horror. Young sect master sent back a message. Chen Zong wants Chen Lai to exchange with young sect master. The black-robed old man spoke again. Then exchange. The sect master of the Black Demon sect replied without hesitation. His voice was still calm, as if he was talking about something as simple as eating and drinking. Sect master, do you want to? The black-robed old man stopped speaking, but he knew that the sect master understood his meaning. You can arrange it. The sect master of the Black Demon sect replied again. Yes. The black-robed old man bowed and retreated. As the black-robed old man retreated, the room returned to darkness. Traces of a cold aura filled the air, concealing an astonishing power. Soon after, an extremely cold and gloomy laughter sounded, as if he was talking to himself. True Martial Alliance. True Martial Sect. When I successfully cultivate this divine technique, it will be your doomsday, Qianzong. No matter how much of a genius you are, you will still be used by me. You will become my slave and my puppet. Dark clouds covered the sky and raindrops fell from the sky, making the world look hazy. Outside the flying martial city, Qianzong and Wu Mo stood side by side. 10 meters in front of them, there were 3 people. 2 of them were level 9 genuine martial realm warriors from the Black Demon sect, and one of them was a young man with a strong body like a small hill. After a few years, he had lost some of his youthfulness and gained some maturity, but his features were still the same. Brother. The strong young man couldn't help but speak with excitement. I'll lie. Qianzong also revealed a smile. We brought him here. Now, let's exchange. A hoarse voice sounded. It was the Black Demon sect elder on the left. Let Alai come over first. I want to check if you've done anything. Qianzong said without any trace of politeness. We don't need to do anything. The 2 Black Demon sect elders were furious as if they had been insulted. Qianzong just smiled and didn't say anything. Elders, let him come over first. Wu Mo said. Go over. One of the elders pushed Qianlai. Qianlai strode over to Qianzong. Don't resist. Qianzong grabbed Qianlai's wrist, and a trace of true power quickly spread throughout his body to check. Qianzong's main purpose was to check if the Black Demon sect had left any strange power in Qianlai's body to prevent it from being used as a threat in the future. After a round of inspection, he found a trace of sinister power hidden in the depths of Qianlai's body. You still deny it. Qianzong's cold eyes swept over them like lightning, making the 2 elders feel frightened. They couldn't help but recall that the 2 top elders were killed by this person. Although they weren't weak, there was still a big gap between them and the 2 elders. Under the true power of the cross, the trace of power hidden in the depths of Qianlai's body was immediately defeated and expelled from his body. Since it's like this, an eye for an eye. After quickly expelling the hidden power in Qianlai's body, Qianzong said coldly. He pointed at Wu Mo's back, and a strong and pure true power of the cross entered Wu Mo's body. Originally, Qianzong did not do anything to Wu Mo, but things were different now. Qianzong waved his hand and threw Wu Mo at the 2 elders of the Black Demon sect. He said coldly, take him with you. Get lost as fast as you can before I change my mind. Neither of them dared to say anything, for fear that they would anger Qianzong, and neither of them would be able to escape. After catching Wu Mo, he left at full speed. I'll lie, let's go back. Qianzong looked away as the 3 of them left. The reason why he didn't kill Wu Mo and the other 2 was that it was Qianzong who proposed the exchange. He had to keep his word and keep his word. The mansion that the Black Demon sect had built in the flying martial city had been taken over by Qianzong. However, Qianzong had no qualms about this. So, no one had any objection to this. The Black Demon sect probably wouldn't send anyone to attack the flying martial city in the following period of time because they had suffered disastrous losses last time. Qianzong already knew the general strength of the Black Demon sect from Wu Mo. The only variable was the Black Demon sect master. However, as long as the Black Demon sect master wasn't a Transcendent Realm master, Qianzong wasn't afraid. With the martial Dao level of the Eastern continent, it was impossible for a Transcendent Realm master to appear. After all, the world energy here was very thin, like a shallow pool of water. How could a true dragon be raised? I'll lie, tell me about your experience over the years. Qianzong said. Qianlai began to talk about the battle between the Bai family and the Qin family. Elder Wei of the Qin family led a group of Clan Hall disciples to escape from the flying martial city, but they were still chased by the Bai family cultivators. In order to protect the younger generation, Elder Wei died in battle. Hearing Qianlai mention Elder Wei's death, Qianzong couldn't help but clench his fists. In the clan hall, Elder Wei had taken good care of him. Qianzong wanted to restore the Bai family and wipe them out again to vent the hatred in his heart. But now that the Bai family had been destroyed by him, he had taken his revenge. Elder Wei died in battle and most of the Qin family's disciples were killed. Whether Qin Yiming was dead or alive, Qianlai didn't know. He was lucky enough to survive and then escaped. He wandered many places and was finally caught by the Black Demon sect. He was forced to consume the monster beast bloodline essence and successfully fused with it. Brother, I'm like this now. Will uncle and mother still accept me? Qianlai asked, his somewhat rough face full of worry. In these years, Qianlai was no longer a child. He was very clear about the difference between Black Demon sect cultivators and ordinary cultivators. However, after fusing with the monster beast bloodline and receiving training in the Black Demon sect, he couldn't escape. He also faced a problem, and that was, he didn't know how to meet his family. At one time, Qianlai was very nervous. Now, he was still very nervous, uneasy but also hopeful. Don't worry. Qianzong smiled and said, Father and Aunt miss you very much. Also, there's a surprise. Qianlai didn't care about Qianzong's surprise. After hearing Qianzong's words, the anxiety in his heart disappeared a little. In the future, our Qin family will take root in Feiwu City. Qianzong said. This was an idea that came up not long ago. Although the royal martial main city was good, it was the territory of the true martial sect. There were many forces there. The Qin family, a small family, wanted to divide the resources in the royal martial main city with many forces. When Qianzong was here, it was still possible, but once he left, the difficulty would increase. And this Feiwu city was personally taken by Qianzong from the Black Demon sect. Many of the original forces fled or were destroyed. If the Qin family took root in Feiwu City, they would become the biggest force in Feiwu City and would have a better development. Uncle Yun, guest Elder Meng, please go to the Royal Martial Main City and bring our Qin family to Feiwu City. In the future, we will take root here. Qianzong said. Okay. Yes. Daoist Master Huan Yun and Meng Xinping responded at the same time. Daoist Master Huan Yun and Meng Xinping quickly left Feiwu City and returned to the Royal Martial Main City. Later, the second elder led a group of true martial sect's martial artists and left Feiwu City to return to the Royal Martial Main City. After all, the situation in Feiwu City was now stable. If there were any changes, Qianzong's strength was enough to solve it. Even if he couldn't solve it, he could resist it and let others ask for help. The third elder and half of the true martial sect's martial artists stayed to assist in the defense. Not long after, Daoist Master Huan Yun and Meng Xinping escorted the Qin family's people to Feiwu City. Large and small bags were carried by carriages. They were all the Qin family's belongings. Wow, what a magnificent mansion. When the Qin family's people arrived at the mansion in Feiwu City, they were all surprised. Not only was the mansion big, but it also looked very majestic. Compared to the mansion in the Royal Martial Main City, it was many times better. In the future, this will be our Qin family's mansion. The Qin family's people were all very happy. For ordinary clansmen, living well and eating well was a good life. Father, how is it? Qianzong asked with a smile. One could see the heartfelt joy on Chen Jingtong's face. Such a mansion was at least 10 times better than the mansion of the clan in the Martial Wind City. Regarding this, Qin Shuyan didn't have any special expression. In her eyes, the sword was more important. As for the residence, it didn't matter if it was good or bad. In these years, before she met Qianzong, she had always been homeless and had lived in all kinds of bad places. After entering the new mansion, Qianzong asked Qianlai to come out and meet Qin Jingtang and Yang Bixiu. Mother. Seeing Yang Bixiu, Qianlai went straight to her and knelt down. I'll lie. Yang Bixiu was stunned. Immediately, tears filled her face. She was very excited. Originally, she was mentally prepared for Qianlai's death. She didn't expect that one day, she would be able to see her own child. Qin Jingtang was also very happy. Their family was really reunited. This was a good start. After going through so many changes, in Qin Jingtang's opinion, there was nothing better than a family reunion. The Qin family finally settled down in Feiwu City. Qianzong distributed a small portion of the fur, flesh, bones, and inner cores of the hundreds of Class 6 and Class 7 demonic beasts that were killed, while the majority of them belonged to the Qin family. After all, if they ate the meat, they had to leave some soup for others. In the hall, Qianzong sat on the patriarch's seat. In addition, Qianzong, Huan Yun, Meng Xinping, Qin Shuyan, and Qin Wuxiong were all present. Although Chen Wuxiong's cultivation was not high, he had once served as the head of the family and had rich experience. In addition, after going through this unforeseen event and the torture, he had become wiser and looked at problems more comprehensively. Moreover, Chen Wuxiong didn't have any desire for power. He only wanted to do his best to help the Chen family develop. It was because of this selflessness that he could enter the hall to discuss matters. The Chen family had settled down in Feiwu City. After that, they would seek to develop. We want to have our own property. Chen Wuxiong opened his mouth and said, the Black Demon sect has left behind quite a few shops. We can rent out a portion of them and use the rest for ourselves. Chen Zong didn't say anything and listened quietly. After all, the Chen family couldn't develop by themselves. The most important thing was to rely on themselves. At most, Chen Zong would provide some support. Chen Chuyun wasn't interested in these things. The real discussion was between Chen Jingtang and Huan Yun, as well as Chen Wuxiong and Meng Xinping. The four of them had enough age and experience. Relatively speaking, they could see things more clearly. Each of them had their own opinions and gradually sorted them out. First, they needed people. Currently, the Chen family only had 12 people. Most of them didn't have much ability and couldn't take on any important tasks. Therefore, they needed to recruit a group of talents. Second, they needed property. Only their own property could support the development of the family. However, the premise was that they needed talents. Without talents, would they let Chen Jingtang and Huan Yun run the property? That was unrealistic. Third, they needed to form a family guard. Otherwise, they couldn't let Huan Yun and Meng Xinping, who were in the real martial arts realm, take care of everything. Even Chen Chuyun, as an elder of the family, shouldn't always take care of things. The third point was related to the first one. They needed talents. Then, recruit talents from the whole city. Chen Zong finally said. As the most senior elder of the family, he had the right to make this decision. The Chen family's recruitment was very attractive to the martial artists in Flying Martial City, and they all signed up enthusiastically. However, the Chen family had a high threshold for recruitment. Firstly, they had to be at least in the qi refining realm. Secondly, they had to be loyal to the Chen family. The first requirement was enough to stop many people. As for the second requirement, it would take time to see. In short, after 3 days of selection, 28 martial artists in the qi refining realm had temporarily become members of the Chen family. As for whether they would become a part of the Chen family in the end, it would depend on their performance in the next 3 months. Although the Chen family was lacking in manpower, they would rather go without than have substandard personnel. This was to avoid having to pay a hefty price to get rid of unnecessary or even harmful people in the future. No one could guarantee that once a force grew strong, it would not be corrupted. It was just like how a tree would grow into vermin and so on. After the first batch of martial artists in the qi refining realm was completed, the second batch was for martial artists in the late stage of the qi refining realm, and the third batch was for various talents. After half a month, the Chen family's development was finally on the right track. A group of martial artists in the qi refining realm, wearing leather armor and carrying long sabers, walked in an orderly manner. When they passed by a white jade door, they all had a look of reverence on their faces. That was the residence of the Chen family's first senior statesman, the vertical and horizontal residence. At such a young age, he had invincible strength and was invincible. Anyone who knew of him would view him as the most revered figure in their hearts. It could be said that many martial artists joined the Chen family because of Chen Zong's reputation. Inside the vertical and horizontal residence, there were artificial mountains that stood like a forest of swords, pointing straight to the sky. In this artificial mountain, Chen Zong sat cross-legged on the ground. His body was surrounded by a strong aura that resembled sword qi. As it whistled, Chen Zong's body felt like it was about to fly. Immediately, his body trembled slightly, and there seemed to be a muffled sound like thunder. His aura suddenly increased. Peak of LV6 True Martial Realm, with a breakthrough in his cultivation, the trajectory of the vertical and horizontal technique also changed slightly. Horizontal and horizontal technique level 28, he circulated the technique over and over again, channeling the tyrannical vertical and horizontal true power until he completely mastered it. Leaping up, Chen Zong unsheathed his sword and began to practice the vertical and horizontal sword technique. The silver sword light pierced through the air. Wherever it passed, the rockeries that were as hard as steel were pierced through, leaving behind countless holes. The last sword was extremely resplendent. It was like a meteor falling from the sky as it streaked across the sky. The 28th move of the horizontal sword art, an exceedingly tyrannical aura permeated the air. Everyone in the Chen clan couldn't help but to raise their heads and stare at the sky above the unhindered abode. A dazzling silver-white sword light pierced through the air, as though it wanted to pierce through the heavens and shatter the clouds. So powerful. Spiritual Master Huanyan could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Those in the Qi and Blood realm did not have much of a feeling, they only felt that it was very beautiful and very powerful. It was a very vague concept. As for those in the energy training realm, they had a little feeling, but it was still very vague. Only those in the true martial realm had a more intuitive feeling, and the higher the cultivation, the more obvious the feeling. Alright, the stronger you are, the more secure the Chen family will be. Taoist Master Huanyan smiled. Although he also knew that Chen Zong would not stay here for long and would eventually leave, the stronger the power he left behind, the more advantageous it would be for the Chen family's initial development. When the Chen family's development reached a certain level, they would have their own power. My cultivation has reached the peak of LV6 of the true martial realm. The next step is to accumulate to the limit and then break through. Chen Zong thought to himself. If he could break through to LV7 of the true martial realm, his strength would be significantly enhanced. During his time in the Longtu region, Chen Zong had a very detailed understanding of the combat strength of those in the true martial realm. The combat strength of the 5 geniuses of the Tianjiang prefecture was almost at the 4-star level, but it was not clear which level they were at. As for the geniuses in the first-tier camp, their combat strength was at the 3-star level. The geniuses in the second-tier camp were at the 2-star level. The geniuses in the third-tier camp were at the 1-star level. The requirements for the third-tier geniuses were both age and cultivation. Their cultivation could not exceed LV6 of the true martial realm. To reach LV6 of the true martial realm, one had to have the combat strength of a 1-star level, which was the strength of an ordinary LV9 of the true martial realm. This gap was very obvious. Not only did one have to be talented enough, but one also had to practice advanced cultivation methods, martial arts techniques, and secret methods, and even a pseudo-spiritual weapon. Chen Zong estimated that his current level was equivalent to that of the geniuses in the second-tier camp. If he could break through to LV7 of the true martial realm, it would not be impossible for him to be on par with the geniuses in the first-tier camp. When I break through to LV7 of the true martial realm, I will go all out. Chen Zong thought to himself and continued to practice. The True Martial Alliance. Ancestor, Zhongba has something to discuss with you. The Alliance Master of the True Martial Alliance, Luo Zhongba, stood respectfully in front of a cyan stone door. His deep voice penetrated the stone door and went straight through the door. Speak. An even deeper voice came from behind the heavy stone door. Ancestor, back in the day, there was a genius in the True Sword Academy called Chen Zong. Luo Zhongba quickly began to speak, from some of the old grudges to the present. Now, this person has obtained a fortuitous encounter and his strength has increased greatly. He is now strong enough to kill the 2 top elders of the Black Demon sect, the Red and the Black. I'm afraid his strength is not below mine. You are not confident, right? After a long time, the deep and old voice came again. Luo Zhongba nodded in agreement. He was indeed not confident. Although Luo Zhongba believed that his strength was stronger than the 2 top elders of the Black Demon sect, he was not confident that he could kill them in battle, especially when they were in the demon form. According to the news, Chen Zong only used 1 sword to kill the demon form Elder Hong. No matter if it was a secret method or some other method, to be able to kill the demon form Elder Hong meant that the power of that sword was extremely terrifying. Luo Zhongba was not confident that he could block it. No one could be sure that Chen Zong could use a second sword. Luo Zhongba regretted it very much. He should have used all his strength to kill Chen Zong when he was still in the True Martial Alliance. Now, it was too late. Chen Zong's strength had already reached its peak. With the addition of Chen Zong, the True Martial sect's strength had increased by a lot. Coupled with the losses of the True Martial Alliance and the Black Demon sect, the True Martial sect was faintly in a position to contend with the two. Therefore, Chenzong had to be eliminated as soon as possible. He also had to obtain his fortuitous encounter. Luo Zhongba thought about it. First, he was the alliance master of the True Martial Alliance. It was not appropriate for him to leave the True Martial Alliance and sneak into the True Martial sect. Second, he was not confident. In the entire True Martial Alliance, there were very few people who were stronger than him. There was only one ancestor. The ancestor had been in seclusion for many years. Although on the surface he did not care about the True Martial Alliance, he had a shocking influence. Luo Zhongba had no choice but to ask the ancestor for help. However, he was not sure if the ancestor would be willing to help. The ancestor had not personally fought for more than 10 years. He waited anxiously. I understand. After a while, a vigorous voice came from behind the heavy stone door. I will do it myself. Thank you, ancestor. Luo Zhongba's face was full of joy. An ear-piercing cracking sound rang out as the heavy stone door slowly opened. Soon after, a tyrannical aura rushed out like a storm, causing Luo Zhongba's expression to change drastically. He hurriedly retreated as a look of joy appeared on his face. The stronger the ancestor was, the easier it would be to kill Chenzong. The stone door opened completely, and a tall and strong figure walked out. His shoulders were broad, as if he could carry a mountain. His aura was vigorous, extremely domineering. This was an old man with white hair and a beard. However, his face was ruddy and his eyes were bright, as if there were 2 big fireballs hidden in them. Luo Zhongba did not dare to look into his eyes, for fear of being burned. After glancing at Luo Zhongba, the ancestor's expression did not change. In a flash, he turned into a stream of light and quickly flew away. Luo Zhongba stared in the direction the ancestor left with a smile on his face. Chenzong, it's your fortune to have the ancestor personally fight you. It's also your fortune to be able to die by the ancestor's hands. In Luo Zhongba's opinion, no one in the world except for the mysterious Black Demon sect leader could fight against the ancestor. Perhaps if Chenzong had more time, with his talent and potential, he would be able to do it. However, he could not do it now. Now was the best time to kill Chenzong. His strong body was like a falling meteorite. He quickly streaked across the sky, causing the air to tremble. Rumbling sounds filled the air, and the wind howled. Nothing could stop him. He was domineering. I've been in seclusion for more than 10 years. I didn't expect such a monster to appear. The ancestor sighed. Many years ago, old ancestor Zhenwu's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th LV of the true martial realm. Since then, his strength had reached a bottleneck, and it had been difficult for him to make any progress. In order to pursue greater strength, old ancestor Zhenwu had started from various aspects. His talent was also quite good. He had comprehended many cultivation methods and martial arts, and had created a heaven-level upper-grade cultivation method and martial arts that were very suitable for him, which had greatly improved his strength. However, the ancestor was not satisfied with this. He wandered around and obtained some opportunities to gradually improve himself and become even more powerful. Later, when he felt that he had accumulated enough, he began to cultivate in seclusion. He wanted to create the follow-up of the cultivation method and push it to a higher level. Now, more than 10 years had passed. Although he had not completely created the follow-up of the cultivation method, he had some ideas, and his strength had increased as a result. In fact, the ancestor did not intend to make a move at first. He only thought that since Chenzong was so monstrous, he might have obtained some heaven-defying opportunity. If he could also obtain such a heaven-defying opportunity, he would definitely be able to improve on his current foundation. At the very least, as long as he could force Chenzong to reveal the cultivation method that he cultivated, his strength would probably increase by a lot. He believed that the cultivation method that Chenzong cultivated was not as simple as a superior heaven-level cultivation method. What could be more attractive than pursuing a higher level of martial arts and stronger strength? Nothing. After cultivating for so long, the ancestor did not know how strong he was. He only knew that he was very strong. Perhaps it was difficult to find a match in the eastern continent. On the other side of the mountain is the great world of martial arts. In the Qin family residence, a young man wearing light armor with a white base and blue embellishments on his back was sprinting towards the direction of the vertical and horizontal residence. When he saw the white jade door of the vertical and horizontal residence, his face was filled with excitement. His heartbeat quickened and his blood flowed faster. The vertical and horizontal residence was a place that many brothers yearned to enter, even if it was just to take a look. However, none of them had the chance. Touching his chest, the young man stood in front of the white jade door and took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. However, the more he did so, the more excited he became. He felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Finally, he managed to calm himself down. After tidying up his appearance, he stepped into the vertical and horizontal residence. Walking through an exquisite and secluded gravel path, there were tree branches on both sides. When the wind blew, it was as if they were waving at him. As Xiaochen walked along the small path, he saw beams of silver sword light shooting out in all directions like the blazing sun. It was as if they were everywhere in the sky and on the ground. The young man was stunned. His consciousness seemed to have sunk into chaos. He became muddle-headed and did not know anything. After an unknown amount of time, the young man finally woke up. He felt dizzy, as if he had been thinking hard for a few days without sufficient rest. "Why did you come to the vertical and horizontal residence?" A voice that was as light as the wind sounded in his ears. "Yes, why did I come to the vertical and horizontal residence?" A thought appeared in his muddle-headed head. Immediately, his whole body quivered as if a basin of ice water had been poured over him. He suddenly woke up. Inner guard Xiao Taichin greets the first elder. The young man hurriedly looked in front of him. There stood a young man with 2 swords at his waist. He hurriedly bowed in a very respectful manner. The warriors that the Qin family recruited were divided into 3 types: inner guard, outer guard, and killer guard. The inner guard was responsible for the internal security of the family. They were responsible for protecting the safety of the family and defending against invaders. They were the strongest out of the 3 guards. They were also often chosen to be younger Qi refining realm warriors. The outer guard was more ordinary. They could handle some small situations. Therefore, the outer guard was currently taken up by Qi refining realm warriors. The killer guard had another name, and that was the hunting team. In order for a clan to develop, a business was a must. Among the Qin clan's current businesses, there was a business dealing in demonic beasts. In addition to the clan's own needs, the killer squad was formed to focus on hunting demonic beasts. Currently, the killer guards were led by a small number of force refining realm martial artists. Most of the members were blood Qi realm martial artists with decent strength. This inner guard, Xiao Taichin, looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. His cultivation level was at the 3rd refinement stage, which was considered decent in the eastern continent. Qinzong had an impression of Xiao Taichin because he was the one who had been handpicked by Qinzong. Xiao Taichin actually fell into a trance when he saw Qinzong practicing his swordsmanship. This proved that Xiao Taichin had a certain talent for swordsmanship. Perhaps Qinzong could train him a little. The thought flashed through his mind. "First Grand Elder, someone has delivered a letter from the outside, specifically asking for you." Xiao Taichin took out a letter from his bosom and presented it respectfully with both hands. Qinzong made a grabbing motion in the air, and the letter flew into his hand. There was no writing on the cover. When Qinzong opened the letter and took it out, he immediately felt a strong wave of energy. The content of the letter was short, with only a few words. However, every word contained a powerful aura and a restrained domineering aura. This showed that the person who wrote the letter had a high level of attainment in martial arts and had a powerful and domineering style. There was no signature, so Qinzong did not know who sent the letter. "Xiao Taichin, come over tomorrow to practice swordsmanship with me." Qinzong glanced at the inner guard who delivered the letter and said casually. However, the inner guard thought that it was an illusion. After confirming it, the inner guard trembled with excitement. "The first Grand Elder wants me to practice swordsmanship with him." The inner guard trembled as he fell into a beautiful illusion. Qinzong did not mind and quickly walked out of the vertical and horizontal residence. As for asking Xiao Taichin to practice swordsmanship with him, it was a sudden thought. Since Xiao Taichen had some talent in swordsmanship and the Chen family needed talents, he would do his best to help the Chen family before he left. Normal people would repay kindness. If Chen Zong gave Xiao Taichen some pointers, he would be indebted to Xiao Taichen for grooming him. This would make Xiao Taichen serve the Chen family even more wholeheartedly. After walking out of the Chen family mansion, Chen Zong shuttled through the crowd and quickly walked out of the flying martial city. His speed was very fast, and it was difficult for people to detect him. It felt as if someone had flashed in front of them, but it also felt like an illusion. Therefore, no one knew that it was Chen Zong. 100 miles east of the flying martial city, there was a small forest. After passing through the forest, there was a green lake that was thousands of meters wide. With Chen Zong's speed, it did not take long for him to cross 100 meters and reach the lake. He saw a tall and strong figure standing in the middle of the lake. His figure was majestic and unmoving, like a towering mountain. However, there were layers of ripples spreading out at a uniform speed on the surface of the lake. That was the application of strength. The collision between the strength and the lake water allowed this person to stand on the surface of the lake. His broad shoulders gave Chen Zong a feeling that he could carry a mountain and support the sky. His aura was extraordinary. Not to mention his strength, just his temperament alone was enough to leave a deep impression. Some people were born extraordinary, but their achievements were limited due to the environment they were in. Chen Zong was sure that he had never seen this person before. Standing by the lake, the person in the lake turned his head to look at Chen Zong with his hands behind his back. His tiger-like eyes were extremely domineering, as if they could pierce through time and space. They brought with them a shocking pressure. This was a powerful pressure. It was the pressure cultivated by a superior person, and it was also the pressure of a powerful person. Chen Zong was not afraid at all. His eyes were as sharp as swords, like cold lightning piercing through the air. When their gazes collided, invisible sparks seemed to bloom in the air. The lake water surged, and there were waves, as if there were big fish swimming in it. Chen Zong. The two words came out of the old man's mouth. It was like the explosion of wind and thunder, causing countless ripples in the air. "Who are you?" Chen Zong asked in return. His voice was as sharp as a sword piercing through the air. "Great Ancestor Zhen Wu," the old man answered in a domineering manner. "Great Ancestor Zhen Wu." Chen Zong muttered in a low voice. He recalled what Shangguan Zhenlong had said. There seemed to be a hidden powerhouse in the real martial arts alliance. Could this great ancestor Zhen Wu be a hidden powerhouse in the real martial arts alliance? Regardless of whether it was true or not, this person came with hostility, so he was an enemy. "You're so young, but you're so talented. You're indeed extraordinary." Great ancestor Zhen Wu spoke again. His voice was as loud as a bell, causing the air to surge. Countless ripples appeared in the lake water as if many fish had rushed out. "I've always valued talents. Now that I'm old and my birthday is approaching, I hope to find a good disciple and pass on my mantle." Chen Zong smiled faintly when he heard this. He was about to accept a disciple, and it sounded so clumsy. "I don't like to beat around the bush. I'm here to accept you as my disciple and pass on my mantle. In the future, you can also become the leader of the real martial arts alliance." Great ancestor Zhen Wu threw another heavy punch. Indeed, to the cultivators living in the Eastern continent, becoming the leader of the real martial arts alliance was extremely attractive. It not only represented strength, but also power and status. Unfortunately, this was not attractive to Chen Zong at all. As for becoming great ancestor Zhen Wu's disciple, he could forget about it. Although great ancestor Zhen Wu's aura was very strong and his temperament was extraordinary, he was not even a pseudo-transcendent. A mere true martial realm cultivator, no matter how strong he was not qualified to become Chen Zong's master. Moreover, great ancestor Zhen Wu's disciple recruitment was just a pretense. He must have other motives. However, no matter what the motive was, Chen Zong would accept it. "What do you think?" Great ancestor Zhen Wu asked in the end with his hands behind his back. He looked very convincing. Looking at great ancestor Zhen Wu's appearance, Chen Zong was sure that if great ancestor Zhen Wu had lived in the Longtu region, he might have achieved greater things. "What's your star level?" Chen Zong asked in return. "Star level?" Great ancestor Zhen Wu was slightly stunned. He had never heard of this before. What's the level of your cultivation technique? Chen Zong asked again. Great Ancestor Zhen Wu's cultivation technique is a self-created cultivation technique. It's only a step away from reaching heaven grade, Great Ancestor Zhen Wu said in a deep voice with a hint of pride. Chen Zong was also secretly surprised. Creating a heaven-grade high-grade cultivation technique meant that Great Ancestor Zhen Wu had extremely high talent and attainments in martial arts. Chen Zong was even more certain that if Great Ancestor Zhen Wu had been born in the Longtu region, as long as his background was not too bad, he would have achieved great things. At least, he would be better than what he was now. If his background was good, he might even become a top powerhouse. In short, you are not qualified to be my disciple. If you want to fight, let's fight. Chen Zong's tone was as sharp as a sword unsheathed from its scabbard. It seems that you want to test your master's skills, Great Ancestor Zhen Wu said shamelessly. He began to consider himself as his master. Chen Zong was immediately amused. He was so angry that he was amused. It was useless to talk to such a person. That was not what Chen Zong was good at. Chen Zong directly drew his sword. Great Ancestor Zhen Wu's personality aside, he was very strong. He was stronger than anyone Chen Zong had encountered before, so Chen Zong had to treat him with caution. Chen Zong unsheathed his two swords. Silver sword light tore through the air. Cross sword chi tore the sky apart. It swept across the rippling lake and attacked Great Ancestor Zhen Wu. Great Ancestor Zhen Wu raised his hands behind his back and pushed out a palm full of true force. Thunderous booms sounded as if they could topple mountains and overturn seas. Huge waves rolled up from the lake and surged forward. After the cross-sword chi was shattered, the remaining force did not dissipate. It still carried a powerful force and blasted toward Chen Zong. Chen Zong attacked again. Sword light tore through the air with incomparable sharpness. It split the lake waves that were coming at him. It was as if the world in front of him had been split into two. He attacked Great Ancestor Zhen Wu. This sword light was once again shattered by Great Ancestor Zhen Wu's palm. Not bad. Your strength has surpassed that of an ordinary LV9 true martial realm warrior. Great Ancestor Zhen Wu's deep voice was like muffled thunder. He was very surprised. After all, hearsay was hearsay. Some people did not believe it. However, when they saw it with their own eyes and experienced it for themselves, the feeling was more direct and obvious. Great Ancestor Zhen Wu was at the peak of LV6 true martial realm, but his strength surpassed that of an ordinary LV9 true martial realm warrior. What kind of talent was this? Good disciple, take my self-created tyrant hand skill. Ancestor Zhen Wu's voice reverberated like a bell. He didn't move, but his right hand reached out and said, the first move of the tyrant hand skill. Picking the stars with one hand. His right palm grew in the wind. Overbearing and majestic true power surged and gathered, turning into a huge palm the size of a small house. It crossed hundreds of meters and grabbed at Chen Zong. His true power was majestic, and his momentum was vigorous. He seemed to be able to pick the stars and the moon with one hand. When his palm fell, a terrible pressure suddenly pressed down, making Chen Zong feel that his whole body was tied up and he couldn't move. He had to admit that this move was indeed powerful. Chen Zong estimated that the power of this move was enough to reach the 3-star level. It should be at the early stage of the 3-star level. Chen Zong sighed in his heart, but he wouldn't wait for death. His true power surged, and his pure yang qi and blood surged. His two swords slashed in front of him, leaving a silver arc, and then stabbed out. The power of the two swords was also activated by Chen Zong. The 28th move of the horizontal sword technique, it was the most powerful move. Break. Chen Zong's cultivation was at the peak of LV6 of the true martial realm, but his combat strength still hadn't reached the 3-star level. However, with the help of his pure yang qi and blood and the power of his pseudo-spiritual weapons, he could barely reach the 3-star level. The first sword broke through the air, followed by the second and third. Beams of sharp and overbearing silver sword light shot out. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen swords bombarded the big hand that was grabbing at Ancestor Zhen Wu. If he didn't have enough strength, he could make up for it with numbers. It was enough when there was no absolute gap. The big hand that was grabbing at Ancestor Zhen Wu was shattered by the dozens of sword light. Chen Zong stretched his body and instantly approached Ancestor Zhenwu. His two swords broke through the air and launched an extremely violent attack. Floating swan body movement was performed to the extreme. Her body was as light as a feather, but she was also very agile. She circled around Ancestor Zhenwu. After exchanging a few blows, Chen Zong knew that old Ancestor Zhenwu was most proficient in strength. It was not physical strength, but the strength brought about by his domineering and majestic true power. He was very powerful. Although Chen Zong could fight him head-on, he was still inferior. What he excelled in was not the so-called strength, but his speed was also outstanding. In the face of Chen Zong's nimble movements and high-speed storm-like sword, Patriarch Zhenwu's expression did not change. He struck out with his palms consecutively, and each of his palms carried an astonishing pressure that pressed down on the surroundings. The surface of the lake collapsed and then exploded. The sword light shattered, and the wind from the palm dispersed. The fish in the lake were all killed, turning into countless drops of blood that dyed the lake red. The two swords were extremely violent. Dense sword beams poured down like a heavenly river. Then, Chen Zong sheathed his swords. However, countless sword beams still charged toward Patriarch True Martial. Mixed iron forging hands. Chen Zong shouted secretly. His pure yang blood qi surged. His palms were hot and red, as if they contained two blazing suns. They were extremely violent. He struck out fiercely, but Patriarch Zhenwu blocked his palm. The heat spread and seeped into Patriarch Zhenwu's arms. He felt like he was being burned. Chen Zong did not feel good either. Patriarch Zhenwu's true power was too overbearing. When it entered Chen Zong's arms, it poured into Chen Zong's body like a hot knife through butter. It immediately caused some damage to Chen Zong's body. If Chen Zong's body refinement realm was not high, this attack would have caused a terrifying injury. Chen Zong would have lost his ability to fight. Even so, it was still very uncomfortable. Chen Zong endured the pain caused by the rampaging power in his body. The second palm passed through the sword light and the wind from the palm and landed directly on Patriarch Zhenwu's back. There was a rumble like a drum. Patriarch Zhenwu's body trembled. His expression changed drastically. A terrifying blazing power seeped into his body and burned it, causing wanton destruction. Patriarch Zhenwu hurriedly mobilized his domineering and majestic true power to attack. However, he realized that his powerful true power did not affect the power as much as he had imagined. He could only expel it bit by bit. What kind of martial art is this? Patriarch Zhenwu was shocked. His desire grew even stronger. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Zong pulled out his swords again and executed the 28th move of the unhindered sword technique. He attacked continuously, breaking through Patriarch Zhenwu's defense from various angles and leaving wounds on his body. After a round of battle, Chen Zong basically understood that Patriarch Zhenwu's strength lay in his strength. His speed and reaction were inferior. In other words, Patriarch Zhenwu could reach the 3-star level in terms of strength. However, he was not at the 3-star level in other aspects. He avoided the opponent's strengths and grasped the opponent's weaknesses to display his own advantages. Patriarch Zhenwu did not have a body refinement cultivation. Chen Zong had a decent body refinement cultivation. Even though his overall combat strength was inferior to Patriarch Zhenwu's, his survivability was stronger than Patriarch Zhenwu's. Even if he suffered some attacks, he could withstand them better. Patriarch Zhenwu did not feel good after being hit by the mixed iron forging hand. His entire body felt like it was being roasted by fire. He had to divert a portion of his true power to resist. As a result, his strength was clearly reduced. As for Chen Zong himself, with his powerful physique and pure unhindered true power, the domineering power that had seeped into Patriarch Zhenwu's body was quickly expelled. His injuries were also quickly healed. In the face of Ancestor True Martial, who was a powerful and tyrannical foe with superb martial arts and rich combat experience, all Chen Zong could do was unleash his advantages to the fullest and trade injury for injury. He could withstand the same injuries, but Patriarch Zhenwu might not be able to. Patriarch Zhenwu did not have a body refinement cultivation and was more than 100 years old. His body was no longer as strong as before. You forced Patriarch Zhenwu to do this. Patriarch Zhenwu's body was covered in sword wounds. Although they were not serious, they were bloody and terrifying. The blazing power in his body surged, making him extremely furious. He did not expect Patriarch Shenwu to be so strong. He also did not expect Patriarch Shenwu to be so decisive as to trade injuries for injuries. Patriarch Shenwu had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Patriarch Shenwu gritted his teeth. His face was filled with viciousness. He raised his right index finger. Domineering and majestic true power surged and gathered at the tip of his finger. 7-star life. Patriarch Shenwu's deep voice was like the roar of a trapped beast. Patriarch Shenwu's index finger tapped his right chest. His body trembled involuntarily. Then, he raised his index finger and tapped another spot. In the blink of an eye, Patriarch Shenwu tapped 7 times. Every tap seemed to use all his strength. Every tap made Patriarch Shenwu's body tremble slightly. However, with every tap, Patriarch Shenwu's aura grew stronger. After all 7 taps, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Patriarch Shenwu's body. It was at least twice as strong, and it continued to grow stronger and stronger. Chen Zong could clearly see that Patriarch Shenwu's body, which was already very strong, seemed to swell up again. He became even stronger. Wisps of air swirled around his body. Patriarch Shenwu's face was red. Veins covered his face. His eyes were as big as copper bells. They shone with a fierce light. He looked like a demon. It was as if he was going to devour Chen Zong whole. Second hand. Mountain shatter. Patriarch Shenwu's palm was extremely violent and ruthless. The huge palm covered the sky and the sun. The palm seemed to be covered with python-like veins that could shatter mountains. The rumbling sound was like thousands of thunderbolts. A large part of the lake collapsed. The terrifying pressure made Chen Zong suffocate. His bones kept making cracking sounds. So strong. Chen Zong was shocked. The power of this move was at least at the middle stage of the 3-star level. It might even be stronger. The only thing I can do now is take a gamble. His heart sank. Chen Zong stared at the vast pressure. His body sank slightly, as if he was going to sink to the bottom of the lake. His true power surged and spread to all parts of his body in a strange way. His mind and will were highly concentrated. It was as if he was ascending. Secret sword, endless true power surged and poured into the longsword. The longsword trembled slightly and transformed into a blurry sword light that spread out. Then, Chen Zong's wrist moved. The longsword moved like a fan opening up, bringing out layers of sword light. The lake was green and rippled. The water and the sky merged. A blurry figure appeared out of thin air. It seemed to be some kind of bird. It spread its tail as if it wanted to cover the sky and the earth. Green and red lights intertwined like rainbows. When it spread open, it was so beautiful that it was too much for the eyes to take in. It was so mesmerizing that one could not extricate themselves from it. It was indescribably beautiful. Patriarch True Marshall's ferocious face trembled. A hint of confusion appeared in his ferocious eyes. It was as if he saw a beautiful bird flying over from the void. The bird spread its tail like an extremely beautiful painting. The huge hand that was slapping down also stopped. It showed signs of dissipating. Dragon Sparrow Dance. Along with the last 3 words, a hair-like sword light pierced through the air from the extremely beautiful dragon sparrow tail. It was extremely sharp. Patriarch True Marshall was shocked and quickly came to his senses. The huge hand condensed again and slapped down fiercely, wanting to shatter Chen Zong. However, he was too slow. In a battle between experts, life and death were only a thin line away. The sword light had already pierced through Patriarch True Marshall's glabella, crushing his brain and causing his soul to dissipate. Losing control, the huge hand began to disintegrate. When it hit Chen Zong, it did not have much power left. Even so, it still caused Chen Zong's body to be in extreme pain. His entire body almost sank into the lake. He leaped up, grabbed Patriarch True Marshall's falling body, and quickly flew to the lake. After throwing Patriarch True Marshall's body to the ground, Chen Zong heaved a sigh of relief. Although this battle was very short, it was very difficult. Patriarch True Marshall was very strong, especially the 7-star life he used at the end. It should be a secret technique. It was even more shocking. Fortunately, he had cultivated the 2 secret swords of the Unhindered Sword sect. Facing a powerful enemy like Patriarch True Martial, the effect of using Dragon Sparrow Dance was better than Star Life. If he had used Star Life, he might have been able to kill Patriarch True Martial, but he would most likely have been killed. He quickly took action and found a book made of animal skin on Patriarch True Martial's body. There was nothing else. True Martial's secret records. Chenzong could not help but smile. Judging from the name, it should be Patriarch True Martial's own cultivation manual. Perhaps it would be useful to him. He flipped through it a few times. Indeed, Patriarch True Martial's cultivation experience was recorded in it. In addition, there were cultivation methods, martial arts, and secret techniques that Patriarch True Martial had created. Not bad. Chenzong nodded. This true martial old ancestor had an outstanding talent. He was able to create his own cultivation methods, martial arts, and secret skills. He indeed had an extraordinary accumulation of knowledge. This true martial secret records should be able to inspire him. First update, Ancestor Zhenwu came quietly and died under Chenzong's sword. He was buried quietly in the ground. Only Chenzong knew about this. Even Luo Zhongba, the leader of the Real Martial Alliance, didn't know about this. When Chenzong returned to the Chen family's verdant residence, his injuries had healed by 80 to 90%. The remaining 10% was completely healed as well. If Patriarch True Martial came back to life, he would have died from anger. Chenzong opened the Zhenwu secret record and read it carefully. The first part was about the Zhenwu secret technique. The name was very domineering. One could feel Ancestor Zhenwu's great ambition. After spending some time, Chenzong finished reading the contents of the Zhenwu Absolute skill. This was a heaven-level upper rank skill, and it belonged to the top level of the heaven-level upper rank skill. The Zhenwu true power that was cultivated from this skill was mainly tyrannical and majestic, and its power was tyrannical. After reading the Zhenwu secret technique, Chenzong moved on to the second part. It was a martial art. Tyrant Hand technique. It was also a top upper grade heaven level martial art. Chenzong had seen Ancestor Zhenwu use 2 of the moves. The Tyrant Hand technique had a total of 3 moves. Each of them was powerful and had their own unique uses. Picking stars with one hand, crushing mountains with the second, overturning rivers and seas with the third. Similarly, Chenzong could see the essence of many martial arts from the Tyrant Hand technique. If Chenzong didn't practice swordsmanship, he would also be tempted by the Tyrant Hand technique. Ancestor Zhenwu is indeed a genius. Chenzong couldn't help but nod. However, it wasn't too surprising that he created the Zhenwu secret technique and the Tyrant Hand technique with more than 100 years of experience. The third part was the 7-star life technique that Ancestor Zhenwu had used before. This was a strange secret technique that stimulated the potential of the human body and overdrew one's essence Qi. Once it was used, it could at least double one's strength, which was very significant. However, at the same time, it would consume one's essence Qi. When the secret technique was used, one would fall into a weak state and need to rest for a long time or take elixirs to replenish one's essence Qi to recover. In serious cases, it would even reduce one's lifespan and damage one's martial Dao foundation. All in all, this was a very domineering secret technique. It was unknown what level it was at. Although I don't practice the true martial unique skill and the mighty hand skill, I can learn from them and accumulate them for myself. I can also leave them in the Chen family for the warriors to practice. As for the 7-star life calling secret method, I can practice it directly, Chenzong thought to himself. The 7-star life calling secret method required a strong body and abundant essence Qi. Ancestor Zhenwu's body was very strong and had abundant essence Qi, while Chenzong had a high level of body refining, so he did not have to worry about essence Qi. In addition to these 3 parts, there was also Ancestor Zhenwu's detailed cultivation experience. Most of it was about the true martial unique skill, the mighty hand skill and the 7-star life calling secret method. From it, Chenzong also learned that the 7-star life calling secret method was not created by Ancestor Zhenwu, but by chance. Next, Chenzong comprehended the true martial unique skill and the mighty hand skill, and practiced the 7-star life calling secret method. The next day, Xiao Taichen came as promised. Chen Zong spent half an hour teaching him sword techniques. Every word of advice was directed to the core. After half an hour, Xiao Taichen felt that he had learned a lot, but he still needed some time to digest everything. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Chen Zong had fully grasped the mysteries of the true martial unique skill and the mighty hand skill. He was also able to use the true martial unique skill and the 7-star life calling secret method. It's time to move. Chen Zong sheathed his 2 swords and walked out of the Zonghing residence. He left the Chen family mansion, and no one knew where he was going. Chen Zong's figure was as light as the wind as he flew through the forest. Then, he stepped on the waves and left the territory of the True Martial Sect. He entered the territory of the True Martial Alliance and headed straight for the main city of the True Martial Sect. He came alone with a sword. Chen Zong's idea was very simple. If Ancestor Zhen Wu of the True Martial Alliance could cross the border to find him, then he could also cross the border and go straight to the True Martial Alliance's headquarters. Even if there were warriors more powerful than Ancestor Zhen Wu in the True Martial Alliance, Chen Zong still had a trump card to deal with them. Not to mention, the possibility of that happening was extremely low. Maybe Ancestor Zhen Wu was the strongest warrior in the True Martial Alliance. Swallowing the humiliation when someone came to kill him was not Chen Zong's style. Currently, there were quite a few people who knew of Chen Zong's reputation. However, there were not many who had actually seen Chen Zong before. After stepping into the True Martial main city, there was no one who could recognize Chen Zong. His steps were swift, and he quickly went to the True Martial Alliance's location. Halt. There were 2 True Martial Realm warriors guarding the gate of the True Martial Alliance. Go in and report that the True Martial Sect's vice sect leader is here to visit Luo Zhongba. Chen Zong said with a smile on his face. When the 2 guards heard this, they were dumbfounded. The True Martial Sect's vice sect leader, what kind of status was this? Regardless of whether it was true or false, the 2 guards did not dare to be negligent. One of them stared at Chen Zong with vigilance, his hand on the hilt of the saber at his waist. His inner strength surged, and he was ready to use his strongest attack at any time. However, he did not know that if Chen Zong wanted to break in, even if there were 100 of him, he would not be able to stop him. The other guard quickly entered the True Martial Alliance and reported this matter. Chen Zong was not in a hurry at all. He waited patiently. This time, he came to the True Martial Alliance to settle this matter once and for all. Then, he would deal with the Black Demon Sect. It had to be said that the efficiency of the True Martial Alliance was very high. Not long after, a large group of True Martial Realm warriors rushed out from inside and quickly formed an encirclement from the left and right, surrounding Chen Zong. There were more than 100 True Martial Realm warriors in the early and middle stages. Each of them held a strong crossbow in their hands. The crossbow bolts shone with a cold light and emitted a threatening cold air. They all locked onto Chen Zong. It was as if Chen Zong made any rash move, he would be shot full of holes and die a violent death. Chen Zong's expression did not change at all. Let alone 100, even 1,000 of these crossbow bolts would not be able to hurt him. Then, more than a dozen figures rushed out from the True Martial Alliance. Each of them emitted a powerful aura and locked onto Chen Zong. They were all warriors in the late stage of the True Martial Realm. Then, 3 LV9 True Martial Realm warriors appeared. Their powerful auras locked onto Chen Zong. Finally, the True Martial Alliance's leader, Luo Zhongba, strode out. His gaze fell on Chen Zong's face. Luo Zhongba frowned. When he heard that it was the True Martial Sect's vice leader, Luo Zhongba's first reaction was surprise. His second reaction was that it was fake. The True Martial Sect was the enemy of the True Martial Alliance. How could its vice leader dare to come here alone? Wasn't that like a lamb in a tiger's mouth? Moreover, this person looked so young. Who are you? Luo Zhongba asked in a deep voice. While Luo Zhongba was sizing up Chen Zong was also sizing up Luo Zhongba. He seemed to be of the same lineage as the True Martial ancestor. However, compared to the True Martial ancestor's natural domineering temperament, there was a big difference. True Martial Sect's vice leader. Chen Zong. Chen Zong smiled. Chen Zong. You're Qinzong. These two words were like thunder in his ears. Luo Zhongba knew that Qinzong was young, but he did not expect him to be so young. He also did not expect that Qinzong would dare to come here alone. Third, he did not expect that the true martial ancestor had already set out to find Qinzong. How could Qinzong appear here? Could it be that the true martial ancestor had not found him yet? Questions flashed through his mind. In the end, Luo Zhongba concluded that he did not know the reason. Perhaps there was a delay or a mistake. In short, the true martial ancestor had not found Qinzong, nor did he know that Qinzong had come here. However, since he dared to enter the True Martial Alliance's headquarters alone, it was tantamount to delivering himself to the True Martial Alliance's doorstep. I don't know what you're relying on, but since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Luo Zhongba smiled coldly. His heart was full of excitement. He longed to obtain everything that Qinzong had, but he did not have the confidence to find Qinzong himself. Instead, he asked the true martial ancestor for help. Now that Qinzong had delivered himself to the true martial ancestor, was there a better ending than this? Luo Zhongba was an ambitious person. He was unwilling to accept the fact that he was the alliance master of the True Martial Alliance, but he was still inferior to the old ancestor of the True Martial Alliance. If his strength surpassed the old ancestor of the True Martial Alliance, then he would be able to change this situation and truly control the True Martial Alliance. After that, he would be able to subdue the True Martial Sect and the Black Demon Sect and unify the Eastern Continent. Release the arrows. He waved his hand and ordered. Hundreds of true martial realm martial artists did not hesitate at all. They pulled the triggers and arrows that were as long as a forearm flew out of their hands. The arrows shot out faster than the speed of sound. They pierced through the air and mercilessly shot toward Qinzong. After shooting the arrows, hundreds of true martial realm martial artists immediately took out new arrows and quickly loaded them. They pulled the triggers again and shot out 3 times in a row. A total of 300 arrows were shot toward Qinzong. They were densely packed and each arrow had amazing power. They could easily kill a martial artist at the 4th level of the true martial realm and endanger the life of a martial artist at the 5th level of the true martial realm. 300 arrows were shot in 3 waves. Even a martial artist at the 7th level of the true martial realm would be killed, let alone a martial artist at the 6th level of the true martial realm. Even a martial artist at the 8th level of the true martial realm would find it difficult to resist. Even if Qinzong was very strong, he would not be able to deal with the attack of 300 arrows calmly. If he panicked, the other martial artists would make a move, and Luo Zhongba would make a move in the end. A smile appeared on Luo Zhongba's face. He was already imagining the scene of capturing Qinzong alive and interrogating him about his martial arts. Soon, it was close at hand. Countless specks of dust floated lazily in the air. When the crossbow bolts shot past, they would cause countless specks of dust to move rapidly. It was as if a crocodile had suddenly appeared in calm water, or a leisurely and lazy duck was fleeing for its life. Countless specks of dust battered Qinzong's body, allowing him to clearly sense the trajectory and speed of the 300 crossbow bolts without even using his eyes. He clearly grasped where they would end up. Faint waves of numbness came from all over his body, as if he was about to be hit. However, Qinzong did not feel uncomfortable at all. He had already adapted and mastered the 1st level of the Xiaoxian realm. End of chapter 406. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.